Hey guys, how are you? Like this video for more interesting daily updates.
Chapter 1. The ancients once said, "Don't bully the water when you bully the mountains." For human beings, the water world always has more mysteries and unknowns than land. Humans have explored almost 99% of the land. But the sea, the endless ocean, is still covered with that mysterious veil, and it is also full of endless challenges. Looking at the endless sea in front of him, Qin Quge opened his mouth in amazement. I didn't come back to my senses for a long time. For Qin Quge, a guy who has never left the Jiangnan water town, the sea is like a goddess in a dream, so great and so vast. Be tolerant to diversity, tolerance is a virtue. No one will not be overwhelmed by the vastness of the sea when they see it for the first time. If it is the words to go to the sea under normal circumstances. Qin Quge never thought that the first time he saw the sea was under such circumstances. A moment ago, he was buying snacks in the supermarket, when he felt a white light flash in front of his eyes, and then he came to this ghost place. A small island in the sea that is only the size of a palm, to be precise, a little bigger than a public toilet. In his mind, a mechanical voice that couldn't tell whether it was a man or a woman had already explained the reason for his presence here quite clearly. Welcome to the desert island survival game. You will start from the birth island under your feet, and start your own life on the desert island. No need to think about how you came here, because from now on, living will be the only thing you need to do. Food, water sources, and all kinds of abundant materials are placed in this endless sea. However, there are not only humans in this endless sea. Rapid currents, huge waves, squalls, even sea monsters, alien species. If you want to survive, you must do your best to find, dig, and sneak. As you who are new to the game, please remember the following reminders. 1. The resources of each island are limited, and you can always discover new islands, don't be limited to one place. 2. If necessary, build a boat, even if it is just a canoe, you will definitely need it. 3. Take away all the resources you have collected as much as possible. Every extra resource will give you more hope of living. 4. Danger means better rewards, and sea monsters represent sufficient rewards. But only if you can overcome the danger and defeat the sea monster. 5. Don't panic about unnatural existence, perhaps it is a rare opportunity. 6. Don't believe mermaids with beautiful voices, don't believe mermaids with beautiful voices, don't believe mermaids with beautiful voices, say important things 3 times. 7. New islands, new environments, new supplies, new harvests, and you can even meet your kind. However, people's hearts are hard to fathom. It is possible to form a covenant, barter, or even a big war. Be prepared to fight, and you will never suffer. 8. For the sake of some idiots, it is necessary to add 1, do not drink sea water directly, if you think you are not dying fast enough. Of course, if you have an iron stomach, you can ignore this article. 9. The meditation system can open the function section of the game. If you have any questions, please explore by yourself. If you find a bug, congratulations, you can use it with peace of mind. We will not make any changes, nor will we impose any penalties. Above, the final interpretation right belongs to us. If there is any objection, we shall prevail. As for who we are, let's live first, maybe one day, you will find us. Finally, I wish all human beings enjoy this. Apparently, Qin Quge was thrust into this so-called desert island survival game by some force. So, this is a game. Qin Quge muttered, and sat up from a rock where he was lying on his stomach. There is a salty smell in the air, with the fishy smell unique to the ocean. Slowly the sea breeze. The sun above the head is not too harsh. And the rocks the fingers touch. Everything is so real. No matter who the us who brought me here is, it's not as simple as a game if we can do this. And do we use the whole human being as the object of dialogue? If all human beings throw them all on the island, how big is this sea? Qin Quge looked around the birth island he was on. He sighed involuntarily. On the one hand, I feel how powerful the power to do all this is, and on the other hand, I feel that my luck is really back. Too small, really too small. Except for the sea rock he was sitting on now, the small island he was on now was a bit outrageously small. Its overall shape is elliptical, and the straight line distance of the longest diameter does not exceed 10 meters. And more than half of the entire island is sand. The soil that can be seen is not as big as a palm. If it weren't for a half-dead coconut tree at the other end of the island, Qin Quge felt that he would collapse directly. On such a large birth island, the resources it possesses can be clearly seen at a glance. It's more like a reef than an island. Maybe if the waves are bigger, this small place can be directly flooded. This opening is simply hellish difficulty. The only thing that can be eaten is the 4 unripe coconuts on the coconut tree. And this coconut tree is 5 or 6 meters high. Even if it's not difficult to climb up, how can you survive with only these supplies? Ghost knows how long I'll be here. How many days can 4 coconuts last? I'm feeling a little lost. Qin Quge suddenly noticed that there seemed to be something in the sand on the right-hand side, and a corner was faintly exposed. He hurried over to push away the sand, and found that there was a box underneath. Congratulations on discovering the wooden treasure chest. Wooden treasure chest, after opening, you can get 3 pieces of common materials. Slightly overjoyed, he dug out the box, which was about a little bigger than a shoebox, out of the sand with both hands. This should be compensation for the broken initial island. From the outside, the box is very ordinary. It is fastened with an iron button, and there is no lock. The iron button is a little rusty. With a little effort, the iron clasp can be opened. The moment it was opened, the glittering gold that Qin Quge imagined did not appear. There are 2 things quietly placed in this wooden box, a bag of potato chips and a box of matches. When Qin Quge put his eyes on the bag of potato chips and a box of matches, a translucent text box appeared next to the items. Bata brand matchbox, white quality, wet state, there are 13 matches inside, each has a 55% chance of not being able to ignite, a 10% chance of breaking, a 0.001% chance of alienation at the moment of ignition, and 0% chance to grant a wish when lit. Chapter 2. Shaking the matchbox in his hand, Qin Quge was a little dazed when he heard the crackling sound of matches in the box. Who would have thought that on a deserted island, a box of matches would still have the chance of fulfilling a wish? But even if this box of matches is the one in the hands of the little match girl, it will not change the trouble Qin Quge is facing now. Unless he can be lucky enough to trigger that 0% probability, and then realize a wish. Otherwise, still honestly think about how to deal with the things in front of you. To survive in this endless sea, the basic needs for survival are food and water. This is the major premise of all survival. And he doesn't have any of these 2. He would not really pin his hopes on 13 matches. Although the probability of realizing the wish is not 0, the string of zeros might as well be 0. Then, he set his sights on the bag of potato chips in the wooden box. 7 walnut potato chips, white quality, imitation product. In fact, there are only less than 150 grams of potato chips in the 250 grams package. The air inside is its original cargo, and the potato chips are just a bonus. Anyway, this thing is not used to satisfy hunger, enjoy this wonderful taste. Oh, there is a 0.5% chance, you will be happy if you open the bag. Qin Quge smacked his lips. My own luck is really indescribable. Happy to open the bag? Another bag? On this deserted island, a box of matches and a bag of potato chips are of little use. At present, this small reef island seems to have no other food including 4 unpicked coconuts and a bag of potato chips. These foods were not enough for Qin Quge to last 3 days. However, since there is one treasure chest, maybe there are other treasure chests under the sand. Thinking about it, Qin Quge rummaged through the sand and soil of the entire island. The treasure chest was not found, but there were some extremely thick root systems under the sandy soil of the island. Or rather, something that looks a lot like a tree root. Qin Quge did not believe that the coconut tree on this small island could grow such an intertwined root system. These root-like things cover almost every inch of the entire island. Moreover, these things look like tree roots, but are closer to vines. They are too thick, not as thick and thin as tree roots. If their outer layer is not full of lumps, you can call it a water pipe. Or some other kind of pipe. The whole island seemed to be a disguise for these tubes. Pressing your hands on these tubes, you can clearly feel some pulsation. Live. Qin Quge's heart froze. These things turned out to be alive. Just when Qin Quge focused his attention on these roots, suddenly, some information flooded into Qin Quge's mind. Successfully activate the personal exclusive island and obtain the unique attribute swallowing. In the next second, the information of the entire island appeared in front of Qin Quge in the form of data. Alien Island, unnamed. Exclusive attribute, Devour. The current total area of the island, 37 square meters, including part of the water area. Islands with existing biomes, none. Existing plant species on the island, coconut tree, 1. Focusing on the devouring, Qin Quge saw further information. For example, swallowing 100 sand blocks can increase the size of the island by 1 square. Swallowing 10 sea crabs can add 1 sea crab refresh point to the island. Swallowing 100 sea pearls can make a clear spring appear on the island. Originally, Qin Quge thought he was unlucky to end up on such a broken island. Now, he can be very excited. There is simply no limit to the developmental attributes of this island. The unique attribute of swallowing will give him an indescribable advantage. After gaining control of the island, Qin Quge already knew how to devour it. Those root systems under the sand of the island are the devouring tentacles of the island. Currently, these devouring tentacles can only extend up to 3 meters away from the island. Within this range, as long as Qin Quge's consciousness controls it, the island can devour anything. To test phagocytosis, Qin Quge gave the island an order to devour the wooden treasure chest. The order has just been given. As soon as the sand and soil collapsed, the empty wooden treasure chest was bitten down by the devouring tentacles. That scene, to be honest, was a little scary. Swallow a wooden treasure chest, empty, and add a small storage function to the island. In the next second, I saw some light flashing on the sea rock where Qin Quge woke up. When the light dissipated, the swallowed wooden treasure chest appeared in it. The strange thing is that the wooden treasure chest seems to be inlaid on it, and it fits perfectly without any trace. Moreover, Qin Quge discovered that as long as he needed, the position of this wooden treasure chest could be changed. As long as it is within the boundaries of the island, you can do whatever you want. The entire island is surprisingly malleable. Everything on the island, including the coconut tree, can move and change direction. And this movement does not damage the things themselves. Powerful. Too strong. After a little research, Qin Quge grasped the law of devouring. Except for the options given by engulfment that can undergo qualitative changes, the rest of engulfment will make the swallowed thing a part of the island. This made Qin Quge see great hope. Eating the only bag of potato chips, Qin Quge sat on the sea rock, thoughtful. Obviously, he didn't trigger the 0.5% chance of being happy in the bag. Also, the walnut-flavored potato chips taste really weird. Currently, there are still too few supplies available, and the devouring function is not very helpful for the immediate survival problems, at least not now. Can't wait for food to hit the door, or do we have to go to other islands? According to the position of the sun, if the sun in this ghost place still conforms to the laws of the earth, Qin Quge probably guessed that it is 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon. From his position, he could see an island to the east and an island to the northwest. The islands in the east are a little closer, but the visual distance may be 2 to 3 kilometers away. The island to the northwest was much farther away. Neither of the two islands looked very big, but they were definitely bigger than the small island he was on now. You can also see a lot of tree shadows on the small island in the east. If they are all coconut trees, there should be a lot of coconuts. If you can go up, there will be a food source in a short time. Only 2 to 3,000 meters of sea water. If you want to go across, rely on swimming. Qin Quge is not sure if he has such physical strength. What's more, as mentioned in the previous reminder, there are unnatural creatures in this world. Not to mention dangers such as sharks, there may be sea monsters. Better have a boat, as the non-male, non-female mechanical voice told. Chapter 3. Under normal circumstances, it takes at least an hour to swim for a distance of more than 2,000 meters. This is not running. You can sit on the ground to rest when you are tired from running. In the sea, once exhausted, you will die. 2,000 meter long distance running and 2,000 meter swimming are completely different concepts. Before you are sure, a boat is a must. Qin Quge looked at the only coconut tree on the island. A coconut tree cannot be made into a boat. And holding this coconut tree across the sea is better than swimming directly. After eating the potato chips, Qin Quge sat quietly for a while. He needs a period of adaptation. Perhaps it is better to figure out the various functions of the system at this point of time. After silently reading the system, Qin Quge turned on the panel function. A virtual interface. The panel layout of the entire game is very similar to a forum, but with much more functions. Such as personal information, communication center, trading market, sea map. There is even a production platform. Qin Quge immediately entered the communication center. He wanted to see what happened to the other people who were dragged to this deserted island survival world, and if there was any survival experience he could learn from. This panel is divided into 3 parts. They are One-Horned Manatee Sea Territory Exchange Channel, Internal Channel for Earth members and Internal Post Bar for Earth members. Before entering, you need to set your own ID. Defaults to personal name. Qin Quge doesn't plan to use his real name. Who knows if there will be some people in this place who will have strange abilities, such as curses. Since his own island has the unique devouring ability, Qin Quge changed his ID to. Then opened the One-Horned Manatee Sea Area Communication Channel. As soon as I entered, I saw information constantly sliding. It's over, my island doesn't even have a hair, it's all stone. Is it okay to eat raw pork? Who the FK knows how to get back? I don't want to starve to death on this broken island. Is there anyone close? Huddle together to survive. In these constantly rising texts, occasionally there will be some information that looks like gibberish. Considering that the second part is the communication channel at the beginning of the Earth, Qin Quge was shocked. Does this mean that besides the Earthlings, there are other races brought into this world just like the Earthlings? So, in addition to the difficult problem of survival, people will encounter life forms of other races in the future? For a moment, Qin Quge thought of aliens, predators, and other monsters. This is definitely not a good thing. Fortunately, there are not many of these garbled messages, and only one message will appear in dozens of messages. If this One-Horned Manatee Sea area refers to the area where Qin Quge is now, at least there are not many life forms of other races in this area. Qin Quge exited the One-Horned Manatee Sea Area Communication Channel and entered the Earth-based Internal Communication Channel. The situation on both sides is similar, the only difference is that there is no more garbled information here. Billions of people send messages here, too fast to read them. On the contrary, Earth G internal post bar is deserted, with only a dozen or so posts. In this forum, Qin Quge found that he did not have permission to post. One of the posts explains this. A little explanation about post bar permissions. The ID of this post is somewhat interesting. Du Qi from the one-horned manatee sea area. It is a person who is in the same sea area as Qin Quge. Judging from his post, if he wants to post in the post bar, he needs a posting permission item. The permission item he got was opened in a silver treasure box, which also includes some other things. As for what it is, Du Qi didn't say, but the things that are opened out of the silver treasure chest should be good things. At least it was much better than the potato chips and matches that Qin Quge opened in the wooden treasure chest. In addition, Du Qi guessed that the function of the internal post bar may not be for irrigation. However, there are more than a dozen posts in Taiba, except for this one and the other one. If you want to get rich, you need to get a tree first. None of them seem to be of much value. And the post if you want to get rich, first roll the tree is a detailed explanation of another function of the panel creation platform. In the post, ID, one details the production needs of several tools he currently has, as well as some guesses. And the premise of making all simple tools is wood. Moreover, the production platform greatly reduces the difficulty of production, which is a golden finger for everyone. After knocking down a tree, the tree can be broken down into planks by making a platform, and then the planks can be made into required items. One standard plank can be crafted into 4 standard sticks. A stone axe can be crafted from a standard stick and a standard stone. The cost to make a canoe is 8 standard planks. As long as you put in some effort, it doesn't seem too difficult to survive in the early stage. Qin Quge exited the communication center and opened the sea area map again. An electronic map that can be zoomed in and out at will. The center of the map is the island where Qin Quge is located. But now everything around is dark, waiting for him to explore. The map does not frame the size of the entire one-horned manatee sea area. But from the point of view of the communication area, this sea area should be extremely wide. At least no one in all the remarks has said that they have seen other people. Then, Qin Quge opened the creation platform. Primary production platform, there is a 0.1% probability of producing green quality. Currently the crafting platform only shows 2 crafting options. Standard plank crafting, requires logs. Standard stone crafting, rough stone is required. In this section, when Qin Quge looks at the coconut tree, he can clearly see that if the coconut tree is felled, 4 standard planks can be made through the crafting platform. The sea rock on the island can provide him with 20 standard stones. But whether it is logging or chiseling stones, tools are needed. This is easy to solve. Kojima's devouring tentacles are almost indestructible, and it is not a problem to knock down a tree. It is not troublesome to dig out the whole sea rock. These are all the materials currently on the island, and Qin Quge didn't keep them, so he went straight to it. The devouring tentacles rolled out, cut off the 20 to 30 centimeters of coconut trees with one stroke, and then pushed out the large piece of sea rock on the edge of the island. Obtain coconut log 1, coconut fruit 4, coconut leaf *9. Obtain sandstone rough stone *2. Although digging out that piece of sea rock made the island seem smaller, but it doesn't matter, I will dig on other islands in the future. Using the crafting platform, Qin Quge crafted coconut tree logs into standard planks. Then make those sandstone rough stones into standard stone blocks. After completing this step, the crafting platform has many new crafting options. Immediately afterwards, Qin Quge began to synthesize primary tools. According to the post, after dividing a standard board into 4 sticks, Qin Quge put a wooden stick and a standard stone together. The basic requirements for simple tools such as stone axes and stone hammers are a stick and a stone. The difference is the placement of the composition is different. Immediately, a ray of light flashed. There is a faint green in the light. The first time he made a tool, Qin Quge actually triggered the 0.1% probability of the primary production platform. A stone shovel of green quality. Chapter 4. Sandstone shovel, green quality, durability 120/120. Digs areas of soil, sand, clay, and more. Attached ability forming, every 4 diggings can automatically form a standard material block, and there is a 1% probability of obtaining an additional standard material block. Depending on the excavated material, the durability consumption is different. This stone shovel is slightly smaller than the iron shovel sold in normal shopping malls, and it is quite convenient to hold in your hand. Qin Quge was quite excited about getting the green quality in the first synthesis, and it would be perfect if this probability was fulfilled in that box of matches. However, the thought was fleeting. Looking at the stone shovel in his hand, Qin Quge tried to get a shovel under his feet. Still pretty easy. However, something durable means it is a consumable, and no matter how good it is, it will break. Just look at how long things last. Choosing the shovel as the first tool, Qin Quge wanted to expand the size of his island first. Then a shovel for digging sand and soil is essential. A shovel can replace some operations of an axe, but an axe cannot be used for digging. Anyway, there are enough materials to make primary tools: shovels, axes, hammers, sickles, hoes. These tools should be needed in the future, so you can get one of them. It's just that most of the upper layer of this small island is sand, and there is very little soil. After digging twice with a shovel, I just dug a hole. At this time, the green quality shovel shows its unique ability. When the fourth shovel was digging down, some streamers appeared on the shovel surface of the stone shovel, and formed a square frame between the setsuna, covering a piece of sand facing the shovel surface, and then formed a very standard cube. As the shovel digs up, the cube rolls aside. Obtain sea sand block *1. A standard sand block made of sea sand. It is the same size as the sandstone piled next to it, and each side of the sandstone is 20 decimeters long. However, since the sand block is all sand and has no condensation, after 30 seconds, the streamers dispersed, and the sand block immediately scattered on the ground. The process is quite magical. After a few attempts, Qin Quge discovered that 2 points must be met in order to trigger the stone shovel. Every 4 excavations can automatically form a standard material block. 1. These 4 excavations must be within a certain range. If the distance is too far, the number of excavations will be recalculated immediately. 2. The depth of each excavation must reach more than 2/3 of the shovel surface. In other words, if you want to save effort, being lazy will not gain anything, but may consume the durability of the shovel. After digging the sand, Qin Quge also tried it on the dirt. The situation on both sides is the same, but when digging, you need to dig harder, and the soil clods dug out will not be scattered. After digging about 100 times before and after, the durability only dropped by 1 point. This stone shovel seems to last a lot of time. Subsequently, Qin Quge synthesized a stone axe and a stone hammer. Sandstone axe, stick 1/1, stone 1/1, materials are sufficient. Sandstone axe, stick 1/1, stone 1/1, materials are sufficient. There are still a lot of wood and stones. After Qin Quge confirmed the construction, the production platform flashed. System prompt: the sandstone axe has been made. System prompt: the sandstone hammer has been made. Then the stone axe and stone hammer were placed in front of him. Sandstone axe, white quality, durability 100/100. Sandstone hammer, white quality, durability 100/100. Both times the green quality did not appear. Through these 2 tools, it is not difficult to find that the green quality not only increases the upper limit of durability, but also gives some special functions to the synthetic product. Then, on top of the green quality, there must be other qualities that should provide stronger capabilities. Just don't know how to get it. But one thing is certain. The current production platform provided by the panel is only a primary production platform. There must be some way to upgrade the primary production platform to a high-level one. At that time, there may be a chance that the synthetic product will be of higher quality. Splitting a coconut with a stone axe, Qin Quge tasted the coconut milk. So much better than walnut-flavored potato chips. Then he opened the personal information section of the panel. Qin Quge, a yellow-skinned human from Earth. Tier 2 living body. Strength 7, Dexterity 8, Constitution 9, Mental Power 12. 10 grids for personal space. Have a personal unique island. Very simple information, but many things can be deduced. For example, the special Earth nationality further proves the possibility of the existence of other races that Qin Quge thought of earlier. It's the personal space that needs to be explained. The so-called personal space is like a dimensional backpack, you can put some things in it. Each grid can hold a class of things. Like rocks. Qin Quge tried to put all the stones in it before. A dozen standard stones can be stacked together. It is not yet known what the upper limit will be. But each grid has and can only place one type of item. It doesn't work if you want to put an extra plank. In the same way, it can be piled up if you replace it with wooden boards, but you can't if you want to put an extra stone. This personal space should be convenient for people to carry supplies when they migrate from one small island to another. But there are only 10 grids. That is to say, it does not take up the load, and 10 types of materials can be taken away. You have to decide what to bring. But Qin Quge didn't have these worries. Let your own island devour all the supplies you don't need. The first thing Qin Quge needs to consider is food and water. Then, it is essential to go to other islands to collect supplies. However, before he goes out, there are still some things to arrange. This island of my own has the ability to devour, so I have to use it. Chapter 5. Qin Quge doesn't know how many islands exist in this world. Even if there are only 100 million human beings drawn into this survival game, calculated on the basis of one birth island per person, there should also be hundreds of millions of islands. In fact, there are not only humans in this game. Therefore, the number of islands will only increase. Correspondingly, the world is probably very, very vast. But a vast territory does not mean that there are many resources. As far as Qin Quge can see, except for his birth island. Within the field of vision, there are 2 near Shinjima, and only the outline of the farther one can be seen. However, it is certain that these islands are not too large. This means that the resources of each island are limited. Especially food and water sources. In this way, in order to survive in such an environment, can only keep migrating. Even if Qin Quge's island has the ability to devour, islands can gradually expand. But in the early stage, he still needs to go to other islands to find resources. You can't sit back and wait, you still have to take the initiative. The nearest island is 2 to 3 kilometers away. Without ships, going there is not an easy task. It can even be very dangerous. So, be a little bit prepared. In addition, he will definitely not be able to return in a short time after he goes, and the devouring tentacles cannot be left idle. At present, the maximum extension distance of the devouring tentacles is almost 5 meters, that is, it can only extend not far outside the island. This distance is enough to catch some small fish and shrimps that swim over. Some coastal seashells and large pieces of sand can be collected. Little things add up. It's just that Qin Quge needs to control it himself when carrying out precise and targeted devouring. At present, the island can only extend a tentacle. The tentacle opens its mouth wide enough to swallow objects up to a cubic meter in one gulp. If it is more mechanized, as long as it keeps swallowing the sea water. Like a whale. Filter out the sea water, and the rest is harvest. What's more, Kojima's devouring ability does not require any consumption at all, and can be performed at least once every minute. As long as the collection is non-stop for 24 hours, the harvest will gradually add up, which is bound to be incalculable. Even if it's just drawing sand from the bottom of the sea, it will be much faster than Qin Quge digging it himself. The only pity is that this kind of engulfment is not counted in the qualitative change option of engulfment. The whole process is closer to scooping a ladle of water from the sea and laying it on the island. As the sea passes by, there will always be something left on the island. The short-term gain is estimated to be small. But piles of gravel will eventually build a pyramid. After Qin Quge gave the order to devour, devouring tentacles go to work. Just like a ruthless devouring machine, it keeps sucking up seawater with its mouth wide open. Qin Quge, who stood by and watched, was amazed. I don't know if this devouring tentacle is a living thing or a different kind of existence. With one bite, even a pebble on the bottom of the sea can be directly bitten into two pieces. I don't know what will happen when I encounter some harder things in the future. System prompt, obtain starfish *1. System prompt, obtain sea shrimp *1. System prompt, obtain shishu *1. After the seawater brought to the island by the devouring tentacles dissipates, there will be a lot of things left behind, including some seafood. Wang chow octopus, conical snail, small flower crab, sea melon seeds. There are also some, Qin Quge can't even pronounce their names. Picked some of the larger seafood and put them away. Qin Quge took off his clothes and put them in the wooden treasure chest, leaving only his underpants, and then went into the sea. The sea is a little cooler. After a little adaptation, he walked to the depth of the water, which was about waist high. Holding the stone shovel tightly, one shovel fell down. System prompt, get sea sand *1. 9 sea sand can be combined into a sea sand block on the platform. The total amount is actually reduced. After all, the shaping ability of the green stone shovel allows Qin Quge to get a block of sea sand 4 times. He is not slow. And faster. Familiar with the movement of the stone shovel is physical labor. After half an hour of activities, he returned to the island from the sea. A little tired. Fortunately, he exercises regularly and his physical strength is still good. While resting, he took a few finger-long shrimps and put them into his mouth. Supplies are in short supply, and we have to wait to start a fire. Raw food must be tried after all. This is survival. Not a vacation. We have to start with the hardest. After the tiredness subsided, Qin Quge stretched his limbs. Then stacked 2 standard planks and placed them on the sea. Target, the new island to the east. The length and width of a standard plank are 20 cm times 1 meter. The thickness is about 1 cm. 2 standard planks don't have much buoyancy though. But it is also less labor-intensive than swimming directly. A distance of 2 to 3 kilometers. Qin Quge was somewhat on tenterhooks. But this is a necessary process. After all, he is now in a boundless ocean world. Shrinking on the island, even if the island has the ability to devour, it cannot survive. If you want to survive, you must go to sea. Without boats, swimming is the only way. Even if you are afraid, you have to move forward. There is no way out. Chapter 6. System prompt, congratulations, you have taken a big step on the road to survival. You step out of your birthplace and start to travel far. Good luck ahead of you. Qin Quge is glad that he is not a landlubber. However, there should be many landlubbers who are drawn into this game. While blessing these people, Qin Quge set sail resolutely. Although the buoyancy and tension of 2 standard planks are not as good as a small lifebuoy, but somewhat helpful. The first 100 meters. Qin Quge was a little excited. Even feel relaxed. But after 300 meters, the arms began to feel heavy. Every stroke seems particularly strenuous. This is still in calm weather. Boat. When there are materials, I must make a boat. Feet on water. Qin Quge observed before and after from time to make sure that he did not deviate from the channel. Also pay attention to how far you are from the new island. After 500 meters, Qin Quge's limbs had only mechanical swings left. Fatigue begins to wander in the muscle tissue. However, his mood was calm instead. Blue sky. Blue water. If you come to travel, it would be great. The strange thing is, in the personal information list of the game system, now a new row has been added. Moreover, there is a progress bar in this line of information that has been halfway through. Qin Quge vaguely guessed. It's like discovering a new continent. Some unknown fears about the sea have also eased. At this time, some sea monster is really coming. Qin Quge doesn't mind doing it with a shovel. It is not certain who will die. As the hint says, danger means better rewards, and sea monsters represent plenty of rewards. How can you get tiger cubs if you don't enter the tiger's lair? Dry TND. After 1,500 meters, fatigue began to invade the limbs. Tired is just one word. But this time must not stop. Once stopped, Qin Quge felt that he would definitely not be able to hold on. It may even sink to the sea. At this time, it is better to breathe to the end. What's more, there is only one last point left on the progress bar. Gritting his teeth tightly, Qin Quge stretched out his feet and kicked the water vigorously. This is simply a breakthrough to oneself. It took almost 65 minutes from the time I went into the sea. When there were only 200 meters left. The progress bar is finally full. System prompt, persistence is victory. After tempering, you have fully mastered the basic swimming skills, unlocked your personal abilities, and obtained abilities swimming LV1. System prompt, your strength has been consolidated, and your endurance has been further improved. Strength +1, Constitution +1. Really? Qin Quge was overjoyed. The tired body seems to be injected with new strength. He put away 2 standard planks and swam the last 200 meters in one go. After setting foot on this new island, Qin Quge roared loudly. I come, I see, I conquer. This island is bigger than his small island. But it's just bigger. The entire island is about 400 to 500 pings. The good news is that there are almost 30 or 40 coconut trees. Most of the coconuts are plentiful. The coconut milk inside can be used as a fresh water resource. Coconut meat can fill the stomach. You don't have to worry about food and water in a short time. However, coconut cannot eat too much, it is easy to cause diarrhea, or even gastrointestinal problems. In such a big environment, getting sick would be very dangerous. Without a doctor, without medicine, it could be life-threatening. Then, cooked food is essential. He doesn't plan to go back immediately, and should stay on this island for 2 days. Gather supplies and empty the island as much as possible. He had already planned the way to swim. First you have to light a bonfire. On such an island, once the sea breeze blows, it will be very cold. Moreover, the island is too small, the temperature difference between day and night should be very large. With a campfire, the nights are at least warm enough for a good night's sleep. And fire is one of the basic needs of cooking. The crafting platform can synthesize standard wood planks into a bonfire, and there is no need to worry about the problem that the logs cannot be ignited when they are wet. But the match was left on his own island by Qin Quge. That box of matches has special properties, and he doesn't want to use it. Therefore, if you want to light a bonfire, you can only get fire by drilling wood. It is not difficult to make fire by drilling wood, what is needed is patience and perseverance. Swimming over a distance of 2 to 3 kilometers, drilling wood to make fire is not a piece of cake. Enough resting on the beach, Qin Quge circled the island. The terrain of the whole island is inclined, high in the east and low in the west, with a slope. Not much vegetation. Interestingly, there are some sea crabs on the beach on the southwest side of the island. It's just that these sea crabs are not ordinary sea crabs. No matter how big an ordinary sea crab is, it only weighs 2 catties, and it is considered the best of the best. As for these sea crabs, the smallest one is as big as a kitten, and the largest one is almost the size of a calf. Even king crabs can't grow to such a large extent. This look is heterogeneous. Maybe it's still a low-level sea monster. Kraken equals huge treasure. With the reminder of the start, Qin Quge automatically equated the two in his mind. However, he is a little tired now. These sea crabs don't seem to be actively attacking. Qin Quge intends to observe. May also be Setsuna where the idea arose. There was one more item in the ability bar he just unlocked. Do you want to unlock investigative skills? Chapter 7. New skills will obviously take some time to acquire. The progress bar is too long. Qin Quge pondered, this should be a skill related to detection. Subconsciously, he hid his figure and observed those sea crabs from more than 20 meters away. These exotic sea crabs appear to be a very gentle crustacean. Even to this extent, they also still rummage in the sand for food. Shellfish, small fish, and shrimp, even some gravel are stuffed into the mouth. Occasionally a few of them return to the sea. In the sea, they are very fast, not like crabs at all. Maybe to hunt. We'll be back on the beach shortly. After staring at these sea crabs for nearly 40 minutes, Qin Quge retreated to the other side of the island. These sea crabs will not pose any danger to him for the time being. It would be great if these sea crabs appeared on my island. With devouring tentacles, these sea crabs are basically out of pocket. Counting carefully, there are 17 or 8 of these sea crabs. If you can catch them all, it will be a lot of income. Just take it back to your own island, and you can complete one of the items devoured. Swallowing 10 sea crabs can add 1 sea crab refresh point to the island. Although I don't know how this refresh point will appear and how it will be refreshed. But with this refresh point, the small island of Qin Quge has a stable source of food. With such a big sea crab, the smallest one can be eaten for 2 days. Steamed crab, drunk crab, sauce crab, spicy crab, braised crab. For a moment, Qin Quge seemed to smell the fragrance. The saliva dripped out without hesitation. After weighing the stone shovel in his hand, Qin Quge planned to try his hand. Kill one first, and then light a fire to roast the crabs. Before making a move, Qin Quge was optimistic about the way out. He is shirtless now, it is not worthwhile to be caught by such a big crab. During the time of observation just now, Qin Quge has already determined that these sea crabs cannot be viewed with common sense. They are fast. The strength is also extraordinary. Accidentally. It was Qin Quge himself who was hurt. What's more, he only has a stone shovel now. Digging is pretty good, but it doesn't mean it has much attack power. Furthermore, the shell of this sea crab is probably staggeringly thick. If you can't beat it, you must run away. Basically, you can't go in the water. Sea crabs are species in the sea after all. If you really can't beat them, the only way out is those coconut trees. As long as he climbed the tree, he didn't believe that those crabs could still climb the tree. With a way out, Qin Quge knew in his heart. I don't know if these sea crabs are neutral monsters or they are not on guard. Even when Qin Quge got close to them, they didn't dodge. Qin Quge, who walked over, swung a stone shovel at a sea crab at the very edge. When there was a crisp sound. The carapace of this sea crab, which seemed to weigh more than 10 kilograms, was as hard as he had guessed. Qin Quge tried all his strength and failed to shovel open its shell. At the same time, the attacked sea crab pinched Qin Quge's calf with its claws. Qin Quge was also agile and dodged immediately. But the other sea crabs did not move, they were still rummaging in the sand for food. But the largest sea crab moved. It seems that the sea crab is a boss. In the next second, the largest sea crab raised its big pincers, and then clamped it, making a loud knocking sound. It was like sounding a horn of attack. The other sea crabs who were still rummaging in the sand to eat immediately turned around. Immediately afterwards, it turned to Qin Quge, and crawled over with a click. Don't tell me, this scene is somewhat scary. Some of these sea crabs have their pincers as long as dozens of centimeters, and the largest one's pincers even reach more than half a meter. It's unbelievably thick. If he was pinched, Qin Quge's arm would probably be pinched off. It even cut him into 2 pieces. 17 or 8 crawled over at once. Qin Quge didn't want to be tough. He quickly turned around and ran to the inside of the island. These thick-skinned guys don't seem to be so easy to deal with. First retreat strategically, looking for opportunities. As soon as he retreated, those sea crabs followed immediately. Very fast, but not as fast as they are in the water. Surprisingly, some sea crabs actually crawled straight over, not at all the rampage that crabs should have. Really Nima, evil nature. But after thinking about it, even sea monsters may exist in this ghostly place, and these sea crabs may be a kind of sea monsters. In this way, Qin Quge wanted to kill a few more. Fortunately, these sea crabs did not keep chasing. After Qin Quge took some detours. Of the dozen or so crabs, only the one that Qin Quge knocked up with a stone shovel was left, and the biggest one still followed closely. He didn't care about the little one. Relatively speaking, the bigger one is more dangerous. As long as the big one is killed first, the remaining small one is still at hand. Clenching the stone shovel in his hand, Qin Quge made a sudden move. He rushed over and cut into the belly of the sea crab boss with a shovel, and before it could react, he exerted all his strength and overturned the big crab weighing 180 jin. Chapter 8. Stone shovel doesn't do enough damage. Not even the shell of the smaller sea crab was broken. Then hard steel will definitely not be able to handle this bigger one. Therefore, Qin Quge thought that its abdomen should be a little weaker. Seeing that the white belly of the sea crab boss overturned by him seems to be very soft, Qin Quge picked up the stone shovel and was about to strike. The overturned sea crab boss had several pairs of chests and feet turned upside down, arched its body, and the claws on the left had been handed to Qin Quge's eyes. It knows how to fight back. The huge claws opened at an exaggerated angle. Click! There was another crisp sound. Qin Quge is very agile, avoiding in an instant. The tip of the pliers was almost clamped against Qin Quge's nose. Even so, Qin Quge's mind was buzzing with the crisp sound when the pliers were clamped. Qin Quge shook his head, not daring to underestimate the enemy anymore. The stone shovel in his hand hit the joint of the pliers. This blow was originally intended to block further attacks from the sea crab, but surprisingly effective. The stone shovel was embedded in the sea crab's joint, obviously hurting it. That's right, why am I so stupid? The joint, its weak point is the joint. No matter how hard the shell is, the joint is still fragile. No matter how big it is still just a crustacean. Even if you have a brain, how much IQ can you have? It is human food when it is small, but it will only be more delicious when it is big. The stone shovel that was cutting the sea crab boss exerted force violently, and pushed the big pincers to the ground, and stepped on it. Qin Quge pressed it with his whole body, pressing the stone shovel with all his body strength, and then facing the ground apply hard. The stone shovel was not considered sharp, but Qin Quge finally cut off the sea crab's left claw with all his strength. The moment the claw was cut off, Qin Quge, who was stepping on the sea crab, clearly felt it tremble. This guy has pain. Just about to repeat the same trick, and then break its other claw. The sea crab boss twisted his body with great strength. Qin Quge couldn't control it. And the little one from before also approached and caught it with a pair of pliers. Qin Quge had to let go of the sea crab boss and took 2 steps back. Still standing still. The sea crab boss suddenly raised his body, his 2 compound eyes with handles stood up high, his mouth parts were split open. Sensing something was wrong, Qin Quge was on guard immediately. Immediately afterwards, a water arrow shot out from the mouth of the sea crab boss. F***CK. Qin Quge didn't expect the sea crab boss to have such an attack method, and he only had time to block the stone shovel in his hand. Green quality stone shovels are hit by water arrows. The water droplets splashed Qin Quge all over. Just at this moment, the durability of the stone shovel dropped by more than 70 points. This made Qin Quge feel bad. NND, my shovel. Anger arises from the heart, and evil grows from the gallbladder. Qin Quge bared his teeth, watching the two sea crabs come back, one from the left and one from the right. Knowing their weak point is the joint. If you shoot again, you will have a target. Even if the stone shovel is not sharp enough. But if the power is used correctly, their joints can be broken. The hard shell of the sea crab. Break off their most dangerous pincers. What is left is not a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Of course, the sea crab boss can shoot water arrows, which still needs to be guarded against. But I think it should not be used continuously, or it has a skill CD. Otherwise, it has been shot before. It would be the best if such a sea crab can be caught alive and domesticated. A crab pet with a special skill. And it's so big. Should be a big help early on. It can even be used as a mount in the sea. What's more, sea crabs are marine creatures, and there are many ways to use them in this vast sea. With this in mind, Qin Quge killed the little sea crab first. With experience, it's not difficult. Taking advantage of the sea crab boss seems to be still relieving the pain of broken pincers. Qin Quge looked at the smaller one. Then teetered around the crab's back. He found it. Behind is the blind spot of the sea crab's sight. Then, he repeated the trick. Overturn this little sea crab. The stone shovel pierced its relatively softer abdomen with one shovel. This time, it was also with all my strength. Almost at the moment when the stone shovel cuts in. The crab lost a lot of breath. System prompt, Vitality *1. Vitality? Qin Quge was taken aback. What is this? But I can't care about it right now. Only the sea crab boss is left. But how can you soften the mindless sea crab? After killing the smaller sea crab, Qin Quge was bursting with confidence. The remaining sea crab boss also has only one claw left. Now he wants to capture this sea crab boss even more. Rather than kill it. But how to catch a crab is a difficult problem. This is not a kitten or a puppy. Nor is it a giant bear and a hungry wolf. It's just a sea crab. Logically speaking, although crabs have a central nervous system, they should have no thought and spirituality, and only have some instinctive consciousness. It is very difficult to domesticate such a creature. Chapter 9. The difficulty of taming a sea crab is no less than that of a monkey learning to speak. After all, sea crabs don't have brains. But here is another world. Maybe there are some things that cannot be considered according to common sense. At least, this sea crab boss knows how to chase, has skills, and even chooses the timing of the attack. Then, it may have some wisdom beyond the species. Even if these modes of action requiring thought are weak. But it also shows that it is unusual. Well, maybe give it a try. A waste of time at most. Look at the position of the sun, at most 1 to 2 hours, night will fall. Qin Quge still wants to try. However, before taming, Qin Quge had to remove the attack method of the sea crab boss. Anyway, the claws of crabs can be regenerated even if they are broken. Really no results, eat crab dinner at night chant. As a result, Qin Quge no longer worried. The stone shovel of green quality has lost 70 or 80 points of durability, so the pliers should be regarded as interest. The sea crab boss, who already had a claw broken, was now found by Qin Quge as a weak point, let alone an opponent. In the final analysis, it is still just a crab, and its limited wisdom is not enough to make it take more actions. After being surrounded by Qin Quge for a few times, the pair of compound eyes turned around, and seemed to be a little dizzy. Then it was overthrown again by Qin Quge. Missing a large tongs, its body balance is much worse. With a sudden kick, I couldn't turn over. Just for a moment, Qin Quge came close to him. In the next second, the right clamp was removed for it. When the sea crab boss turns over and wants to run, how could Qin Quge allow it to leave? The stone shovel picked it up and overturned it again. This time, it seemed to have learned to be smart, and turned over without arching its feet. Just like this, he raised his abdomen, retracted his eyes, and remained motionless. Even Qin Quge poked its belly with a stone shovel, but it didn't respond. This guy is playing dead. A male crab. Looking at the shape of the crab's abdomen, Qin Quge shook his head. Male crabs don't have much crab roe to eat. But there is crab paste. For such a big one, there should be plenty of crab paste. Hey, you're not an ostrich, why pretend to be dead? After poking for a long time, the sea crab boss no longer responds. This wait was about 20 minutes. Just kill it. Domestication also requires feedback from the sea crab. It's a fart to play dead all the time. Get rid of it and have a good meal tonight. After that, you have to cut wood to make a bonfire, and then drill wood to make fire. Later, the sun has set. As for the idea of wanting a sea crab as a pet, there will be opportunities in the future. After killing all the sea crabs on this small island, and then taking them back to devour your own small island, you can get a refresh point for sea crabs. No matter what the refresh mechanism of this refresh point is, Qin Quge will not lack sea crabs in the future. Moreover, at that time, the refreshed sea crabs were all belonging to Qin Quge Island, so domestication must be easier than it is now. It's a pity about the special skill of this sea crab boss, that is, shooting water arrows. But it doesn't matter, as long as there are enough sea crabs refreshed at the refresh point, there will always be sea crabs with special attributes. Even if not, it can be cultivated. As a result, Qin Quge didn't think too much about it. Raising the stone shovel, he was about to kill the sea crab boss who had been pretending to be dead for more than 20 minutes. But at this moment it turned out its compound eyes and began to spit bubbles. And, these bubbles are growing. Seeing it piled up into a ball, it completely wrapped itself in. This, isn't it its second skill? It seemed to be an escape skill. Qin Quge didn't want it to slip away. He waited for 20 minutes. With one stroke of the stone shovel, it fell directly onto it. System prompt: kill the first order life form, the alien sea crab. Immediately afterwards, a light flashed inside the body of the sea crab boss. The light fell on the side, forming a dark treasure chest. System prompt: get vitality *3 and get a black iron treasure chest. Raising his eyebrows, Qin Quge didn't expect that there would be unexpected gains from killing this sea crab. This black iron treasure chest is similar in size to the wooden treasure chest he dug out on his own island before. Qin Quge opened directly. There are 3 things in the treasure chest. A small bottle filled with azure liquid. A dark green bead. A white pearl the size of a walnut. It can be regarded as a big harvest. Water arrow supernatural serum, blue quality, a strange liquid produced by an unknown method, which can endow life forms with superpowers and enable them to master special skills. However, since it is a 3-no product, its efficacy cannot be guaranteed. This product has a 65% chance of allowing you to master the water arrow ability, a 23% chance of no effect, an 11% chance of unforeseeable mutations, a 0.1% chance of fatality, and a 0.001 chance of letting you gain a higher level power. First of all, the inconspicuous little bottle filled with blue liquid. The function of this thing can make people master supernatural powers. Or the water arrow used by the sea crab boss. Definitely a good thing. However, the various probabilities of this supernatural serum gave Qin Quge a headache. He's not so sure about his luck right now. After thinking about it, I still didn't drink it. There is a 0.1% chance of death, which is not high, but it is somewhat desperate. It would be perfect without that. Chapter 10. Then there was the dark green bead. This bead is only the size of a grape. soft. Like fudge. There is a little warmth in the hand. Sea crab life core, a special item, a foreign body that can only be condensed by heterogeneous life forms. It is the life crystal of a heterogeneous living body, which contains a lot of vitality and is edible. The effect of eating it is strength +1. It can also endow some of the same type of life forms with condensed attributes. Looking at this bead, Qin Quge looked at the sea crab boss who almost made a big hole by him. Sure enough, it's a sea monster, but it's just a lower level. There are giant sea crabs, and I will definitely see some other sea monsters in the future. And that's just sea crabs. What about the mermaid mentioned in the hint at the start of the survival game? What kind of existence would that thing be? With a kind of anticipation, Qin Quge looked at the third thing in the treasure chest. Blessing Pearl, special props, one-time consumables. Blessing effects can be added to any item. Especially items with chance will greatly increase the value of certain advantage chances. Qin Quge pondered for a while. This blessing pearl seems to be more valuable than water arrow supernatural serum and sea crab life core. If this thing can be used on that box of matches, will it have a miraculous effect? Return both the serum and the blessed pearl to the black iron chest. Qin Quge temporarily placed the black iron treasure chest under a coconut tree. Except for him, there are only some sea crabs alive on this deserted island, so there is no need to worry about someone coming to take them away. He doesn't plan to use the three things for the time being. Stay first, maybe there is a better time to use it. Especially the blessed pearl. In Qin Quge's view, the value of this blessed pearl even surpassed that of the supernatural serum. How to use it, Qin Quge still has to think about it. Then he turned his attention to the sea crab. 2 sea crabs add up to more than 100 catties. It is said that the dead crab should be eaten as soon as possible, otherwise it will be broken. But these 2 sea crabs must have tens of catties of crab meat after removing their shells. Where can I finish eating here? He suddenly thought that making a platform can decompose logs and the like. Can it also decompose the crab in front of him? Switch to the crafting platform, and aim at the smaller sea crab. The system prompts that this item can be decomposed into crab claw meat 2, crab meat 6, complete crab shell 1, complete crab claw shell 2, broken shell *27. Whether to decompose. Really? Crafting platforms can not only be used to make tools, but also can be used to break down food. That's seawater. Qin Quge set the target as seawater again. This time, the system didn't move at all. Obviously, seawater is not an option. Qin Quge sighed slightly. Sure enough, there is no cheap pick. Decompose both sea crabs directly. Obtain crab claw meat *4. Get crab meat *9. Obtain a hard crab shell *1. Obtain a complete crab shell *1. Obtain a complete crab claw shell *4. Get broken shell *38. Obtain crab roe *1. Obtain crab paste *1. These decomposed things filled the surroundings at once. Putting these things on the wooden board, Qin Quge gestured. It can be determined that these decomposed products are only a part of the original body. The rest just disappeared. This can be understood as a commission for the production platform. Just like decomposing a log, the total volume of the standard plank obtained is definitely less than that of the log. But using the production platform to decompose and synthesize is convenient and fast, which can save people a lot of things. However, if you get some rare resources in the future, it is better to do it yourself. Now, he needs to cut down some coconut trees, collect some logs and coconuts. As the sun sets, it's time to make dinner. When there is sunshine, the temperature is not bad. But as time went by, it was noticeably chilly now. Qin Quge's clothes were left on his small island, but he was shirtless at the moment, and he could already feel some chill. So, he thought it was better to get the bonfire done first. Although the stone shovel is not suitable for logging, it is better than pulling trees with bare hands, but the durability seems to be consumed faster. At this moment, the durability of the stone shovel has been depleted by 90 plus. According to this speed, this stone shovel should die tonight. After all, this is Qin Quge's first green tool. Apart from being distressed, it is still worthwhile to make it worthwhile. Thinking of the sea crab boss's water arrow directly killing the stone shovel with 70 points of durability, Qin Quge still felt a little bit heartbroken. If he was hit by the water arrow at that time, he would probably be heartbroken. Eat 2 more bites of that big crab tonight, to make up for yourself. After counting, there are almost 50 coconut trees on the entire island, and more than half of them bear fruit. Based on the calculation that each coconut tree has 3 coconuts, there are 70 or 80 coconuts. With the addition of those sea crabs, Qin Quge can no longer worry about food in a short period of time. Moreover, the coconut juice in these coconuts can also be used as fresh water, so if you save it, it can still last. Those sea crabs on the rest of the beach should have no more species. Those are all left. Turn around and take them back one by one, and devour them for your own island. Chapter 11. System Prompt, Obtain log *1. System Prompt, Obtain coconut *5. While chopping trees with a sandstone shovel, Qin Quge opened the trading center on the system panel. The trading center in the system is divided into 2 parts, trading market and auction house. The area selected by default in the trading market is the one-horned manatee sea area, where all participants in the survival game can barter, and even trade excess items to the system. Similarly, participants can buy some white quality items in the system store, and the system store seems to only sell white quality items at present, and they are just some very basic things, not even clothes. In addition, all items sold to the system store will have a 50% discount, which means that if they are sold directly to the store, they will lose half of their value. Taking the white quality sandstone axe as calculation, in the system store, a sandstone axe is only worth 5 transaction coins, and a sandstone axe with full durability is sold to the system store, and only 2 transaction coins can be obtained. The system store does not count fractions. It's also dark enough. Qin Quge placed the green quality sandstone shovel in his hand with a durability of only 22 points on it. The system gives 11 trading coins. Of course he wouldn't really sell. But I also understand that the value of green quality items should be about 10 times that of white quality. I probably looked through the thousands of existing barter trading boards, and I can buy everything, but most of them are tools and supplies, and almost all of the exchanges are food, especially water. There are food and water sources in the system store, but the price is inflated. The selling price of a bottle of 500 ml mineral water reaches 10 trading coins. Profits. In the future, if I can dig a spring on my small island, I can make money selling water. But Qin Quge also understands that the food and water sources in this world may not be so easy to find. It should be good luck to find dozens of coconut trees on this new island, and those dozen sea crabs are even more a gift. These foods use a little less, he will not trade them. The ghost knows how long he will stay in this place, all supplies are limited, he must plan carefully. Then, he came to the auction house again. It's a little cooler here. There are hundreds of items in the auction. The trading market is based on bartering, and the system will charge 1 to 20 points of transaction currency as a handling fee for each transaction, which will fluctuate according to the value of the transaction item. The auction house is much higher, directly charging 10% of the auction transaction price. 3 of the hundreds of item auctions were auction items placed by the system. Eggs *12, under favorable conditions, each egg has a 20% chance of hatching. The starting price is 50 trading coins, and each price increase is more than 10 trading coins. The current auction price is 70 trading coins. Iron axe, green quality, durability 220/220. Can be used for felling trees, hunting, etc. Comes with the ability Sharp. The starting price is 200 trading coins, and each bid increases by 20 trading coins. There are currently no bids. This iron axe looks like a good thing at first glance. It is still green quality, with sharp attributes. Whether it is used for logging or as a weapon, it should be quite handy. If he had this axe to kill sea crabs, it might not be a problem at all. However, everyone has just entered the desert island world. In the current situation, it is considered good to have a set of white quality stone tools at hand. I am afraid that iron products can only be obtained by opening the box. Ordinary iron tools in the system store are priced at about 100 trading coins. This green quality iron axe costs 200 trading coins, so it's really not expensive at all. However, if you can have 200 points of trading coins in your hand now, it is all luck. The fact that no one is bidding also shows that most people can only watch. As for the person who is willing to bid 70 points of trading currency for those 12 eggs, it is obvious that he wants to take the breeding route. I don't know how this person got 70 trading coins. Originally, Qin Quge was already drooling over the iron axe. But when he saw the third auction item displayed in the system store, his eyes widened immediately. Solar water purifier, white quality, technology product. Using the latest technology of the Earth, multi-effect quadruple purification, double filtration, only good water flows. With its own solar power generation system, it can purify water around the clock. Even if it is seawater, it can also be purified into pure water that can be directly drunk. The starting price is 3,000 trading coins, and each bid increases by more than 100 trading coins. There are currently no bids. This is simply a system leak. In the vast sea, what is the rarest? Food and water sources. Although it is said that the vast sea is full of various materials, it is very difficult to get them. Especially water. Taking water from the sea by distillation, it is estimated that there is not much in a whole day. It is also extremely troublesome to learn from master pay to filter seawater with sea sand. If you have this water purifier, then clean water can be solved. This thing must be obtained. In an instant, Qin Quge had a plan. Chapter 12. Moreover, the water purifier auctioned is solar powered. As explained in more detail. As long as there is plenty of sunshine. After the water purifier is installed, it can automatically purify the water. Even seawater with an astonishingly high salt content can be purified directly. It can produce 10 liters of water per hour. Not much. But for the time being, it is enough. Even plentiful. Qin Quge can't use it all by himself. Even the extra purified water can be sold in the trading center. 3,000 trading currency, stable profit without loss. The problem is, how many people can come up with such capital? No, this thing must be in your hand. The auction items in the auction house have a time limit, and individual auction items can be put up for auction for 24 hours. The items listed in the system will only be kept for 12 hours. When the time is up, if the personal auction item is not sold, the system store will return the item to the individual, but a certain fee will still be charged. The items in the system store will be refreshed, and a new set of items will appear. In other words, if you don't start now, the water purifier will be gone in a few hours. No one knows when the next encounter will be. This can be regarded as the first technological product that can be seen after entering the survival game. 3,000 trading coins, too high. Otherwise, there will be no one to start. Qin Quge calculated it. The valuable items in my hand are the 3 props I just got from opening the box. All 3 items are obviously very rare. Maybe it can be sold to the system to make up a transaction currency. He immediately put 2 of them in the system store of the trading market to find the price. After seeing the price, Qin Quge's heart thumped wildly. Water Arrow, the supernatural serum, even if the system store only buys it at half price, the price is as high as 86,000 trading coins. This price is really staggering. However, this serum is a supernatural power after all. Perhaps 86,000 trading coins are considered a small amount. Qin Quge was still a little bit reluctant to sell this bottle of serum. But relatively speaking, with this transaction currency, Qin Quge can not only buy the water purifier, but also buy a large amount of materials in the transaction area. After devouring his own island, it will save a lot of pre-collection work. This deal is worthwhile now, and it will become less and less worthwhile in the future. There are still more than 6 hours before the auction of solar water purifiers. Qin Quge thought for a while. He intends to keep the life core of the sea crab and the blessing pearl. Maybe that bottle of supernatural serum can be sold. No matter how good the supernatural serum is, after all, it carries a certain probability of death. In contrast, it must be more practical to collect materials in the early stage. With Kojima's devouring ability, there must be more of these things in the future, so we have to take a long-term view. Thinking about it this way, Qin Quge was not in a hurry. There are still a few hours until the end of the water filter auction, so you can get the things at hand done first. After cutting down 5 coconut trees, Qin Quge used the crafting platform to decompose them into 22 standard planks. Bonfire requires standard planks 5 and stones 4. Wooden boat needs standard plank *8. Consumes 13 standard planks and 4 stone blocks. Qin Quge first synthesized a bonfire and a small boat. Put the rest aside for now. The small boat is less than 2 meters long, and it can accommodate a person to sit on it. If you want to row, you may need some skills. He placed the boat on the west side of the island, facing his own small island. Based on the materials we have now, we can go back tomorrow. Next came the fire. There are some dead leaves of coconut trees and some wild grass on the island, which can be used to light the fire. And the thick fiber of the inner layer of coconut, that is, which flocks can be used as tinder. One end of a wooden stick is sharpened. Rubbing it directly with your hands is the most primitive way of making a fire. But this method is very tiring, and if it is not done well, it will cause bleeding blisters. In this regard, Qin Quge learned a lesson from Master Pei. You can add a shoelace, improve it a little, and make it into the form of a saw. Not only save effort, but also faster. Although he was naked, but he was wearing shoelaces. The first time I drilled wood to make fire. After trying for more than 10 minutes, Qin Quge saw the fire. Very smooth. This may have the effect of +1 strength after crossing the sea before. Qin Quge did feel that his strength has increased a lot. Carefully move the torch into the prepared coconut flakes, blow gently. Little by little the fire was lit. The sense of accomplishment is great. Add dead leaves and weeds, and the bonfire is lit. After drinking the coconut juice from a coconut, Qin Quge stretched his limbs. Shouldn't be frozen tonight. Generally speaking, there are several ways to eat crabs. Steamed, eaten raw with dipping sauce, porridge, braised in soy sauce, etc. With the few supplies at the moment, Qin Quge can only choose between raw food and steamed food. Seawater is definitely not usable. And distillation takes a lot of time. Then, let's eat steamed crabs in coconut milk for dinner. Qin Quge decided to use coconut milk instead of water. The pot can use the shell of the sea crab boss. Hard and big. If there is oil, you can also cook teppanyaki. I remember reading it somewhere before. Coconut meat can be squeezed into coconut oil. I can try it later. Chapter 13. Late at sunset. The sea breeze is gentle. Although the exact time is not known. I'm not even sure if this ghost place has the same cycle of the sun and the moon as the earth, and the changing seasons. But that's about the point. It's almost dinner time. Cooking people, when the time comes, they need to cook. Probably deal with the material. Qin Quge returned to the campfire. The bonfire made by the workbench is very practical. Not a big pile, it can burn for 4 hours. Also, each additional standard plank increases the burn time by 1 hour. At this time, the fire is very strong and warm. Qin Quge put the shell of the sea crab boss on top of it. Now he has no fresh water. Coconut will suffice. Opened more than a dozen coconuts. There is not much coconut milk in each coconut. Make do with make do, there is also a pot. As soon as the fire is burning, the aroma of coconut milk floats out. Cover the pot with coconut leaves. Make a pot stay. Qin Quge took a piece of crab meat, a piece of crab claw meat and crab roe and put them on top. These food materials have been systematically decomposed, and the size and thickness are very regular. It is completely impossible to see that these are made from a large crab. On the contrary, it is very close to the industrial products sold in the mall. It's just much bigger. Each piece weighs more than half a kg. Even so, the meat is intact. This means that the system has a powerful force to make it like this. One piece is almost enough for one person. Cover the crab meat with a few coconut leaves. The meat does not need to be immersed in water. Dry steam. After a few minutes, the fragrance is overflowing. A steamed crab in coconut milk is complete. The moment the pot was uncovered, the game system beeped. System prompt: food is a necessity for survival. Cooked food is the primary embodiment of human wisdom. Mastering fire and cooking food is a big step in survival. Congratulations! System prompt: you have mastered the basic cooking skills and acquired the ability cooking LV1. System prompt: your agility and mental strength have been improved. Dexterity +1, mental power +1. New basic skills. Smelling the delicious smell of meat, Qin Quge was very satisfied. In fact, raw crabs can be eaten directly. However, Qin Quge has no sauce now. However, the taste of coconut milk penetrates into it, giving the crab meat a sweet taste. Because it is decomposed crab meat. Forget about broken shells, gills, sandbags, viscera, etc. Qin Quge had a hearty meal. The sea crabs here are already ridiculously big. Even the decomposed crab meat, each piece is as big as a palm. One bite, the meat is tender and smooth, without any seasoning, it is very delicious. There is also the fragrance of coconut in the meat fat. Just a piece of crab meat made Qin Quge nostalgic. The crab roe that has been steamed into orange is fat but not greasy, with a hint of sweetness in the umami. Qin Quge for dinner is very satisfying. When you are full, there is one piece left. If this meat is left overnight, it will definitely lose its flavor. Qin Quge thought about it. Suddenly I had an idea. Then, he opened the one-horned manatee sea area communication channel. Probably the freshness has passed, and the frequency of communication in the one-horned manatee sea area communication channel has obviously calmed down a lot. 2. Only when there is no need to worry about food and clothing, can people have the mind to do some idle things. If you were going to starve to death, who would want to talk nonsense on the communication channel? Now most of the information is transactional needs. Sell 4 pieces of wild boar meat, fresh water, or a set of stone tools with full durability, which can be hung on the trading platform. Picture. Everyone, I found this kind of snail on the island. There are a lot of them. I want to ask if I can eat it. Picture. I beg you guys to give me some food, I don't even have a single hair on this island. After thinking about it, Qin Quge sent the first sentence in the communication channel. Steamed crab meat in coconut milk, freshly baked, 100 standard sand cubes, dirt cubes, clay cubes, can be delivered to your hands. Picture. He still has more than 10 pieces of crab meat. Crab meat won't last long. He can't finish it either. It's better to let it out to make a deal. Unexpectedly, he just hung up and asked the other party to pay a handling fee. As a result, in the blink of an eye, he was traded away. 100 standard soil blocks will be credited instantly. This deal is very cost-effective. There is still half a pot of coconut milk in the crab shell pot. Qin Quge plans to make another pot of crab meat. He pondered, at this stage, materials such as sand and soil are of no use to others. After a busy day, these materials are placed on display. Someone exchanged food. Can't wait. Therefore, even if some transaction demands are raised, Qin Quge feels that there must be someone who wants them. There is a great demand for devouring your own small island, and you can make a lot of money at this time. 2 hours later, Qin Quge's personal space was filled with clods of sand and dirt. There are several groups on the ground next to it. With only 7 pieces of crab meat and 1 piece of crab paste, he got nearly 1,400 pieces of sand. If he had dug it himself, he might have been tired for a week or 2. And there must be tool consumption. Obviously, food and water are the most sought-after supplies in a short period of time. And these 1,400 standard soil blocks, after returning to the small island and devouring them, can make the size of the small island a circle. This business is profitable. As long as your own island expands, the range that can be devoured grows, and neither food nor water is a problem. Looks like I have to go back to the small island early tomorrow morning to see if there is anything to gain from the seawater that has been swallowed up all day. Chapter 14. More than 1,000 clods of dirt piled up into mountains. However, such a large amount let Qin Quge know that the personal storage space is limited to 99 per group. In other words, if he wanted to bring these silt clods back to his small island, he would have to make at least 2 trips. Also, keep the sand block in your personal space at all times. Because as soon as it is taken out, it will dissipate in 30 seconds, and the original scattered state of the sand will be restored. This world is really amazing. Clean up the crab pot, this thing can be used for a long time. Qin Quge built 3 earth walls with earth blocks. Originally, I thought that it would not be a problem to have a look at night. But after the wall was erected, several new synthesis options were unlocked on the production platform. Wooden doors, wooden windows, wooden beds. Wooden furniture is available in all varieties. Qin Quge glanced over for a while. It's all minimalist style. With the help of the production platform, handicapped parties can build their own houses on deserted islands as long as they have enough materials. However, the material consumption of these furniture is very large. A single bed requires 12 standard planks. More than boats. Standard planks, Qin Quge has quite a few. There's room to make some beds. But Qin Quge always felt that it was a bit wasteful to consume 12 wooden planks now. A coconut tree can decompose 3-5 standard planks. At least one bed needs to cut down 3 coconut trees. At this time, there is not even a house, so it doesn't make much sense to build a bed. Sleeping on a plank is about the same. Open the system panel again. Qin Quge posted a new barter message in the exchange area. Fresh raw crab meat, quality assurance, need 10 pieces of iron. If you have other items to replace, please send a private message. With the basic materials in place, Qin Quge began to move to a higher level. He didn't see iron ore around him. But it doesn't mean that other people don't have idle time. Isn't this the friend who sold coconut milk crab meat just now? Is there any cooked one? I have a spare iron pick here. I'll give you 10 pieces of cooked crab meat. How about it? Qin Quge narrowed his eyes. He also sent a message to see if there is any trouble. Who knew that the first person to answer the call would have taken out such a good thing as an iron pick? He also plans to keep some of the remaining crab meat for himself. What's more, he didn't have 10 pieces of crab meat on hand. However, there are more than 10 sea crabs on the beach. Asking for 10 yuan of crab meat is a matter of working overtime at night. What kind of iron pick? Send it out to sea. For crab meat, only raw meat is provided. If you want cooked meat, you have to pay more. The coconut milk in the pot can be reused, and there are still coconuts. Steaming 2 pots is not very troublesome. If it's really a pickaxe, Qin Quge thinks it can be considered. Picture, the durability has lost more than 30 points, but it is almost the same as the new one. It is definitely not a loss to you to ask you for 10 pieces of cooked crab meat. 2 big guys, do you mind multiple thigh pendants? I'm at 986,758.854815. If I'm close, I can swim there. Iron tools. I don't even have any stone tools. It's tiring to chisel stones. It took me a whole day to synthesize 3 standard stones. It's a sad day. That only shows that you are stupid. You can pick up some pebbles in the sea, and 20 fist-sized pebbles can be combined into a rock block, which is much faster than chiseling stones. The boss who sells crab meat, I only have 3 here iron block, can you give me some food instead? Raw ones will do. There was a moment of silence. Qin Quge smiled slightly. Now he is sure. Food and water are currently scarce. It is no problem to exchange 1 piece of raw crab meat for 100, or even 200 sand blocks. But other materials still need to think about it. Such as iron blocks, there must be only a few people who have goods in their hands. If the transaction price is low, others may not be willing. After pondering for a while, Qin Quge put up his transaction information. 1 piece of raw crab meat is exchanged for 1 piece of iron, unlimited charge. The resources he can use now are as follows. Crab meat 1, crab claw meat 3, hard crab shell 1, complete crab shell 1, complete crab claw shell 4, broken shell 38, water arrow supernatural serum, sea crab life core, bless pearls. And vitality *4. Unlimited acquisition of iron is a bit exaggerated. However, if someone really sells iron, Qin Quge can immediately go to the beach to kill sea crabs. Then, he added another sentence in the communication area. I only offer 3 pieces of crab meat for your iron pickaxe, raw ones, if you want, you can trade them directly. The system charges you for it. The man's iron pickaxe is only of white quality, and its durability is not bad. If it is sold to the system mall, it may be worth 20-50 trading coins. But the food sold in the system mall is only one kind of food called energy cream. This stuff is like toothpaste. Even the size is the same. But sell 30 trading coins. Just one, how can I fill my stomach? Therefore, Qin Quge's asking price is a bit high. While waiting for someone to reply, he glanced at a special item in his personal space. Vitality. It's a fist-sized thing that looks like an air mass. Glowing red. Hold it in your hand like a candle. Judging from the description, this thing is full of vitality. Can be used to heal wounds, repair damage. Can be used as medicine. But the main use is for cultivation. Cultivate heterogeneous species. Chapter 15. Vitality is very close to life nucleus. Both are good things bred by living bodies. The only difference is that the life nucleus can be decomposed into an indefinite number of vitality. And vitality cannot be synthesized into a life nucleus. There are several lives for sale in the trading center. The system mall recovers vitality at a price of 20 transaction coins each. It is one of the most valuable things in the early stage. However, the drop chance of vitality is not high. And there are no drugs. The healing effect of vitality is irreplaceable. Once injured, this thing can save lives. And this thing has some other uses. Therefore, the vitality displayed in the trading center generally requires more than 2 to 3 standard food to exchange. This thing is still good. It will definitely come in handy in the future. Cleared up my belongings a bit. Qin Quge took out the blood core and swallowed it in one gulp. The entrance of the blood core turns into a stream of essence. Down the throat. With a hint of fishy smell. and a little warmth. Then, a warm current gushed out of the body. Qin Quge's whole body trembled. There is an inexplicable sense of comfort. After eating this thing, it is a little bit over the top. The system prompts, take the sea crab blood core, gain strength +1. Open personal information. Qin Quge, a yellow-skinned human from Earth. Tier 2 living body. Strength 9, Dexterity 9, Constitution 10, Mental Power 13. 10 grids for personal space. Have a personal unique island and explore a new island. Ability. Swimming LV1, walking in the sea, galloping in the deep ocean. LV1 can slightly reduce physical exertion. Cooking LV1 use various ingredients to cook, the only food in this world can't live up to it. LV1 can slightly improve food quality. All attributes have been improved. Especially strength. The current Qin Quge can obviously feel that his strength has improved a lot. I don't know the attributes of other people. There should be some people with extremely high attributes, such as athletes, soldiers, even black boxers, assassins, these must be there. Although it is not clear what the standard attributes of humans are. But Qin Quge thinks that the higher the attribute, the better. Then honing skills and harvesting various blood cores must be put on the agenda. Especially the discovery of skills. At present, he still has 3 skills with progress bars. If these 3 skills are obtained, each attribute can be added a little more. Back to the communication area. Many people sent private messages to Qin Quge. Among them, there are some poor ones who pray and give alms. But the survival game is a world where the strong survive. Qin Quge did not reply to these people. It was the guy who wanted to trade the pickaxe that made Qin Quge very interested. 3 pieces of crab meat are really less. Brother, this is an iron pickaxe. Although the durability is a little less, it is only white in quality, but it is definitely useful. It can be used as a weapon. 5 pieces of crab meat plus 5 coconuts, that's my bottom line, direct trade if you want. I can pay for the system. This is his request. Qin Quge thought for a while and replied. 3 pieces of crab meat, plus 5 coconuts. I can give you a crab shell shield, which can also be used as a pot. However, you have to tell me how you got your iron pickaxe. The so-called crab shell shield is actually the back shell of the smaller sea crab. As long as the sea crab is killed, there are quite a few of these things. Although it is very hard, it is not very useful at present. The man thought for a moment and sent a private message. This is our first transaction, and I hope that we can cooperate for a long time in the future. Obviously, you have resources of crab meat, which should be quite a lot. And I have discovered an open pit iron deposit, which is enough for a long time. No, to tell you the truth, my iron pickaxe was found in a treasure chest in this iron mine, and there are more than one. However, my mining progress is too slow, and I may not be able to collect 2 or 3 pieces in a day. Just I don't even have time to collect food. If you want, I can use the future iron ore output to exchange food with you, what do you think? The guy with the ID of Governor 800 did not hide it, and told Qin Quge the source of the iron pickaxe and the information that he possessed an iron ore resource. Actually, there's nothing to hide about this. At this stage, the range in which the survival game participants can act is around the island of birth. There is no ability to move at a distance. It doesn't matter if you expose some material resources you have. Qin Quge pondered for a while. When most participants are still using stone tools, it will be a great opportunity to master a certain amount of iron ore. If these iron ores are energy produced, they can even have a certain right to speak. 2 pieces of standard food and 200 ml of fresh water per day. In exchange for 3 pieces of iron ore. As long as you want, this transaction can be carried out for a long time. As soon as this remark came out, the other party replied immediately. Make a deal. It seemed that he was afraid that Qin Quge would go back on his word. Also, at this time, food and water should not be too scarce. Especially fresh water resources. Being able to get food and water steadily means being able to survive. Governor 800 will certainly not refuse. Although iron ore is valuable. But you have to be alive. Chapter 16. Qin Quge didn't expect the other party to agree so quickly. He originally guessed that the other party's iron ore output should not be low. At least it is impossible to only have 2-3 pieces. After all, there is an iron pick in hand. So he increased the daily transaction volume of iron ore to 3 yuan. But the other party still agreed immediately. This only shows that the output of the other party must be a multiple of this number. The other party still had concerns, and did not reveal his background. But Qin Quge didn't care. It's just a deal. Mutually beneficial. What he wanted was the iron ore in the opponent's hand. With iron ore, he can forge a whole set of iron tools. The efficiency of resource collection, combat, defense, and other actions will be greatly improved. At present, Qin Quge has a lot of wood in hand, and there are dozens of coconut trees that can be cut down on this coconut island. Timber is not expensive in the trading center. A standard food can change a lot. It's just that few people trade for food or water. Everyone is not stupid. At this stage, food and water must be stockpiled. No one knows how much material they can get now. If the new island cannot be reached in a short time, or the new islands have no food, it might be very troublesome. Basically no one would choose food for long-term transactions like Qin Quge. However, no one knows Qin Quge's plan after all. There are more than a dozen sea crabs in the entire coconut island. According to the plan, tomorrow morning, he will kill 2 sea crabs and bring them back to his island. Go back and forth a few times, you can complete the task of devouring sea crabs. Then, there is an extra refreshment point for sea crabs on his island. In this way, sea crabs, no, it should be said that the resources of crab meat are very stable. Even if the refresh point of this sea crab can only be refreshed once a day, it is also enough for Qin Quge. A sea crab can provide at least 3-5 pieces of crab meat for Qin Quge. It is enough for him to consume 2 yuan a day. The rest make a deal with Governor 800. No problem at all. As for fresh water resources, he is bound to win the water purifier auctioned by the system. There are still a few hours before the bidding period for the water purifier. Qin Quge doesn't have much to do right now. Just hang around in the communication area. On the one hand, it is to see everyone's survival progress. Another aspect is to collect some information. Earth membership internal channel has too much information. Hundreds of millions of people are inside, even if most of them don't speak, that's hundreds of millions of messages, and you can't read them at all. Occasionally, some useful information flashes, and if you don't pay attention, it will disappear immediately. Qin Quge had no choice but to dive in the communication channel of the one-horned manatee area. It's only the first day of entering the survival game. Not so good for a lot of people. The food is okay, no matter how small the island is, there are more or less things that can be imported on the shore. Shells, sea shrimp, and if you are lucky, you can catch offshore fish. It's not too difficult to last a day or two. Mainly the lack of fresh water. The water obtained by digging sea sand and filtering it through sand is difficult to drink, although some sea salt components have been filtered out. Even with boiling water and distillation, access to fresh water is also minimal. Anyway, difficult. Therefore, the fresh water resources listed for auction in the trading center of the entire system are sky-high prices. Water is the source of life. Someone proposed to raise funds in the communication area to obtain that water purifier. A person's resources are limited. But if there are a dozen or hundreds of people together, it is not difficult to collect 3,000 transaction coins. The problem is, the suggestion is easy to mention. Implementation is difficult. This is no longer the original world. Trust cannot be determined at all. So this proposal is only in the communication stage. The other point is about killing monsters. Many people posted their gains from killing monsters in the communication area. There are wild boars, goats, and pheasants. There are also sea crabs. One guy even posted a picture of 4 or 5 wild horses. Has anyone seen alien creatures? Sea monsters or something? Really? If you have seen it, send it out to open your eyes. Nonsense, there are really sea monsters, so I'm sure I won't die. Do you think mermaids are the kind whose upper body is human and lower body is fish, or the upper body is fish and lower body is human? FK, a plant, upstairs, your thoughts are dangerous. Then you got it wrong, I mean, can mermaids eat? Eat the upper body, eat the lower body. The topic seems to have been taken and lied to. But suddenly there was a sentence that made the entire communication area boil. Look, someone is bidding for a water purifier. What a fool, 3,000 trading coins. Qin Quge narrowed his eyes. Someone has done it. He opened the trading center. Sure enough, someone started bidding on solar water purifiers. 3,000 transaction coins. There is still an hour and a half until the auction closes. Well, sure enough, someone has a lot of capital, and it seems that they are ready. Water arrow, although supernatural serum is quite rare. However, it's still worth exchanging this thing for trading currency. Qin Quge sold the supernatural serum to the system store. The 86,000 transaction currency will be credited immediately. Chapter 17. After the auction of the solar water purifier was first started, the bidding price has remained unchanged. Every minute and every second, the communication area has been turned upside down. Everyone is guessing who this person is. But someone came up with another guess. Could it be non-human? As soon as these words came out, the entire communication area fell silent. At this time, most people come back to their senses. Correct. Survival games aren't just for humans. In addition, with the passage of time, the garbled text in the unicorn manatee communication area has also decreased a lot. It's not just a competition between people, it's a race. Damn, I was shocked when I was reminded like this. Have you ever seen aliens? Remember to send a photo if you see them, so we can prepare ourselves. Is everyone misunderstood? How do you understand that? Indians and Saxons. I mean, aliens may have extremely high qualities and will help us. When Columbus discovered the New World, it was not a good thing to wait for the Indians. Be careful, boy. Qin Quge looked at the topic in the communication area and turned aside again, and simply focused on the auction center. Over time, there are still more than 40 minutes left for the auction of solar water purifiers. Finally, someone moved again. 3,100 transaction coins. Qin Quge curled his lips into a smile. It seemed that he wasn't the only one watching. It's just that the other party couldn't hold back. 10 minutes later, the price changed again. 3,200 transaction coins. Obviously only thousands digits. However, at this moment, the number seemed to have 4 more zeros. Like something valuable in a big auction house. Tens of millions of competition. 3,300 transaction coins. 3,400 transaction coins. The last half hour begins. The auction for solar-powered water purifiers is at a standstill. I don't know how many people are fighting. 3,800 transaction coins. 4,200 transaction coins. Seeing that the trading currency has gone straight to the 5,000 mark. The people in the exchange area have gone crazy because of this. 5,000, really 5,000, so much trading currency, even if it is spent in the system's shopping malls, doing nothing, it can last for more than half a month. Crazy, for a water purifier. You know, a hammer. Once you get this water purifier, you don't have to worry about fresh water anymore. The excess water can be sold. You haven't seen the fresh water on the trading market. A 350 ml bottle of water can be sold to 1020 trading currency. The trading currency invested in now can be paid back in a week at most. Say so much, why don't you make a move? If you want to make a DK, I have to be rich. Look, it's 6,000. The last 15 minutes. The auction price of the water purifier reached 6,100 transaction coins. Qin Quge frowned slightly. The price has doubled. 6,500. To intervene in the battle, Qin Quge raised the price by 400. 6,600. Someone is following. 7,000. With 68,000 trading coins in exchange for supernatural serum, Qin Quge has a solid foundation. He was determined to get this water purifier and never let it go. 7,100. The other party still raises the price. 7,500. Qin Quge didn't let go at all, and went straight to round numbers every time. The onlookers in the exchange area were completely blown away. Some people see it as shortness of breath. Jealous. On another island far away in the area of the one-horned manatee, the 7 people were all confused. Who the hell is it? We managed to get together with great difficulty. We were so lucky that we were so close that we were together. 7th, how many do we have? 10,400 transaction coins, the most. No matter how much it is, will it be worthless? This thing is just a water purifier. Although the island in the northwest is far away, we should be able to build a big ship to go there in 3 days at most. Fresh water resources were found on the internet. This water purifier is not a waste of money. It will never be wasted, no matter how much it is worth buying. Shoot, keep shooting. 9,500 transaction coins. The 7 people looked at the rising price and began to sweat. It's about to exceed their upper limit, but the other party still has no intention of stopping. They increase the price by 100 trading coins, and the other party will directly increase by 500, 1,000. Is someone stuck with a bug? The 7 people on my side got 10,000 trading coins by relying on some green props obtained from opening the box. No, there is also a group that got together. 10,500. The price finally exceeded the upper limit. The eldest of the 7 side encountered a stubble. Humph, dare to provoke us. Find him. How do you find this? After getting the water purifier, the other party will definitely start selling fresh water resources as commodities. 3rd child, you are a woman, so buy water and communicate with him more. They are all from this area, and we will see each other sooner or later. When the time comes, it should be calculated as interest. Stealing my things, humph, courting death. Qin Quge didn't know that his strength had offended people. 10,500 transaction coins finally got the solar water purifier. Fresh water is no problem anymore. Go to bed early, there are still a lot of things to do tomorrow. Chapter 18. Wooden barrel, requires standard wooden planks *2. Wooden vat, standard planks *5 are required. Early in the morning, Qin Quge began to toss. The solar water purifier has arrived. This thing is not big, about the same as a water dispenser. It's just a bit heavier, about 70 to 80 kilograms. It's a little tricky to resist. But in personal space. The problem is, this shit actually has durability. It wears out every time it is installed and used. Anyway, I got 10,000 trading coins in exchange for it. If the durability is as high as 5,000, Qin Quge can smash this thing. Almost got scammed. However, considering that the durability consumption of each item is different, Qin Quge was synthesizing wooden barrels and vats early this morning to test the water output speed of the water purifier. Each wooden barrel can store 5 liters of water. The wooden tank can hold 50 liters. Output at this point in the morning should be able to drop. When he found time, he went to the trading market to take a look. Prices for food and water haven't changed much. But weapons began to appear. The price of swords and even spears is about the same. If it is calculated by trading currency, it is slightly higher than tools, and stone weapons are all within 520 transaction currency. But there is a weapon that is much more expensive. Bow and arrow. The production platform of Qin Quge does not unlock the production method of bow or arrow. And even the most common wooden bow sell more than 20 trading coins in the trading center. A green quality wooden bow even reaches 80 transaction coins. Although Qin Quge spent 10,000 transaction coins yesterday. But seeing the price of bows and arrows is so high, I can't help but be surprised. Relatively speaking, using bows and arrows to hunt is indeed much safer. But the bow needs to consume arrows. Even if arrows can be recovered. But it is also a big consumption. This thing is very attractive for the time being, but few people trade it. After 1 hour, the water purifier produced 10 liters of water. Clear water. According to the description of the water purifier, the produced water is already pure water and can be used directly. Moreover, the water purifier comes with heating and ice-making functions. But if these two functions are turned on, the water production will be greatly reduced. 10 liters of water, Qin Quge filled with 2 small wooden barrels. One of them for morning cleansing. He hangs the other barrel directly in the trading center. This behavior immediately attracted the attention of others. In the exchange area, the big guy who spent 10,000 trading coins to snatch the water purifier yesterday is selling water. Guys who need it, hurry up. 5 liters, the boss is the boss, others are trading hundreds of milliliters, and the boss is 5 liters when he makes a move. Collect vitality? What is vitality? Can someone explain it? Just looking at you, you haven't started to fight monsters yet. Vitality is something that drops only after killing monsters. Don't join in the fun. Qin Quge thought for a while. Anyway, the communication area only showed the ID, and he didn't intend to hide it. If there is no vitality, every 100 pieces of soil and sand can be exchanged for 100 ml of water, every 20 pieces of stone can be exchanged for 200 ml, and each piece of iron can be exchanged for 200 ml. Dirt blocks and sand blocks basically don't have much effect on other people. However, these materials are easy to obtain. There must be a steady stream of people who will come to trade. But these materials, Qin Quge can feed to his own island. As long as there is enough fresh water, his island will gradually expand. It turned out to be the gluttonous boss. I have long seen that the gluttonous boss is an extraordinary person. He has crab meat in the front, and a water purifier in the back. He will mix with the gluttonous boss in the future. Boss, do you mind multiple leg pendants? Go, go, I can trade with the boss before, and it's not your turn to ask for pendants. Boss, do you still have crab meat? Not just a communication area. As soon as Qin Quge's transaction request was sent out, a bunch of people submitted transaction applications. In the eyes of others, the preciousness of water is beyond doubt. Qin Quge is willing to exchange rare fresh water for sand, which is simply to give everyone hope for survival. Slightly screen some private messages. Qin Quge saw several pieces of useful information. Master Gluttonous, here I have a blueprint for making iron armor. You should know the value of this thing. But it is completely useless to me, because I can't get the required materials. I want to exchange some food and fresh water with you. Is it okay? Boss, do you need the blueprints for making small fishing boats? It is much better than the small boats provided by the crafting platform. The material has more fiber, which can increase the trawl. I found a telescope in the treasure chest and exchanged it for 10 liters of fresh water. Glass, do you need glass? These deals have everything. Qin Quge focused on the drawings and special materials in it. Drawings are obviously a rich production platform. Qin Quge has never encountered them before. If he can collect some, it will be of great help to him. Moreover, the further back, with the devouring of his own small island, the more resources he can obtain, the better the material. Blueprints, especially rare blueprints, allow him to strengthen various needs of Kojima. And a piece of material, such as the glass mentioned by someone, loamy soil block, and clay block is very interesting. Like clods of fertile soil, if they can be devoured. Can the newly added land be conveniently planted? Chapter 19. After hanging 5 liters of pure water on the trading center, Qin Quge tidied up a little. He needs to go back to his island. The boat was synthesized yesterday. The distance of 2 to 3 kilometers, Qin Quge thought it would not be difficult. However, until I got into the boat, he just found out. Boating is not an easy task. Especially this one-person boat. On the water, the balance of the boat depends entirely on itself. But both hands have to paddle again. Turn your body slightly, and the boat will tilt to one side. After falling into the water 7 or 8 times, Qin Quge was barely able to maintain the balance of the boat while rowing. The distance of 2 to 3 kilometers, rowing down, is more exhausting than swimming. But the safety is comparable to swimming. Even if the boat capsizes, one person can hold it steady in the water. Even if the boat capsizes and the whole cover is in the water, it can be reset again by storing it in the personal space. Generally speaking, it is more convenient and faster than swimming. Another piece of good news is that as the boat arrives at the island, a new skill is unlocked. Sailing. Unlike the previously unlocked swimming and cooking skills, boating skill provides an interesting bonus. System prompt: ships are the embodiment of human wisdom, and they are also necessary tools in this survival world. Navigating a boat is an important skill for survival, and you are mastering it. Congratulations! System prompt: you have mastered the basic sailing skills, you have acquired the ability, Sailing LV1. System prompt: the sea breeze makes you understand while sailing, and perhaps a sail can bring you great convenience. Unlocks special crafting blueprint, sloop. Dhow making. This is the one that requires the most materials among the production and synthesis that Qin Quge currently masters. 80 are needed for the standard planks alone. In addition, plant fibers are needed to synthesize ropes, cloth, and other materials. Also need iron ore, copper ore. But in addition to being able to carry up to 6 people, the sloop also comes with 20 storage spaces for supplies. Like the personal space, this storage space can be superimposed with materials. Although the material consumption is high, it is worth the price. It's just that some materials are lacking. Qin Quge has no production blueprints, but can't make them. Just because he didn't, doesn't mean the others didn't. The source of water is hard goods. Maybe get some from someone else. Buy fiber, hemp rope, cloth, animal skin, copper ore, iron ore, and other materials, and exchange them for water sources at a price. Leave a sentence in the communication area. Qin Quge began to take out materials such as sand blocks and soil blocks, ready to devour them. After a night, the devouring tentacles of the island caught a lot of things on the island. Conch, mussels, and a few small corals. Little gain. But it was an extra benefit, and Qin Quge certainly enjoyed it. This trip he mainly brought pieces of sea sand. A full 800 yuan. There was a huge pile. Under the control of Qin Quge, the thick devouring tentacles bit down in one bite. Swallow 100 sand blocks, and the size of the island will expand by 1 meter. Swallow 100 sand blocks, and the size of the island will expand by 1 meter. Swallow 100 sand blocks, and the size of the island will expand by 1 meter. With every bite, some light flashed in the outer area of the island. The light is not very bright. But each time it flickered, it meant that the overall size of the island expanded by a meter. Moreover, the expanded 1 meter can be controlled by Qin Quge. Qin Quge is also direct. According to his idea, if it keeps expanding towards Coconut Island. If your own island borders on Coconut Island, is it possible to own the entire Coconut Island? With the power to devour tentacles. Maybe even the foundation of Coconut Island can be dug up. However, my own island is 2 or 3 kilometers away from Coconut Island. Each meter requires 100 silt blocks. That is 200,000 to 300,000 silt blocks. This number seems a bit huge. But as long as Qin Quge holds the water source, he will unlock the refresh point of sea crabs later. Exchange food and water with others. After all, it is a matter of time. It's time to name your own island, too. Looking at the vast sea, Qin Quge pondered for a moment. Let's call it Fashu, Fashu Island. There is a saying in Shanhai Jing. Bei Shanjing, there are many zhe trees on the mountain of Fashu. There is Niaoan, whose shape is like a crow, with a literary head, a white beak, and bare feet, and its name is the Jingwei, and its song is from its cry. Fashu is the place where the divine bird Jingwei lives. Jingwei holds a tiny piece of wood, and will fill the sea with it. Qin Quge holds Fashu Island, masters the ability to devour. Devour all things. In this boundless world, like Jingwei. His ambition is like Jingwei filling the sea. One day, Qin Quge will master the entire survival world. Jingwei lives in Fashu Mountain. The birth island of Qin Quge deserves the name of Fashu Island. System prompt: your island is officially named Fashu Island, where the foundation lies. Please protect this island well. System prompt: as the first person to own a personal island, get a special reward, Tuomu. The system prompt just dropped. A spiritual rain suddenly fell on the small Fashu Island. If the rain shimmers, it seems cool and moist. Standing on the island, Qin Quge only felt hit by the rain, and his whole body became more sober. At the same time, a new sprout sprouted from a spot of soil on the island. A tuomu spreads its branches and leaves at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chapter 20. Tuomu. Also known as mulberry tree. However, due to the word mulberry in the name, sang is homonymous with injury or mourning. Taboo in many places. It will not be used to make furniture, or used for construction. But tuomu is still an extremely precious wood. Its precious lies in its great medicinal value. It has the effects of invigorating the kidney and strengthening essence, cooling blood and relaxing tendons, dispelling wind and promoting blood circulation, reducing inflammation and relieving pain. Moreover, zhe wood is oily, grows fast, and is easy to cultivate. Although the fruit is small, it can be used. It is also called lychee and wild plum. It also has medicinal value and can be used for the treatment of bruises. Its bast fiber can become a high-quality paper-making raw material. Wood is a yellow dye. The leaves are feed for young silkworms. It can be called the whole body is a treasure. In addition, tuomu is also an excellent material for making bows and arrows. Qi records, the Bao people use zhe as the most important material. In fact, it is like mulberry, and the round grains are like pepper. The wood is dyed yellow and red, which is called zhe huang. A tuomu longbow is a sharp weapon on the ancient battlefield. Qin Quge never expected. For a moment of ambition, I can still get such a reward. Although the spirit rain lasted less than 10 seconds. But the tuomu tree that grew out of the spiritual rain was more than 10 years old in an instant. The trunk is as thick as a bag. The height of the tree is 5 or 6 meters. The canopy is wide and lush, covering almost half of the island. It is full of fruit. Ruddy, so festive. This fruit grows somewhat close to a lychee, but much smaller. Qin Quge climbed a tree and picked some. Sentimental, with a slightly bitter taste, but sweet aftertaste. The fully ripe ones are slightly sweet and full of aroma. System prompt: eat the fruit of Zhe tree, taste its taste, know its effect, and you will know more than enough. Congratulations for getting the exclusive medicine formula Zhe root medicine and the special wine making formula Zhe fruit wine. Zhe medicine: you need to slice and dry the fruit of the Zhe tree, and grind it into powder. It can cure bruises. Jehua wine: you need 10 caddies of Jeshe fruits and 20 caddies of Jeshe roots, boil it with clean water to get the juice, and use rice and distiller's mother to make wine as usual. The smell of wine is intoxicating, the taste of wine is long and mellow. Just finished the previous rewards, here I got 2 more recipes. Qin Quge's whole body was floating. Although the production of Jehua wine is somewhat troublesome, but the only material needed for Zhe medicine is the fruit of Zhe tree. To survive in such a world, bruises and injuries are unavoidable. And now, no one has shown the drug yet. The Jiao in Qin Quge's hand is the only one. This thing is estimated to be an extremely valuable scarce item. Moreover, Qin Quge could faintly feel that this Zhe tree is not just a simple tree. The spiritual rain just now was very strange. To be able to make this Zhe tree grow to such a scale in a short period of time, in itself, it means that this Zhe tree is unusual. Could it be, this tree is also a different species? Legend has it that the ancient species of rice is called muhi, and there is a saying in the classic of mountains and seas that the void of Kunlun is 10,000 ren high, and there is muhi on it, which is 5 fathoms high and 5 circles wide. 1 grain of rice grown by this wood grain can feed a person for a month. Then is it possible that this Zhe tree is also an ancient species? Originally, this Zhe tree was born because Qin Quge named his small island Fazhu Island. Maybe this Zhe tree is related to Jingui. Sameki thought about it. Qin Quge loved this Zhe tree more and more. He opened the trading center first, and found that the 5 liters of fresh water he put on it had been photographed away. Place new materials on the island. I went to the communication area to send a new transaction request. Purchase 1,000 pieces of fertile soil, which can be traded with crab meat or fresh water, or with trading coins. Although Fazhu Island has expanded a bit, most of it is still sand. Now that there is this Zhe tree, Qin Quge must take good care of it. How can ordinary soil be worthy of this Zhe tree? Qin Quge immediately thought of the fertile ground mentioned by others. This kind of fertile soil is extremely fertile soil, which is most suitable for planting. Even if some people want to start planting at this stage, they may not have the resources to support them. After all, if you want to plant, you have to ensure fertilization, watering, and so on. But now many people don't even have enough drinking water, so how could they be willing to use fresh water for watering? That is, Qin Quge snatched the solar water purifier and had this capital. The boss is indeed a boss. Is this planning to farm? Have you found the right seed? Boss is mighty, can you quietly tell us how to find suitable plants to grow? If the boss really grows rice, no matter what kind of food he grows, it must be shared with us poor people. I ate the little crabs for a day yesterday, and my stomach feels really uncomfortable. Qin Quge smiled slightly, and added another sentence, bringing the topic of the communication forum to a high level. Also, let me put an advertisement. From tomorrow onwards, I will auction off a piece of medicine Jao in the auction house every day, which can treat bruises. Friends in need, remember to participate. Like a stone stirring up 1,000 waves. Everyone is fried. Kneel down to the boss. Medicine, the boss got the medicine so quickly. Sell one every day? Treat bruises? The best, this is definitely the best. I want tomorrow's share, and don't grab it from me. Boss only sells 1 copy a day, which means that this medicine must be difficult to make. Since it is the best product, of course the one with the highest price will get it. If you want it, it's so beautiful to you. Boss, don't you want fertile soil? I'm here, there are quite a few. I will prepare 300 yuan for you tomorrow, please give me a chance. Chapter 21. Although the vitality dropped by killing monsters can also be used for healing. But vitality is obviously a special item. And it can be used for the synthesis of certain items or props. Is a kind of material. Even if Qin Quge has not mastered the formula of this type of synthesis. The synthesis that can involve vitality must be some rare props. In other words, the value of vitality is high. It would be a waste to use vitality to treat injuries. What's more, the demand for materials for making Zhe medicine is very small. The newborn Zhe tree in front of me is full of Zhe fruits, at least 100 or 200 caddies. If Qin Quge is willing, Gao can probably be mass-produced. It is a cheap and effective drug. Selling one copy every day is just for the sake of rare things, it is Qin Quge who wants to make more money. Exiting the exchange area, Qin Quge put together the new supplies exchanged for pure water. Sand block 800, dirt block 1200, stone block 100, iron block 5. Generally speaking, there are still a lot of materials that are easy to obtain, such as sand and soil, and most of the materials in the hands of people are also of this type. In other words, they are relatively poor at this stage. The clods of sand and mud are still swallowed up by Fazhu Island. Professional, the total area of the island is 20 square meters more. According to Qin Quge's plan, it will all expand towards the east. Adding the previous 8 square meters, the shape of the whole island becomes strange. And since the newly added part of the sand extends straight out. As the sea rushed, it flooded a lot. It seems that it is still a bit troublesome to go directly to Coconut Island from here. This point Qin Quge wants to understand now. This is the sea after all. Although Fazhu Island's phagocytosis function is very strong, it must still comply with the basic principles. The expanded sand is square when it is placed, but after it is placed, the corners will collapse according to gravity. Unless he uses stone, or even iron or copper to expand, otherwise he will use a square of straight. The strips extend outward and are easily washed away by sea water. Swallow 100 stones, add a reef to the island. Swallow 100 stones, add a reef to the island. Accumulate 10 reefs, which can be synthesized into a rocky reef area by yourself. Originally, Qin Quge thought that after the stones were swallowed, they would be the same as sandy soil. Unexpectedly, after Fazhu Island swallowed 200 stones, 2 whole rock reefs spread directly on one side of the island. If a reef area can be formed, although it will affect the approach of ships. But the reef area is generally the environment that small marine life likes to live in. Oysters and shells will gradually increase, and fish and shrimp will also be diverse. If it can expand to form atolls and barrier reefs, it can even provide a certain degree of defense for Fazhu Island. If the position of the reef is artificially adjusted again, it will be more perfect to use the reef as the outer protective layer to enclose a safe haven when Fazhu Island expands. Of course, doing this requires a lot of stone material. And it's not a small amount. Another material demand calculated in the hundreds of thousands. Back to Coconut Island with a small boat, Qin Quge brought back the remaining 600 pieces of soil. In this way, the entire Fazhu Island has expanded to 32 square meters with the swallowing, and there are 2 reefs. There is still a long way to go. Returning to Coconut Island again, Qin Quge has already carried the iron pick exchanged from Governor 800 in his hand. It has been discussed with the Governor 800. Qin Quge provides him with 2 pieces of standard food and 200 ml of fresh water every day. Exchange for 3 pieces of iron. This iron pick was exchanged for 2 pieces of crab meat and 5 coconuts after some bargaining. The handle of the iron pick is only 60 or 70 centimeters long. It was the first time to use such a tool, and Qin Quge was a bit uncomfortable. But after waving it a few more times, I became more familiar with it. It must be much stronger than the previous stone shovel. He is not going to dig stone. Instead, I plan to kill 10 sea crabs first, and establish the crab refresh point on Fashu Island. Because of yesterday's experience, killing these sea crabs just takes some time. System prompt: kill sea crabs, gain vitality *1. System prompt: kill sea crabs, gain vitality *2. Sea crabs are low-level aliens after all. After spending more than 2 hours, Qin Quge finally got the quantity of 10. But not all of them will bring Qin Quge back to life. 10 sea crabs of different sizes left 5 vitality for Qin Quge. Plus the previous vitality. Qin Quge already has 8 regiments of vitality. These vitality are placed in the personal space, occupying a grid, exuding a warm atmosphere. Just moved some sea crabs to the boat. Sudden. There was a huge and incomparable roar from the sea in the distance. Qin Quge turned his head to look. I saw only a wave of water rising into the sky. In the waves, a black two-masted ship broke through the water in a straight up and down posture. The first thing to emerge from the water is the figure of the ship's head. A grim reaper holding a golden skull. Even from a long distance, Qin Quge still saw the gloomy aura of this ancient ship. System prompt: a random event in the One-Horned Manatee Sea area ghost ship is triggered, and all survivors in the One-Horned Manatee Sea area can participate. Chapter 22. At the same time, all participants in the survival game received a series of prompts from the system throughout the One-Horned Manatee Sea area. Ding! The special event in the One-Horned Manatee Sea area is open. The underworld is different, ghost ship strikes. Event content: time and space disorder occurred in a certain seabed in the One-Horned Manatee Sea area, the passage of another dimension in the underworld was opened, and 37 ghost ships broke through the space crystal wall and invaded this world. These ghost ships are not only full of mystery and spookiness, but also bring bad luck and death from the underworld. Whether to suppress your own curiosity in order to protect yourself, or go forward bravely to explore these legends of different dimensions, these are all up to you to make your own decisions. Time: 36 hours. Event participants: all the One-Horned Manatee Sea area life forms. Participation content: during the event, a total of 37 ghost ships with unknown information will be cruising in the entire One-Horned Manatee Sea area. During this period, everyone can get events by boarding, exploring, or even destroying these ghost ships award. Plus, some of the most engaged people throughout the event will receive additional rewards. Attention! This incident is extremely dangerous. If you want to participate in the incident, please make all psychological preparations. In the communication section of the entire One-Horned Manatee Sea territory, everyone erupted like a volcanic eruption. All kinds of information are constantly swiping. Some people, including those who have seen the ghost ship, have started to do live broadcasts. Hastily, it's only been a day, and such a dangerous event is held, the dog is crazy about planning. Underworld. Hey, there won't be all kinds of ghosts, right? I won't participate in this incident, and my life is the most important thing. Who can give the coordinates? My stone knife is already hungry and thirsty. There is that big guy who can let me take a look at what the ghost ship looks like. I am so desperate. Buy all the products of the ghost ship in advance, and the price is free. Don't beep beep, the gluttonous boss hasn't spoken yet. What's the matter with you? Coordinates 215,984.666777, found a ghost ship, very similar to a medieval three-masted ship, at a distance of 3 kilometers. You can see 2 rows of artillery ports on the side of the hull. Although many things in this world are like games, but most people are still awake. Even the food and water have not been tossed clearly. Some people are still hungry now. Naturally understand that if the ghost ship really comes, it is better to stay far away. But it didn't stop them from being noisy in the communication area. In fact, it is precisely because of the existence of the exchange area that many people's despair of surviving on a deserted island has been alleviated. After all, with so many people in one environment, Makes you feel like you have a partner. And some that were closer did start to come together. As soon as this incident came out, although the exchange area was lively, but not many really want to get involved. To survive, you have to live first, right? Looking at the ghost ship whose prow is like death, Qin Quge swallowed his saliva. Unlike those who seek pictures in the exchange area, he saw the appearance of the ghost ship with his own eyes. Although there are several kilometers away, the sense of oppression and gloom, it made him freeze in place, as if death could come at any time. A chill traveled all the way to the mind along the tailbone. It made Qin Quge shudder involuntarily. Vaguely, he saw figures shaking on the deck of the ghost ship. He immediately opened the communication area and found the guy who wanted to use the telescope to exchange 10 liters of fresh water with him. 15 liters of fresh water, give me the telescope. The man simply said, did the boss discover the ghost ship? No need, I said 10 liters yesterday, so it's 10 liters. If the boss has the heart, remember to give me a hand if I have trouble in the future. The solar water purifier can purify 10 liters of water per hour. It has been running just now and has almost filled the wooden tank. Okay, I'll give you 5 liters of fresh water first. If you need anything in the future, you can find me. Remember, the idea of this guy with some ideas is pick up old driver. Qin Quge got this monocular. It's a modern creation, but in an old style, sort of like a pirate movie. It is a good thing to have a field of view of 25*30 times. Once you get the telescope, Qin Quge aimed at the ghost ship in the distance. At this glance, he was almost not frightened. But seeing that even the mooring cables on the dilapidated ship had been broken, and the dilapidated sails were swaying with the wind, unable to provide guidance for the ship at all. Even one of the 2 masts broke from it and fell on the side of the rudder. There are many holes in the hull, as if it will sink at any time. And on such a crumbling ship, the skeletons are moving. They wear almost rotting clothes, still maintain various duties. Keep walking around on the ghost ship. As the ghost ship slowly turned to the other side, Qin Quge found out the name of the ship. St. Mary. A skeleton man wearing a 3-cornered hat and black and red rococo costume also held up a telescope and looked in Qin Quge's direction. Hey, it saw me. Chapter 23. The angles of view of the 2 monoculars collide together. Qin Quge narrowed his eyes. Immediately realized that it was not good. System prompt, maybe your snooping made the captain of the St. Mary, Maria Celesta, feel unhappy. In the next 3 hours, you will bear the attack from the St. Mary ghost ship. Good luck. System prompt, you have been locked by the Nether Chi for 3 hours. Looking at the system prompt that popped up, Qin Quge bared his teeth. Glance at this St. Mary's ghost ship in the distance, and then show a big middle finger. Regardless of whether the captain of the St. Mary's ghost boat, that skeleton named Maria Celesta, understood the meaning of the middle finger, Qin Quge jumped into his own boat and started rowing desperately to Fashu Island. Just looking at it and being remembered. If it weren't for the lack of attack means at this stage, Qin Quge had to fight the opponent to the fullest. Of course, he clearly understood that only by returning to his own Fashu Island would he have a chance of surviving. Only the devouring tentacles on Fashu Island can fight against these ghostly creatures. FK. The skeleton is amazing, the ghost ship is awesome. Go to the island if you have the ability. The boat sails swiftly in the sea. There were also 3 sea crabs on the boat. But Qin Quge's attention was all on his hands. At this moment, he felt an unprecedented sense of urgency. Far away, the ghost ship St. Mary moves slowly. The ship turned gradually. In the dark belly of the ship, more than a dozen skeleton crew members push 6 ship cannons. The muzzle sticks out of the ship, pointing directly at Qin Quge's direction. This is just a small part of its 32 16-pound cannons. 1 second. The roar suddenly rose. 6 bullets shot out of the smoothbore. Qin Quge only felt that his boat was like a dead leaf in a storm. Although not directly hit, but several shells all landed at the near point. The small boat supported a wave stirred up by the shell, then turned over. Qin Quge was also thrown into the water by the shock wave. There is buzzing in the ears, including in the skull. Qin Quge wasn't sure if he was injured. To be on the safe side, use a bunch of upgrades for yourself. It seems to feel better. He plunged into the water with a single thrust. It wasn't until I swam 7 or 8 meters forward that I dared to poke my head out and took a breath. But before he took 2 more breaths, a few more shells fell. FK, I'm just TM alone, do I need to use cannonballs? Tuko to Tuko. At this time, Qin Quge only thought of reaching his own Fashu island as soon as possible. Fortunately, these cannons are still extremely old. Cannonballs are just big iron balls. As long as it is not directly bombarded. The lethality of this howitzer is limited to a single person. After 3 salvos, the attack of the ghost ship stopped. However, the boat turned and started coming this way. Qin Quge stuck his head out of the sea. It is still 1,700 to 800 meters away from Fashu Island. Of course he could turn around and swim back to Coconut Island. However, if he returns to Coconut Island, he doesn't have much fighting power at all. Even if his power is doubled, he probably won't be the opponent of these nether skeletons. Once the skeletons on the ghost ship landed on the island, Qin Quge must die. Go back, the only way is to go back to Fashu Island. With this decision, Qin Quge began to swing his limbs vigorously. It took him more than 60 minutes to cross Fashu Island and Coconut Island for the first time. I don't have so much time for him this time. The speed of this kind of 2-masted ship is generally only 4-6 knots. At this time the wind speed is not strong. In other words, Qin Quge only lasts less than an hour at most. Maybe less. This is a ghost ship after all. Some things cannot be calculated by the normal. He must return to his own Fashu Island before this ghost ship approaches. Once he fails to return to Fashu Island, approached by a ghost ship, maybe it will be killed by those ghost skeletons on the ghost ship. Even being taken aboard that ghost ship, be one of many skeletons. And these are not what Qin Quge wants. This moment, the adrenaline rushes in. Qin Quge only felt that the strength of his whole body was exploding. He is like a fish swimming in the waves. I did my best. Even after swimming nearly 1,000 meters, the exhaustion was suppressed by Qin Quge's resolute will. Until the last 100 meters. The ghost ship has reached 1,000 meters away. He didn't relax one iota. Fashu Island is 80 meters away. 70 meters. 60 meters. As Qin Quge gets closer to his small island, the nether ship is already close at hand. A javelin shot from the nether ship, and the distance of more than 200 meters was just a little short. When Qin Quge stood on his Fashu Island, all over his body, the soreness made him almost lie on the ground. But the ghost ship is only 100 meters away. He didn't dare to lie still in place. Persevering, he walked behind the jet tree, and he was relieved a few times, only feeling that his limbs were trembling. So close. Qin Quge could already clearly see all the details on this ghost ship. Maybe too close. That is, the temperature of the surrounding environment has dropped a lot. The skeleton captain wearing a 3-cornered hat opened and closed his bone jaw, as if to say something. 2 skeleton crew members jumped off the deck. Here they come. Chapter 24. 2 ghost skeletons jumped off the ghost ship, splashing only small waves on the sea. Then there was no movement at all. But Qin Quge knew that those 2 nether skeletons were probably walking step by step from the bottom of the sea. For a certain moment, Qin Quge really envied these skinny and beautiful guys. They don't need to eat or drink, they are full of energy, and they are not afraid of the depth of the sea. The only thing I'm not sure about is If it really becomes a nether skeleton. I don't know if I have any brains. But this was quickly confirmed by Qin Quge. Because the ghost skeleton captain wearing a three-cornered hat is standing on the bow of the ghost ship staring at Qin Quge. From the two dark green soul fires in the sunken skull eye sockets, Qin Quge seemed to sense a wave of teasing. Hey, this dog skeleton is taunting me again. It seems that Qin Quge is already a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Even some skeleton crew members put down their work and stood on the side of the deck, looking at Fashu Island where Qin Quge was. They are all waiting. In fact, Qin Quge is also waiting. If this ghost ship keeps bombarding him, he might still be a little imaginary. But if the other party wants to go to the island to PK, then I'm sorry, you came up to die by yourself. Qin Quge is looking forward to how strong these underworld creatures will be. How hard can these monsters with only bones left in their bodies? Can it be harder than a rock? My tentacles are already hungry and thirsty. Soon, the two ghost skeletons that jumped into the sea finally gradually came over from the bottom of the sea. They even chose to go ashore on the beach that Qin Quge expanded just before. Qin Quge stood up from behind the jet tree, picking up the pickaxe in his hand. Although I don't know if you can understand me, but don't worry, I will definitely make good use of your bones. Two ghost skeletons walked ashore, pulled out sailor knives from the tattered belt around their waists. Their jaws collided with their upper jaws, and they let out a sinister smile, and walked towards Qin Quge step by step. Qin Quge didn't panic. Just feeling a little jittery. However, Qin Quge should be the first in the entire one-horned manatee sea area to face these ghostly creatures at such close range. He turned on the system and used the shooting function in the communication area to take a close-up of the two ghost skeletons. And the ghostly ship behind them has become a unique background. Coming. When the two ghost skeletons reach the devouring range of the devouring tentacles, received Qin Quge's order. The twisted devouring tentacles suddenly emerged from under the sand. Like a python. Also like a great dragon. The opened mouth instantly swallowed one of the nether skeletons. For a moment. Not just the remaining nether skeleton. Even the skeletons on the entire ghost ship were in a trance. Swallow a ghost skeleton pirate, and the island gets a bone servant. Immediately afterwards, the sand in front of Qin Quge surged. A white skeleton crawled out of it. It shook its bald head, and seemed a little confused. Compared with those ghost skeletons, the bone servant has no gloomy aura. Even the soul fire in the eye sockets is different from the dark tone of the ghost skull. It's a purplish red light. It's done. Qin Quge was overjoyed. Don't let the other get away. The devouring tentacles can only be stretched out once a minute, that is to say, if you want to take down the second nether skeleton, you have to wait dozens of seconds. Qin Quge didn't want it to escape. Since you're on the island, let's stay as a guest. Big hand wave. The bone servant who had just been transformed was absolutely instructed to rush directly to another crew member who was still somewhat sluggish. And he, Qin Quge, followed closely behind, raised the iron pick in his hand, and went up to meet him. Bone servants have no weapons. Under the command of Qin Quge, Kika rushed up, opened his arms, and regardless of the sailor knife of the nether skull, he hugged it tightly. Qin Quge's iron pickaxe hit it immediately. The nether skeleton reacted. Can be entangled by bone servants, unable to break free at all. Both are skeletons. The scene of being entangled is somewhat weird. On the Qin Quge iron pickaxe. With one hit, a hole was opened in the head of the nether skull. Dozens of seconds of effort, in a blink of an eye. The devouring tentacles drilled out again. Swallowed the two entangled skeletons together. One pirate devoured the ghost skeleton, a mutation occurred, and the island got a bone guard. When two white skeletons emerged again, the population on the small island of Qin Quge tripled in an instant. And what was obtained after the second devouring was no longer a bone servant. But the bone guard. Unlike the bone servant, the skeleton of the bone guard is obviously much thicker. If the bone servant is just an ordinary person, then the bone guard is definitely an elite fighter. Moreover, the bone guard held a bone knife in his hand, the blade was more than 1 meter long. The end is majestic. Glancing at the ghost ship, Qin Quge laughed loudly, "Come here." Chapter 25. Bone Servant, the transformation body of life in the underworld. Tier 2 living body. Strength 13, Dexterity 11, Constitution 16, Mental Power 6. Ability. Undead creature LV1 as a ghost life, it has the attribute of immortality. As long as the fire of the soul is not extinguished, it can be resurrected continuously. Bone Guard, the transformation body of life in the underworld. Tier 3 life form. Strength 18, Dexterity 17, Constitution 25, Mental Power 8. Ability. Undead creature LV1 as a ghost life, it has the attribute of immortality. As long as the fire of the soul is not extinguished, it can be resurrected continuously. Bone strengthening LV1, harder, thicker, and more powerful bones can make the bones stronger. Bone blade LV1, a weapon formed by condensing bone with the power of immortality, its strength is exactly the same as its own bones. The two skeleton boys stood on both sides of Qin Quge, one on the left and the other on the right. Although they are all obtained by devouring the nether skeleton crew. But the bone guard is obviously much stronger. It is taller than a bone servant. The only pity is that after being devoured, their brains seem to be a little not very bright. A not so smart look. Looking back at the skeletons on the nether ship, all of them still have jaws and are full of shock, we can be sure that they still retain a complete sense of humanity. Maybe it's a matter of time. After all, it's just born. Maybe it will get better after a while. If it doesn't work, just use it as a sweeping robot. Pinching his waist, Qin Quge looked like he needed a beating. Come here. Isn't it cool? Shoot me with cannonballs? One-on-one if you have the ability. This is far away, if it is closer, Qin Quge would have to point at the skeleton captain's nose and curse. Don't blame him either. It was bombarded by cannon for 3 rounds before. Eating 2 nether skeleton crew members is just charging interest. In addition, the skeleton appears to have no nose. And all the skeletons on the nether ship didn't react right now. What's the matter with this Nima? Especially Captain Skeleton. In addition to doubts, there is also some panic. Why did the 2 crew members of their own go down and turn against the water? Is the other party a necromancer? Or a scary lich? This is not right. Send a few more crew members to find out the truth? Or simply bombard the entire island with cannonballs. It was just about to give an order. But then I got scared again. What if the other party is really a powerful existence? Right now, the other party is just swearing. If you are in a hurry. With a heavy hand, can my ship leave completely? No. Before you figure it out, take a step back. Night. When the blood moon rises at night. Come back again. It's near noon now. The power of the creatures in the underworld has been greatly suppressed. Night is the world of the undead. This Saint Mary then turned its sails and receded slowly. Qin Quge stared coldly. Mouth continued to mock. But secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He understood that he temporarily won the ghost ship in terms of momentum. Relying on the strangeness of devouring tentacles, these evil things were frightened away. But that doesn't mean he can really win. Just now the ship of ghost skeletons swarmed up. Then his Qin Quge can only be useless. That would be dangerous. What's more, these ghost ships may have some other abilities. Qin Quge must be strong in momentum. Let the other party be suspicious and not dare to mess around. And he did. But now Qin Quge had to worry about being shelled again. Until the Saint Mary gradually moved away and gradually disappeared from the field of vision. Qin Quge just sat down on the ground. The exhaustion accumulated from swimming before flooded my whole body in an instant. He just felt like he was being leaded. Never want to move again. System prompt: congratulations, you successfully repelled the first attack of the St. Mary's Nether ship. Get a certain amount of participation in this event. But this St. Mary's ghost ship has regarded you as an enemy that can be faced squarely, and marked you with a blood mark, so be careful of their attack again. Scarlet mark? Attack again? Qin Quge sighed. Sure enough, the plan to run away if you want to take advantage of it is unlikely. I counted as killing the 2 crew members of the opponent. Liang Zija is finished, this matter is over. Not sure when the opponent would attack again, Qin Quge felt that he had to be prepared for defense. Weapons, supplies, and vitality for healing all need to be brought in. He lay under the jet tree, opened the communication board, and added fuel to the already messed up information. Acquisition of hot weapons, a large number of stones, and vitality. It can be traded with fresh water and transaction coins. He just sent the message. The entire communication forum suddenly fell silent. After a few seconds, the information suddenly went crazy. It's the gluttonous boss. Oh my god, the gluttonous boss with the number 1 participation in the event. It's the first time I'm so close to the boss, and I feel complicated. When we were still worrying about eating and drinking, the boss was already so strong. He was also a human being. Why is there such a big gap? Qin Quge was stunned for a moment. IFK? What's the situation? Event participation leaderboard? It seems to be mentioned when the system prompts. Only then did he realize that a leaderboard had been added next to the communication area. And his ID suddenly appeared at the top of the leaderboard. Chapter 26. Ghost Ship Event Participation Leaderboard. 1. Gluttonous. 2. Governor 800. The Ghost Ship event has just started. There are only 2 IDs on the entire leaderboard. What Qin Quge didn't expect was that the second person behind him turned out to be an acquaintance. Governor 800? Isn't this the guy who made a long-term deal with himself? Sell iron ore. I can gain something by devouring the tentacles. What did this man who bought iron ore do? Qin Quge was a little curious. Maybe he can learn some special methods from his situation to deal with the next ghost ship attack. Coincidentally, Governor 800 just sent a private chat. Boss Gluttonous, help. Looking at the message from Governor 800, Qin Quge frowned. What's wrong with this shit? What's wrong? The skeleton monster on the ghost ship has escaped to my island, what should I do? This guy unexpectedly encountered the same thing as Qin Quge. Aren't you already on the event leaderboard? I killed 1 skeleton monster, and that's how it got on the list. But, there's still 1 more. Then you can concoct it according to the law, just kill the other one. No way, boss, I can't beat it, it's too damn strong. Governor 800 told Qin Quge what happened to him. Speaking of the Governor's 800, it is also a matter of luck. His birth island is not bad. Not only is the island very large, but it also has an abandoned mine. The iron pickaxe he found before was found in the treasure chest next to the mine. Moreover, in the same treasure chest, he also found 2 explosives for mining, and some other items. Maybe it's good luck too. No, he was targeted by a ghost ship. But he was not shelled. The ghostly pirate ship named Cotton Jack was right next to his island when it emerged from the bottom of the sea. He was also curious, so he took a few more glances. Immediately, the 2 skeleton monsters on the ghost ship came to his island. He blows up one of the skeletons with a stick of dynamite. It may be that the explosives contain fire attribute damage. The skeleton monster didn't come back to life. The remaining skeletons drove him into the abandoned mine. Thanks to the complicated passages in the mine, the skeleton monster has not found him yet. But it's only a matter of time. Boss, your ranking is above me. There must be a way to kill the skeleton monster. You must save me. Iron ore, as long as you need it in the future, I will give you as much as you want. Don't you still have a dynamite? Why don't you use it? This kind of explosive needs to be buried in advance. After being blown up once, the skeleton monster will not be fooled. Moreover, I am in the mine now. If I use explosives, it may not kill the skeleton monster, but blow up the mine. Well, then I am not uncomfortable. When Governor 800 said this, Qin Quge couldn't laugh or cry. By the way, I also want to envy this guy's birth island. It has its own mines and extends in all directions. How big is this island? In contrast to my own Fashu Island. It's so small. I can only provide you with 2 weapons for the time being. After all, you still have to fight that skeleton. Boss, what kind of weapon is it? If it's not as good as my iron pickaxe, it won't be very useful. Sailor knife, much stronger than your iron pickaxe, green equipment. However, I want your remaining explosives, and more. In the future, the production of iron ore must first ensure my demand. After Fashu Island devoured the 2 nether skeletons, they dropped their respective props. Those tattered clothes were useless. Qin Quge was draped over the bone servants and bone guards. But the 2 sailor knives they drop are rare and good things. Corrupted sailor knife, green quality, a weapon corroded by nether chi, with certain yin attribute damage. When attacking, there is a 1% chance of cutting damage, and a 0.1% chance of corrosion damage. With this weapon, the Governor 800 and the skeleton monster's equipment can be regarded as a tie. Qin Quge also traded the back shell of the sea crab boss that was used as a cooking pot. This thing is hard enough, it should be good as a half-body shield, but it's a little too big, so it's not easy to hold. However, Governor 800 has no choice now. Thank you boss, if I survive, I'll come back to you again. Damn, I was chased away by that skeleton for more than half an hour, so it's time for me to fight back, boss, bless me. While wishing Governor 800 a smooth journey, Qin Quge buried the explosives he just got on the beach extending from the island. This explosive is similar to a small express box, with a lead wire, and the explosive power is quite powerful. After all, it is used for mining. When burying the explosives, Qin Quge even discovered 2 shin bones and soles of the feet that were bitten off by the devouring tentacles when devouring the nether skeleton. Enter the communication section. Image. 2 pictures, one is the original ghost skeleton with the ghost ship as the background. The other, of course, is the remaining shin bone. Excuse me, can the bones of these skeleton monsters be used to make soup? Does anyone want to try it? It's free. Chapter 27. The idea of the boss is really different. 2 + 4, 2 * 3, 7-1. Your boasting is quite different. I didn't expect that the boss would encounter the ghost ship so quickly. These 2 skeletons are monsters that got off the ghost boat? The boss couldn't kill these 2 skeleton monsters, so he got to the top of the leaderboard. Looking at the pictures sent by Qin Quge, many people's eyes widened. Although everyone knows that the ghost ship incident has already begun, many people have not really participated in it. And after this day, Qin Quge has become one of the most famous figures in the entire one-horned manatee sea area. He is now the number 1 person on the event participation ranking list. As soon as the picture came out, many people asked about it. Boss Gluttonous, can you tell me how you got involved in this incident? Is it too dangerous? Do we rookies have a chance? This is not a person asking. Instead, many people are watching. Qin Quge didn't intend to hide it. He posted the picture just to get other people's attention. This incident is not an easy regional incident to deal with. And on the second day after the start of the survival game, many people may not have such luck as him. But it won't be long before some unlucky people will start to come into contact with the ghost ship. Yes. Bad luck. At this stage, there may not be many people who can fight against those nether skeletons. Once stared at by the ghost ship, likely to hit the street. Even if the more dangerous, the more likely to get good things. But you have to live, right? How many people can have the luck of Governor 800, with explosives? So, give everyone some reminders at this time, and you can get a lot of praise. Others will more or less remember this goodness. In the future, if Qin Quge has any ideas, it will be further recognized by everyone. Another point is that the more people involved in this incident, the more information will be collected. It is also good for him. The more comprehensive the information you have, the safer you will be when participating in the event. You see, he got the explosives from Governor 800, and he also confirmed that ordinary attacks cannot directly kill the nether skeleton. There were a total of 37 ghost ships in this incident. From the information I have, all ghost ships should have their corresponding ghost creatures. This Saint Mary the First faced was full of ghost skeletons like this, are basically life forms above tier 2, and their combat attributes far exceed those of us ordinary people, so if we want to kill these ghost creatures, ordinary methods are difficult to work. If you are confident in some aspects and want to participate in this incident, I can provide my current speculation. First of all, these ghost creatures are extremely malicious, and they should be able to feel our breath within a certain distance. As long as the ghost ship appears in your field of vision, it means that you are also within their observation range. And, there is a high probability that you will be watched by them. If you are targeted by them at this time, they will attack you in two ways. One is to use the cannon on the nether ship for long-range attacks. The damage is very strong, but as long as you are not directly hit, the threat is not great. It is mainly aimed at buildings and ships. After that, there will be battles on the island, and there will be many ghost skeletons landing on the island, with strong combat effectiveness. This is the weapon they use, judge for yourself, image. After posting the attributes of the remaining corrupted sailor knife, Qin Quge did not reveal the fact that he had been marked with a scarlet mark. Finally, don't fight these ghost ships in the sea, try to lure them ashore. The soul fire in their heads is their weakness. Knowing this information, many people immediately decided to avoid this incident. High combat power, with weapons of green quality and above, can't be killed by ordinary methods. Such a monster is simply not something that can be dealt with at this stage. Boss, you'd better continue picking coconuts for a waste like me. Boss, of course, you are awesome. Didn't you see that the pictures just now were all taken at close range? Now that the boss sent the pictures, it means that the boss has killed at least 2 nether skeletons, and the sailor knife is a trophy. What? Boss Dowdy, do you want to sell this sailor knife? I am willing to offer 200 trading coins. I want such a good green weapon for 200, I'll give you 210. Qin Quge frowned. Of course, he wasn't because of the offers from those guys in the communication channel. Instead, an idea came to mind. After a short rest, he dug out the explosives that had been buried just now. The effect of this thing as a trap cannot fully exert its full power. But if you take the ghost ship and detonate it, there should be unexpected effects. I have to find a way to board the nether ship, and see if I can do Tian's shot. Once this idea is born in the mind, it can never be dispelled. But how to board the ghost ship is a problem. Chapter 28. At this time, on another isolated island, Governor 800, who ranks second in the event participation rankings, is hiding in a fork in an abandoned mine. A kerosene lamp is placed in the abandoned mine road, emitting a very faint light. After getting used to it, it's fine. The sailor knife she obtained from Qin Quge was tightly held in her hand, but her calf was still trembling uncontrollably. Yes. Even Qin Quge probably didn't expect that Governor 800 would be a woman. However, Governor 800 is not a coquettish little girl. She had a massive body, bigger than many men. However, this did not help her face the fear of death. She could clearly feel that the nether skeleton that had been chasing her was nearby. Boss Gluttonous, you have to protect me. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Chongling, Governor 800, stood up from her hiding place. She decided to give it a go. Even though her heart is filled with fear. However, there is no point in hiding. The only one dead. At the corner of the tunnel, two cold lights came into view. It is the soul fire in the eye socket of the ghostly skull. I'm not afraid of you. With a shield in one hand and a sword in the other. Even if it was not smooth, Zhou Yuling still walked up to the nether skeleton. The closer she got, the more Zhou Yuling could feel the mocking eyes of Nether Skull. Without thinking about it anymore, after getting closer, Zhou Chongling slashed at him with a knife. The corrupted sailor knife suddenly burst out with a dark breath, and the very first cut actually triggered a very small attribute damage. Under the blessing of the dark power of the netherworld, a gust of wind arose in the already dark tunnel. The wind comes fast and blows hard. He even extinguished the only kerosene lamp. The entire tunnel was plunged into darkness, only the eyes of the nether skeleton were still dark. Immediately afterwards, a series of tinkling weapons slashing and crashing. Finally, after a piercing crack, everything came to an abrupt end. Even the soul fire of the nether skull disappeared. In the dark tunnel, there was only a trace of low, inaudible breathing. After another moment, even the sound of breathing disappeared. I don't know how long it took before two faint lights relighted in the darkness. It seems to be different from the soul fire of the ghost skeleton. With a hint of red. At this time, Qin Quge was still worried. He has been waiting for more than 2 hours, and he has almost finished his lunch. But the second attack of the ghost ship still did not appear. Nor had he thought of how to board the ghost ship. Instead, the governor's 800 private message came out. Thank you, boss, for your help, I survived. Don't thank me, I didn't do anything, it's all your own credit. It seems that the sailor knives pulled from the nether skeleton are harmful to themselves. But Governor 800's next words stunned Qin Quge for a moment. Big brother, if you have a choice, don't use what you got on the ghost ship lightly. Apparently, Governor 800 has found something. But half of what she said was hidden, so it was not easy for Qin Quge to ask directly. It's nothing, by the way, boss, can you trade the pair of lower leg bones and solace of the nether skull you left behind? I can exchange this unopened iron treasure chest with you. There are indeed some empty treasure chests for sale in the trading center, and the price is quite expensive. But I've never heard of anyone willing to trade an unopened treasure chest. But the things that can be opened out of any treasure chest are unknown. No one knows what's hidden inside until it's opened. Opening the box just satisfies a certain degree of human curiosity. It can also satisfy the strange ideas of human beings. Otherwise, there would not be so many people addicted to opening blind boxes. If the baby is opened, it can satisfy people for a whole day. Did something happen to the Governor 800? Why even take out the unopened treasure chest to trade? Are you sure? The lower leg bone of this nether skeleton seems to be worthless. Did you find something? It just works for me, please. Governor 800 has said so, if Qin Quge does not trade, it will appear stingy. When the transaction is completed. Qin Quge looked at the iron treasure chest in his hand, somewhat in disbelief. This is obviously a big deal. Well, how about I give you 2 more medicines? In addition, vitality can be used to treat injuries. If you are injured, you can use some. If it is not enough, I have a few more here. He didn't want to put the Governor 800 at a disadvantage. After all, Governor 800 was the first person who was willing to make a long-term deal with him, and the two were helping each other. But the Governor 800 refused. No, I'm not injured. By the way, our previous transaction may have to stop for a while. I still have a dozen iron bars in my hand. If you need it, I can give it to you now. Did something happen to you? Sensing the strangeness of Governor 800, Qin Quge asked one more question. However, for most of the day, the Governor 800 did not reply. It wasn't until late in the evening that she sent a picture. A selfie. A white skull. Chapter 29. Governor 800? Skeleton? I checked the picture carefully. This skeleton is slightly different from the nether skeleton. Closer to the bone guards on Fashu Island in Qin Quge. Moreover, the angle of the picture is strange. No matter how you look at it, it's a selfie. Could it be? Governor 800 turned into a skeleton? But, how is this possible? But Qin Quge immediately recalled what the governor said before 800. Big brother, if you have a choice, don't use what you got on the ghost ship lightly. A flash in Qin Quge's mind. Because of that rotten sailor's knife. Can this knife still corrupt the user? So, that's why the governor was reminded before 800? In fact, Qin Quge only guessed partly correctly. The things from the ghost ship more or less carry part of the ghost power of the underworld. This unearthly power corrupts living beings. However, the process is extremely slow. After all, Governor 800 just took a knife. However, when a person actively accepts this change after being corrupted by the power of the netherworld, the process will be very rapid. And the Governor 800 is exactly that. Boss, I'm not a man anymore. I was a little bloody before, and I just cleaned it up, and I just started to accept this new face, which made the boss worry. Smiling face. Qin Quge thought it was because he gave the Governor 800 the rotten sailor knife, and felt a little guilty. I didn't expect this to be the case. Are you in a good state now? It's quite strange, and it's quite fresh. Boss, don't think too much, this is my own choice. Being a skeleton is easier than being a human. Besides, no one will say that I am fat in the future. I am thin now very. Smiley face, don't worry about eating and drinking, but pay attention to your own osteoporosis. According to Governor 800's understanding this afternoon. After becoming a skeleton, the visual, olfactory, and auditory organs have obviously been stripped away. The sense of touch should also not exist. But the five senses as a whole just become a lot weirder. Yet still exist. During the day, the world is black and white. As the night approaches, the perception will gradually become richer. The closer to the night, the sharper the perception. It is an unprecedented new experience. If you have any needs, you must tell me. If I can help, I will definitely help you. It was all up to this point, Qin Quge could only express his kindness slightly tactfully. Although I know this world is very strange. But he almost participated in the process of the governor's 800 race change. Qin Quge was still a little confused. I don't have any needs for the time being. After saving the trouble of eating and drinking, I have to adapt to this new life. If there is a chance to meet in the future, boss, don't be scared by my new appearance. Governor 800 was quite open-minded, and there seemed to be some expectations for a new life in his tone. Qin Quge turned his head and glanced at the bone servants and bone guards standing directly behind him. Scare? As long as a few skeleton heads don't grow out, I shouldn't be scared. This appearance, I'm afraid it will be with me for a long time in the future. Keep in touch with the Governor 800 after confirmation. Qin Quge exchanged the fresh water obtained from the water purifier for more than 1,000 stones. He did not devour the stones, but piled up on the northeast side of the island. Even if doing so can't completely resist the bombardment of the ghost ship. But to some extent, it added a barrier to Fashu Island. The only thing worth protecting on the whole island is the jet tree. Therefore, the wall must not only be thick. The trunk of the jet tree had to be blocked. According to Qin Quge's idea, this stone wall must be able to hold at least 2 or more cannon shells. Then the thickness of the stone wall must be more than 1 meter. 1,000 stones are not enough. As a result, Qin Quge bought more than 4,000 yuan from the trading center one after another. That's how the wall was built. It also raised the price of stones in the trading center by a large margin. Many people also took the initiative to find Qin Quge to trade. Even iron ore, Qin Quge bought more than 100 yuan. As for the silt block, there are more. When the sun sets, the total area of Fashu Island has expanded by more than 30 square meters. The whole begins to approach an ellipse. In addition, he found the person who wanted to trade a blueprint for making iron armor with him before, and used the remaining sea crab meat and some water to complete the transaction. Iron plate armor, iron ore *20 is required. System prompt, consume iron ore *20, and the synthesis of iron armor is completed. The production platform shines brightly. 20 pieces of iron ore are consumed. A piece of dark iron plate armor was finished. Iron plate armor, white quality, durability 200/200. The thick upper body plate armor weighing up to 40 kgs can defend against most attack damage. But the weight is too heavy, please wear it carefully. This thing is divided into 2 parts, the front and the back. Wearing it on the body is like an iron can, stronger than the thick armor of those heavy cavalry in the Middle Ages. Chapter 30. Trying to wear iron plate armor on the body. After walking a few steps, Qin Quge gave up decisively. The weight of 40 kgs seems to be bearable. But the feeling of wearing it on the body is not as expected at all. It's so hard that I can't stretch my body at all. It also affects the movement of the hands. Without a strength of more than 15 points, it is impossible to exert the effect of this iron plate armor. After taking it off, Qin Quge directly buckled the iron plate armor on the bone guard. Not to mention, it fits well. With bone guard's 18 strength and 25 constitution, it's probably not a problem to double his weight. If it can be made into an iron plate, its combat effectiveness should be greatly improved. After all, it is its own skeleton, which is double defense. Thinking that the Governor 800 is also a skeleton now, Qin Quge smacked his lips. That. I can make iron plate armor here, you should be able to use it, do you want one? However, after sending out the private message, there was no reply for a long time. After waiting for a while, the Governor's 800 message came. Qin Quge opened it and was speechless. Boss, I'm on my way to the nether ship, and they invited me aboard. I make up. This guy's way is getting more and more off-road. Qin Quge thought all afternoon but couldn't think of a way to board the ship. As a result, Governor 800 took the lead. There's no danger, is there? Not yet. The other party invited me on their own initiative. They should think that I am already their kind. They want me to be a crew member on the ship. Wait for my good news. If you were really invited, wouldn't you agree? Governor 800 thought for a while. Perhaps, it's not bad to change a way of life. Besides, don't you think this is better? If I really become a member of the Netherworld, I can get the supplies of the underworld, and then I can have S*X with you. Deal, it's not a win-win. Qin Quge was dumbfounded for a while. The truth is this. But, how should I put it? It always feels weird. 20 minutes later, the Governor 800 sent a good news. Boss, I'm on board and I feel fine. Be safe, my enemy is coming. After saying these words, Qin Quge narrowed his eyes and stared at the sea level in the distance. In Setsuna, where the last rays of the setting sun set, a shadow of a ship appeared. St. Mary's. It didn't come to Fashu Island immediately. Instead, it went around from the northeast to the west where it appeared, and then hid in the dimness, never to be seen again. Qin Quge understands that the St. Mary is hidden in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to move. I have to be on guard. During the day, Qin Quge had already used up all the materials he could exchange, leaving only some crab shells and tens of thousands of trading coins. It cannot be saved at this time. He spent another 2,000 transaction coins, bought more than 1,000 stones for Fashu Island to swallow, and arranged a reef on the southwest side of the island to prevent the Saint Mary from approaching from here. Then, he climbed up the Je tree and waited for the nether skeleton's arrival. After the sun goes down, the surroundings are plunged into darkness. Qin Quge did not light the bonfire. Relying on the thin moonlight in the sky, visibility is poor. This Saint Mary should not use shelling in such a dim environment. So, if they want to make trouble, they still have to go to the island. Blood Mark, a special ability mastered by high-level ghost creatures. It uses its own ghost power to mark enemies. It lasts for 24 hours. During this period, it can grasp the general orientation of the marked person. With this bloody mark, Qin Quge couldn't run at all. What he has to do is to guard this 3-acre land. The bone servant is arranged in the northeast, and the bone guard is placed in the south. All that's left is to wait. Xinlei calmed down, listening to the regular sound of seawater lapping on the shore. Qin Quge was engrossed. Finally, there were some abnormalities in the sound of the tide. Sure enough, it's here. Qin Quge counted silently. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. Then slide the match that has been prepared in his hand. Bought a brand matchbox, white quality. There are 13 matches inside, each has a 15% chance of not being able to ignite, a 10% chance of breaking, a 0.003% chance of alienation at the moment of ignition, and a 0% chance to grant a wish when lit. During the day, he dried the matches in the sun, but unexpectedly, the properties of the matches changed. The match ignited with a bang. Then Qin Quge put it into the bonfire under the tree. Qin Quge placed a lot of flammable items on the bonfire. The fire ignited instantly. The light of the fire breaks the darkness. The figures who had just landed on the island froze immediately. Qin Quge counted. The 7 ghosts. Wait, aren't these guys supposed to be skeletons? How come there is meat again? Carefully sizing up these enemies, Qin Quge frowned tightly. This time it was not the nether skeleton who went to the island, but a group of nether ship crews who were no different from ordinary people. If there is one thing that is different from ordinary people, it is that their eyes are glowing green. But at this time, I can't think too much about it. With an order, the bone guards and bone servants swarmed up. Chapter 31. Dressed in iron plate armor, the bone guards fought 1 against 3, and they didn't even lose the wind. The bone servant is much weaker, but he can still contain 1. Qin Quge looked at the remaining 3. Not even a tree fell. If this continues, he doesn't have the high attribute of the bone guard, and he is still dying. With a finger, the devouring tentacles strike instantly. Even the bones are gnawed, leaving only scum. Meat is not more delicious. Shadow flashed. There was a crash. Swallow a ghost dead, the island gets a ghoul. Qin Quge exhaled fragrance immediately. There were skeletons before, and now there are ghouls? A bit of abomination later, and a vampire or 2. Are you going to open a nightmare island? While complaining about the unreliability of devouring results. While pitting new ghouls against a ghostly dead man. Only then did Qin Quge come down from the Je tree, and holding the sailor knife, he faced the remaining nether dead who was smaller. Of course he understood the dangers of doing so. At this time, it is better to avoid fighting, and use the ability to devour tentacles to continuously eat them. However, Qin Quge cannot rely on devouring tentacles forever. Fashu Island will not move. But he always has to leave Fashu Island to search for supplies. And at that time, what could help him? He must learn to fight. There must be a fight. Must be familiar with combat. Whether it is against alien species, or infighting that may exist in the future. No one can teach him this knowledge. He has to start from scratch. But at the moment, the only thing he knows is, don't be careless at any time, and don't underestimate the enemy. When a tiger fights a rabbit, use all your strength. War. The decadent sailor knife has side effects though. However, Qin Quge can't control these. A few steps closer to the nether dead, Qin Quge slashed at the blade with a flick of his blade. He doesn't have any combat experience. It doesn't count when dealing with sea crabs. At this time, Qin Quge relied on instinct and his own observation ability to give it a go. When there was a crisp sound, the nether dead actually blocked Qin Quge's knife at an extremely fast speed. With a backhand, he parried Qin Quge's weapon. This guy, who was originally short in stature, was extremely flexible in his movements. While parrying Qin Quge's weapon, he took a step forward and bumped his elbow into Qin Quge's abdomen. This is very heavy. Qin Quge only felt that his lungs were leaking, and he almost didn't breathe out. Busily took out the iron pickaxe from the personal space with the other hand, and smashed it hard, forcing the ghost dead back. Only then did he take a step back, to catch his breath. Cough. Taking back the iron pick, he rubbed his chest. Qin Quge's eyes were fixed, and he greeted him again. However, this time, Qin Quge was not as lucky as before. The long knife in the opponent's hand twisted into a flower, staggered its position, and pierced Qin Quge's left abdomen directly. The pain came out together with the blood. Qin Quge gritted his teeth. Regardless of the pain, he gave the opponent a knife with his backhand. It's just that the ghost dead are dead things. There wasn't even a bloodstain from the knife wound by Qin Quge. The guy grinned, drew back the long knife, and cut towards Qin Quge's wrist. Qin Quge had to discard his sailor knife and took another 2 steps back. However, just as he took 2 steps back, he suddenly rushed forward. With a flick of his hand, the pickaxe was taken out again. And the empty left hand clenched a ball of vitality, and Qin Quge pressed it to the wound on the left abdomen. The vitality gushes out in the form of streamer, which stops the bleeding and heals the wound in an instant. Immediately afterwards, the iron pick in Qin Quge's hand hit the shoulder of the ghostly dead man. Sheng Sheng made a hole in his shoulder. Although Nether Dead is obviously stronger than Qin Quge. But Qin Quge is alive. Avoid fatal wounds. For a moment, the Nether Dead also had nothing to do with Qin Quge. Chop, cut, block, swing, pick. The two actually had a chat in a short period of time. Qin Quge has no gimmicks or techniques, just pursues the simplest and most direct way to kill the opponent. But it was precisely this kind of thinking that allowed Qin Quge to gradually master a simple and crude combat skill. However, during this process, the devouring tentacle was not idle. Swallow a ghost dead, the island gets a ghoul. Swallow a ghost dead, the island gets a ghoul. Swallow a ghost dead, the island gets a ghoul. 3 minutes later, the balance of combat power between the two sides has tilted. 2 bone skeletons and 4 ghouls immediately began to suppress the remaining 3 ghost dead. They were all undead creatures, and the suppression in numbers made it impossible for the remaining 3 nether dead to escape even if they wanted to. Already adapted to the opponent's fighting rhythm, Qin Quge is just about to close the net. Suddenly, the guy started yelling. Parley! Parley! Negotiation? You didn't even escape. What qualifications do you have to negotiate with me? No, not us. It's the captain. Our captain wants to negotiate with you. I was thinking of negotiating with me when I was about to die. Do you think I will believe it? No, it's not what you think. The captain is just testing your ability. Now you have revealed your powerful necromancer power. When you came, the captain has already said that as long as your strength is confirmed, he wants to make a deal with you. Chapter 32. Ghost Ship, Saint Mary, Captain's cabin. Edward Maris felt something was wrong. As the only authority on the St. Mary, he who controls everything on the ship has already chosen to integrate his ship into one. He is the ship, and the ship is him. As for the crew members on the ship, they were just a part of the ship. Even if these crew members still had some will of their own, they still had to take all orders from Edward Maris as the highest order, and no resistance was allowed, even death. Even death, these crew members are at the mercy of Edward Maris. Back then, when he was rampant in his own world, no one would dare to contend with him wherever the St. Mary went. Even those human towns with a large population will offer tribute under his majesty. However, after coming to this strange world, the first human being encountered made Edward Maris feel uncomfortable. It never occurred to him that a human would be able to confront his St. Mary. The three-wheeled cannon is a deterrent. He originally planned to assign 2 crew members to go to the island to kill the human who dared to face him. But since then, things have gotten weird. As a ghost being, he actually used the word weird to human beings. The crew member who landed on the island lost contact with the ship directly. At that moment, Edward Maris was startled. He believed in Hades, the great god of the underworld. He had already given up his flesh and blood, and completely became a senior skeleton spirit. He exchanged his soul and faith for the ghost of the St. Mary. Since then, everything on the St. Mary's has become one, and the crew is more like a part of the St. Mary's, constantly changing. Only his will, Edward Maris's, will be able to disconnect the crew from the ship. However, the 2 crew members had no information in an instant. How could this not surprise Edward Maris? But looking again, his crew was actually recruited by the other party. This is even more impossible. This Saint Mary is blessed by Hades, the god of the underworld. Could it be that the other party is a powerful existence in this world, a necromancer who is more powerful than myself? For a moment, Edward Maris had to think so. Otherwise, he really didn't understand how the other party pulled his crew away. It may also be because the Saint Mary is under the sun during the day, and its strength has been greatly suppressed. Night. Trouble with that guy again tonight. However, what happened that night made Edward Maris panic even more. After the 7 Nether dead crew members who were 1 level stronger than the Nether skeleton were sent out, 4 of them disconnected from the ship in just a few minutes. He had to let one of them pass the message of the negotiation. Now, he confirmed that the opponent is very powerful. And he provoked the other party again and again. He wasn't sure if the other party would hold grudges, would he have the ability to mark enemies like him? If he leaves at this time, if the other party finds him, it will be even more troublesome. Negotiate, must negotiate. If I want to take root in this world and stand firm in this world, I can't easily offend these monsters. If Qin Quge knew that he was called a monster by a skull, he would probably be very happy. It is confirmed that those guys on the Nether ship intend to negotiate with themselves. Of course he will not refuse. But he didn't intend to let the remaining 2 ghost dead go. 4 messengers, 1 is enough. Grinned grinningly. Qin Quge snapped his fingers. The face of the short ghost dead man froze. You, what are you going to do? No. Don't transform me. As soon as the words fell, the devouring tentacles suddenly drilled out from under the sand, and overturned the short man directly, but they did not devour him, but bit another ghost dead. Swallow a ghost dead, the island gets a ghoul. Easy to turn offensive and defensive. Qin Quge tilted his head, go back and tell your captain, come to my island tomorrow morning. Almost the ghouls surrounding the last ghostly dead man spread out to both sides, leaving an opening. The short man trembled, turned around, and plunged into the sea without looking back. Until there is only the sound of waves beating regularly. Only then did Qin Quge heave a sigh of relief. It seems that Fazhu Island only lacks some long-range attack methods now. A bone servant, a bone guard, 6 ghouls. At this stage, such combat power is probably the strongest among all the participants. enough to protect the not-so-large Fashu island. Nether ghouls, transforming bodies of life in the underworld. Tier 2 living body. Strength 21, Dexterity 12, Constitution 17, Mental Power 9. Ability. Corpse LV1, an evil creature that walks between life and death, lives on corpses, and can absorb the dark energy from corpses. Sharp Claws LV1, sharp claws are the most powerful weapon of a ghoul, comparable in strength to a sword. Hibernation LV1, when seriously injured, ghouls can choose to enter dormancy to heal themselves. Chapter 33. The bonfire is raging. Qin Quge leaned against the zhe tree and cleaned up the harvest. Harvest. A total of 6 ghost dead were killed, although 5 groups of vitality were consumed for healing during the battle. But the overall benefits are huge. There are 6 sailor knives alone, each of which is of green quality, and the attributes are basically the same, that is, the probability of special attacks is slightly different, and the durability is more or less. If these sailor knives don't consider the negative effects of the power of the netherworld corroding the body, they are very good weapons. And through the use just now, although you can indeed feel some erosion of the power of the netherworld, manifested as a chill seeping into your body, but overall it doesn't have much impact. It should be a very slow process if you really want to become a skeleton spirit. Qin Quge doubts whether there are other factors for Governor 800 to turn into a skeleton. Then there are some bits and pieces. Unknown silver coins, strange pendants, ancient gemstones and more. It should be the possessions of the crew of those ghost ships. These things might be valuable in the normal world. But in this world of survival, nothing is as good as a piece of steamed bun. Compared with the poor ghosts of the nether skeleton, the nether dead also left some clothes for Qin Quge. These clothes are just clothes. Medieval, but all dirty. Qin Quge is not interested. What's more, it's still worn by the dead. What's the difference between this and a shroud? And those ghouls? They are between the dead and the living. And some beasts. No need for clothes. Sell 6 green quality sailor knives, the price is good, don't trade coins. The weapon has superior attributes, with a few flaws. Each knife comes with a set of pirate-style clothing, old models, first come first served. In the communication area of the one-horned manatee sea area, a message floated by. As soon as Dowdy's name came out, he was immediately captured. Looking at the content of the information, it is even more amazing. The 6 sailor knives are all of green quality. Boss, have you wandered around on which ghost ship? Can the old pirate-style clothes be sold separately? You can't afford a knife, but you can still get a set of clothes. If you die upstairs, where do you think this clothes came from? And, why panic? Even if it's pulled from those corpses, what's the matter with you? What the hell are you going to go to a fashion store to buy clothes in? Simple washing, you should wear it. That makes sense. Boss, if the clothes can be sold separately, I'll buy a set too. I don't have anything of value in my hand, but I got the seeds, mushroom seeds. Qin Quge looked at other people's speeches, and did not sell the clothes separately. Since he had already said that the clothes were a bonus of sailor knife, he would not take that back. Picking out a few higher bidders, Qin Quge traded the sailor knife over. 2 handfuls of strains of Pleurotus eringii can mature within 7 days as long as there is sufficient water in the environment. The blueprint of the floating wooden bridge, the basic wood requirement is 4, which can be synthesized into a wooden plank with high buoyancy, and connected in pairs to form a floating bridge. Vine armor blueprint, requires vine fiber 12. The bone meal formula requires bones as raw materials, which can be made into advanced Hizeng materials or used as fertilizers. Straight bow drawings. These things are all that Qin Quge can use temporarily. Among other things, the strains of those 2 handfuls of Pleurotus eringii alone are very rare. Qin Quge doesn't know how to grow mushrooms. But he has devouring tentacles. As long as these two bunches of strains are devoured, there will be gains naturally. Even if the strain is not in the qualitative change option of phagocytosis. It can also directly become a part of Faju Island. Originally, Qin Quge planned to build some fertile soil to expand the island. It shouldn't be difficult to grow these strains on top. This is just trying. Faju Island, Alien Island. Exclusive attribute, Devour. The current total area of the island, 80 square meters, including part of the water area. Islands with existing biomes, none. Existing plants on the island, Zhe tree, rare thing. Island defense, Bone Guard 1, Ghoul 6, Bone Servant * 1. Today, the size of Faju Island has more than doubled. But even if it has been expanded to 80 square meters, it is still not big. Now there are 8 more strange-looking subordinates. Qin Quge simply put all the remaining trading coins into the trading center. Sweep away the dirt, sand, stones, fertile soil, of the entire trading center. Soil and sand are resources that are extremely easy to obtain. Very cheap. Throw down tens of thousands of trading coins. In the second half of the night, the devouring tentacles never stopped. When the sun rises the next day, Faju Island has a new look. Its total area has expanded to 1,200 square meters. Almost the size of a large playground. The southwest side of the island is a reef area. The north side is much higher, with a cliff. Zhe tree is the center point of the whole island. A fertile soil area of about 50 square meters is next to Jeshu. There are some mushroom strains that just show a little dome. And this Saint Mary just appeared not far away. On the boat, the Captain Edward Maris looked dazed. FK, we really provoked people we shouldn't have provoked. How did that island grow so much overnight? Chapter 34. After a brief teeth cleaning with wood fibers from coconut shells, Qin Quge is a luxury. Others are still worrying about eating and drinking at the moment. He used up a small bucket of fresh water just for his morning wash. I don't know if I will let other people know, will I be envious or jealous? The ghost ship Saint Mary has appeared in the field of vision. But it didn't come close. The other party didn't move. Of course, Qin Quge still has to be on guard. But during the daytime, the 6 ghouls were suppressed by the sun, and their combat effectiveness was greatly reduced. Now they are all huddled under the shadow of the Zhe tree. In other words, the 2 bone skeletons didn't seem to be affected in any way. While grilling the crab meat, Qin Quge was thinking about what issues would be involved in the negotiations for a while. Originally, his food had been used up, and most of it was used for trading. And these crab meat were arranged by Qin Quge last night for bone guards and bone servants. With 8 Yuming wage earners, Qin Quge does not need to do many things by himself. Last night, he arranged for the bone guards and bone servants to go directly to Coconut Island along the seabed, and wiped out all the sea crabs in Coconut Island. A total of 14 sea crabs of different sizes. Qin Quge left the largest 4. The remaining 10 were all donated to Faju Island. Swallow 10 sea crabs, add 1 crab refresh point to the island. When the 10th sea crab is swallowed by the devouring tentacles, 10 golden streamers drilled out from the ground, and then circled around Qin Quge. It can be vaguely seen that these golden streamers seem to form some mysterious runes. Immediately afterwards, the streamer fell to the ground. Hook up. A transparent diamond-shaped structure is formed. Those runes floated inside the rhombus structure. Finally, it hides in the ground. The qualitative change engulfing item that he had been thinking about since the first day was finally completed, coupled with the harvest of the whole day. Qin Quge was so excited that he almost stayed up all night. The refreshing point of this sea crab is very interesting. It will only appear when Qin Quge needs to observe. And only he can see it, outsiders can't see it. Sea crab refresh point, unique place. Maximum number of creatures, 10. Refresh rate, 1 piece/day. Creature class probability, 89% probability to refresh a common sea crab, 9.9% probability to refresh a heterogeneous sea crab, 1% probability to refresh a heterogeneous sea crab boss, and 0.1% probability to refresh a giant sea crab boss. Upgrade requirement: Devour 100 sea crabs. At midnight every day, when the number of sea crabs around the refresh point is less than 10. When the sea crab is refreshed, a circle of light will be diffused. Then a brand new sea crab will emerge from the nearby sand. Interestingly, apart from the alien sea crab that Qin Quge saw in Coconut Island, and the sea crab boss, the refresh point actually has a 0.1% chance to refresh a guy called the giant sea crab boss. It can be predicted that this thing should be quite awesome. Ordinary sea crab bosses are already big enough. Added a giant prefix, this thing should be bigger. A larger body size means a harder carapace, more terrifying power, and even ferocious aggression. If he had encountered this kind of thing before, Qin Quge would definitely not touch it. But now, Qin Quge has a bunch of subordinates. If it is refreshed, 8 ghost creatures rushed forward. A sea crab is not easy to catch. However, the probability of 0.1% is too small, and it may be difficult to get it out. I don't know if that blessing pearl can be used for refresh points. Blessing pearl, special props, one-time consumables. Blessing effects can be added to any item. Especially items with chance will greatly increase the value of certain advantage chances. When Qin Quge took out the blessing pearl and aimed it at the refresh point, the hint turned out to be really usable. Qin Quge immediately used the blessing pearl on the refresh point of the sea crab. The blessed pearl in my hand turns into powder. But these powders were suspended, then drifted away, fell around the refresh point, and turned into white light. The light comes and goes quickly. Wait for the light to fade away. The data at the refresh point has changed. Sea crab refresh point, unique place. Maximum number of creatures, 10. Refresh rate, 1 piece/day. Creature class probability, 72% chance to refresh a common sea crab, 21% probability to refresh a heterogeneous sea crab, 6% probability to refresh a heterogeneous sea crab boss, 1% probability to refresh a giant sea crab boss. Upgrade requirement: Devour 100 sea crabs. The spawn rate of giant sea crab boss has been directly increased by 10 times. Sure enough, the blessing pearl is a rare good thing. He opened the trading center, searched. However, no one was found selling blessing pearls. It's a little pity. Qin Quge still misses Loudy. Grilling sea crab meat, sitting on a wooden chair made of 3 standard wooden boards, enjoying the beauty of the rising sun. The ghost ship Saint Mary in the distance finally made a movement. Chapter 35. This Saint Mary is still moored in the distance. But they lowered a boat. Qin Quge glanced at the binoculars. Only 3 people boarded the boat. A captain with a 3-cornered hat, and 2 other skulls. The boat was moored so far away, and only 3 people came. I don't know if they are cautious or not. Could it be that the other crew members are hiding at the bottom of the sea? Most of the crew members on this ghost ship are skeletons, and they don't need to breathe at all. Even if they sink to the bottom of the sea, they can walk all the way along the bottom of the sea. In this sea area, although the islands seem to be sparse, there are definitely a lot of them. In other words, the depth of the sea here will not be too outrageous. The pressure on the bottom of the sea is bearable for these ghostly skeletons. Setting up an ambush on the bottom of the sea is simply awesome. After thinking about it like this, Qin Quge simply sent the bone servant into the sea. Go wander around in the surrounding sea, and report if you encounter the same kind. Although Qin Quge's subordinates don't have much brains, they have no problem executing simple orders. After waiting for about 10 minutes, this St. Mary's boat finally arrived at Fazhu Island. Qin Quge sat on the chair and didn't even move. This St. Mary's willingness to condescend to this point only shows one problem. The other party is very guilty. You know, at the very beginning, Qin Quge just glanced at the other party, and the other party was so angry that he wanted to kill him. Compared with this time, worlds apart. Obviously, they were cowardly. But why are you cowardly? The only explanation is that Fashu Island's devouring attribute makes the other party feel scared. After all, Qin Quge didn't hide the devouring tentacles back then. They don't know what that thick strip is. Click down. Not to mention being swallowed by his own people, he was transformed in the next second. Can this not be scary? Besides, there is one more thing. That is, the people on this ghost ship have something to ask for. Otherwise, there is no need to negotiate with Qin Quge. It's a big deal to sail away. They stayed and came in a small boat, which proved Qin Quge's guess was right. Only, looking at the skull with the three-cornered hat, Qin Quge was really not sure how he should communicate with him. By brain waves? This is Qin Quge worrying too much. After the skeleton captain landed on the island, he saluted in the direction of Qin Quge from a distance. This posture is low enough. Now that the other party has landed on the island, Qin Quge felt relieved. Once on the island, it is your own world. With the expansion of Fashu Island, the swallowing range of the devouring tentacles has greatly increased, and it can even extend 5 or 6 meters away from the island. If the other party really played tricks, Qin Quge swallowed him immediately. Can't escape. Unless this skeleton head can fly. Getting up from the chair, Qin Quge walked over slowly. By the way, I also looked at this guy. Although he is very well dressed and the three-cornered hat is neatly worn, there is still a decayed feeling all over his body, that is, the clothes all over his body are wrinkled strangely. This is not because the clothes are worn out, but because corroded by the power of the netherworld. Without waiting for Qin Quge to approach, the skeleton captain spoke first. Honor. Your Excellency. My Lord Edward Maris, the captain of the St. Mary, comes here to negotiate with you with sincerity and apology. Please accept my most sincere greetings. Captain Edward waved to the back, and the 2 crew members on the boat immediately lifted a huge treasure chest from the boat. Qin Quge's eyes lit up, but he didn't worry about how this guy who doesn't even have vocal cords but only bones can make a sound. But then the other party put the treasure box under his feet and opened it, and there was a box full of gold, silver, and jewelry. Qin Quge pouted. Meow, I thought it was such a big system treasure chest. Just call me Dowdy. Tell me, why are you here? Seeing that Qin Quge didn't seem to have any interest in such a large box of gold, silver, and jewelry, Edward was sweating. He took great risks to land on this island. Don't mess with this guy again. Jotai. Your Excellency, Dowdy, you must have misunderstood us. What happened yesterday was purely accidental. As an apology, these are some of our collections. If you are not satisfied, we will go back and prepare something else. Of course, if you it would be even better if you could reveal a little bit about your preferences. Yesterday's matter was not so simple. I'm not interested in these vulgar things. It just so happens that my island has no defensive weapons yet. I don't know if you have any extra cannons on your ship. Lend me 2. Qin Quge doesn't want too much. He was salivating at the cannons on that ghost ship. Even if it doesn't look like modern artillery, it can be used to fight big sea monsters, or ships. If Edward still had flesh on his face, it must be very embarrassing now. I've seen people asking for gold, silver, and jewelry. I've seen people asking for beautiful servants. What kind of thing is it to ask for the cannon on my ship? But of course these words will only rot in the stomach. Yes, of course there are. I happen to have 2 spare cannons. If you like them, I will arrange for someone to send them to the island for you. In addition, I will bring you some boxes of gunpowder, solid bullets, flowering bullets, and chain bullets. I'll give you a dozen of them. Look, are you satisfied? Well, Tell me, what are your plans? Do you want to stay in this world? Edward's heart skipped a beat, but still nodded honestly. As you said, we want to stay in this world. This is the guidance given by the great god of the underworld. However, you are so powerful, and it is not what we want to offend you. If we can get your friendship, we should survive better. When Edward was in a mess, Qin Quge is not. This is the first time he communicated with foreigners. Governor 800 doesn't count. In case the other party has any tricks, although the captain can be kept, who knows if the captain is real, even if the captain is swallowed, there is still a ship behind. He is also thinking about Xiaojuju in his heart. It is necessary to stabilize this skeleton, but also to strive for the greatest benefit for oneself. 2 Italian guns. It seems to be making a lot of money. Chapter 36. Edward's finger bones rubbed against each other. I thought for a while. Looking at the face of the human being in front of him, there seemed to be a slight smile on his face. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. 2 cannons for the friendship of a mighty human. Well, at least the limits of peaceful negotiations. It's a good deal. As for the transformed crew. For this ain't Mary, the crew is like a cannonball, originally a consumable. For the missing places, go back and find a human town to replenish it. Among human beings, there are always those who are easily bewitched, timid, and fearful of death. Qin Quge smiled slightly, stretched out his hand, and made a gesture of invitation. Since you are so sincere, why don't you sit here and we can talk about some further cooperation? These ghost creatures actually want to settle in this survival world. No matter what they think, or the guidance of Hades, the god of the underworld, Qin Quge doesn't care. What he cares about is that there are a total of 37 ships including the St. Mary Indiana this ghost ship incident. And this Saint Mary is definitely not the only one who wants to settle down here. The current survivors are estimated to be unable to stop the invasion of ghost creatures. Dealing with these ghostly creatures will definitely be indispensable in the future. That being the case, have this chance. May wish to deal with the skeleton named Edward in front of you. After that, you can get some resources of the Nether clan from this man named Edward. Of course, this world may be boundless, Qin Quge doesn't mind sharing the resources of this world with these ghost creatures. At least, not for the time being. Your condition, can you eat? See, Edward did not refuse his invitation. Qin Quge walked in front, pointed at the sea crab meat that was still grilling on the bonfire, and asked him. Edward shook his head. When you say that, I miss the time when I still had a body. If you need, I can have a drink with you. He turned back and waved at the 2 crew members behind again. The 2 crew members nodded, boarded the boat, and sailed away. However, this time, they rowed at a much faster speed. Seeing that they communicated with each other without speaking from the beginning to the end, Qin Quge wondered if they also had a method similar to the system communication center. Back under the jet tree, Qin Quge motioned for Edward to sit opposite him. The 2 chairs, including the table, are prepared early. Although the style is simpler, it's neat. I like simplicity alone, just some seafood, don't mind. You are welcome. We don't really need to eat, but we have a lot of drinks. I have excellent rum on board, and I have asked them to get it. Wait a moment. Edward straightened his clothes, and it was not difficult to see from his sitting posture that although this guy was quite gangster-like, he was very accurate with the so-called aristocratic temperament. As he said, when he still had a body, he should have some status. After entering the shadow of the tree, the fire of soul in Edward's pupils rose for a while, and then a large amount of black smoke gushed out from under his clothes. When the smoke dissipated, his body, which was full of bones, turned into flesh and blood. Qin Quge was slightly taken aback. This is an illusion. Or some kind of dark magic that gave him a temporary body. But of course he wouldn't ask. Asking does not seem to be less knowledgeable. since the other party mistook him for a boss. Then let him misunderstand. Meat, can I eat it? Passing a large piece of grilled crab meat to Edward, Qin Quge also took a piece himself. Edward took it, and he was blonde and blue-eyed at this time, but he didn't refuse. It's like chewing wax, it's very tasteless. Then you Nether clan are too boring. It is said that when the vitality is advanced to the 5th level, these feelings can be restored. According to the guidance of Hades, the god of the underworld, if I can achieve something here, maybe I can break through to the 5th level. When Qin Quge heard this, he couldn't help but feel excited. This guy in front of him can't be a tier 4 life form. The strongest combat power he has seen now is his bone guard, but all attributes have reached 20, and it is still only level 2. How strong is that tier 4? Let's say that each attribute has to be turned up to 4 times. If he can swallow this guy, what benefits can he bring to Fashu Island? Hard pounding. But in the end, Qin Quge held back. What he needs now are all kinds of resources. Maybe swallowing this guy can bring him a powerful combat power. But people always have to take a long view. Furthermore, if there is further communication with this guy, then, there will be opportunities in the future. Don't care about the moment. There will always be growth. Whether it's you or me. By the way, since you want to survive in this world, have you considered where to settle? You can't spread branches and leaves while driving a boat. It hasn't been decided yet. If you have any suggestions, you can follow what you said. Edward carefully glanced at the bone guard standing beside him, then at the ghoul lying not far away, and took a bite of the sea crab's meat. But the strange thing is that he, actually tasted the aroma of the meat. Even the juice in the crab meat makes him aftertaste so much. How is this possible? He looked up and stared at Qin Quge. Could it be that the strong man in front of him gave him a taste of the delicious meat? How many years have passed, and I have eaten delicious food again. Ah, the damn thing, the smell of meat. Chapter 37. Tasting the sea crab meat in his mouth, Edward almost cried out of excitement. This is how many years of memory. He thought he would never have the enjoyment of taste again. There will be no satiety anymore. But now he actually tasted the real food. But it is very difficult for the nether skeleton and the like to have a sense of taste, or other perception abilities, and it must at least reach the 5th level of vitality. Compared with a skeleton, there is only one body of bones. Many perceptions are simulated by the power of the netherworld. But that can only be applied more in combat. But it is not easy to reach the 5th level. The 5th order life form is at least a big boss. From the very beginning, Edward guessed that Qin Quge was the 5th order. But now, he suspects that Qin Quge is stronger. How magical it is to be able to make other ghost skeletons feel the taste. Impressed. Edward convinced. He was even a little reluctant to eat that piece of sea crab meat. And Qin Quge wondered. This guy has clubbing in his head. Just now he said that eating is as tasteless as chewing wax. Why is he holding a piece of sea crab meat now and not letting go? However, the meat of this sea crab is indeed very tender. In order to add some flavor, he also picked some jet tree fruit and chopped it and sprinkled it inside. The taste really increased a lot. However, it is not enough to hold on to it and not let go. What's wrong? This meat? No, this meat is very delicious. Can I take some back? As if afraid of Qin Quge's objection, Edward added another sentence. I'll trade things, guns, ammunition, anything. By this time, Qin Quge naturally realized that something was wrong with Edward. He realized right away that this meat seemed to be important to Edward. Could it be that he tasted it? Is it because the meat is made through systematic decomposition, so even these skeletons can eat it? That's really a good thing. It's just some meat. If you like, you can come here often. By the way, my island is not very big, surrounded by the sea. What direction do you think my two cannons are facing? As a person who has been floating on the sea for hundreds of years, can you not understand the meaning of Qin Quge's words? Two cannons are definitely not enough. Your Excellency, if you don't mind, I will give you 4 cannons, one for each side. You see, chatting with smart people. No, chatting with smart skeletons is easy. Oh, that's so embarrassing. Come on, there's still a lot of meat, you eat it slowly, don't worry. Don't you still have wine in a while, let's make 2 glasses. 4 cannons were brought in at once, and the long-range attack of Fashu Island was greatly expanded. According to this calculation, a barbecue restaurant will have to be opened on Fashu Island in the future. So, Qin Quge grilled 2 more pieces of sea crab meat. However, he found that after taking a bite of the meat, Edward remained calm. Could it be, because I added zhe tree fruit to the meat? He looked up at the lush zhe trees. A piece of sea crab meat was re-roasted, but this time with the fruit of the zhe tree. Sure enough, Edward feasted on it. I didn't expect this zhe tree to have such an ability. If devouring tentacles is my foundation, then zhe tree is the most precious treasure of Fashu Island. I was worried that this guy would meet other survivors after going out, so it would be difficult to coax. Now don't worry, this Jeshu is the only one. With the zhe tree, even if the stomach of the nether skeleton family is controlled. As long as these guys still pursue the desire for tongue, they will inevitably come to Fashu Island again and again. You have to pay to eat. It's too lucrative. At this moment, Qin Quge has already begun to look forward to the Nether clan settling down in the entire One-Horned Manatee Sea area. In the next 2 hours, the St. Mary's boat went back and forth several times, transporting 4 cannons, boxes of gunpowder and ammunition. There were also 2 cases of rum. After drinking a few glasses of rum with citrus juice, Edward was a little erratic. It's really my luck to know you. You don't remember what happened before. I, Edward, swear on this Saint Mary, you are the human being I respect the most. From now on, as long as if you need anything, you are always on call. Just this, you blow it, I can hear it anywhere. Putting a bullhorn into Qin Quge's hands, Edward is happy. Being able to recognize the human being in front of him, he felt more and more that he was guided by the god of the underworld. Only the god of the underworld can let him encounter these things. This is his hope for Edward's rise. This Saint Mary must also become a legend in this world. But what he didn't know was, at his feet, the bottom of Fashu Island. The devouring tentacles are always ready to go. Always ready to obey Qin Quge's orders. Swallow this limb dancing, forgetful guy. Fortunately, this guy has benefited Qin Quge enough. Looking at Edward, Qin Quge smiled slightly. Of course, I will accept this horn. Then, I wish you all the best in this world. System prompt, your relationship with the Saint Mary is getting closer, triggering hidden events, and helping Edward find a suitable place to settle. Complete missions to get extra rewards. Chapter 38. Added the juice of the citrus fruit. These rums that Edward put on the Saint Mary for nearly 100 years have a delicate and sweet taste. Originally, rum is not like white wine, it needs to be aged and mellow. But these centuries-old wines do have a certain charm. A certain poet once said, rum is the greatest magic weapon that a man uses to win a woman's heart. It can make a woman from cold to tender. Unfortunately, the person sitting opposite Qin Quge was a man. No, to be precise, it's a male skull. Maybe it's been too long since I really felt the taste of wine. After a bottle of rum. Edward is erratic. It's almost time for you to go back to the ship. Let's come back tomorrow. Talk about your settlement. Immediately giving this guy an expulsion order, Qin Quge drank the rum in his hand in one gulp. He is not a drinker. But if you have good wine, you might as well drink more. However, he will not be as hopeless as Edward. Like alcohol and tobacco, moderation is a test of one's sense of propriety. Enjoyable, but not addictive. Everything should work this way. What's more, if you don't drive this guy away, he will hang on. A skeleton doesn't have any worries about dying. Let him continue to eat and drink, and Qin Quge will lose money. Want to eat? Get something in exchange. Qin Quge's words will of course not be said directly. But Edward is a smart man, and when he sobers up a bit, he will figure out the taste. Edward, the guy who called the wind and rain on this Saint Mary, was almost kicked away by Qin Quge. Now that Edward has confirmed that Qin Quge is a human master, Qin Quge is also happy to play this role, which will help him further extract good things from this Saint Mary's in the future. Of course, this picture, in the eyes of the two skull heads who came to pick up their respected captains, is a different style of painting. Two groups of sailors have already landed on this island. Now, I was kicked away from the captain. This human being, in the future, no, never offend it. Send away Edward. Qin Quge took an inventory of the harvest this time. There are 4 16-pound cannons, all kinds of ammunition are sufficient, and gunpowder is also available. As far as the manpower that can use the artillery on the island is far from exhausted, after all, he cannot rely on the ghouls with long claws to operate the artillery. The two skeletons may be a little better, but their positioning should be in the charging position. Former warrior. Maybe when the island gets bigger in the future, we can recruit some people. As soon as this thought arose, it was suppressed by Qin Quge. There are too many secrets on this island, he is not at ease. Moreover, these 4 cannons are completely different from the artillery Qin Quge imagined. Judging from the appearance, the age of this thing should be older than rum. Each weighed 2 or 3 tons. If it weren't for the wheels, it would be almost dead. Anyway, the current Qin Quge couldn't push it at all. But the good thing is, this thing should have a much larger caliber than the artillery that bombarded Qin Quge on this Saint Mary. Might really be Edward's stash of weapons. Enough range. The power is quite fierce under the premise of sufficient ammunition types. As long as it is not an unconventional enemy, it may suffer a big loss if it is hit by this cannon. But the problem is, Qin Quge won't fight away. This thing is just a decoration for the time being. Then 2 cases of century-old rum. Compared to cannons, 2 boxes of rum are much more valuable. Any one of these bottles should attract other survivors in the one-horned manatee area. Believe me, in this survival situation, a bottle of wine is enough to make many people spend their money. Opening the communication section, Qin Quge took out a bottle of rum, took a picture, and posted it. Century-year rum, the quality of the drink is beyond imagination. I have tasted it myself, and it will make people want to stop after a sip. Now, open the bottle for sale. 1 bottle can probably divide 3 cups of systematically synthesized wooden cups. The highest price will get it. The communication section immediately fell silent. It seems to be a habit. As long as Qin Quge speaks here, there will always be a moment of silence, as if to let everyone see what the boss said again. But what followed was a series of replies. Boss, did you overturn a ghost ship? You even got the wine. Isn't rum the favorite drink of pirates? Maybe it was fished out from the bottom of the sea, maybe it's just a bottle of sea water. The one with the highest bargaining price gets it. The wine is good for you, or you can get a piece of meat. Upstairs SB, the appraisal is complete. It seems that the upstairs hasn't been in the chat area for the past 2 days. Can you compare the names on the event list first, and then look at the ID who spoke just now, and then speak? Being in the same sea area with an idiot like you is simply it is our disgrace. Boss Gluttonous, did the wine really come from the nether ship? Can you give me some event guides? I don't stand in line, but I just want to ask the big brother, can I give you a low price for this wine? I'm poor, and I can't afford some materials. Also, don't beep if you don't have money. This is not the world you used to be. This is the world of survival. This is the world where the strong are king, and the weak will die. Since the gluttonous boss is awesome, let's not be greedy, maybe we have to rely on the boss to help us in the future. Among other things, I will make an offer first, 1 gold mine. FK, did you graduate from the University of Versailles upstairs? I haven't even touched iron ore. Take out the gold nuggets and show them off. Chapter 39. Beep the dog. I started moving bricks early in the morning. I just took a break when I saw someone showing off gold nuggets. Can you play happily? Poor thing, I can only eat wild porpoise. There is a beep upstairs, no picture, no truth. Do you have a wild dolphin sculpture? 3 wild apples for it. Is the taste so strong? Qin Quge didn't care about other people's words, but focused on the person who mentioned asking for a gold nugget. ID, Feng Hui Feng. Said, this guy is poisonous. The more he pronounced this name, the more Qin Quge felt that this guy had great evil tastes. However, Qin Quge was very curious about the gold nuggets he mentioned. According to the understanding of the rules of this world, Qin Quge doubts that gold nuggets are not a kind of gold mine in reality, but a higher level of production material than iron ore. It's a pity that this Feng Huifeng just sent a sentence, and then there was no further movement. Qin Quge even took the initiative to send a private message to the other party, but there was no reply. Now that the other party is missing, Qin Quge's rum will still be sold. In the end, the 3 glasses of wine were exchanged for 2 blueprints and 1 formula respectively. Bricks, clay is required. Iron leggings, need iron ore *15. Shellfish bisque, a soup that condenses the essence of shellfish. Need shellfish *1, a little fresh water. One of the first 2 is the material for building buildings in the future, and the other can be made into a set with iron plate armor, but there is still a lack of helmets and the like. In the future, it would be a shame to give the Bone Guard such a set of equipment and make a stop on Fashu Island. And that formula is also very special. This is the first time Qin Quge saw the food formula provided by the system. The problem is, shellfish are hard to come by. There are some small shellfish on the coast of Fashu Island, but these are not considered materials, and even if they are edible, they cannot meet the system's approval. Obviously, the shellfish needed for this shellfish soup of the system must be the same as sea crab meat, which can be a separate material. Then, the shellfish here must be large enough, or special enough. However, it doesn't matter if there is no material. The recipe is in hand first. After selling a bottle of wine, Qin Quge did not continue to stay in the communication section. Whether it is food, water, or materials, they are rare only when they are scarce. Although he still has 2 full boxes of rum. If it is a one-off sale, the price must be much lower. If the time is extended, a bottle will be released every 3 to 5 days, and only if the appetite is satisfied, can it be exchanged for greater benefits. That is hunger marketing. As for many people who can't buy it, or the price offered can't meet Qin Quge's requirements, then Qin Quge can't control it. As someone mentioned before, this world is no longer the world with its size and rules. In this survival world, survival of the fittest. The strong is king, and the winner is honored. Bad intentions can't help others. There is never a free lunch in the world. Or, cater to the wild rules of this world and make yourself stronger. Or, powerful enough to change the world. Ziobai, come with me. For the rest, show me Fashu Island. Any creature that lands on the island while I'm away will be shot and killed. Qin Quge piled up all the things under the jet tree, boarded the boat with the bone guards. He was going to Coconut Island first, and then turned to another island in the northwest. The 2 islands closest to Fashu Island have to go around. Originally, he was not worried about the safety of Fashu Island. But after what happened to the nether ship, what should be guarded against must be guarded against. At least the preciousness of the jet tree must not be missed. The fighting power of the 6 ghouls is strong enough, and it should be enough to guard Fashu Island. During his absence, the devouring tentacles will still carry out simple sea salvage operations. That is to scoop up seawater and pour it on the island. Some are not, just scoop it up. There are not too few small fish and shrimps. There are only more than 30 coconut trees left on Coconut Island. There are still a lot of standard wood in Qin Quge, so there is no need to cut it down for the time being. He first came to Coconut Island to see if there were any sea crabs that he had killed. It's a pity that there is no refresh point here. After the group of sea crabs were killed, it was empty. Confirming this, Qin Quge went straight to another island in the northwest. The island in the northwest is quite far away, about 3 or 4 kilometers away. A lot farther than Coconut Island. Fortunately, there is a Coconut Island for Qin Quge. If there was only the entire island here at the beginning, Qin Quge might be in trouble. Going to the sea, Qin Quge himself rowed the boat. Although there is an extra skeleton on board. But with previous experience in sailing, the 4 or 5 kilometers went smoothly. The ability to steer a boat at LV1 brings Qin Quge a lot of convenience. During this journey, his boat never capsized. However, Qin Quge was a little worried while driving the boat. It has only been 2 days since I came to this world. The past 2 days have been uneventful. Everything seemed peaceful. However, this is the sea after all. The sea is always merciless. Now everything is calm, and all survival matters are easy to talk about. Even the nights are fine. But once the big wind and big waves appear, what should we do? It is said that sometimes, there will be waves 7 or 8 meters high in the sea, and they may even be higher. And that's just the waves. What if it rains? Or even other bad weather? At that time, I am afraid it will be another survival mode. If it's still the novice protection period, we have to build a house that can shelter from the wind and rain as soon as possible. At least I have to build a warehouse for my supplies. Chapter 40. The ship has not arrived. First there is the scent of flowers. The fragrance is tangy, which really makes people fall in love. Qin Quge never expected to smell such an intoxicating fragrance when approaching this new island. And after eating and drinking. It's not that Qin Quge is hungry again. Rather, it was too comfortable. When it was only 100 meters away from Zindao, I could already see the colorful islands. This is a view that neither Fashu Island nor Coconut Island has. When Qin Quge landed on the island, he saw all kinds of flowers and plants that he couldn't name. Some plants also bear small fruits, which are very attractive. If you ignore the sea breeze and the smell of the sea, this may be an unknown green paradise. This island is more than twice as big as Coconut Island, and a big circle bigger than Fashu Island today. Except for the edge of the island, almost the whole island has a lot of vegetation growing. Among them, flowers occupy more than half of the position. I am used to seeing bare sand and stones in Fashu Island these 2 days. Suddenly seeing such a colorful and green picture. Qin Quge really wanted to roll a couple of times among the flowers and plants. If only there wasn't that forgiving hum. Right. Buzzing. Lots of buzz. Among these flowers and plants, the movement of hurried insects can be heard. Qin Quge told Xiaobai not to get off the boat yet, while he bowed his back and moved closer. Bee. Big and small. And so on. Qin Quge saw bees after hours. Also stabbed a hornet's nest. However, he had never seen a bee the size of a fist. Moreover, these bees are numerous. Almost all flower bushes. I don't know if it's aggressive or not. Qin Quge didn't get too close. Moreover, he also found a huge beehive on the southeast side of the island. The hive is almost built between the rocks on the edge of the island, surrounded by a large number of bee guards. It is conceivable that once attacked by these bees, it will be stung into a sieve in minutes. It is said that the sting of a wasp can kill a person in a few minutes. If you want to obtain the resources of this flower island, you must first get rid of these bees. Qin Quge glanced back at Xiaobai, Bone Guard. Glad I brought it here. No matter how poisonous the stingers of these bees are, they can't sting through bones. How about letting Xiaobai run away with the hive on his shoulders, and lure these giant bees away? Although this is a way, not an optimal solution, it is certain that there must be a lot of food and materials in that huge hive. Wild comb honey, royal jelly, bee pupa, etc. The thought of brushing sea crab meat with honey, and then grilling it like this. Qin Quge's halazi all flowed out. With the Bone Guard's brute force, if the honeycomb is destroyed and the honey is scattered everywhere, it would be a waste. Moreover, it is not very realistic to let the Bone Guards run with the hive on their shoulders. You can't let it go into the sea with a honeycomb. Doing so, though destroying the hive. But after being soaked in sea water, everything is gone. Smoke. Many beekeepers who collect wild honey smoke to drive away the wild bees and only take a portion of the comb, after which the wild bees rebuild the hive, allowing the beekeeper to recycle the honey. This is a way. If it is successful, Qin Quge can even obtain a relatively stable resource point for honey harvesting. It's just, I don't know if it can be swallowed by Fashu Island. If it can be swallowed, it would be good to move the giant bees here to Fashu Island. This idea was just born. A message popped up in Qin Quge's mind. Reminder, added the option to devour 1 queen bee, 3 male peaks, 10 worker bees, Fashu Island will get a complete bee colony. As soon as the news came, Qin Quge immediately liked it. The point is, like the devouring of sea crabs, there is no need to catch live ones. This saves a lot of trouble. Qin Quge waved his hand and went to work. Of course, it wasn't his job. It's the Bone Guard sitting on the boat. With the fighting power of the Bone Guards, it is not a problem to brush these giant bees with big fists. What's more, it doesn't have to deliberately go to the flowers to catch those worker bees. As long as you stand towards the hive, the closer you get, the more nervous those giant bees will be. As for Qin Quge, start making bonfires. There are too many of these giant bees. It will definitely not be finished in a while. Therefore, it still needs to be fumigated with smoke. Although most queen bees have the ability to fly, they are far inferior to ordinary bees. Qin Quge is not afraid that the queen bee will run away. However, he didn't bring matches, so he still had to drill wood to make fire. When he was busy here, the Bone Guards have already started. The bone blade is like the wind, and the knife is deadly. The giant bees are like lambs waiting to be slaughtered, but they don't know how to die. At the moment of being attacked, they swarmed out. Qin Quge, who was hiding at the other end of the island, only heard a loud buzzing sound in the air, and then turned his head to see a dark cloud pressing towards the Bone Guard from mid-air. If you see intensive phobia, you will definitely have goosebumps all over your body. There are at least tens of thousands of this large group of giant bees. Pressed hard. Even the Bone Guard was directly overthrown. They underestimated these insects. Chapter 41. These giant bees are originally very large. Gather them all together. Black and white. Facing upwards, there is even an illusion of covering the sky and the sun. And the humming of the flapping wings. If a normal person is facing each other, I'm afraid they have to be weak before they start fighting. Just thinking about being stung by dozens or hundreds of giant bees. It's enough to give you chills. Fortunately, it is the Bone Guards who face all this. No meat, full of bones, no matter where you love to sting, no matter where you sting. Moreover, Xiaobai's IQ is not high, and he has almost no thoughts of fear. Once Qin Quge's orders are received, they will be executed unrelentingly. What a bone knife pointed at was so powerful. Moreover, it is also wearing an iron plate armor. Even if overwhelmed by this black giant bee, you can even hear the jingle of the giant bee stinging the iron plate armor with its tail sting. but still brandishing the bone knife. The pair of dark red fire pupils flickered in the giant bee swarm from time to time, and became brighter and brighter. Qin Quge stood in the distance, watching the battle. He wasn't too close. Actually, I didn't dare to get too close. Perhaps this is the first time those giant bees have been challenged at such close range. The whole hive and all the giant bees around it boiled. It's like pouring a bowl of water into a pot of boiling hot oil. The fryer is gone. The giant bees all over the sky made a huge roar, as if an all-round three-dimensional speaker was vibrating in the ear. Even the heartbeat seemed to tremble along with this buzzing sound. Qin Quge clutched his chest. He clearly felt that as the voice got louder and louder. It seems a little uncomfortable. System prompt: you are being attacked by sonic waves from wild bees of different species, please deal with them carefully, this is an attribute damage that you cannot bear for the time being. But if you can resist this attack, it may be of some benefit to you. Apparently, this encounter was a small random quest. Qin Quge gritted his teeth. Glancing at the remaining clumps of life that I have been carrying all along. Did not retreat into the sea. Even, he has already held a ball of vitality in his hand, as long as it feels wrong, he will use it immediately. And the other hand was not idle. Change drilling wood to make fire into vertical friction. Although it was more difficult to take out the embers this way, he didn't care too much at the moment. My ears are full of buzzing. And gradually enlarged. Until everything in the world seems to be only humming and gradually chaotic heartbeat. Qin Quge's face was pale, and blood was bleeding from his ears. He quickly injected a ball of vitality into his body, and took out a second ball. Into the body. This extremely uncomfortable feeling then eased. But within 10 seconds, the buzzing sound swept over again. Just like a huge wave rushing, one tide is better than one tide. The second life force was also used immediately. Then the 3rd regiment. 4th regiment. Vitality consumption is getting faster and faster. Opening the trading center, Qin Quge used the trading currency to wipe out all the vitality in the market regardless of the cost. He clings to his consciousness. The vitality penetrates into the body one after another. I don't know how long it has been. The buzz suddenly turned. Qin Quge seems to perceive some different voices from it. It was an ethereal tone suddenly born in the extremely chaotic voice. Like a drop of water falling in a huge wave, the ripples caused. Clear and inaudible. But Qin Quge just heard it. That is. Bee song. It is the history, continuation, and survival experience of this giant bee family, as well as the drumbeat of battle. Is the language condensed in their lives. Is the praise of fate. It is music for the world. I heard. Putting down the wooden stick in his hand, Qin Quge stood up straight. He did not stop the battle of the bone guards. Don't feel sorry for the bee corpses all over the place. But for this line of giant bees, they paid tribute. Just like the survivors are working hard in this world. The giant bees are also working hard to survive on this small island. Their goals are the same. It's all about living. Those hummings are no longer a restless cacophony. It didn't make Qin Quge suffer anymore. More than 30 groups of vitality were used. Qin Quge finally survived. System prompt: congratulations, you have comprehended the song of the bee and obtained a special ability, Bee Talk Like a Song. Bee Talk Like a Song, special ability, can simulate the sound of bees and control the behavior of bees. You can also launch a sonic attack with this ability. Attack damage is related to personal mental strength. Over the past 2 days, as the survivors have gradually invested in this world, they have gained a better understanding of the value of vitality. In the trading center, the price of a group of vitality has almost soared to around 100 trading coins. After all, the drop probability of vitality is not very high. Calculated this time, Qin Quge consumed almost 4,000 transaction coins. However, the 4,000 transaction coins are worth spending. The newly acquired special ability has great potential. If used well, it can be of great use. Even now, he can use this ability to communicate with these giant bees on Flower Island, give up fighting, and even control some of them. But Qin Quge didn't do that. As an enemy, I personally heard their singing. Feel their life force. Qin Quge felt that they should be given corresponding respect. What's more, Fazhu Island is waiting for another bee colony. Little Bai, kill the queen bee. Chapter 42. Although the number of giant bees is extremely large. However, the bone guards, who are almost dead objects, don't care about these pure physical injuries at all. Received Qin Quge's order again. The bone guard suddenly slashed out with a knife, and a dark red evil spirit glowed from the blade. Those giant bees fell from the air to the ground almost the moment they were touched by the knife blow, and after a little struggle, they remained silent. This blow completely exceeded the original fighting ability of the bone guard. Qin Quge's eyes lit up. The bone guards are filled with vitality and accumulated combat experience, and their combat capabilities are being promoted. Open the information of the bone guard. Sure enough, in the column of its ability, there is a new ability reading. This is exactly the same situation as Qin Quge acquiring skills. Moreover, judging from the information, the main reason why the bone guard was able to get this promotion was not combat experience, but the previous vitality. As a variant of the ghost creature, the bone guardian obviously maintains some of its original characteristics. It can actually absorb the vitality of living things by fighting a large number of giant bees. Does it mean that the advancement of ghost creatures almost all need to be done in this way? In this way, the group of ghost creatures including those on the ghost ship will become a big enemy of the survivors. Originally, Qin Quge thought that the Nether race was just another race. Although there was some competition with humans, there was not much intertwining. After all, they were a group of dead creatures. But now, if the life of the Nether clan is based on the vitality of living things, even if human beings are in a competitive relationship with it, it is also a kind of food. This is not good news. And, if this Nether ship incident ends with the Nether clan settling in survival world. Except for him, Qin Quge, the rest of the survivors will probably be much sadder in the days to come. The point is, judging from Governor 800's situation, the spreading of branches and leaves of the Nether clan is not a natural combination, but contagious and diffusive. In other words, human beings are the breeding ground for the development of the Nether race. It seems that I have to hide it. Edward? Or, I'll just swallow him next time. Qin Quge was thinking about his plans for the Nether clan in the future. The Bone Guard has already killed the quartet. Originally it was not far from the hive, although it was blown away by a giant bee swarm once. But this doesn't stop the Bone Guard from moving forward. Under such a great threat, the only queen bee of the giant bee finally got out of the huge hive. Qin Quge is a little far away. But even though it was quite far away, he still saw the queen bee, which was as big as a puppy or a kitten. Its body is extremely fat, and its abdomen occupies more than 2/3 of its body size. Those wings can't spread at all. If you want to escape by your own strength, I am afraid there is no hope. The giant bee colony split into two at this moment. Part of it continued to resist the approach of the Bone Guards. The other part worked together to lift the queen bee up. However, in this way, their actions are very slow. To see such a fat queen bee, Qin Quge didn't intend to kill it instead. Wings, cut off their wings, and leave the queen bee. The Bone Guard pressed down, and swept out the bone blade he was holding. Unless these giant bees can sting through the bones of the Bone Guard. Otherwise, they have only one death. Qin Quge himself was not idle. After acquiring a new skill, he actually sped up his movements and lit the bonfire as soon as possible. I took some flowers and plants and covered them directly on the flames of the campfire. These damp plants could not be ignited at all, and thick smoke gushed out immediately. A bonfire is not enough. Qin Quge made 4 more. In an instant, the entire flower island was filled with smoke. And with the bone guard's knife, the bee colony that lifted the queen bee was split in half. These giant bees finally dispersed. But they are not scattered without purpose. Instead, it was divided into 2 parts based on the 2 male peaks, flying towards the north and northwest respectively. Apparently, they abandoned the queen bee. Start to divide the nest according to the instinct of the population. In both directions, the shadow of the new island can be seen. Only a few sporadic giant bees were left wandering among the flowers and plants like headless flies. See the battle over. Only then did Qin Quge approach. It was a bee carcass. With just a glance, you can see about 100 or 200. And the queen bee had its wings cut off by the bone guard with a bone blade, and lay beside the hive, motionless. Qin Quge signaled the bone guards to catch the queen bee, while he himself stood in front of the huge hive. The next moment, he used decomposition on the hive. Obtain honeycomb *25. Obtain royal jelly *2. Obtain propolis *1. Acquire larva *2. A lot of impurities were removed, and the benefits this time made Qin Quge drool. Take honeycomb. Each of these honeycombs is 20 cubic decimeters. Big piece. Bright yellow, crystal clear. In addition, it is decomposed by the system and has no impurities at all. When you smell it, there is a sweet smell mixed with flowers. He took a piece and tasted it. Sweet, soothes the throat. With the fragrance of flowers. Rich and delicious. And the royal jelly with only 2 pieces is even better. The royal jelly with a little milky yellow is like beeswax. Thick and fragrant, it makes people feel happy when they smell it. Its taste is not as sweet as honey, just a little sweet, slightly sour. However, these are not the key. Heterogeneous giant bee royal jelly, blue quality, top nutritional product, with extremely high efficacy. Edible, can increase physical fitness. Yes. This thing can directly increase attributes. This is the first time Qin Quge has seen a material that can increase attributes by eating. Chapter 43. If it is said that the royal jelly of the heterogeneous giant bee can increase physical fitness after consumption, does that mean that there are actually many things in this world that have similar effects? Qin Quge touched the tip of his nose, pondering to himself. Sure enough, what the ancestors said is absolutely right. What you eat will make up for you. The ancestors managed to eat a piece of the world in a more dangerous environment. I think, in the future, we will look for more good things like this. Now make a big bowl. Qin Quge put a piece of royal jelly inside. Compared to larger honeycombs, the size of royal jelly is more than half. After being put in a bowl, it also filled a large bowl. Qin Quge opened his mouth and gulped it down in one gulp. This big bowl fills my stomach. To be honest, it's a little supportive. But the taste is okay, not as greasy as Qin Quge imagined. It's a bit sweet and sour, which suits his taste quite well. System prompt: use the royal jelly of the giant bee of different species, and your constitution will be +1. When I was in Fashu Island, I ate a lot. After this bowl, Qin Quge couldn't move anymore. It's also a pity that he has some sense of propriety. Otherwise, the stomach will burst. Don't be too greedy in the future. Sitting on the ground, half up, Qin Quge opened the trading center. It's a pity to throw away the giant bee corpses in this place. But if he really brought these things back to Fashu Island, he didn't know what to do. You can't roast giant bees to eat. Qin Quge only knows that cicada pupae can be eaten, and bee larvae seem to be edible. But a wild bee this big? He doesn't want to move. What's more, the corpses of these giant bees cannot be decomposed. That is to say, it did not meet the system's accreditation standard. It cannot be stacked in a personal space. There are nearly 200 of them here. It would be troublesome to bring all of them back to Fashu Island. But just because Qin Quge isn't interested doesn't mean others aren't interested. The supplies on each island are limited. Any supplies that can be used to fill the stomach are quite scarce. Qin Quge threw the corpses of these giant bees to the trading center, originally thinking how much he could earn. But just put it on, the price is only set at 100 pieces of sand. It was swept away immediately. In the exchange area. Hurry up, the gluttonous boss is giving out benefits, a huge giant bee, and a silt block of only 100. Hush, you still think that few people know about it, you will know about it in a while, can you snatch it? Yeah, I was in a daze, but I didn't get any of them. Boss, come some more. FK, a kind of plant, how do you eat this thing? I grabbed two. They have wings, legs, and hair. Please give me some advice. That's not going to happen. If you remove the wings and legs, there's nothing to eat. The rest can be eaten directly. It's crunchy, chicken-flavored, and 10 times more nutritious than beef. Go, don't talk nonsense upstairs. Such a big one, the tail spine must be poisonous, and it needs to be dealt with. If there is water, it can be steamed or boiled. But the taste can be guessed. Just let it go, it's so big, it's enough for a meal. There's no oil at this stage, if you have oil, frying it will be the most delicious. Hey, you just pay attention to eating. Have you noticed that these giant bees were almost killed by knives? I also snatched one, and I can confirm that the knife edge is extremely smooth. If every giant bee is like this, what does it mean? It means that the Doughty Master's sword technique has reached the state of perfection, so powerful, we are envious. I was shocked by what you said. Is the big brother a hidden martial arts master in reality? The kind that can keep the rain from falling on you with a big knife on a rainy day. How could Qin Quge think that he could reap such a wave of praise just by disposing of the excess materials? However, he did not increase the price of the giant bee corpse because of this. Although 100 silt blocks are obviously a bit cheap. But it did give him further prestige among other survivors. This is a good thing. After all, he can't develop alone all the time. Contact with others is inevitable. Moreover, even if the selling price is not high. Nearly 200 giant bee corpses also brought over 20,000 silt to Qin Quge. Bringing back Fashu Island can expand Fashu Island again. The 200 giant bees are not all sold. Qin Quge left 3 drones and 10 worker bees. This is a new option for Devour. I didn't stay long in the island of flowers. Wait for your stomach to feel a little better. Qin Quge went straight back to Fashu Island. There are enough supplies, and Fashu Island must be upgraded. Nearly 20,000 pieces of sand were thrown down. Fashu Island has an additional 200 square meters. The queen bee that was still alive was also bitten off by the devouring tentacles. Swallowing 100 pieces of dirt, Fashu Island will add 1 square meter of dirt. Swallow 100 pieces of sea sand, Fashu Island will increase the area of sea sand by 1 square meter. Swallowing 1 queen bee, 3 male peaks, and 10 worker bees, Fashu Island will get a complete bee colony. The entire Fashu Island is full of light. Until the light fades away. On the south side of Fashu Island, in some reefs, a brand new hive of giant bees has appeared. This hive is much smaller than the island of flowers. It is new after all. Alien giant bee colony, Tier 2 rare species. Currently, there is 1 queen bee, 3 male bees and 10 worker bees in the colony. When the colony develops stably and the food is sufficient, 5 worker bees can be added every day. Honeycomb *1 can be produced every day. Can produce royal jelly *1 every 7 days. Necessary for community evolution, 2 or more rare flower fields are required near the community. This is the first biome of Fashu Island. Relying on the flowers on the jet trees is not enough to satisfy their food. I have to go to the island of flowers and bring all the flowers from the whole island here. Chapter 44. Biomes are an interesting thing. Usually, a complete biological community should be a collection of related populations of various species distributed within a certain space within a certain period of time, including the populations of animals, plants, microorganisms, and other species that together form the living part of the ecosystem. That is to say, a colony of giant bees alone cannot survive. A good community should be diverse and stable. Qin Quge wanted the newly born giant bee colony on Fashu Island to bring him steady income. It is necessary to ensure that the various needs of the giant bee colony are met. At least the food for the giant bees must be prepared first. That is flowers. And with the gradual expansion of Fashu, all kinds of biological communities will inevitably grow up. The environmental layout of Fashu Island has to be added to the schedule in advance. Originally, these things had to be put aside later. But with giant colonies, vegetation is essential. But his Fashu Island is almost bare except for a mulberry tree. This can't feed the giant bees whose number will gradually increase. But there are many flowers and plants on the island of flowers. All that's left is the handling. Coming to the island of flowers again, Qin Quge tried it with a stone shovel. Through the system, it can be determined that there are a total of 6 kinds of flower and grass materials that can be recognized by the system in the entire flower island. Weeds have strong vitality, no specific needs, no special output. Tianlanhua, with yellow and orange as the main colors, is a small blooming flower with no special output. Wild chrysanthemum, a composite plant with white and yellow as the main colors, can grow pink or even green flowers with a certain chance. No special output. Morning glory, an annual plant, the flowers are mainly blue and purple, it will open when the sun is bright, and it will close when the weather is dark. No special output. Peucodon grandiflora, a perennial herb with blue or dark purple-white flowers and edible roots. There is a very small chance that different species of Platycodon can grow, which has special effects. Chrysanthemum grass, a perennial herb with strong adaptability, has conical yellow flowers, can be used as feed for herbivores, and the root can be used as medicine. There is a very small chance that giant chrysanthemum grass can grow, which has special effects. Can be recognized by the system. As long as it is dug properly, a new standard material can be formed, flowers and soil blocks. That said, these can be stackable. And the entire island of flowers, there are plenty of flowers and plants. Let alone nearly 1,000 square meters. If all of them are moved to Fashu Island, it can change Fashu Island's appearance immediately. Qin Quge immediately got 2 new shovels in the trading center. Compared with the stone shovel, shovels work more efficiently. Can help him finish the job faster. Until the sunset on the western mountain. Only then did Qin Quge stop what he was doing. Digging is exhausting work. If it was before, Qin Quge is sure that he would not have worked for so long. However, as the attributes increase, visible changes are taking place in his body. More strength, better stamina, more agility, and more fitness. This also made him not stop even when he was getting tired in the process of collecting flowers, plants, and soil. Because, the changes in his body made him feel happy. And he will only get stronger. Take a break. Qin Quge looked at his own information. Qin Quge, a yellow-skinned human from Earth. Tier 2 living body. Strength 9, Dexterity 9, Constitution 11, Mental Power 13. 10 grids for personal space. Own 1 unique island and explore 2 new islands. Ability. Swimming LV1, walking in the sea, galloping in the deep ocean. LV1 can slightly reduce physical exertion. Cooking LV1 use various ingredients to cook, the only food in this world can't live up to it. LV1 can slightly improve food quality. Sailing LV1 the world is so big, filled with so many unknowns, let's go sailing. LV1 allows you to drive the ship more stably. There are still 3 skills that are being read. Wait for these 3 skills to be completed. The attributes should be able to increase some more. However, compared with those ghost creatures on the ghost ship, these are probably far from enough. And Edward, the captain of the St. Mary's Fourth Order life form, is even stronger. I don't know the situation of other people. There should be someone stronger than me, but he will definitely not own Fashu Island like me. This will become the cornerstone for me to grow stronger until I stand on the top of this world. Back on Fashu Island, Qin Quge fed all the flowers, plants, and dirt to the devouring tentacle. Swallow weeds and soil blocks *100, Fashu Island will be greened. Swallow weeds and soil blocks *100, Fashu Island will be greened. A total of more than 10,000 pieces of weeds and soil have been swallowed, and Fashu Island has formed a basic green plant environment, which will refresh worms, small insects, and other creatures on its own from time to time. Swallow field orchids, wild chrysanthemums, morning glory, platycodon, chrysanthemums, enough materials, Fashu Island to get the flower field area. Its growth environment is constant, and the plants in this area will grow cyclically, and there will be no obvious withering period. Chapter 45. Seasonal flower field, rare green environment. Covering an area of 120 ping. Currently has plants, field orchid, wild chrysanthemum, morning glory, platycodon, chrysanthemum grass. When the vegetation base is stable and the water source is abundant, the environment will refresh worms, small insects, and other creatures from time to time. There is a small chance that rare creatures will appear, there is a slight chance that legendary creatures will appear, and there is a sky-defying probability that fairy tales will appear. Biology. It can produce bellflower *1 every day. Can be upgraded. With a large amount of material input on Huaidao. The area of Fashu Island expanded again. With the previous changes, the area of Fashu Island has reached 500 pings. This also doubled the controllable range of the devouring tentacles several times. At this speed, within 3 to 5 days at most, Fashu can directly connect with Coconut Island. At that time, it will be up to the devouring tentacles to show their true power. Maybe even the entire Coconut Island can be swallowed. As night falls, Qin Quge leaned against the zhe tree and didn't feel tired after a busy day. The sea crab meat brushed with honey is extra delicious. Add a glass of century-old rum. This day is also comfortable. Tomorrow we have to build the house, we can't always use the sky and the earth as a quilt. It's a little cool on the island at night. Thanks to a glass of rum. In a daze, Qin Quge seemed to be asleep. After a tiring day, he slept soundly. It feels like it hasn't been long. A loud clicking sound suddenly came, waking Qin Quge awake. Sit up straight. Qin Quge looked in the direction of the sound. Under the hazy starlight, an extremely huge figure swayed on the shore. The outline looked familiar. Sea crab. Huge, super huge. A giant sea crab the size of a van. 12 days past midnight, it seems. It is the normal refresh time for the sea crab refresh point. But, more miraculously, after being strengthened by the blessed pearl, at the first refresh point, the giant sea crab boss with only a 1% chance was refreshed. This giant sea crab boss probably weighs tons. An ordinary van is about 2-3 tons. And this giant sea crab is a real weight. Then the whole body, including that set of carapace, which is probably comparable to steel, must weigh more than 10 tons. This is a land tank. Giant sea crab, marine crustacean. Tier 3 life form. Strength 32, Dexterity 7, Constitution 28, Mental Power 2. Ability. Giant body size LV3. A huge body is an inevitable stage of evolution, and a larger body size also brings stronger strength. Thorn carapace LV1, thickened and widened, 200-degree protection, super defense. Stupid LV4, we don't need a brain, a simple nervous system is enough. Pincer impact LV2, rush to clamp, or clamp him to death. Surprisingly, when Qin Quge set his eyes on the giant sea crab boss, just like when I got the bone guard before, he could actually see the detailed attributes of the giant sea crab boss. However, among the 4 abilities, the one with the highest level turned out to be a negative effect. Or maybe it's because I don't have a brain. When Qin Quge approached this guy, it was unexpectedly defenseless. Even if Qin Quge walked up to it and touched its incomparably huge iron pincers, the giant sea crab boss remained indifferent. Although you can see the detailed attributes, they are not included in the information of Fazhu Island like the bone guard. That is to say, although the refresh point belongs to Fazhu Island, the refreshed creatures will be presented as neutral monsters. It may also be because the sea crab itself is a neutral monster, so it didn't attack me before I launched an attack. Awakened by the giant sea crab boss, Qin Quge didn't intend to go back to sleep. Although this guy has thick skin to a certain extent. Still a tier 3 life form. But Qin Quge has a bunch of thugs under him. Such a large piece of fat, if not taken. How could Qin Quge sleep this night? According to the previous experience of cleaning up those sea crabs on Coconut Island. Overturn, catch the soft place and pinch. After all, the price of this guy is only 200 degrees of protection, and the belly is the weak point. The front of the bone guard is hard steel. It has just unlocked new skill points. Several abilities have been upgraded, and the attributes have been somewhat improved. Although it is not comparable to the abnormal 32-point strength of the giant sea crab boss. But they are all tier 3, so they are smaller in size and full of skeletons, so it shouldn't be a big problem. Bone guard, the transformation body of life in the underworld. Tier 3 life form. Strength 19, Dexterity 17, Constitution 28, Mental Power 11. Ability. Undead creature LV2 is a ghost life, it has the attribute of immortality. As long as the fire of the soul is not extinguished, it can be resurrected continuously. Bone strengthening LV1, harder, thicker, and more powerful bones can make the bones stronger. Bone blade LV2, a weapon formed by condensing bone with the power of immortality, its strength is exactly the same as its own bones. Nether/LV1 concentrate the power of the nether, cut it out with one knife, gather a little energy, and it will be hard to be sharp. There are bone guards to attract attention from the front. The 6 ghouls became the main attack force. They will shoulder the important task of overturning the 10-ton giant sea crab boss. As for the bone servant, stand by and cheer with Qin Quge. Chapter 46. The giant sea crab boss is too big. The entire Fazhu Island is currently only about 500 pings. Even with the surrounding shallow sea area, it's not enough for this guy to deploy. Thinking of the giant sea crab boss also has pincer impact skills. Qin Quge thought, it's better for him to stay away. In case of being hit, it shouldn't be any worse than being hit by a car. Maybe even a little more serious. It has the word pincer in its collision skill. Caught by the large pincers that are longer than a human, I'm afraid there are only 1 pincer and 2 parts left. Before going to the station, Qin Quge took a close-up shot of the giant sea crab boss. Then let the 6 ghouls get ready to go. They cannot get too close to the giant sea crab boss. Even a distance of 10 meters will make the giant sea crab boss restless. Apparently, the death breath of the ghost creatures is too strong to hide themselves. This makes them not directly next to the sea crab boss like Qin Quge. But this does not affect Qin Quge's arrangement. Once the fight starts, with the bone guards carrying it, the sea crab boss should not care so much. What's more, it's too big, even with a pair of vertical eyes, there are blind spots. The main thing is to find an opportunity to let the ghouls fight against the giant sea crab boss's weight of nearly 10 tons and the huge force generated by its struggle. Snapped his fingers, Qin Quge held his breath. The bone guard took the lead. Its speed is very fast, with dry joints rubbing against its white bones. It can jump 3 or 4 meters away in one step. As he approached, he pulled the long bone blade behind his back, gathering strength, bringing out a touch of greenish-green. Then swept out, scraping a solid arc between the lightning and the flint, hit the eyes of the giant sea crab boss. Compared with the carapace and the hard shell around the body, the area between the mouth and the eyes of the giant sea crab boss is obviously weaker. With this blow, the bone guard poured a lot of power from the netherworld, pointed by the arc, with the cold breath of death. After touching the body of the giant sea crab boss, the power of the netherworld cuts in immediately. The body area touched by the giant sea crab boss immediately changed from black to grey. But when immediately afterwards, there was a sound of pig iron hitting. The bone blade of the bone guard was cut on it, and the blade was actually broken off. Even though, it still cuts in some. But there are only a few. It's so tough. Qin Quge stared at the battle. With a wave of his hand, 6 ghouls rushed forward. Nether ghouls, transforming bodies of life in the underworld. Tier 2 living body. Strength 21, Dexterity 12, Constitution 17, Mental Power 9. Ability. Corpse LV1, an evil creature that walks between life and death, lives on corpses, and can absorb the dark energy from corpses. Sharp Claws LV1, sharp claws are the most powerful weapon of a ghoul, comparable in strength to a sword. Hibernation LV1, when seriously injured, ghouls can choose to enter dormancy to heal themselves. The power of the ghoul is slightly greater than that of the bone guard, but its constitution is much lower. This is because ghouls still have a physical body. Compared with the bones of the bone guards, they still have many more fatal weaknesses. Qin Quge did not allow the 6 ghouls to fight head-on because of this. After all, the bone guard has the attribute of immortality. And ghouls don't. The 6 ghouls swarmed up like ferocious dogs and wolves. The sharp claws are aimed directly at the side of the giant sea crab boss. Although their claws are not much stronger than the bone blades of the bone guards. The victory lies in the flexibility. The 6 ghouls went up and buckled in disorder. Under the command of Qin Quge, they finally found a support point, and they planned to make concerted efforts to overturn it. However, it was also the turn of the giant sea crab boss to show off his power. The bone guard who was attracting attention from the front had no effect, the bone blade was pulled, and as the power of the netherworld filled in, the broken bone blade recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, but its stoppage was fatal. Even Qin Quge did not expect that the behavioral logic of this giant sea crab boss could not be compared with the previous sea crabs at all. Its fighting style is more brutal. Almost in an instant, its left big claw clamped over. The speed is so fast that it is dazzling. The moment the big pliers joined forces, the bone guard was clamped. I didn't even have time to dodge. At that moment, it struck with a bone blade. But I can't resist it at all. First, the bone blade snapped off. Immediately after that is the bones guarding the bones. It is much tougher than the bone blade, but it can't resist the giant pincers of the giant sea crab boss. Amidst the ear-piercing sound of rubbing, cracks appeared in the bones of the bone guard, and they were about to break apart. The 6 ghouls also stepped up their strength. However, all the side legs of the giant sea crab boss suddenly swung. Its huge body is like an armored tank, rampaging. Not only throwing away a group of ghouls. The moment it was knocked out, the large pliers made a piercing tremor. The bone guard broke into 2 pieces. Qin Quge narrowed his eyes. The devouring tentacles will start immediately. But stopped again. The bone guard who was broken in 2 did not die. Originally, it was a dead thing. Except for a few ribs that fell to the ground. The lower body and the lower body, which are divided into 2 parts, can still bounce independently. The 2 halves are closed together, as if they intend to put them together by themselves. Damn, why are my skeleton soldiers so strong? Chapter 47. I thought that even if the bone guard that was broken in two was still moving, it would be strong enough. But the next second, the matter made Qin Quge panic. But seeing the soul fire of the bone guard suddenly ignited, it was as if a fire had been lit in its skull. Soul pace. Dry bones as firewood. In the blink of an eye, the fire burned all over the body. The already whitish bone frame immediately glowed red like charcoal in the fire. Unwilling, become stronger, need more, power. A slightly hoarse voice sounded in Qin Quge's mind. It is the soul of the bone guard who is unyielding, to be crushed by the pincers of the giant sea crab boss. This makes it instinctively want to become stronger. It burns all of itself, is further evolving itself. It's just that it doesn't have enough ghost power to keep crossing that threshold. Had to seek help from its owner, Qin Quge. Qin Quge was a little confused. This he has a hammer method. You can't let the devouring tentacles swallow it in one gulp, right? But in the next second, he reacted. Since it is burning, then, I will add a handful of firewood to you. The bone servant who was standing by the side in a daze received the command of Qin Quge. Strode towards the burning bone guards. Before the bone servant came close, the burning bone guard suddenly stretched out his bone claws. During Setsuna, an inexplicable force pulled the bone servant over. As soon as it touched it, the bone servant scattered all over the ground. And its bone head was pinched by the bone guards. Immediately afterwards, with a squeeze, the fire of the soul inside fluttered instantly. Then it was sucked down by the bone guard. The flames all over it immediately became more vigorous. The bone guard is advancing. Qin Quge did not expect that such a situation would appear to the bone guard at this time. But obviously, a bone servant is not enough. Good thing he still has 6 ghouls. Let 5 ghouls drag the giant sea crab boss first. Let it rampage first on the periphery. Qin Quge sent a ghoul to the side of the burning bone guard again. They are all ghost creatures, although their bodies are different. It should be possible, right? Sure enough, the bone guard who burns all of himself will not refuse anyone who comes. With a pinch of bone claws, the strange red flame instantly spread along its bones to the body of the ghoul. The ghoul still wants to struggle. But I can't break free at all. It soon became the firewood for the bone guards to burn. The second one. The third one. The fourth one. In the end, there were only 2 ghouls left, and it seemed that they could hardly hold back the hatred of the giant sea crab boss, and one of them had half of its arm broken. After being kited for almost 20 minutes, even the brainless giant sea crab boss seemed extremely irritable. As for Qin Quge, looking at the black smoke billowing from the fire, he could no longer see the bone flames inside. My heart is at a loss. If the bone guard's advancement fails, then he will have to die. This has sent in 4 ghouls, a bone minion. Gritting his teeth, Qin Quge sent all the remaining 2 ghouls in. And he himself stood in front of the giant sea crab boss. Of course he didn't intend to attract firepower. Even the 3rd level bone guards can't stop this alien species, so he will die if he goes up. Forget it if you swallow it. The devouring tentacles have been invincible so far. But the problem is, when he killed an ordinary sea crab boss on Coconut Island, he dropped a treasure chest. After that, I never saw the treasure chest again. Qin Quge wondered if it was because of swallowing tentacles that did not explode. Originally, he was thinking of killing this newly spawned alien boss by beating him up, to see if he could explode something. However, the bone guards are advanced. Without thugs, this plan has to be delayed. There will always be refreshes in the future. It's not okay to let an extremely violent boss run wild on Fashu Island. If it knocks down the jet tree, it will be distressed. Swallow. Just as Qin Quge summoned the devouring tentacles, the giant sea crab boss also raised its pincers. Sudden. A gloomy cold air spewed out from the place where the bone guard was burning. Like a wave. This wave of cold air comes one after another. Qin Quge only wore the clothes he wore when he came to this world. It was originally a summer dress, but after being blown like this, almost didn't freeze to death. Damn, how does it feel like a boss again? Even the irascible giant sea crab boss also noticed that something was wrong. Out of biological instinct, it feels threatened. Turn the direction. The giant sea crab boss rushed towards the flames. The 8 side legs twitched for a while, even faster than before. However, the moment it hit, the huge claws that were raised suddenly froze. The scorching flame seemed to find a vent, and sprayed out directly. It's obviously a bright fire. However, these flames sprayed on the giant sea crab boss, but burned the giant sea crab boss carapace blue. It doesn't look like it was burnt out. Instead, it was frozen to the extreme. The 3rd level bone guard has successfully advanced, and the vitality has broken through to the 4th level, and the advanced level is Ice Flame Bone Warrior. Chapter 48. A huge silver iron ruler protruded from the flames. This weapon looks like a fork, like a sword, and somewhat like a short-handled trident. About bony. With a metallic luster. With fire, shining brightly. As soon as it appeared, it slammed into the claws of the giant sea crab boss hovering in the air. Choke. A crisp sound. Then came the sound of breaking glass. Following the firelight, Qin Quge clearly saw that the thick carapace on the claws of the sea crab boss was cracking. The crack is so crisp. Even cracked pieces fall to the ground and continue to break into smaller pieces. Then, another silver iron ruler. This second blow completely smashed off the claws that had already exposed their flesh. The bone guard who was holding a bone blade stood out from the flames. The blood-red skeleton is obviously much bigger than before. The head alone has reached more than 2 meters. Thick and not like a human skeleton. Closer to a beast. There are even bony spurs protruding from its shoulder blades. Bone plates form in some otherwise fragile areas. The ribs are even more connected. Standing there like a warrior in red armor. Burly and fierce. The 2 silver iron rulers held in exchange show a sharp cold light. The soul fire in the pupils is also extremely strong. The 4th order life form, Ice Flame and Bone Warrior. Ice Flame Bone Warrior, the transformation body of life in the underworld. Tier 4 life form. Bing remembered that she used to be a great warrior with many glorious histories, but the specifics of what it was already blurred. Even if she searched her broken soul, she couldn't know more. However, she found her former weapons from the few memory fragments. Although she forgot the powerful fighting skills, the natural power of the ghost creature made her recall the glory of the past. Strength 42, Dexterity 30, Constitution 55, Mental Power 17. Ability. Undead Creature LV3 is a ghost life, it has the attribute of immortality. As long as the fire of the soul is not extinguished, it can be resurrected continuously. Even if the fire of the soul is injured, it can be restored by absorbing the power of the nether world. Bone strengthening LV3, harder, stronger, and more powerful bones can make the bones stronger. Infusing the power of the nether world into it can also give the bones a strength comparable to that of metal. Ice Flame Bone Ruler LV3, an old weapon formed by condensing bone with the power of immortality, its strength even surpasses its own bones. Comes with a cool flame effect. Nether/LV1 concentrate the power of the nether, cut it out with one knife, gather a little energy, and it will be hard to be sharp. Force of Nature Immunity LV1 through the calcination of the fire of the soul, it has been exempted from part of the damage of the force of nature. Looking at the data of the Withered Bone Warrior, Qin Quge couldn't help being surprised. Compared with the 3rd order time, the two are completely different. Not bad, it took 6 tier 2 ghouls to make up the firewood. This combat power, one word. Powerful. In Qin Quge's amazed kung fu, Withered Bones Warlord has killed the sea crab boss without any suspense. After smashing the shell of the sea crab boss with the cold bone ruler, it stabbed the bone ruler into the head of the sea crab boss. He avenged the previous pinch-off hatred. Weirdly, during the battle, the bone rulers of the withered bone warrior were obviously burning with red flames, but showing extreme coldness. Not only did it crack the shell of the sea crab boss, but even the nearby sea water condensed into a layer of ice. It seems that this is the special ability of the withered bone warrior, which is the reason why there is an ice flame in front of its name. Before, I was not the opponent of the sea crab at all, or I was restrained. After advancing, there is such a big improvement. Tier 4, is this Tier 4? Qin Quge narrowed his eyes, recalling the words of Edward, the captain of the ghost ship St. Mary. If I guessed correctly, that guy should also be a Tier 4. Qin Quge originally had concerns about that guy. After all, it is planned to have in-depth cooperation with him. Before, I was worried that if I could keep him in Fashu Island, it would be very difficult to leave Fashu Island. Now there is the Bone Warlord. They are all at the 4th level. Even if the withered bone warrior has just advanced, he should have the power to fight. And after advancing to the 4th level, the bone warrior seems to be smarter. After killing the sea crab boss, withered bone warlord put away his bone ruler, walked up to Qin Quge, and knelt down on one knee. It is also unable to accurately express itself in words, but the behavior says it all. Get up, there are still many battles to be relied on in the future. Continue to become stronger, and don't be surpassed by me. Qin Quge waved his hand, and didn't pay attention to the bone warrior who seemed to be talking about the battle. The fire of the soul suddenly fluttered. He went straight to the giant sea crab boss. It exploded, it exploded, it exploded. System prompt, kill the 3rd order life form, the alien giant sea crab. System prompt, get vitality *5, get 1 golden treasure chest, 1 black iron treasure chest, and 3 wooden treasure chests. Beside the sea crab boss, 5 treasure chests dropped. One of them also wanted a golden treasure chest. Chapter 49. Each of the 5 treasure chests is different. Sizes and even styles all have their own characteristics. But materially, they are so distinct. For example, the golden treasure chest can be seen to be worth a lot at a glance. The system directly judges that the treasure chest is made of pure gold. Even the locks on the golden treasure chest have a certain unique style. In contrast, the black iron treasure chest and the wooden treasure chest are very different. However, Qin Quge did not open these treasure chests immediately. Instead, the treasure chest was placed next to it first. First disassemble the giant sea crab boss. With such a big prey, the food would probably explode. System prompt, get sea crab meat *210. System prompt, obtain a giant hard shell *1. System prompt, obtain giant pliers *1. System prompt, obtain the best sea crab meat *2. There are more than 200 pieces of sea crab meat alone, and just these can be regarded as a big harvest. With Qin Quge's food intake, 3 meals a day, 1 piece at a time, is not too greasy, and can eat for 2 months. But, there is too much meat, Qin Quge can't store it. Not even in personal space. Although the existence of personal space is beyond imagination, it can only put materials. The meat can't be kept, so of course it's better to sell some of it. Of course, it can also be made into bacon, or cured meat. I just don't know if crab meat can be preserved in this way for a long time. Then there's that giant hard shell. This thing and the giant pliers are counted as crafting materials. But Qin Quge doesn't know what can be done. This thing obviously requires special production drawings. When it's done, use crab meat to ask in the communication area to see if anyone has relevant blueprints. If weapons or armor are made from the shell of the giant sea crab boss, it should not be a problem at all to deal with enemies below the 3rd level. This shell is ridiculously hard, and the special ability of the Withered Bone Warrior just restrained it. Next is the 2 pieces of top quality sea crab meat. Superior sea crab meat, extremely fresh and tender crab essence, which condenses the deliciousness of the giant sea crab boss. It is an extremely rare ingredient. If it can be cooked properly, it may have special effects. Attributes can be added. As soon as Qin Quge's eyes lit up, he immediately put together the value of the top quality sea crab meat and giant bee royal jelly. However, if you want to make good use of the best sea crab meat, you need cooking skills. Qin Quge is not sure, maybe you can wait for his cooking skills to level up. After dismantling the giant sea crab boss, the rest are the 5 treasure chests. Don't be too excited about opening a treasure chest. This is similar to 10 consecutive draws, or choosing a blind box. Before the box is opened, there will always be various expectations. After choosing a wooden treasure chest, Qin Quge pulled the lock and lifted the lid. The blueprint for making a fishing cage requires standard board 1, plant fiber/rope 2, and food bait *1. Civil knife, white quality, commonly known as kitchen knife. A production blueprint and a kitchen knife are much better than when he opened the wooden treasure chest for the first time. Back then, he only opened a box of matches and a bag of potato chips. Taking advantage of good luck, Qin Quge opened the second wooden treasure chest. Iron hoe, white quality. Bear trap making blueprints, trap props, need 12 pieces of iron. Another production blueprint, like the previous one, is a hunting prop, but the bear trap can obviously also be used to fight the enemy. This is not a bear trap, but a bear trap. Qin Quge immediately forged one with 12 pieces of iron. If the big clamp is expanded to a diameter of more than 40 centimeters, its power will definitely not be comparable to that of the sea crab boss's claws, but it is no joke to be caught. The props from the third wooden treasure chest are very ordinary. 1 box of nuts per day. There are more than 30 bags of nuts in a small cardboard box. Each bag contains a little bit, 1 bite, and it's just a meal after eating them all. I have eaten a lot of meat in the past 2 days, and a box of nuts can be regarded as a flavor adjustment. 3 opened wooden treasure chests to be eaten by devouring tentacles. Although the treasure box can be disassembled, Qin Quge is not bad for these materials, so it is better to put it on Fashu Island and use it as a storage box. Moreover, after being swallowed by the devouring tentacles, these treasure chests can be placed freely on Fashu Island, and they can even be moved directly under the sand to hide them. The remaining black iron treasure chests are much smaller, about the size of a box of instant noodles. After Qin Quge opened it, he found that there was only a black lacquered ring inside. Fire ring, blue quality, special equipment. After wearing it, the user can obtain a special skill of LV1 fireball magic, and can use small fireball magic 11 times a day. Mental power +1. Blue quality. Magic props. Can't wait to get it in hand. Qin Quge found that his information bar really has a special skill, and this skill is not like other skills. It has a progress bar. It will be upgraded with his own experience, but it is fixed at LV1 level. The small fireball magic that can be used is also quite satisfactory. The fireball released is about the size of a basketball. After hitting the ground, a small explosion will occur. Hurt, unspeakable. But the attack speed of the small fireball is very fast. Even good for lighting a fire. Moreover, this ring itself has an attribute of mental power +1. It can be regarded as the first and only usable special equipment that Qin Quge got now. Chapter 50. Putting on the flame ring, Qin Quge set his sights on the last golden treasure chest. This treasure chest is as big as a normal suitcase. Laid flat, it looks a bit thin. With only the thickness of the palm, it seems that it cannot hold any large objects. But the shape of the entire treasure chest is extremely simple. The surface is carved very meticulously. You can see the posture of a fierce beast with its teeth and claws. Its outstretched front paws press down on 2 prey each. And the bodies of these two prey are just at the edge of the treasure chest, and half of their bodies are folded down to form the two locks of the treasure chest. If this treasure chest is brought back to reality, it is not considered an antique, but also a handicraft. Good luck, I wish you good luck. Good luck brings joy and love. Without a mobile phone, Qin Quge had no choice but to provide himself with a BGM. With a soft voice, Qin Quge opened the golden treasure chest. The moment the treasure chest was opened, what was inside dazzled his eyes under the light of the fire. He rubbed his dazzled eyes, only then did he see three props in the huge treasure chest. The first thing that caught the eye was a round shield. Titanium alloy anti-shock shield, creation of the first family technology, blue quality. Item introduction: the titanium alloy defensive shield created by the family with its unique technology has a very unique ability to withstand shocks. It is the function that can absorb the power generated by the attack when it is attacked, store it and bounce back. The energy storage of this shield has a certain upper limit, please use it well. 75% chance of counter shock 0.5 times damage, 24% chance of counter shock 0.7 times damage, 0.9% chance of counter shock 1.2 times damage, 0.01% chance of counter shock 3 times damage, 0.001% chance of counter shock 10 times damage. The entire shield is about the same size as Captain America's shield, and its functions seem to be similar. I just don't know if it has the strength of vibrating gold. Under the shield is a tube that looks like an RPG rocket launcher. Only when Qin Quge picked it up did he realize how fierce this thing is. Individual cloud explosion rocket, brother, are you right? I'll do it as soon as I send it. If the RPG rocket launcher is an artifact against armor, then the individual cloud blast rocket is an artifact of the bunker. The rockets fired by this thing use the principle of dust explosion, and the explosion will be divided into two steps. The first step is a slight explosion, which will spread the special fuel inside into a large area, large volume cloud, which will mix with air to form an extremely flammable aerosol mixture. The second explosion is to fully detonate the atomized aerosol mixture, instantly generate high temperature and high pressure of 2500 degrees, and form a powerful impact. The more airtight the environment, the greater the power. Moreover, the explosion process will consume the surrounding uplift, forming a large area anoxic environment. It has a powerful killing effect on natural life. It is a weapon of modern warfare. Qin Quge never expected that he would get this kind of weapon in the treasure chest. Although there is only one shot, it is enough to have a deterrent effect. Compared with that shield, Qin Quge prefers this individual cloud blast rocket. After all, what boy doesn't like to FK? Carefully putting away the individual cloud blast rocket, Qin Quge heaved a sigh of relief. After being bombarded by this thing, even nether skeletons have to weigh it. Do you want to try bombing a ghost ship? Once this idea is together, it can never be erased. This Saint Mary has a cooperative relationship with him temporarily, so it is not convenient to do it. Qin Quge wondered if he could find another ghost ship. It's just that the sea area of the one-horned manatee is too wide, and there are only 37 ghost ships in total. It's really luck to find another one. I don't know if the titanium alloy anti-shock shield can stop it. The last item in the golden chest is a white material recipe. Big stones can be synthesized to synthesize ordinary stones into large stones of 1 cubic meter. Requires 50 stone blocks. As for the building materials, Qin Quge has bought the formula for building bricks from others, but clay is needed. But clay seems to be quite rare. There are not many trading markets. And boulders seem to be much better than bricks. The main reason is that swallowing tentacles and swallowing stones will only form reefs, qualitative changes such as rocks. When the reef was formed before, the qualitative change item of swallowing 100,000 stones to form a hill was added. Qin Quge obviously cannot build a house by devouring it, unless the devouring tentacles can directly swallow a house in the future. However, the materials decomposed and synthesized by the system are extremely regular, with sharp edges and corners, which are more standard than mechanical creations. And with the boulders, its size of 1 cubic meter depends on its own weight, and it will be very stable when built. Use your personal space to store materials, and you can also draw out the rules for placing materials from it. Qin Quge can build an extremely rough building. Under the premise of sufficient materials, even pyramids are fine. Take it to the extreme, go for thicker ones. Even this St. Mary's cannon was hard to penetrate. Build a protective wall around Fashu Island, a proper fortress. It would be great if we were getting some cement. It's a pity that the production process of cement is too high, and it is not realistic to make it empty-handed. Qin Quge can only hope that he can get the system's synthesis formula in the future and use the power of the system to accomplish this. Let's sleep for a while, and I have to discuss with Edward about their settlement when it dawns. Chapter 51. If he really wanted to sleep, Qin Quge couldn't sleep either. This night, there are too many good things, a little bit of happiness. I closed my eyes and lay down for a long time without being able to calm down. Simply get up and check out the existing items. In addition to the necessary things in the personal space, such as the big killers such as individual cloud explosion rockets, Qin Quge is directly placed in the golden treasure box, and placed underground on Fashu Island. On the contrary, the blue quality anti-shock shield was carried with him. Though he has no proper weapons yet. But with this shield, he can protect himself. And the advanced bone battle will be enough to sweep all enemies for him. Even boarding Edward's St. Mary also gained confidence. Then there is a sudden large amount of food. More than 200 sea crab meat. Considering that it is enough for him to keep 20 yuan, the rest of the sea crab meat is hung in the trading center, half of which is used to guard the production blueprints that can use sea crab carapace materials, and the rest is used to buy rare materials, such as he is now plant fibers were not found either. During this period, he also took time to go to Coconut Island and bring back the water purifier. He has also saved about 100 liters of fresh water resources, and he wants to try to use this fresh water to build a pond on Fashu Island, with stone as the bottom, without worrying about water seepage. It just can't keep the water clean, which is a problem. But it can't be solved now. We can only see if we can get 100 sea pearls and add a clear spring to Fashu Island. He has searched for sea pearls in the trading center. The quantity is not very large, only a little more than 20 in total, and it is not expensive. They all need food and water. Of course, Qin Quge is in my hand. Sea pearls, natural sea pearls are extremely rare, and only sea pearls with longan eyes are considered treasures, but they are still just pearls in essence, and maybe you can discover some other functions of it. Regarding the systematic explanation, Qin Quge curled his lips into a smile. Only those who have beaten longan will be recognized by the system, and it is no wonder that the trading center has no goods. If you can meet it, you are lucky. Such a large wild sea pearl, in the modern world, is a sky-high price. It's a pity that even the system doesn't prompt the function of this sea pearl, so other people probably don't even know it. In such a world, gold, silver, and jewelry, even if they are expensive, are meaningless, and they are not as good as a full meal. Therefore, the sea pearls in the trading center are worthless. Also cheaper Qin Quge. Although he doesn't know what sea pearl can do, but he can give devouring tentacles. 100 pieces can qualitatively change into a Wangqing Chuan. Then, it can be judged that sea pearls should have some unnatural elements. Just like the flame ring that Qin Quge is wearing now, sea pearl should be able to obtain rare props through some special production methods or synthetic materials, and it is related to water. Thinking of water, Qin Quge remembered the water arrow serum he had sold before. Would it be possible to awaken similar abilities by eating more sea pearls? In the real world, many people eat pearl powder, but it's all calcium, and it's useless if you eat it. But not necessarily in this world. Although I had the idea of trying to eat a few. But looking at such a big sea pearl. How weird it would be if you couldn't digest it after eating it and made see you tomorrow. Go in above, come out below. Shaking his head, Qin Quge deleted this not-so-beautiful picture from his mind. Instead, he wondered whether he should build a small toilet for himself first. He has had a little headache these 2 days because of the convenience. Leave your excrement on the island, in the way of your vision. Throw it into the sea. I have to go into the sea from time to time, isn't it against me? He wanted to let the devouring tentacles do this bowl of xiang. But it always feels weird. Thanks to the flower fields. The final solution for Qin Quge is to let the devouring tentacles move the excrement to the lower part of the flower field and use it as fertilizer. As for whether the devouring tentacles have any objections, that's out of Qin Quge's attention. Anyway, the devouring tentacles seem to be open to all comers. Surprisingly, this operation actually unlocked 2 new phagocytosis variables. Swallow 100 copies of high-quality excrement, and get a piece of fertile soil. Swallow 100 copies of the excrement of different types of creatures, and get a special illustrated book. The former Qin Quge can still understand. The latter one is a little outrageous. Let's not talk about how to get 100 pieces of excrement from different creatures. I really got it. What is the special illustration book I got? Identification and identification of 100 kinds of feces? Really want to do these 2 engulfing qualitative variables. Then he, Qin Quge, wouldn't have to be with Papa every day. He wasn't going to put these things in his personal space. Neither can my own. These 2 engulfing qualitative variables should be left to chance. After all, there are always papas, but high-quality papas are rare. In a flash it is daytime. This Saint Mary was pretty punctual. When the sun was rising, I sailed to the distance, just at the border that I could see. Qin Quge is just like yesterday. Lighted a bonfire, grilled crab meat on the shelf. Although Edward is an enemy, he is also a guest, and he must eat what he should eat. What's more, Qin Quge has seen through the telescope that the guy seems to have moved a lot of things onto the boat. Smacking his lips, Qin Quge was looking forward to it. This bone frame is quite upright. Oh, it's all here, what should I bring? Chapter 52. The boat came much faster than yesterday. Qin Quge was a little envious. He can immediately upgrade to LV2's sailing skill, which only allows him to steer the boat without capsizing. Look at Edward's boat again. Many people have seen drag racing. Sailing. It's probably what Edward looks like rowing now. It felt like I was going to press 2 engines on that little wreck and push it straight up. The 2 rowing crew members on the boat seemed to be about to break their bones, and they were desperate to grow 2 more arms. FK, why are you in a hurry to reincarnate? The boat broke through the blue water and swung straight to the edge of Fashu Island. The boat didn't land. Edward has already jumped out. He was carrying a big cloth bag, and when it fell to the ground, there was a jingle of sugar palms. Your Majesty Dowdy, I brought you many good things. Oh, just come, what gift do you bring? Qin Quge stood up smiling. But saw Edward pour out the contents of the bag with a clatter. Good guy. Gold dishes and silver dishes. Forks, spoons, butter knives. Saucepan, pan. There are even a few tweezers. Plus some small pots that seem to be very old. This guy wouldn't have moved the kitchen on this St. Mary's. The point is, these things, except for the gold and silverware, seem to be cleaner, and the others look like things that haven't been used for more than 10 or 20 years, or even 100 or 200 years. But I also want to mention that Edward is still very hard-working. He wiped all the things that hadn't been used for a long time, but some things were really not clean. But Qin Quge changed his mind and thought again. 2. There are a group of ghostly creatures on this St. Mary, each one is either a skeleton or a dead body, so there is no use for these pots and pans. Otherwise, Edward would not have been full of praise for a piece of sea crab meat yesterday. It's just, what is this guy doing with these things? What are you doing? Let me cook for you. No, no, why do you think so? I saw that you didn't have any suitable utensils on this island, so I brought you all the things that can be used on this Saint Mary. Look, these silver plates were tableware used by a certain royal family, and these forks were gifted by the royal family. They are all very old and historical things. Well, it has a history, and the imprint on it is almost worn away. Although I'm not interested in these things, but this guy didn't bring these things here for eating, ghosts believe it. This guy can't be really hungry. However, through these things, Qin Quge learned some information about Edward and the world behind him. For example, although he is a ghost creature, there must still be normal human society in the world he lives in. And he himself must have had a stage as a human being. Perhaps, the world behind Edward is similar to the movie Pirates of the Caribbean. It is an environment where there are gods and demons, and even the underworld. Then, their world is very interesting. It is not difficult to find from Edward's words. In their world, the underworld holds a lot of power, and has probably controlled the entire world. Swell to the point where you need to open up territories in other worlds. On the one hand, this means that there is a powerful force behind Edward, backed by a god of the underworld. On the one hand, it also means that he can actually use the resources of the two worlds. Of course, the latter is guessed by Qin Quge. Qin Quge didn't believe that Edward could bloom flowers by relying on a ghost ship. Even the ghost life must need some resources to supplement it. And as long as Edward can obtain resources in the two worlds, can he, Qin Quge, make a deal with Edward and get materials from another world? In a world with gods, in addition to ordinary supplies, there should be some other weapons and equipment, and even God-given props. Those things are estimated to be no worse than the things in the world of survival, and even, they will be very strong. Furthermore, if Qin Quge becomes stronger in the future, can he invade that world? These are all things to keep in mind. I'll take the things. It's early in the morning, I haven't had breakfast yet, do you want to come together? Naturally, Qin Quge would not refuse Edward's gift, although this time the gift was somewhat unappealing. Once born, second time cooked. Edward's St. Mary's will always be emptied in the future. When Edward heard that he wanted to eat, the skeleton's head clicked like a chicken pecking at rice. As soon as the power of the netherworld moved, he immediately recovered his human body, and the corners of his mouth began to bleed. Qin Quge waved his hand, indicating that the withered bones warlord would put these scattered things aside first, which led Edward to the jet tree. Only then did Edward notice the withered skeleton general approaching. His whole body, no, it should be the whole skeleton shook. As the fourth rank, he immediately felt that the power of the withered bone warrior was not far from his own. Yesterday this small island did not have it. And, looking around, the whole island has changed a lot. Compared with yesterday, some new places have been added. Like a field full of flowers. There is also a huge beehive in the distance. How did this strong human being do it? Chapter 53. At this time, if he had any doubts about the human being in front of him, Edward felt that his head must be broken. Tier 4. This human actually controls the fourth order skeleton as a slave. You know, in his world, the fourth rank has the least status and is also the leader of one party. Even he is also in control of a ghost ship, running rampant in the Caribbean. Plus the previous things. Edward was convinced and affirmed that the human being in front of him was a necromancer at all. Even a necromancer. Otherwise, how could he transform the crew on his nether ship? At this point, Edward wondered what else he could use against this powerful human being. He was very fortunate and felt that his luck was really good. How could he still survive after provoking such a powerful human being? Yesterday, thanks to the blessing of this strong man, I also tasted the taste of meat and the mellowness of wine. If it wasn't for God's favor. If it weren't for luck. How could there be such a good thing? God of the underworld, thank you for the blessings you have bestowed on us. I will follow your guidance and take root in this world. I will spread your divine splendor throughout this world. I muttered in my heart. Edward looked at Qin Quge more earnestly. This scene was a little weird in Qin Quge's eyes. He always felt weird being stared at by a passable-looking alien. It's fine if it's a pink skull. This Nima is a male skeleton. This skull is not insane. I really can't stand Edward's eyes. Qin Quge pushed the freshly grilled sea crab meat in front of him, and added a glass of rum to him along the way. Knowing that the fruit of the Je tree can make the ghost creatures taste the taste of food, Qin Quge is not stingy, and specially added some juice of the fruit of the Je tree, so that the sea crab meat is saturated with the sweetness of the fruit. Edward has been waiting all day. If it wasn't for Qin Quge's arrangement with him to discuss settlement matters today, he would have wished to stay on Fashu Island. As soon as the meat was pushed in front of him, he grabbed it and gnawed it. It's also fortunate that this guy is an immortal alien, and he is also a fourth order, so he doesn't care that the freshly roasted sea crab meat is still boiling hot. Bite into a piece as big as a palm. Hot, fresh, tender, smooth, fragrant. All kinds of flavors burst out in the mouth suddenly. Comfortable Edward's whole skeleton shivered. If it wasn't for Qin Quge's presence, and to leave some etiquette for this powerful gluttonous lord, Edward would have been able to cry directly. Since becoming a ghost life, the sense of taste has already been lost with the decay of the body. Even if he later advanced to level 4, he could use the power of the netherworld to restore his physical body. However, the sense of taste and satiety has long been wiped out. Although ghost life can be almost immortal. After all, they have already died once. There are gains and losses. For hundreds of years, how he longed to feel the feeling of being alive again. And, as time went by, this kind of prayer became more and more intense. And now, he actually tasted it. Taste it again. Maybe, you can try it many times in the future. As long as you coax this powerful human being in front of you. As long as you have a good relationship with this human being, it doesn't matter even if you post a few things yourself. Respect. Your Excellency Glutton. Well, can I bring some meat back? Almost swallowing a large piece of sea crab meat in a few mouthfuls, Edward asked cautiously. Qin Quge shook his head, directly rejecting this guy's request. Just eat it, and want to pack it? Meal money. You don't pay enough for meals. You can't bring some pots and pans. Don't look at the meat of some sea crabs, but it's very troublesome to make, and it's not easy to store for too long. If you want to eat it in the future, you can come to my island. If you have any good ingredients, you can bring it here, and I'll cook it for you. Although he was thinking very seriously, what Qin Quge said was quite euphemistic. But Edward is not a fledgling young man. Can this not understand what Qin Quge meant? It's not that the things I brought didn't satisfy people. What they said is obvious, it's not impossible to eat if you want to, come to my island more, but remember to bring gifts. Edward understood Qin Quge very well. You see, food that allows ghost creatures to taste the taste directly. Only such a powerful existence has the ability to do it. These foods look simple, maybe they used some powerful spells, or used special and rare materials. He had eaten 2 meals by himself, and Edward was also a little embarrassed. It's not that he doesn't want to bring presents. I have nothing to bring. Gold, silver, and jewelry were brought before, and they were not rare at all. 4 cannons were sent, and there are no more. We can't dismantle the St. Mary's for a meal. But apart from these, there are only some gold, silver, and jewels that were looted that year on the St. Mary. Fortunately, Edward heard some requests from Qin Quge's words. Ingredients. The boss needs food. The ordinary ingredients are definitely not up to par. Go back and hunt some sea monsters. It is said that the meat of super large octopus is very good. immediately added some itinerary for himself. Edward then turned the topic to the main topic. Well, thank you Doughty for now, and I will definitely visit your island more in the future. By the way, do you have any opinions on our settlement in this sea area? Settling? I remember that you have brought a lot of power this time. There are too many. The resources in this sea area are limited and can't accommodate so many. Besides, there should be competition between you. I don't know if you have others. The location of the ghost ship you are traveling with. Qin Quge didn't beat around the bush, the meaning in his words was obvious. I want to find some ghost ships. If you have any goals, please provide them. Edward's heart skipped a beat when he heard that. Does this powerful human know all these things? A total of 38 ghost ships arrived in their group, one of which was in a special situation. The rest, although they are all of the Nether family, each have their own little calculations. In the Nether clan, the strong are respected. They are indeed competing with each other. Even, if one of them has a stronger power, it may directly annex the others. If some of these ghost ships can be destroyed, although the overall strength of the ghost clan is weakened, it can give other ghost ships more room for development. This seems like a good thing. Moreover, from the voice, it seems that this boss wants to help him solve some troubles. He was always worried that he would annoy this person and be wiped out directly. The last 2 times, he did not dare to approach the Saint Mary, and he also had this concern. But now, the other party really wanted to do something, but not to himself. I do know the location of the other ghost ships. What do you want to do? No matter what it is, as long as I can help, I will definitely do it. Edward made up his mind immediately. He directly used the word shot. It means that he is willing to fight against his own race. A dead fellow Taoist will never die a poor Taoist. Edward understands this principle very well. After all, he came through countless fights. Qin Quge smiled slightly. That's a good relationship. If you are interested, do you want to vote with me? Find someone who is hostile to you, and bring him over. I don't like staying away from here. If I stay far away, it will cause some unnecessary troubles. But, as long as you lure the other party to my island, I will leave the rest to me. If things are done well, we will get 50% of the proceeds. After giving the plan, Qin Quge was not worried that Edward would not agree, or that Edward would not do things. Although here, Qin Quge is a no-cost business, once it succeeds, it will definitely make a lot of money. But Edward didn't know this. Also, Edward should also lack resources. This is not difficult to see from the fact that he can't get out his hand to send Jujima. Those gold, silver, and jewels can't help him gain a foothold in this world. But what if he has 2 ghost ships? Even with a score of 50 or 50, Edward could still get a lot of supplies. The supplies of other ghost ships, including some senior crew members, was an offer that Edward could not refuse. If he makes a move himself, it's hard to say how confident he is in the face of the ghost ship of the same family. If there are more Qin Quge words, things are different. If such a powerful human being is on his side, it's a win. Are you really willing to make a move? Chapter 54. Certainly. Qin Quge laughed so harmlessly to humans and animals. However, I can only attack around this island. If you want to, bring your target here. As for the method, that is your business, and I will not ask. Naturally, I will not care about what you bring. What kind of character is it? Edward rubbed his hands together. This is not an opportunity for him. As for whether there is any doorway in this, he doesn't care. As long as he can succeed, this is his chance. After all, he is a member of the Nether clan. In the world he experienced, there was only one rule: the winner is king. To be able to hug the thigh of this powerful human being in front of me is something I wish for. And what will happen to the same kind who are brought to Fashu Island? Do I need to care? Edward only saw the 50% of the income he could get after the job was done. This income is enough for him to rise to the top among the remaining 37 ghost ships. And, if this cooperation is proper, in the future, it can be regarded as having some good beginnings with the human being in front of me. After that, there were various excuses to further the relationship with Faju Island. In contrast, visiting the island is no longer so troublesome. Eating and drinking is of course a matter of course. There are great benefits. Harm? Is there any downside? Not at all. That, no, I'll do it now. Edward drank the rum in the wooden cup in one gulp, and he didn't know whether it was alcohol or excitement. His face was extremely rosy. This is a state that is difficult for ghost life to appear. After all, dead things, or those who are neither dead nor alive, do not have this kind of state. 24 hours, I only wait for you for 24 hours. Qin Quge took a sip of his wine, raised his eyes slightly, and added something. If you don't put some pressure on Edward, how can you let him do things better? Okay, Your Excellency Doughty, you will wait here for my news. After bowing to Qin Quge, Edward left in a hurry. This is related to the future of the Saint Mary, and he dare not delay. In fact, when Qin Quge made the proposal, he already had a goal. And, not yet a goal. Through some internal communication methods of the Nether family and mutual induction, Edward determined the location of the two other ghost ships closest to him. Lady Lovieburn. The Flying Dutchman. The captain of the Lady Lovieburn is a woman, a banshee. Its attributes are close to vampires, also called vampires, but with a little ghostly quality. So call the banshee closer. Their overall power is slightly lower than that of the Saint Mary, but they have always been competing for territory in the Caribbean Sea. Less allies. But this is not the Caribbean Sea, this is the one-horned manatee area. Choosing the Lady Lovieburn was a good decision. Maybe the gluttonous lord is also interested in the banshee. But if you choose Mrs. Loviebone, although the success rate is much higher, the income is definitely not as good as that of the Flying Dutchman. That is, the most powerful ghost ship in the entire Caribbean region. Even powerful enough to be personally blessed by the god of the underworld, and can independently walk between the underworld and the main world. Not counting the huge supplies on the ghost ship. Even the Flying Dutchman itself is a huge piece of cake. Assuming Master Doughty is strong enough, eating the Flying Dutchman will definitely make him Edward a huge profit. But what if he couldn't beat the Flying Dutchman? Edward hesitated. After thinking for half an hour, he directed the St. Mary's voyage. Standing on Faju Island, Qin Quge squinted his eyes and watched the St. Mary gradually disappear from his field of vision through the binoculars, looking forward to it. System prompt: you have triggered a special event, Curse, the Flying Dutchman. Prepare carefully, you will face one of the most powerful enemies of this ghost ship event. The system prompt came very suddenly. Qin Quge was slightly taken aback. Then confirm again. The Flying Dutchman. It can't be that octopus. Hey, it's a bit interesting, and it slightly overlaps with a certain movie. This is Qin Quge worrying too much. Even that very famous movie was processed on the basis of legends. The Flying Dutchman has long been famous in folklore, and countless people have witnessed this cursed ship sailing adrift at sea, never reaching port. Legend has it that too many buffs have been given to this ghost ship. Flying Henan people, after I kill the ghost creatures above and plunder the resources, I will change its name. It's just, I don't know if there is a black pearl. Open the event engagement leaderboard. Seeing that he was still firmly occupying the number 1 position, Qin Quge was cheerful. However, the second place is no longer the Governor 800, he has retreated to the third place. The second place is, Fang Huifeng? FK. Qin Quge muttered. Still holding grudges over this guy for not replying to him. This really can't be blamed on Fang Huifeng. That guy is very busy at the moment. If he is not careful, he will rush to the street. Where does he have time to reply to other people's private messages? And what he was facing was also a ghost ship, the Medan. It's just that the crew on this ghost ship are all kinds of zombies, and there are even a few zombie dogs. Chapter 55. 20 gold nuggets, exchange for any weapons and equipment that can resist and fight. Boss, after searching around, my last hope of surviving is on you. Here, Qin Quge had just sent Edward away, but Fang Huifeng unexpectedly came to the door. He was muttering just now. Unexpectedly, Fang Huifeng suddenly made a fuss. Maybe it's really anxious. Fang Huifeng added another sentence in less than a minute. Rent, I will rent your equipment with 10 gold nuggets, and use 10 gold nuggets as a deposit. I will trade you a total of 20 gold nuggets. When I survive, I will return the equipment to you and consume some of your durability at most. If you consume too much, I'll give you some compensation. Really, 20 gold nuggets are mine. Help! This guy is exactly the same as what happened to Governor 800 before. However, for the time being, Fang Huifeng seems to be calmer, and still has time to talk to Qin Quge. But he couldn't wait too long, and his words were full of struggles. Otherwise, it would not be 10 to 20 gold nuggets. After all, Qin Quge, who has already harvested a lot of resources, has never seen a gold nugget. This thing is a rare item. Only one anti-seismic shield picture, the rent is 25 gold nuggets. If you want, send a transaction. No deposit will be charged. It is impossible to do so without taking risks. Although Fang Huifeng is currently ranked second in the event participation rankings, he should have some strength, but who knows what kind of foundation this guy has, whether he can survive it, and whether he will follow the promised deal if he survives it. Content is carried out. These are not guaranteed. 15 gold nuggets can be exchanged for a blue anti-shock shield. Qin Quge may lose a little bit, but it shouldn't lose too much. After all, he still doesn't know the value of the gold nugget, it's just a prediction. If Fang Huifeng's affairs are completed and the transaction is carried out, then Qin Quge will make a sure profit. This is venture capital. Even if the other party really regrets it afterwards, it's not a big problem. For Fang Huifeng, he has to consider the gains and losses clearly. If he survived later, but regretted it and refused to return the anti-shock shield, he would have offended Qin Quge. Qin Quge will definitely not lack equipment in the future. There is still a certain prestige in the entire one-horned manatee sea area. If Fang Huifeng provokes him, that is Fang Huifeng's trouble. Qin Quge wasn't worried about this. He was mainly afraid that Fang Huifeng would not be able to hold on. Assuming that each ghost ship has at least one 4th tier boss, the anti-shock shield can't hold it. This is a blue technology-based shield, the boss really trusts me. This is 20 gold nuggets, you keep it first. If I can survive, I will discuss it in detail. If I can't survive, this is my present, the location of the island, you have to help me collect a corpse. Fang Huifeng was shocked when he saw the attributes of the anti-shock shield sent by Qin Quge. Without saying a word, the transaction was put up, 20 gold nuggets were not missing, and even a bunch of others were added. Qin Quge traded the anti-seismic shield, and piled up all the resources and materials that Fang Huifeng traded over. It's kind of interesting. In order to make me feel at ease, it's taking away all my personal space. Gold nugget 20, apple 3, standard plank 60, iron block 10, stone block * 120. As he had guessed before, the gold nugget is not the pure metal in reality. Its overall material properties are higher than iron, and its plasticity is comparable to that of fine steel. It is a further building material. Gold nuggets, advanced production materials, are relatively rare. They are a good medium for magical creations. They are most suitable for making rings and necklaces of blue quality or higher, and can also be used to make other items. When you get gold nuggets, the crafting center will unlock some simple crafting items, such as golden shovel, golden pickaxe, golden hoe and so on. But I didn't see the synthetic unlocking of rings, which obviously required special blueprints. But even if it is not used to make accessories, it is also very good to make other equipment. Whether it is durable or practical, it is several times that of stone equipment, or even iron equipment. Even if only 15 gold nuggets are used as the purchase value, it is enough to exceed the value of the anti-shock shield. After all, 15 gold nuggets can make several tools. What's more, Fang Huifeng gave 20 gold nuggets. I was a little worried at first, but I was too worried. Seeing that Fang Huifeng did not reply, Qin Quge opened the trading center. He still has more than 200 pieces of sea crab meat to deal with. If you can't finish eating by yourself, you can exchange for the materials you need. In addition to the fresh water resources produced by the water purifier in the past 2 days. Enough to exchange more than tens of thousands of sand and soil blocks. Qin Quge intends to expand Fashu Island in one fell swoop today. To the east, connect to Coconut Island. This is a big project. The total area of Fashu Island now exceeds 1,000, that is to say, compared with the original appearance, it has expanded by nearly 100 meters. This is the result of Qin Quge not controlling the direction and making Fashu Island develop in an oval shape. The coast of Fashu Island is still more than 2,000 meters away from Coconut Island. If it is connected directly, 100 basic material blocks are required per square meter. It takes at least 200,000 sand blocks to connect to Coconut Island. Unfortunately, in the past few days, with the development of the survivors, the value of the most basic sand and soil blocks has fallen again and again. After all, many people do not have access to these materials, and these materials are the most readily available. A standard meat block can be exchanged for 200-300 sand blocks. Qin Quge went directly to the exchange area to send a large number of purchase needs. Fresh, high-quality sea crab meat. Buy sand and soil in large quantities. There is no upper limit. Large quantities are favorable. There is also a small amount of fresh water for sale at a good price. Pre-order super link. Boss Glutton is here to serve porridge again, everyone line up. Someone saw it and immediately sent several messages as a reminder. Qin Quge's cheeks twitched. How did it become porridge? Chapter 56. The word porridge is more or less joking. But it can't help but bring some sour jealousy. But more people didn't pay attention to this, and those few words were wiped out almost instantly. I didn't miss it this time. I dug up more than 800 pieces of sea sand today, which is just right for something to eat. Crab meat again? Boss didn't dig out a crab nest, did he? I caught a crab walker, and a walker crab came. I am convinced of the gluttonous boss. We have food and drink, and we can rest when we can. And the boss is completely in 007 mode, and he is not idle for 24 hours. He participated in the ghost ship incident again, and brushing crab meat is incomparable. I roughly calculated. In the past 2 days, the big boss has bought tens of thousands of sand and soil blocks. Did the big boss find some special blueprints for making such a large number of sand and soil blocks? Could it be land reclamation? Someone actually guessed Qin Quge's plan. But this idea is still quite crazy for ordinary people, they don't have the ability to swallow qualitative changes. Tens of thousands of sand clods seem to be a lot, but if they are used to reclaim land from the sea, isn't it unreliable? There is sea water everywhere in this place, and tens of thousands of sand clods are useless. If it is really land reclamation, boss, I have more than 100 clods of sand here, I will give it to you for free, and it is useless to keep it, but you have to pay the handling fee yourself. FK, your flattery is a bit clever. Boss, I also have more than 200 yuan here, and I will give it to you, and I will pay the handling fee. Day, hundreds of pieces of sand, the transaction fee is only 1 or 2 transaction coins, just like what you said. Boss, I sponsor 1,300 pieces of sea sand, plus 200 stones, nothing else. I just hope that the boss can remember my name. My name is your favorite dog leg. If the boss gets fatter in the future, remember to save some soup for us. The name reveals everything. A person lives up to his name. A person lives up to his name +1. Qin Quge, who was still putting sea crab meat on the shelves, was completely unaware that things were going so weirdly. He suddenly received a large number of unilateral transaction receipt reminders. In a blink of an eye, there were 20,000 plus sand blocks in his personal space. And still growing. This result made him a little dumbfounded. Although this is a great deal. Shorthands are available. Even if these silt blocks are voluntarily given by the survivors. But in the hands of Qin Quge, he had to say something wrong. That. I do need a lot of silt. However, it is not easy for everyone. I will thank you in advance this time. If you have any difficulties in the future, you can chat with me privately. If you can help, do your best. Although to other people, 1 or 200 dirt clods is really not much, and they are low-level materials that cannot be used. But they have a heart. The most rare thing for a person is an ordinary, serious, and friendly heart. Perhaps, when my Fashu Island develops to a sufficient scale, I can build a town on the island and bring all these people here. Throw the sudden tens of thousands of clods of dirt into the mouth of the devouring tentacles. Qin Quge added some new ideas. In fact, this is something that Fashu Island must experience in its development. As the island expands, increases, Fashu Island will definitely welcome other people, even some other races. Even Edward, a ghostly skeleton, can land on his Fashu Island. Others are certainly not a problem. Even though there may be some guys with ulterior motives among these people. But you can't stop contacting other people just because there are some miscellaneous things. Most of the time, people are still kind. Qin Quge doesn't mind Fashu Island accepting some ordinary people. When Fashu Island expands to a certain extent, he will not be able to take care of it alone, and some manpower will be needed to intervene. Then, it is necessary to find some suitable Icelanders. Of course, some important areas on Fashu Island will definitely not be open, such as the Je tree, which is a treasure. However, these are things for the future. He still needs more than 200,000 pieces of material to fill the area between the Coconut Islands. Because of the help of many survivors, this goal was reduced by more than a quarter. Boss, you are welcome. I changed some fresh water from you before, but it relieved the urgent need. Among so many people, only you have enough fresh water resources in your hands. I still hope that you can often share some. That's right, the things the boss sells are really not expensive, and they are all materials that we don't use very much. Boss, if you have any needs in the future, you can tell them. Everyone has few resources, but everyone can collect them together. It's a lot to get up. We can even form a team, with the boss as the core, to build a new human cluster. Have said that, although it is such a rationale, it is too much to take advantage of the boss. Moreover, if all the resources are invested in the boss, it will definitely affect our respective development. And the sea area of this world is too wide, no one knows when to meet other people. To give up resources, you must let yourself live first. So, under this premise, how much can you provide? I agree with the idea above. Individuals should take care of themselves first, and then make their own plans on the premise of surviving. Moreover, you can't just put your hope on the boss. The boss is also a human being and has his own considerations. I suggest that everyone first set up a voluntary mutual aid group, and try to survive as much as possible. The more people, the greater the strength. This will help everyone survive in the future. Community of shared future for mankind, what about the name? Sign up voluntarily and help each other voluntarily. It's gone, we only represent each other, and it's just the one-horned manatee sea area. Who knows how big this world is? Qin Quge looked at the speech in the communication area and was once again abducted to a huge topic, so he closed it silently. Then adjust the price of sea crab meat to 200 material blocks. This is a very low price, and it is a little bit of giving back to others. Then, he hung up the dozens of liters of fresh water produced today. Only then did he back out. He does not deny that the ideals of those people are beautiful. But the reality is, how many people can persist in living such a beautiful life? Who doesn't want world peace? But the more there is no rules in the world, the worse human nature is. Chapter 57. The proposal of a community with a shared future for mankind is really good. Qin Quge also understood their thoughts. It's nothing more than one person, or a group of people getting stronger first. And then lead others. Just like migrating birds, a leader is needed to open up the waterway. They just wanted Qin Quge to be the boss. But there are too many problems in it, and it is an extreme test of human nature. It's better to look at your feet first. Qin Quge certainly won't waste time on this. While planning the placement of the newly formed island soil after the devouring. While stuffing the mud and sand materials exchanged for sea crab meat and fresh water into the big mouth that devours the tentacles. But the big mouth that devours the tentacles is still small. Even if more than 100 material blocks can be devoured at one time. Still a huge waste of time. The number of devouring reaches 100,000, and the devouring attribute is upgraded. Please choose one of the following 3 devouring attributes. This choice will completely change the phagocytosis of Faju Island. Big mouth like a rainbow, a bigger mouth means more devouring capacity. After upgrading, the devouring tentacles get double the devouring capacity. Like a swimming snake, a longer distance means a larger devouring range. After upgrading, the devouring tentacles can extend double the distance outside the island. Two-headed dragon, if there is something that one head can't handle, use 2 heads to solve it. Quantity is the key. After upgrading, the devouring tentacles split into 2 and can devour at the same time. Upgrade. Qin Quge never expected that his devouring tentacles could unlock more abilities. He first ruled out the first option. Although the mouth is bigger, it can eat more, but the double-headed monster's swallowing capacity seems to be the same. And if there is a 2-headed dragon, then it can definitely be upgraded to a 3-headed dragon or a 9-headed dragon in the future. In this regard, Qin Quge is obviously more inclined to upgrade the 2-headed dragon. But that's not to say that it doesn't make sense to open the mouth wider by devouring the tentacles. If one day the devouring tentacles can open their mouths to a terrifying extent, so big that they can swallow Edward St. Mary in one gulp, or even swallow larger objects, that would be quite shocking. It's just that, for the time being, big mouth's upgrade options are not as good as the 2-headed monster. 2 devouring tentacles mean that the devouring tentacles can attack twice at a time. This just happened to be used to deal with the special event of the Flying Dutchman. And the longer devouring range brought about by the upgrade attribute of the snake-like snake expands the attack distance. Each has its own benefits. For a while, Qin Quge also had some difficulty in choosing. He wanted them all. However, only one of the 3 options can be chosen. Adhering to the principle, more is beautiful, bigger is better, caliber is justice, turret is truth. Qin Quge still put more in the first place. The moment he made his choice, the thick devouring tentacles split open suddenly. Divided in 2 before his eyes. I'm afraid that if you blink, you will miss this weird and chilling moment. The main reason is that the devouring tentacle itself is very twisted, with a sense of unknown fear. After splitting into 2 tentacles, the efficiency of phagocytosis is greatly increased. Those 2 mouths that look creepy from a certain angle are constantly biting together, devouring crazily, the strange body undulates up and down, tens of thousands of materials are disappearing, there is a kind of greed, if you look at it for a long time, there is still an indescribable horror. Qin Quge is used to it. He constantly adjusts the new soil obtained from devouring qualitative changes to ensure that the expansion of Fashu Island is towards Coconut Island. 50,000 silt blocks. 100,000. 150,000. Even if Qin Quge maintains the newly added soil at a width of 1 meter. But 200 pieces of sea crab meat and nearly 100 liters of fresh water exchanged for the silt is still not enough. This also includes the part of the material that many people volunteered. However, there is only a distance of more than 600 meters away from Coconut Island. Think about it. Qin Quge also put in the trading coins exchanged for the water arrow serum. I spent some trading coins in the past 2 days, and there are more than 50,000 left. After smashing them together, finally filled the remaining material gap. A passageway that is only 1 meter wide and will be partially submerged by small waves from time to time extends from Fashu Island to Coconut Island. I have to say that Hadashima's devouring ability is amazing. No matter how deep the sea is, the 1 square meter that devours the qualitative change is from top to bottom, otherwise it is not enough to connect the 2 islands like Qin Quge. Moreover, even with a width of only 1 meter, the sediment soil also maintained a very stable state. Extremely amazing. As this part of the new soil extends, the devouring range of the devouring tentacles is also extended to the Coconut Island. Under Qin Quge's control, one of the devouring tentacles quickly approached along the 1 meter wide passage. Then, he gnawed on the soil of Coconut Island. Whether it is sand or rock, nothing can stop the mouth that devours the tentacles. The small Coconut Island was crazily deprived in an instant. These swallowed large soil rocks became part of Fashu Island and were used by Qin Quge to widen the passage. Wait until both tentacles can be deployed. The whole Coconut Island is like a piece of cake. At the speed of minutes and seconds, it is disappearing. The ability to devour is like a glutton. With one big mouth, everything is covered. Note, the rainbow with a big mouth like a rainbow refers to the meaning of a giant dragon. The oracle bone inscription rainbow is created using the pictograms in the 6 books, which resembles a double-headed dragon with an arch in the middle and drooping ends, each with its mouth open. Shan Haijing said, Hong Hong is in the north, and there are 2 songs for each. Mensi Baitan states that the rainbow has 2 ends, and the rainbow has the characteristics of a dragon drinking water. That's what it means. The devouring tentacles will definitely turn into a sky-swallowing dragon. Chapter 58. As the first island explored by Qin Quge. Coconut Island is very small, just a little bigger than the previous Fashu Island. It's about 400 or 500 pings. With 2 devouring mouths constantly gnawing. The volume of Coconut Island is shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. And those parts that were swallowed merged into Fashu Island, expanding the total volume of Fashu Island. In this process, there are many unexpected gains. System prompt, obtain Hashi *1. System prompt, obtain Hashi *1. System prompt, obtain coal *1. System prompt, get an unknown fossil *1. Although the devouring tentacles opened their mouths wide, ignoring any obstacles, they bit whatever they had. However, after 1 sip, if there is an extra gain, it can be taken out separately. Performance is stronger than any tool. The only pity is that the devouring tentacles can only extend around Fashu Island and cannot be taken away. Otherwise, Qin Quge's material collection would be much more convenient. In the frantic devouring of 2 devouring tentacles, Qin Quge collected a lot of rare materials. Hashi, a gem-based material that is very similar in appearance to diamonds, but with a hardness of only 6 to 7. It can be used to make all kinds of ornaments, or to be inlaid. Possesses extremely high elemental affinity. Unknown fossil, an extremely rare collection, it seems to be a huge jawbone of some ancient creature, and you may get an unexpected reward after collecting it all. Hashi is not a standard cube. If you want to use it further, in addition to secondary processing, you also need drawings. Qin Quge embedded the 2 halo stones in the reef area of Fashu Island, and pressed them on the top of the 2 highest reefs. This thing is not much different from diamonds. It is quite dazzling when it is illuminated by the sun. As for that jawbone fossil, that's much bigger. He moved it a bit, and it weighed about 40 kilograms. Looking at fossils that don't look like dinosaurs. I don't know how much it costs to put together a set. It was useless, so he threw it aside. It took less than an hour for the 2-headed devouring tentacles to completely wipe out the surface of the coconut island. Even those coconut trees that had not been cut down by Qin Quge were not preserved, they were overturned by the roots, and then fell into the big mouth that devoured the tentacles. However, when the coconut trees on Coconut Island were swallowed up, it triggered a qualitative change. Swallowing more than 20 coconut trees, Fashu Island gets a small coconut forest area. Coconut grove, that is, a coconut tree. Although the devouring tentacles only swallowed 20-30 coconut trees. But this small coconut grove formed by qualitative transformation has very peculiar properties. Small coconut grove, a green area with more than 30 coconut trees, with power beyond nature. Extreme growth, coconut trees in this area have an unnatural growth rate, fruiting once every 7 days. When there are less than 20 coconut trees in the area, this property will be automatically lost. High quality fruit, all coconut trees in this area have the following attributes: when they bear fruit, there is a 5% chance of producing top quality coconuts, and a 0.05% chance of producing brightling coconuts. Upgrade requirements: more than 100 coconut trees. Special collocation: it can be adjacent to the sea crab refresh point, which will trigger new attributes. Just for the last sentence, Qin Quge immediately placed this small coconut grove on the northeast side of Fashu Island, next to the spawning point of sea crabs. At the moment when the small coconut grove landed, the diamond-shaped crystal at the refresh point suddenly swayed in a circle of light. Then it seemed to double in size. The small coconut grove immediately added a new attribute. Little creatures under the coconut tree. Every morning, 1-5 ordinary coconut crabs will be randomly spawned in the coconut forest area. The refresh point also adds some attributes. Sea crab refresh point, unique place. Maximum number of creatures, 12. Refresh rate, 1-2 PCS/day. Creature class probability, 72% probability to refresh a common sea crab, 12% probability to refresh a heterogeneous hermit crab, 9.9% probability to refresh a heterogeneous sea crab, 0.5% probability to refresh a heterogeneous sea crab boss, 0.5% probability to refresh a there is only a different hermit crab boss, and there is a 0.1% chance to refresh a giant sea crab boss. Upgrade requirement: Devour 100 sea crabs. Both have increased the spawn chance of coconut crabs. Compared with sea crabs, coconut crabs are much bigger. Even if it is not a heterogeneous species, it can grow to a length of 1 meter. Moreover, because their food is mainly coconut meat, their flesh has a taste of coconut meat. In other words, starting from the taste and texture alone, coconut crab is much tastier than sea crab. Qin Quge couldn't help but praise himself. Finally, I can change the taste in the future. Although they are all crabs. When Qin Quge placed the small coconut island, the devouring tentacles were still trying to eat away at the coconut island. The coconut island has been flattened and only a little bit is still exposed on the sea. As the devouring tentacles continue to plunder, even these will soon disappear. However, when Coconut Island was finally completely swallowed by the devouring tentacles, after the last bite, the devouring tentacles got stuck. It's like an ordinary person biting something that can't be chewed. The devouring tentacle didn't bite for the first time. It was a treasure chest made of gemstone-like crystals. Slightly blue. A blue crystal treasure chest that is 1 level higher than the golden treasure chest. Chapter 59. Congratulations on discovering the blue crystal treasure chest. The blue crystal treasure box, after opening, you will definitely get a purple quality material related to water. There is a very small probability of getting one super material related to water, and there is a certain probability of getting 1-2 blue quality materials related to water. There is a high probability of obtaining 1-3 items of green quality or less. Although I am not sure what level this blue crystal treasure chest is. But it is certain that this treasure chest must be very, very precious. Qin Quge got the blue crystal treasure chest right away. This treasure chest is not big. But it directly resisted the gnawing that devoured the tentacles. Either the devouring tentacles are not yet able to cope with materials like blue crystals and need to be upgraded. Either this treasure chest contains the rules of the survival game. Even if there is nothing in the treasure chest, the treasure chest alone is of great value. Blue crystal. Obviously a rarer material. Qin Quge opened the treasure chest after bringing it under the jet tree. There are 2 items in the treasure chest. A roll of bamboo slips, a small cloth bag. I don't know what it contains. Qin Quge picked up the small cloth bag first. Inside are small particles. Water capsules *13, high-tech creations, ingested. Each capsule contains the water consumption of organisms for several days, and can continuously generate a small amount of water to maintain biological needs. Good thing, it does not need to be placed in personal space, it is easy to carry, and can completely replace drinking water. It is the first choice for traveling. Absolute baby in some extreme areas. But it seems that it only has such an effect. This kind of material is not worthy of the gorgeous appearance of the blue crystal treasure chest. Qin Quge placed all his expectations on the scroll of bamboo slips. He originally thought that this thing might be a practice method. But seeing the attributes of this thing, he became a sand sculpture. Alchemy frozen 1000 miles, one-time super large mythical alchemy. After use, it will center on the caster and create an extreme climate environment that is frozen for thousands of miles. Note that this alchemy will completely change the climate and environment for thousands of miles, and directly affect all ecological circles. The active influence is 24 hours, and the residual influence varies with the area. Please use with caution. I just picked up this roll of bamboo slips, but looking at the detailed instructions on the bamboo slips, Qin Quge shook his hand, and almost dropped the thing on the ground. He never thought that he seemed to trigger the extremely low chance of drawing a prize in the blue crystal treasure chest, and obtain such an outrageous thing. This thing is indeed a ferocious object marked with a mythical level. Even if it is just a one-time consumable, the range of the operation can reach 1,000 miles. A real 1,000 miles. Within 24 hours, let this range of 1,000 miles be transformed into a frozen place. Once cast, the impact will be extremely terrifying. If the spell is performed now, I am afraid that a large number of survivors will die because of it. The ecological circle is also completely disordered immediately. The temperature plummeted, animals and plants froze to death. Even after thawing after 24 hours. These damages are also irreversible. The impact will be very long-term. Even form a regional dead zone. Mythological level props are worthy of being mythical level. Even if the gods come, the power they have is roughly the same. But the problem is, this thing is very destructive, but Qin Quge can't use it. After all, this prop is released centered on the caster. He didn't want to put himself in a desperate situation. For the time being, the scroll of alchemy frozen 1,000 miles can only be used as a big killer, and it is pressed on Fashu Island, which is another treasure of the town. In the future, if you encounter an enemy in a distant place, wait for the opponent to develop and throw it on a scroll. The enemy may die of worry. The value of this thing is like a nuclear bomb, the focus is on deterrence. With devouring tentacles, Qin Quge is not afraid of the enemy landing on the island at all. If there are some troubles in the future, and the enemy has a long-range attack method, but Qin Quge can't defend it, then the scroll of alchemy frozen 1,000 miles can be taken out. Before that, the scroll could only be pressed under the island. But it doesn't mean that there are only these gains. The appearance of this blue crystal treasure chest is very strange. Qin Quge neither killed monsters nor completed any tasks. The only explanation is that Qin Quge completely consumed all the resources of Coconut Island to make this treasure chest appear. So, if the resources of other islands are consumed, will there be other treasure chests? This may be a hidden mission in a survival game. With devouring tentacles, as long as Qin Quge maintains its ability to expand, it will soon bring the next island. Then it will devour everything again. Whether there will be a second blue crystal treasure chest can only be verified at that time. Use the previous golden treasure chest to press the alchemy frozen 1000 miles scroll under Fazhu Island. Qin Quge took out the individual cloud explosion rockets. Edward had been gone for several hours, and the Flying Dutchman would show up at any moment, so he had to be prepared. As for the blue crystal treasure chest, Qin Quge was broken down. System prompt: obtain blue crystal block *12. Blue crystal block, a special material, each 1 cubic decimeter, has a strong compatibility with water elements, and can be used to make and synthesize various magic accessories and props, and can also be used to make various water attribute consumables. Qin Quge searched in the trading center, but found a recipe that might be able to use blue crystal blocks. Recipe for making water bombs: need 1 incendiary object, 1 magic material, and 1 metal block. Chapter 60. The seller's asking price is quite high, requiring 50 standard food. If it is replaced by silt blocks, that is 10 to 20,000 yuan. Qin Quge sold his sea crab meat for more than 200 yuan before, and there was not much left, not enough. After some haggling, the seller finally agreed to trade with 20 yuan of sea crab meat and 5 liters of fresh water. However, at this stage, there should not be many people who can use this magic item formula. Obtained the recipe for making the water bomb, and Qin Quge used it directly. Then open the production platform and find the synthesis item. Water bomb requires incendiary 1, magic material 1, metal block *1. Input materials will affect the quality of the composition. Combustible materials: wood blocks can be processed into charcoal in the bonfire, but Qin Quge directly placed it on the Coconut Island when he got coal when he pushed the Coconut Island. The magic material is of course the blue crystal block that was disassembled just now. Metal block: Qin Quge did not use more iron. Instead, they used the gold nuggets obtained from Fang Huifeng. Since the input materials will affect the final quality of the composite, Qin Quge also wants to know what kind of finished product he can get in the end by using the best materials he has now. Materials are satisfied, start synthesis. Immediately, a ray of light flashed. There is a faint green in the light. In this synthesis, Qin Quge once again triggered the 0.1% probability of the primary production platform. A green quality water bomb was synthesized successfully. Ice crystal bomb, green quality, disposable consumable. An advanced product of the water bomb. After being thrown out, the first impact will directly detonate, producing a 333 ice crystal explosion, with a freezing effect, and there is a certain chance to produce a freezing effect. The ice crystal bomb is about the size of a volleyball, about 3 caddies. Although the appearance is golden, it has some blue light of water elements. Qin Quge believes that with his current strength of 9 points, he can throw it 30 meters without any problem. Moreover, since it is an ice crystal explosion, it belongs to magic damage. Without the ability to swallow tentacles, this thing can also hurt those ghost lives. What kind of explosion damage can be achieved, you still have to use it to know. But the material requirements for this thing are still quite high. Qin Quge is not willing to do experiments. Keep the ice crystal bomb in your personal space. Qin Quge made 2 more water bombs. Water bomb, white quality, disposable consumable. After being thrown, the first impact that occurs will directly detonate, creating a 222 area water vapor explosion. By comparison, it is known that the power of the ice crystal bomb is significantly higher. Moreover, after the water bomb explodes, a high-temperature steam area should be generated, and the damage to living creatures should be higher. After finishing these, Qin Quge took a short rest. After collecting fresh water generated by the water purifier, after 2 days, the durability of the water purifier dropped by about 5 points, and the overall cost performance is still good. Then, he picked some zhe fruit. Go to the giant bee's nest to collect today's honeycomb. Accompanied by freshly picked coconuts, wait for the Flying Dutchman. During this period, he looked through the communication area, and went to the forum to browse. Got some new information from it. For example, people have already met each other. They are all close survivors. But it's not necessarily a good thing after meeting. Some people cried about their tragic fate of being robbed in the communication area. Some even called for help and sent their coordinates. But there are a few people who have the ability to travel across the ocean and help others in the early stage. As for trading resources and equipment to help others, such as giving Qin Quge a few hundred silt blocks may be okay. After all, silt blocks are not worth much at all. But it is much more difficult to give away the good equipment that one has worked so hard to obtain. Many survivors appealed in the exchange area to survive together and work together to build a community of shared future for mankind. Only. Again, the old world rules no longer exist. The survival world is cruel. The strong survive, the weak will only be eliminated. The law of nature is the law of the jungle. However, there was a new post in the forum that made Qin Quge very concerned. Conjecture about killing orcs, maybe the other party is also a survivor. Posted by, One Knife Cut. This guy is a martial artist in reality, and he is good at using knives. He originally developed alone, and luckily opened an iron sword in the wooden treasure chest at the beginning. As a guy with a bold personality, he didn't stay on the island at the beginning. After directly collecting some necessary supplies, we started to cross the sea. After clearing the food supplies of the 3 islands. On the 4th island, he encountered the orc mentioned in the title. A humanoid creature with the head of a wolf. The other party obviously has a mature language system, but the communication between the two sides is not smooth. And the opponent is not a good bird, so he took the lead. In the end, the one-shot kill was successful. Received many rewards. Afterwards, on this island, Yudeazan found many mined material cubes, inferring that the werewolf was also a survivor, but it was just another race. Describe the other party in one-shot words. Much stronger than ordinary people, whether it is strength or speed. I took advantage of the long-term exercise to win some hardships. And remind others that if you encounter this kind of alien race, if you are not sure, don't get close. Chapter 61. This is the first known contact of the third kind. The two sides are obviously very unfriendly. But it was also this post that made many people understand what those reminders meant at the beginning. Humans are not the only ones in this survival world. In addition to the ghost family that appeared in the ghost ship incident. This is already the second alien race. Qin Quge frowned. Some people would like to have a touch with other races. What he cares more about is the large amount of rewards mentioned in one blow. There are rewards for killing aliens. The Flying Dutchman should also be considered a foreign race. In the twinkling of an eye it was evening. Qin Quge prepared dinner for himself. After eating sea crab meat for several days, he is a little tired. I picked today's platycodon in the flower field, mixed it with giant bee honeycomb, and served it with coconut meat. It was a vegetarian meal. The taste of fresh platycodon is a bit green, but with honey, it still has a good taste. If there are some peppers, add sea salt, and marinate, the taste should be more delicious. After dinner, Qin Quge tried to send a message to the Governor 800. How have you been in the past 2 days? Have you gained anything? Since Governor 800 became a skeleton, there was not much contact. This time Qin Quge took the initiative to find her, and wanted to ask if this guy had mastered some weaknesses of Nether Skull. After all, we are about to confront the Flying Dutchman. Know yourself and know each other. Can't always catch the ability to devour tentacles. That would make you lazy. In this world, one still has to become stronger to be king. And if you want to become stronger, there is nothing better than fighting in person. Only by tempering oneself in battle. To understand the essence of fighting. It was around midnight that the governor's 800 called back the message. Qin Quge was half asleep and half awake at that moment. Boss still remembers me, that's great. It's been a bit strange these 2 days. After becoming a skeleton, many memories of being a human seem to be gradually receding and becoming blurred. Maybe I'm changing into another race in essence. Except for these, everything else is fine. I also learned 2 new abilities. Seeing the reply letter from Governor 800, Qin Quge was surprised. He didn't expect that after becoming a skeleton, there would be a side effect of losing memory. Maybe it's because after becoming a skeleton, there is no brain, and the memory lacks a carrier. Only relying on the newly formed soul fire, at least delete some unimportant memories. I don't know if the other survivors who traded Sailor Knife of Decay from Qin Quge have these concerns. Qin Quge didn't worry about these people. When he sold those decadent sailor knives, he reminded him. Don't forget that you are a human memory. After all, this is your past. In addition, maybe when you advance to the 5th level, many missing things will be restored. Continue to become stronger. According to what Edward said, when he advances to level 5, he will regain his sense of taste. Then level 5 should be a very important threshold for the Nether Skeleton family. Qin Quge just euphemistically told Governor 800 of this. Thank you for the reminder, boss, I will remember. You said that there was a ghost ship inviting you, how is it? Qin Quge approached Governor 800 for information, and after 2 sentences, he changed the topic to this. Governor 800 did not hide it. It's been more than a day now, almost 2 days. I was bullied by those old crew members a few times, and I beat them back. They are all skeletons, and I am not afraid of them. At most, a few bones were broken. On the Nether ship, it will recover soon. Therefore, I have awakened an ability called Bone Healing Technique, and another ability called Ghost Core, which can slowly absorb the power of the ghost, condense the core, and increase my own strength. As soon as these words were finished, he followed up with another sentence. Because I just boarded the ship, I was bullied by the old crew all the time. I didn't find time to talk to you. I didn't have time to ask you about the result of the battle. Now it seems that you should have won. On the event list, you have always been the number 1. If you are still fighting the Nether ship, I have something to tell you. Qin Quge was overjoyed, that's all he wanted to know, and immediately returned, well, it's okay, I won the previous battle and got some rewards. What did you find? The crew members on these ghost ships are all ghost lives, but the most important thing is the ghost ship itself. No matter how seriously these ghost crew members are injured, the core can be restored by bringing them back to the ship, and even as long as the ghost ship is nearby, it can provide ghosts. It can be said that the ghost ship is the source of power for all ghost creatures. Destroying the ghost ship can almost directly cut off the roots of these ghost creatures. In addition, it is certain that all ghost creatures have their own soul fire. If the ghost core is the heart, the soul fire is the brain. Destroying 2 points can cause fatal damage to ghost creatures. If the supernatural power is on these 2, if you attack at that point, you may be able to kill them directly. The Sailor Knife of Decay you gave me before has the ability to hurt them. Governor 800 said a lot. Qin Quge carefully wrote down. Then he touched the individual Cloud Blast rocket in his hand, and said to himself. This thing, do you think it has supernatural power? It can be considered as fire attribute damage. Oh, it happened to be tested with the Flying Dutchman. Chapter 62. For things like S**x, probably a man would itch his hands more or less. Just like excavators and fishing, it is an activity that men are flocking to all their lives. What's more, it's a dangerous weapon like a cloud blast rocket launcher. Ever since he got it in his hands, Qin Quge has been thinking about it. If you don't call out, always feel uneasy. Even in the middle of the night, Qin Quge, who is carrying a cloud blast rocket launcher, is still studying this thing. Fortunately, it is not a complicated instrument, you only need to open the safety, aim, and pull the trigger. After chatting with Governor 800 for a while, Qin Quge fell asleep. It seems that Edward will not be able to attract the Flying Dutchman in a while. Waiting is not an option, I should sleep or go to sleep. Only when you are full of energy can you have the energy to shoot, isn't it? An order to be alert was given to the Withered Bones warrior, but Qin Quge slept soundly. I didn't sleep much yesterday, and when I lay down, I fell asleep immediately. In the whole Fashu Island, there are only a little sound of waves, slight beeping, and the sound of swaying branches and leaves of zhe trees. The Withered Bones warrior stood by Qin Quge's side, motionless. She has integrated 2 huge bone rulers into her body, and they can be summoned when needed. This is her unique ability. Although her huge skeleton was motionless, the soul fire in her pupils kept flickering. No one knows what the bone guard is thinking about. The flickering soul fire became Qin Quge's night light. This night is also calm. It was not until the next day, when the sun was high, that Qin Quge slowly woke up. Without an accurate time recording instrument, time has become a decoration. Qin Quge moved a little bit, and found that the Bone Warlord was using her huge iron ruler to fork the sea crab that seemed to be refreshed today, and roasted it on the bonfire. Xiaobai's personal consciousness seems to have made great progress after advanced. Brushing his teeth with charcoal, Qin Quge muttered to himself. Although the Withered Bones warlord is dressed in fiery red, Qin Quge is still used to addressing her as before, Xiaobai. However, eating barbecue in the morning is easy to get angry. After Qin Quge washed up, he ate some and boiled some water for himself. People, drink more hot water. But the water here is still not cold, the bone warrior stood up suddenly, facing the north. She also carried a pair of bone rulers in her hand. Qin Quge held hot water soaked with zhe fruit, and glanced to the north. A small black spot can be seen in the distance. He put down the water glass and scanned it with the binoculars. It's the St. Mary. It's just that, behind this St. Mary, there is another ship closely following. A phantom-like crafty ship exuding a red halo. Even from the telescope, Qin Quge could see that the St. Mary was falling into great passivity. I only saw the St. Mary rushing left and right, constantly adjusting its own direction, sailing at full speed with its sails fully open. However, the crafty boat behind it was unhurriedly hanging behind, constantly venting its cannon fire. It's like a cat catching a mouse, until it gets tired of playing, it will keep playing, but it won't let go. The Flying Dutchman. System prompt, you are entering a special event, please prepare for battle, the Flying Dutchman is about to arrive in your area. Fight, or hide, is the huge honor and reward, or survival and security, choose. Qin Quge put down the binoculars and put the individual cloud explosion rockets on his shoulders. Then he said to the Withered Bone warrior, Xiaobai, get ready for the battle. A moment ago, the 2 ghost ships were still far away. 10 minutes later, the St. Mary came into view first. Edward stood at the bow of the ship, and the moment he saw Fashu Island, his hanging heart sank slightly. Although he doesn't have a physical heart. But it does not hinder his madness and death along the way. In order to lead the Flying Dutchman here, he offended Dakin Jones to the extreme. Not only laughed at his so-called love with the sea goddess. It also blew up Dakin Jones' most beloved sea beast to death. It made Dakin Jones wish to dismantle the entire St. Mary. Along the way, the St. Mary was hoisted, just to drive the St. Mary to despair. Dakin Jones, captain of the Flying Dutchman. A fifth-order ghost creature, he is the most loyal believer of the god of the underworld, and it is even rumored that he has been personally received by the god of the underworld. But there is a past that is not so pleasant in the underworld. He once had a past with a low-level sea goddess. As a believer in Hades, this is almost a kind of betrayal. The point is, in the end, Dakin Jones was betrayed by the sea goddess. Even though Dakin Jones has severed his relationship with the goddess of the sea, even though few people dare to mention this matter because of Dakin Jones' strength. But this matter is still a black spot, a scar on Dakin Jones. Edward uncovered the scar. How could Dakin Jones get around him? Humph, run? This world is big, but where can you run to? Send the order, the evil spirit crew is ready to attack. Dakin Jones, whose face was covered with small tentacles, stared viciously at the Saint Mary in front of him with his crab-like side feet. But, suddenly, the Saint Mary's bow turned. After a few breaths, he bumped into the shoal extending from a small island, and ran aground directly. Dakin Jones froze for a moment. But then he smiled. Ha, Edward Maris, I will dismantle the boards of the St. Mary's ship one by one in front of you, and I will watch you die of exhaustion. While speaking, the Flying Dutchman slowed down and slowly stopped more than 100 meters away from where the St. Mary ran aground. Chapter 63. The St. Mary, which had never been near Fashu Island, bumped headlong under Qin Quge's gaze. Thanks to the last moment, the bow of the ship turned sideways. Then it stuck to the edge of Fashu Island, and finally bumped into the small tail of the Fashu Island that Qin Quge just extended yesterday. Although this little tail is only narrow 1 meter wide. But that is the shallows. The 27-meter-long St. Mary's directly scraped on it. The ship tilted. It just got stuck there. Not to mention the more than 20 eccentric nether crew members on the ship. Even Qin Quge was sweating. Get off the boat and go to the island. Edward jumped down from the bow, tightly holding his captain's long knife in his hand, and then his eyes shifted from the Flying Dutchman behind to Qin Quge. He's betting his life this time. I want to open champagne, no, open rum, open the best rum, and then sing and dance to my heart's content on this Fashu Island. Lost. His beloved Saint Mary will become a legend ever since. At that time, if he was lucky, he could die here. If he was unlucky, he would be dragged aboard the Flying Dutchman as a crew member, and he would be tortured by Dakin Jones until the end of the world. After all, he touched Dakin Jones' deepest scar. Your Majesty Doughty, right now, I have tied my entire family and life to you, and everything is up to you. Edward didn't say that. According to the plan, Qin Quge will not show up at this time, they have to lure the captain of the Flying Dutchman to Fashu Island. If there are more humans on the island, they will be suspected to some extent. But there is no big problem with a bone warlord on the island. This is a conspiracy. Yes, I only dared to provoke you because I found a helper, aren't you an idiot? Go to the island. Heads up. You singled us both out. How? Scared? Are you the 5th rank? Both of us are 4th ranks. This is Edward's plan. Therefore, the whole plan is just 2 words, ridicule. Ridiculous throughout. The taunt that made Dakin Jones lose his mind. Until he was led to Fashu Island. And so far, so good. However, when Qin Quge was hiding on the jet tree, and the withered bone warrior was standing on the beach full of fighting spirit, the Flying Dutchman stopped about 100 meters away from Fashu Island and never approached again. Dakin Jones once swore to Hades that the Flying Dutchman would never dock. Qin Quge waited anxiously on the jet tree. But I saw more than a dozen strange humanoid creatures jumping off the Flying Dutchman, all of whom seemed to be crew members of the Flying Dutchman. And fell into the sea water, approached at an extremely fast speed. Qin Quge knew that most of the crew members on the St. Mary were ghost skeletons. And the crew on the Flying Dutchman is obviously more weird. Through the binoculars, he clearly saw that each of these crew members seemed to be possessed by marine organisms. Shark heads, killer whale mouths, crab arms, octopus legs. If it weren't for the fact that Edward's crew had taken a few steps back when these heterogeneous ghost creatures landed on Fashu Island, Qin Quge would have already started moaning. Although, he knew that these things should not be cooked. But judging from the performance of Edward's subordinates, these xenomorphs should be very strong. And that's true of the fight scenes. More than a dozen crew members on the Flying Dutchman fought nearly 30 nether skeletons, and they still had the upper hand. If it weren't for the Withered Bones warlord and Edward, the scene would have been almost one-sided. Qin Quge didn't pay much attention to these battles, but focused on the Flying Dutchman. In the telescope, he has locked on to the captain of the Flying Dutchman. That monster with the three-cornered hat. Yes, monsters. Qin Quge used words like monster to describe Dakin Jones. If those ghost crew members are weird enough, Dakin Jones, then, is simply a cursed evil creature. His head is covered with octopus tentacles. Although his body still looks like a human, his lower body is a huge hybrid. Like a crab, with some giant shrimp. Bloated and hideous. At this time, he was holding an old telescope and watching the battle on Fashu Island. However, at the moment Qin Quge locked onto him, Dakin Jones seems to have sensed. His huge claw-like hands held the binoculars, and changed an angle slightly. In the line of sight, Qin Quge's gaze collided directly with him. Humanity. Dakin Jones didn't change his mind for a while. He doubted that the human squatting on the tree appeared here by accident. Or for some other reason. He hadn't thought that Edward would conspire with Qin Quge. But he sensed something was wrong. But I can't remember it. Suddenly, his octopus-like eyes shrank suddenly. That tree is so strange. That is not an ordinary big tree, but a tree full of life force. In some worlds, such a big tree, even in its infancy, will be enshrined by many beings, and it is called sacred tree, or tree of life. Why is there such a tree here, this shabby, small island that would never enter Dakin Jones' eyes? Wasn't it a coincidence that Edward ran the St. Mary's here? Could it be a trap? Dakin Jones suddenly felt a sense of danger. A muffled popping sound. In the next second, he saw something launch from the human squatting on the tree. Qin Quge finally launched that cloud explosion rocket. As soon as the shot was fired, he groaned contentedly. Then, at once, he put on the binoculars. Waiting for the explosion to happen. Chapter 64. The roar is as low as thunder. Only 100 meters away. This cloudburst rocket accurately hit the Flying Dutchman near the stern. This position was decided by Qin Quge after pondering for a long time. Generally, this location is where materials and ammunition are stored. It would be even more perfect if it could cause a secondary explosion of the ammunition on the Flying Dutchman. The cloudburst rocket directly penetrates the outer wooden plank of the nether ship. Then the first explosion occurred inside. The explosion spreads the special fuel directly to every corner of the hull. The next second was the second explosion. The fire directly engulfed the rear half of the entire hull. Explosions burst through the air. The flames are like gorgeous fireworks, even in the daytime, they are extremely dazzling. The shock wave of the explosion is even more devastating. Throwing the stern of the boat out. The two crew members standing directly above the explosion point were directly blasted into the air. The force of the explosion tore them apart, and the high temperature burned them into coke. This is the power of cloud bombs. It is the possibility of technology surpassing unnatural forces to some extent. 04 With this weapon, even children can contend against these alien species. Qin Quge opened his mouth wide, marveling at the ferocity of the cloud storm bomb. The two groups of ghost creatures who had been fighting together on the coast of Fashu Island also froze. They have never seen or heard of such a powerful weapon. Even Edward's hand bones trembled. He was sure he was hugging the right thigh. This person is too strong. When did the Flying Dutchman, which was rampant in the Caribbean, suffer such a blow? Even if such an attack cannot completely destroy the Flying Dutchman, it is a ghost ship after all. But the hit to morale was huge. What's more, even the Flying Dutchman couldn't resist this attack. Seeing the Flying Dutchman, nearly broken in two, sinking to the bottom of the sea, Qin Quge walked quickly to the 16-pound cannons that Edward had sent earlier. The ammunition had been loaded inside. 4 explosive bombs were fired in this way. On the point of shooting, Qin Quge has unexpected comprehension and potential. 4 shells, 3 hits. Compared with the previous cloud explosion rockets, the power of these 3 cannonballs was greatly weakened. After a round of bombardment, Qin Quge did not fill again. He found that the Flying Dutchman was not torn apart like ordinary ships. Under such assault, though seemingly sinking, but those planks and ropes that were blown away still have some kind of connection with the Flying Dutchman. Even the collapsed masts are in a strange state. Broken roots are the most direct description Qin Quge has seen. Ghost, a ship, as the route for these ghostly creatures to settle in this world. The ghost ship carries their connection with the underworld. Just like a repeater, if you want to completely destroy the Flying Dutchman, you must destroy the core of the ship. Just like the Nether Skull has the core and soul fire, each ghost ship also has its own core. Edward once quietly told Qin Quge that the core of the Saint Mary is a night sword. That night sword is closely related to the birth of the Saint Mary. And he had heard that at the heart of the Flying Dutchman was a heart. The heart of Deacon Jones. As long as that heart is not destroyed, the Flying Dutchman is invincible. Deacon Jones is also invincible, even blowing up the Flying Dutchman to a heap of ruins. This pile of ruins will also slowly absorb the power of the netherworld, slowly returning to its original state. When Qin Quge first heard this, he was a little unbelieving. But now, he had to believe it. Because, the Flying Dutchman, which was already in a semi-sunk state, actually maintained this state and began to evacuate. In other words, I want to push it to a relatively safe area. However, those crew members from the Flying Dutchman who had landed on the island did not leave. The melee begins again. The corner of Qin Quge's mouth twitched. It seems that the owner of the Flying Dutchman is not reconciled. Is not reconciled. Under such an attack, how could Deacon Jones, who has always been a hegemon, be reconciled? He had disembarked the moment the Flying Dutchman was blown off the stern. At the bottom of the sea, his eyes revealed a murderous ruthlessness. A large number of crew members followed behind him. Walk towards Fashu Island together. He was going to capture Edward and tear down his Saint Mary. He wants to kill that nasty human being, turn him into a ghostly creature, take the Flying Dutchman, and torture him until the world is destroyed. As Qin Quge and Edward planned. Rage went to Deacon Jones' head. Little human, how dare you attack me, I will make you regret being born into this world. With infinite anger, Deacon Jones rushed out of the bottom of the sea and jumped onto the sandy soil of Fashu Island. He hasn't stood still. A golden sphere the size of a bucket hit him head-on. His skin is as thick and rough as him, and he didn't even feel the weight of the sphere. He just wanted to mock that human's tricks. Suddenly, the golden sphere exploded. Another explosion. It was that human again. But, unlike the explosion that the Flying Dutchman suffered, what exploded from this golden sphere turned out to be blue ice crystals. Ice crystals with spin, cold, sharp. Click. Directly spread to the range of 3 meters around. A nearby crew member with the head of a hammerhead shark had half of his head blown off by an ice crystal bomb. It was clearly just ice crystals, but under the power of the explosion. With terrifying tearing ability. It's not over yet. After the ice crystal bomb exploded, a burst of blue energy expands. Is the freezing effect 323? Just out of the sea. The seawater still stained on the body has become the best conductor. The cold directly froze the water stains on his body. Even as powerful as Dakin Jones felt the chill. Fortunately, the ice crystal bomb did not trigger the freezing effect with a small probability. Otherwise, Dakin Jones may suffer another big loss. It's just that the short-term freezing effect has not passed yet. Another blue sphere was thrown by the human. Dakin Jones gritted his teeth and slashed at the blue. However, even so, the thing still exploded. The difference is that this explosion released a large amount of water vapor. High temperature. Moisture with heat waves. Just now it was ice, now it's heat. Dakin Jones only felt a tingling sensation all over his body. Although he is a ghost creature, he is not a skeleton, he is still the 5th level. All senses have already recovered. A song of ice and fire, probably so. 2 extreme temperatures made his life feel like hell. The skin and flesh began to crack, and even some attached carapaces seemed to be cracked. These injuries caused him great pain. Even if it was him, he couldn't help but growl. Kill that human. He slammed his 8 pairs of side legs and left the explosion range. Just as he was about to attack the human who made him gnash his teeth, he saw 10 blood-red skeletons standing in front of him. War. The skeleton was able to make a sound, and in the next second, 2 huge bone rulers had already smashed over. Chapter 65. It is the Bone Warrior. Qin Quge didn't give Xiaobai an order to assist in the battle. This time, it was the Bone Warlord who took the initiative to invite the battle. Qin Quge originally planned to use the devouring tentacles directly to deal a fatal blow to Dakin Jones after testing the power of the 2 water bombs. But with Xiaobai's block, Qin Quge has no lower class. Xiaobai probably mistook Dakin Jones for the new sea crab boss. One of the reasons why Bone Warlord advanced from the Bone Guard was that she was attacked by giant sea crab bosses. Many of her advanced abilities are specially used to fight against sea crab bosses, especially those with rough skin and thick flesh. Enemies with thick carapaces. Not to mention, Dakin Jones' current appearance is like a huge crab with a mutated shape, or a giant shrimp. It's no wonder that the Withered Bones Warlord greeted him immediately. The memory of being cut in 2 by the giant sea crab boss was engraved in Xiaobai's soul fire. And this monster. It has a thick shell, it has pincers, it's a crab, that's right. Then, it is right to fight. Withered Bones Warlord's attack method is just like her appearance, fierce and vigorous. Though the flames from her bone rulers are icy cold. The vitality is also lower than that of Dakin Jones. However, after they collided together, they erupted with comparable combat power. Between the 2 of you coming and going, the Withered Bone Warrior became more and more courageous. The long knife collided with the bone ruler suddenly. The bursting breath radiated out. Withered Bone War drops the flame on the bone ruler to the ground and freezes it into an ice crystal. And the faint death energy on Dakin Jones directly corroded the earth. If the Withered Bone Warlord holds the power of the Nether Ice Flame, Dakin Jones wields the ghostly power of the curse. The 5th level is not bad, it is the 5th level. Even during the battle, the injuries he had just put together by Qin Quge started to heal. The bruises caused by thermal expansion can be repaired in a short time. Even the cracked carapace of the lower body also regenerated a layer. Even if Dakin Jones is a powerful existence of the 5th level, this kind of self-healing ability is indeed somewhat BT. If you continue to fight, I am afraid that the Dry Bones War will be defeated. It's just a matter of time. The gap between the 4th level and the 5th level is difficult to cross even for a guy like Edward. What's more, the Bone Warrior has only advanced to the 4th level. Qin Quge didn't expect to be able to deal with Dakin Jones with the Bone Warrior alone. This is obviously unlikely. As the captain of the Flying Dutchman, among the 37 ghost ships, there are not many 5th order ghost creatures. Naturally, they have their own proud abilities. Coupled with some other reasons, this is why Dakin Jones knew that this might be a trap. After that, the reason for going to the island. Because he is strong enough. And when the Bone Warlord and Dakin Jones fought together, Qin Quge was not idle either. Also that guy Edward is kind of unreliable. The more than 30 crew members on the St. Mary were unable to defeat the dozen or so enemies who landed on the island before. Now with the arrival of Dakin Jones on the island, a large number of the crew of the Flying Dutchman. Not only is it suppressing Edward and a group of people in terms of combat effectiveness. Even the number far exceeds that of the St. Mary. Edward led his crew to fight and retreat. Thanks to his rank 4, he barely managed to maintain the situation, but he was no longer free to help Qin Quge. In fact, he pinned his hopes on Qin Quge. Qin Quge himself was also being watched by the crew of the 4 Flying Dutchmen. Although these guys all have noses and eyes, they no longer look like humans. To say that they are ghost beings is better to say that they are a group of strange monsters. Qin Quge is naturally not an opponent of these strange monsters who are at least around the 3rd order. But he has devouring tentacles. While retreating to the other end of Fashu Island, Qin Quge held the civil and military sword he got yesterday, that is, a kitchen knife. He also made a special pose, aimed at the exotic seafood with a kitchen knife, and took a photo. If this photo was sent to the communication center, those who didn't know the situation would think that Qin Quge was going to take care of these ghostly enemies mixed with the characteristics of marine life. Naturally, he retreated to the other side of Fashu Island to prevent being seen by Dakin Jones. Now that these enemies have landed on Fashu Island, then it became Qin Quge's dish. The devouring tentacles have been upgraded to double-headed dragons, and this is the moment they have been waiting for. But there are only 2 devouring tentacles. Qin Quge can't act too hastily. If it is too rude, startling these strange monsters and scaring them away, it will be less rewarding. So, eat it bite by bite. Also have to avoid being spotted by other crew members on the Flying Dutchman. Backing all the way to the edge, turning around to look at those strange monsters, Qin Quge grinned grimly. Hey, welcome to Fashu Island. Big teeth, it's time to entertain the guests. As soon as the words fell, 2 devouring tentacles broke through the ground in an instant, and launched a surprise attack on the evil spirit crew who were chasing up from the left and the right. Originally, the devouring tentacles could launch surprise attacks directly from the ground. But launching a surprise attack from the ground, where there is no way to drill out of the ground, and launching an attack with a hideous image is more deterrent. Qin Quge is full of bad humor. Your image is very scary. However, you are nothing but prey. The devouring tentacles swallowed one by one, and the sky mouth directly swallowed the 2 unlucky ghosts in front. Swallow 1 ghost sailor, and Fashu Island gets 1 ghost sailor. Swallow 1 ghost sailor, and Fashu Island gets 1 ghost sailor. The remaining 2 evil spirit crew members were taken aback. There was no response for a while. They didn't react. But the devouring tentacles have already protruded out of the figure again. Qin Quge opened his hands, as if the island owner was welcoming the guests. Does my Fahima satisfy you? Or, fear, be amazed, and flee. He snapped his fingers. The 2 devouring tentacles instantly launched an attack. Even if they can only devour, Zhao Lihao, once every minute. But that doesn't mean they can't attack. Over the past few days, Qin Quge has learned more and more about the power of the devouring tentacles, and has further mastered the usage of the devouring tentacles. With such ability, he will definitely expand Fashu Island. Become the most powerful existence in the entire survival world. No, he even intends to make the whole Fashu Island move. Cruising on the sea. Run amok. And at the moment when the 2 devouring tentacles launched an attack, the 2 ghost crew members who had just been swallowed had been transformed into ghost sailors, and they came out of the ground and launched an attack. Although it is a product of phagocytic transformation. But these 2 wraith sailors have no entity at all. But real ghosts. Even though he regained his human appearance, he still looked like a dead man, his body was swollen, and his body was still dripping water, which seemed to be caused by the drowned crew members in the sea. Wraith, Wraith, evil spirit who died unjustly. Chapter 66. Now that it has been shot. Naturally, there is no need to hide it anymore. The two devouring tentacles are in front, and the transformed wraith sailor is behind. Qin Quge pushed back directly. After a few minutes, the balance of victory in the battle began to be flat, and then it tilted down. Feed war with war. Qin Quge has more and more combat power in his hands. 4, 6, 8. He is also quite interesting, especially catching those unlucky ghosts on the periphery of the battle group. Gradually, all the evil spirits on the Flying Dutchman who fought in a group finally realized that something was wrong. Why did a large number of resentful spirits suddenly appear? And how come the manpower on my side is getting less and less? What about people? Where did you go? What are those two thick and strong tentacles? Qin Quge is really looking forward to it. He found something interesting. Not all ghost crew members on the swallowed Flying Dutchman were transformed into ghost sailors. Instead, it is divided into two types. Wraith sailors with high combat effectiveness, and evil ghosts with much lower abilities. What's more, these evil spirits can't even maintain their human form. On the one hand they are suppressed in broad daylight. On the other hand, they are indeed not very strong, and the second level is a little bit higher. 613 Wraith Sailor, the transformation body of life in the underworld. Tier 3 life form. Since the beginning of the Age of Discovery, countless human beings have flocked to the boundless sea with all kinds of dreams, but how many of them can return with a full reward? Most of the unlucky ghosts are just sacrifices to the ocean. Belly, died of unwillingness. Turned into a wraith, trying to find something in the sea. Strength, agility, constitution, mental power 25. Ability. Intangible life. 4-2 Wraiths do not have entities, but possess resentment power, and all their attributes change according to the strength of their spiritual power. Unyielding resentment. 4-5 The stronger the resentment spirit, the stronger the resentment it will have, and the longer you stay in contact with them, the easier it will be to be affected by this resentment, and even do some irrational things because of it. Evil spirits, beings from the underworld. Tier 2 living body. Accidents, murders, massacres, even old age. All kinds of death entangle human beings. The more they long for life, the more malice they will carry after death. Anger, revenge, despair, madness, all negative energies are their food. And what makes them most happy is undoubtedly the continuation of death. Strength, agility, constitution, mental power 18. Ability. Intangible life. 4-2 Evil spirits do not have entities, but they possess resentment power, and all their attributes change according to the strength of their spiritual power. Evil thoughts proliferate. LV3 As ghosts, they will keep pestering the living, leading them to death, or even killing them directly, while directing the attack trajectory of the devouring tentacles. Qin Quge checked the attributes of the new servant. Although the two ghosts look scary, but just like the bone servant before, he doesn't have much brains. Coupled with the drive of instinct, if you don't pay attention, you will go around to Qin Quge's side. After all, Qin Quge is the only living person on Fashu Island. Anger will draw them closer. But even if they went around to Qin Quge, they would not attack Qin Quge. As the master of the entire Fashu Island, Qin Quge is their supreme controller. Their every move is controlled by Qin Quge. And as the number of these two kinds of ghosts increased, the pressure on the Flying Dutchman has increased. Even Deacon Jones, who was inseparable from the battle with the Bone Warlord, was also affected. The two ghosts have already started to get entangled. Deacon Jones is also strong enough. The long knife in his hand rolled up a puff of black air. With a turn of the blade, while blocking the bone ruler of the withered bone warrior, it also scratched an evil spirit. The power of the curse has a rotten breath. Unexpectedly, with one blow, the evil spirit was scattered, turning it into green smoke. Edward Maris, do you think you can defeat me like this? Humph, it's time for you to see the true power of the 5th level. Seeing that Deacon Jones suddenly hit the bone warrior 2 meters away. A large amount of black smoke began to spread from all over the body. Where the black smoke goes, the sand is scorched black, and the vegetation withers. Even the sea stinks. There are more black clouds gathering in the sky, and the sound of thunder can be heard faintly. It seemed that there was going to be a downpour of rain. Edward's soul fire fluttered. Obviously frightened. Quick, stop him quickly, he is thinking of the god of death and praying for the soil of death and the rain of decay. Once it is done, we will all die. Qin Quge pouted. He was very curious, what would happen if a skeleton died again? But curiosity is curiosity, he doesn't want Deacon Jones to complete the prayer ceremony. Be it the soil of death, or the rain of decay. It doesn't sound like a good thing. His Fashu Island is still in the early stages of development, and these things cannot be left behind. A thought. Already as many as 15 ghosts gave up their original targets and rushed towards Deacon Jones. And the 2 devouring tentacles followed closely behind. However, a huge black formation with a diameter of 5 meters suddenly formed under Deacon Jones' feet, and the ghosts that rushed up unexpectedly collapsed at the touch of a touch, like winter snow meeting the scorching sun, turning into thick smoke, and then pouring into Deacon inside Jones' body. Even in the distance, the half-sunk Flying Dutchman, which has retreated far away, also emits a lot of black smoke. The 2 echo each other. Nether breath is constantly being born. The surrounding environment is undergoing certain changes. A large number of marine organisms were killed by this breath in a short period of time. But after death, they are active again. It's just that their pupils are all white. Some flesh and blood also began to rot within a very short period of time. They are becoming another creature. The lowest of the ghostly creatures. Deacon Jones is connecting the 2 worlds, and wants to decay this area into a part of the underworld. And then, in that environment, he will be truly invincible. He is an undead creature with a cursed body. One side is the blessing of the god of the underworld, and the other is the curse of the sea goddess. The 2 are intertwined, making Deacon Jones. This allowed Deacon Jones to unexpectedly grasp a trace of divine power. It also allows him to directly connect 2 planes in this world. He's got a lottery. I even think that I should get a pretty good territory. The tree of life, which he will decay, becomes the tree of death. With the tree of death as a point, this area will become part of the underworld. And here will also be his new starting point. AB. He suddenly saw a strange smile on the human standing not far away. That human can still laugh at this time? Humph, I must let him. Deacon Jones's thoughts are not finished. Suddenly, a huge force rushed out from the ground. How is this possible? Chapter 67. An outrageously thick tentacle. It's not like Deacon Jones has never seen such things as tentacles. There are many filthy places in the underworld similar things. There are even some entangled, indescribable weird things. But even those tentacles couldn't break, he prayed. This area has a bit of divinity. How is this possible? How could it be possible for a tentacle to break through the pattern of the ceremony? Deacon Jones was startled. The black area under his feet split open with the sudden attack of the tentacle. Once the pattern is broken, the frightening formation just now dissipated immediately. As if the apex of the OM was suddenly severed. Deacon Jones only felt that he was out of breath. And that tentacle seems to have deliberately deviated from its position, biting off several of his side feet, and taking away a large piece of flesh and blood from his lower body. Even though his flesh and blood have long since lost such things as blood. What comes out is viscous filth. But at this moment, Deacon Jones only felt a chill down his back. He still couldn't believe it, his prayer ceremony was interrupted. "This is impossible!" he roared, but spewed out a big mouthful of black blood. Not far away, Qin Quge frowned. He took a glance at the result of the sip just now. Swallowing a lot of filthy flesh and blood, the power of the curse, Fazhu Island obtained the best carrion 3, curse crystal 1. Extreme carrion, invaluable quality, almost polluted, full of filth, rotten and cursed flesh and blood. This thing is obviously not for living people to eat. Perhaps it is an excellent food for ghost creatures. Cursed crystal, a special item, full of malice, a crystal of completely negative power. It can curse equipment and turn the earth into decay. It can be applied to people or things. It is the opposite of blessing. Please do not use it indiscriminately. It's hard to say the value of the 2 items obtained just now. This is different from what Qin Quge thought. He thought he'd get something nice out of Dakin Jones. But these 2 items are of little use to him. Forget it, let's kill him. The 2 devouring hands attacked again. Dakin Jones panicked. He never thought that he would lose to the 2 tentacles. No, it's impossible. How could this thing break through my ritual patterns? Humph, what is impossible? Even if the god of the underworld is here, I can still swallow it. The devouring tentacle bit it up. Only then did Dakin Jones think of running away. He avoided the attack of one of the tentacles as much as possible. After losing an arm and the long knife he was holding, he jumped 6 or 7 meters away. But before he dived into the sea, another devouring tentacle was detected by a poisonous snake, and he swallowed it in one bite. Swallowing Dakin Jones' broken arm with a knife, Fazhu Island obtained the cursed rotten commander's long knife *1, and the best rotten meat *1. Swallowing the body of Dakin Jones, son of the curse, Fazhu Island obtained the curse crystal of Calypso, the goddess of the sea 1, the blessing crystal of Hades, the god of the underworld 1, and the best carrion *11.1. Swallowing the pattern of the prayer ceremony, the Waste Island obtained the blueprint of the prayer ceremony table of the god of the underworld, incomplete, *1. After swallowing Dakin Jones, Qin Quge got a lot of rewards at once. Among them, the 2 crystals bearing the names of gods are obviously the most valuable. But these 2 things don't seem to be so easy to use. But in the distance, when Dakin Jones performed the ritual of praying to the gods, Edward, who was terrified, was surprised at first, but now he is ecstatic. It's done. That human, no, that gluttonous lord really killed Dakin Jones. While this doesn't really count as killing Dakin Jones. After all, the Flying Dutchman is still there, and as long as the Flying Dutchman is not destroyed, the dead Dakin Jones will be reborn on the ship sooner or later. But that's for later. Edward will not let go of the opportunity to increase the fruits of victory. He's now going after the Flying Dutchman. And one took command of the Flying Dutchman. Succeeds Dakin Jones as the new owner of the Flying Dutchman. As for the profit sharing with Your Excellency Doughty, that would have to wait until the Flying Dutchman was captured. But he who should have acted immediately did not dare to move. After witnessing the death of Dakin Jones, he dared not act. In case you offend that person, it doesn't seem to be difficult to kill him together. Therefore, he simply waited for the next instruction from His Excellency Doughty, that is, Qin Quge. But Qin Quge was looking at another harvest. Event settlement from a survival game. System prompt: congratulations, you successfully repelled the Flying Dutchman and killed the captain of the Flying Dutchman, Dakin Jones, for the first time. Cut the weeds and root out the roots, maybe you can make a bold attack and completely destroy the entire Flying Dutchman, making it a dust of history. The system prompts to complete the special event The Curse, the first stage of the Flying Dutchman. To get rewards: 1 blueprint for making a 2-masted warship, 1 head of the goddess of the sea, 1 ghost ship lantern, and 2 golden treasure chests. The rewards of the system seem to be quite rich. However, the main reward is the crafting of the brig. However, the materials used to make the two-masted warship are not only ridiculously large. Even if it is created, Qin Quge can't rely on him to drive the two-masted warship alone. On the one hand, manpower. Technology is another aspect. But he seems to have a ready-made Edward's crew members should be all experienced people. There should also be a batch on the Flying Dutchman. If there is really a boat, if you gather together, you can still get the manpower for a boat. But Qin Quge didn't intend to make a brigantine. The demand for this thing has reached tens of thousands of standard wooden boards alone. There are also many demands for iron blocks, fibers, canvas, ropes, and the like. It consumes too much. Frat. Why don't you grab the Flying Dutchman? Muttered softly. Qin Quge turned to look at Edward. Hey, is your Saint Mary still moving? Let's get the Flying Dutchman. Don't let him get away. Edward already wanted to leave. See what Qin Quge said. Immediately returned to the St. Mary's. Qin Quge didn't follow, but Bone Warlord, the remaining 8 ghosts and wraith sailors followed. Of course Edward didn't dare to ask more questions. The St. Mary's sail was raised, and the crew members pulled it out of the grounded state. Following the direction where the Flying Dutchman was going away, it accelerated to catch up. And Qin Quge returned to the Jet Tree. This battle still had some impact on Fashu Island. Does he have to deal with it? Chapter 68. The entire Fashu Island is only over 3,000 ping. But because of this special incident, there was an extra piece of scorched black and rotten soil. That is, the area where Dakin Jones performed the ritual of worshipping the gods. It was originally about 10 square meters. But over time, this area is spreading outward. Apparently corroded by the power of the nether world. It seems that the effectiveness of the prayer ceremony has not been invalidated because it was interrupted. Moreover, this area is still highly corrosive. Qin Quge picked a few flowers and threw them on. With one breath, these flowers will be rotted into dead branches and leaves, and then they will be directly turned into dust in a short while. The erosion is very fast. According to this speed, the entire Fashu Island will soon become a dead place. This is what Qin Quge never wants to see. Those rotten things may be of great help to the 103 ghost creatures. But for Qin Quge, at least for now, it's useless. He made a new stone shovel and tried to dig some mulch. But this area is also corrosive to tools. After digging out 7 or 8 pieces of rotten soil, most of the durability of the stone shovel was consumed. Moreover, this area has a strong smell of corruption, which is a mixture of smell, fishy smell, and some other smells, which is really unpleasant. Qin Quge had no choice but to let the devouring tentacles swallow up the entire area. He didn't do this directly, he was more or less worried that this corrosive force would affect the devouring tentacles. This area itself is the product of the god prayer ceremony, and there may be some divine power remaining. But obviously, he was overthinking it. The devouring tentacles were fearless at all, devouring them with big mouthfuls. Get corrupted soil *20. Get corrupted soil *20. Obtain corrupted grass seed *3. Get corrupted worms *7. After devouring it, a big pit with a depth of 4 or 5 meters was left in place. This is just the result of Dakin Jones' prayer ceremony that lasted only a dozen seconds. If he hadn't stopped Dakin Jones' prayer ceremony before, he didn't know what would happen when he finished. Moreover, even these 10 seconds have allowed this area to form a small ecological environment. There are even hatched worms. Corrupted soil. Soil polluted by corruption is a rare material that contains elements of underworld pollution. It is one of the factors that form a corrupted place. Over time, it will pollute other soils that it touches and can be purified. Corrupted grass seeds, corrupted vegetation seeds can be planted on corrupted soil, and the corrupted plants that grow are one of the factors of corrupted land. Fully grown corruption plants produce corruption spores that expand the corruption. Corrupted worms, corrupted low-level life forms will be corrupted in a short period of time because of their fragile vitality, forming new alien species. It is the food of some small corrupt animals. Point 1. These materials don't seem to have much use, but their descriptions all mention one thing: the corruption. Perhaps because he participated in more special events, when Qin Quge's eyes were fixed on the corruption, the system actually gave a detailed explanation. The land of corruption, one of the unique environments of the underworld. If an area is infected by the power of the underworld, it may become a place of corruption. When the decomposed soil reaches a certain area, all kinds of factors are in place, and a place of permanent corruption will be formed. The permanent corruption is an irreversible change. As the power of the underworld further infects, even the guardian of the underworld will be born in this area. If a living creature enters this area, it will also be corrupted as time goes by, until its vitality is completely corrupted and it becomes a corrupted creature. In other words, transformation is a way for the underworld to get involved in other worlds. As for the permanent land of corruption, Qin Quge is still a little curious. After all, what guardian of the underworld will produce? That should be the big boss. And as long as it is a boss, there will be rewards if you kill it. Qin Quge was still a little unwilling to swallow Dakin Jones, and failed to transform him into a servant. Thinking about whether to build a corrupted land by myself, and when the guardian of the underworld is born, I am swallowing it. However, he also guessed the reason why swallowing Dakin Jones did not produce transformation. Because although the devouring tentacles swallowed Dakin Jones' body, this body does not have a heart. The heart may be on the Flying Dutchman, or even in the underworld, and it was not brought here at all. That said, Dakin Jones, devoured by tentacles, isn't complete. He hoped that Edward could find Dakin Jones' heart in this pursuit. That is to find the core of the Flying Dutchman. Fill the pit with new silt blocks. Qin Quge contacted the Governor 800. Although things like corrupt soil don't have much effect on him, but it is very helpful to ghost creatures. Now that Governor 800 has turned into a skeleton, these things are very valuable to her. After digging that big pit, Qin Quge collected a total of more than 500 pieces of decayed soil. He gave part of the 800 directly to the governor. This corrupted soil is enough for Governor 800 to create a corrupted land somewhere. Although once the corrupted land is formed, it will be difficult to purify. But it doesn't mean it can't be purified. New areas represent new materials, new opportunities. Originally, the world of survival is full of various opportunities. One more corruption isn't a big deal either. 37 ghost ships have come to this world, and the ghost clan will form their own territory in this world sooner or later. Qin Quge just sped up a part of it. What's more, Qin Quge will get all the progress of the corrupted land from Governor 800. This corrupt place will not affect Fashu Island, but it is under the control of Qin Quge. The guardian of the underworld, at first glance, is a high-level boss. When the time is right, Qin Quge will naturally go to harvest the fruit. It is also a harvest for the Governor 800 to make the corrupted land. Participating in it, she will of course be favored by the superiors of the Nether clan. Kill two birds with one stone. No, it is 0.7 to kill two birds with one stone. After a little discussion between the two, Qin Quge traded the corrupt grass seeds and corrupt worms to the governor for 800. The rest depends on how Governor 800 chooses the location of the corruption. Done these, Qin Quge just returned to the zhe tree and took a sip of hot tea. The hot tea made from zhe tree fruit has a sweet and sour taste, which can fully supplement Qin Quge with some necessary vitamins. To be honest, eating sea crab meat is not an option. The diversity of food can maintain a person's nutritional balance. Qin Quge pondered whether he should raise some chickens, ducks, and geese in the trading center of the system. There are some small insects born in the flower field every day. Raising a few chickens, ducks, and geese should not be a problem. Moreover, if there are hens and the like, there are eggs to eat every day. Chapter 69. However, before looking for the chicken, you still have to open the 2 golden treasure chests rewarded by the system. These 2 treasure chests, one big and one small. The small one is about the size of a fast food box. The big one is a bit outrageous, nearly 2 meters long, 1 meter wide, and 1.5 meters high. Qin Quge was really looking forward to such a big treasure chest. But he opened the smaller treasure chest first. Healing pendant, blue quality, enchanted jewelry. It is rumored that it is an enchanted pendant that was accidentally made by a sage in the Middle Ages in the process of searching for the Philosopher's Stone. It has healing ability. You can use the V3 healing skill once a day. There is only one pendant in the treasure chest, which is not worth much. According to the description, the healing skill of LV3 can heal simple wounds, but it has little effect on fractures and other injuries, and it can also delay more serious injuries. Moreover, this pendant is very feminine, with a heart-shaped 4-leaf clover hanging from the silver chain. I don't know what the sage thought back then. With vitality, this healing effect is better than nothing. Qin Quge intends to sell this thing and exchange it for some necessary supplies for Fashu Island. Putting away the pendant, he focused on the huge treasure chest. Such a big treasure chest is really exciting. However, the moment he opened the treasure chest, he was startled. It turned out to be a living thing. A large wild boar. Battling pigs, extremely rare high-grade ingredients. Wild fighting pigs covered with white hair are not only more powerful in fighting, but also very delicious in meat quality, and even their bones can be eaten directly, which is a rare species. Qin Quge never thought that a beast could be opened directly from the golden treasure chest. He was so startled that he took several steps back. Even if this thing is a high-grade ingredient. But it is alive. The moment the treasure chest was opened, the fighting pig stood up from it. Its huge body struggled for a while, and it overturned the golden treasure chest, and stood out from inside. Standing on the ground, it looks like a small tank. The weight is probably more than 200 kilograms. After standing still, the fighting pig directly attacked the nearest creature, namely Qin Quge. Qin Quge, who was already taken aback, felt guilty for a while. Seeing the fighting pig rushing towards him, he kicked it without saying a word. This was a subconscious counterattack. But after kicking this kick, he regretted it. With the size of a fighting pig, if it hits just right, enough to do cover songs. But who would have imagined, this foot kicked up? Instead, the fighting pig was kicked to the ground. Qin Quge was also stunned. Although I have become stronger, but only a little bit stronger. It wouldn't be possible to kick such a big wild boar over. He walked around to the side only to find that there was a chain connected to one leg of the fighting pig, and the other end was still inside the golden treasure chest. Appears to be a device for restraining the fighting pig. 2. If you open a treasure chest but get killed. How sad that is. The system is still very thoughtful. Those who are afraid of opening the box do not intend to kill pigs and eat meat immediately, and it also comes with a restraint device. After all, it is a reward. If the fighting pig attacks the person who opened the box, it will be directly stunned. And as long as Qin Quge doesn't intend to kill the fighting pig, this device will always exist. It can be regarded as being able to raise this fighting pig free range. Relieved. Qin Quge sighed again. I even dealt with the Flying Dutchman, but almost fell on a fighting pig. Sure enough, you still have to strengthen your own training. Can't just rely on devouring tentacles. Men, get tough. And exercise must be followed up with good nutrition. There are chickens, fish, and meat. He used the devouring tentacles to move the fighting pig to the south of Fashu Island, saving the pig from running around again. Then open the trading center. Search, chicken. After a few days, some survivors did get chickens and ducks. In the past, 12 eggs in the trading center sold 70 trading coins. But now, as everyone has developed, eggs have become a commodity for survivors. The price of an egg is between 10 and 20 transaction coins. Much more expensive than the previous few days. You know, in the system store, the price of 10 bottles of 500 ml mineral water is only 10 trading coins. One egg can exchange 2 bottles of water. As for the price of a rooster, a dead one costs 30 trading coins, while a live one costs a little more. Hens are a lot more expensive, and the cheapest ones are priced at 120 trading coins. In addition to these, Qin Quge also discovered a type of breeding architectural drawings, chicken coops. Judging from the number of sales in the market, quite a few people can get this stuff. A chicken coop blueprint is about 50-100 transaction coins. Not expensive, but not cheap either. Qin Quge found the cheapest one and got one with 55 trading coins. Chicken coop, a small chicken coop that can accommodate 10 poultry, requires 80 standard wood and 50 plant fiber. The demand for resources is not much, mainly because Qin Quge does not have plant fibers in hand. But this resource is also sold in the trading market, and it is very cheap, just a little bit more expensive than sand and soil. Because it was necessary to connect to Coconut Island before, it was very expensive. Qin Quge has more than 300 trading coins left. In order to be able to eat eggs tomorrow, I put everything into it. Get the blueprint of the chicken coop, and buy plant fiber *100. 1 rooster, 2 hens, plus 2 eggs. With the material. Qin Quge learned the architectural drawings of the chicken coop in 737 hours. Then it was straight out. The chicken coop covers an area of about 2*3, which is 6 square meters. After it is built, it comes with 10 chicken coops. The chicken coop was placed next to the flower field by Qin Quge, so that the chickens can come out to find food by themselves. However, the flower field is also a place where giant bees often come to find honey. Logically speaking, these chickens should not be able to provoke such a big giant bee. And the giant bee is a neutral attribute. Everyone eats their own food. The bought 2 hens and 1 rooster were directly thrown in by Qin Quge. Eggs, under the right conditions, each egg has a 20% chance of hatching. The eggs are carefully placed in the nest. As for the suitable conditions, Qin Quge has never raised chickens before. It depends on the fate of those 2 eggs. Small chicken coop, level 1 common poultry. Currently, there is 1 rooster and 2 hens. In the case of sufficient food, every day, each hen has a 75% chance to lay an egg. Every egg placed in the coop has a 2% chance of hatching every day, and the chance increases day by day. If it fails to hatch after 15 days, the egg is broken. Due to special environmental factors, the chicken coop currently has a 0.1% chance that a heterogeneous egg will appear every day. Chapter 70. Influenced by special environmental factors? Qin Quge looked around the entire Fazhu Island. The differences that can be regarded as environmental factors are small flower fields, newly added coconut groves, and zhe trees. The coconut grove is on the northeast side of the island, not next to the chicken coop at all. Although the flower field is closely related to the chicken coop, the function of the flower field itself is limited. It is only a place for poultry breeding. Then, what can cause the chicken coop to acquire special attributes can only be related to the zhe tree. That is to say, Qin Quge didn't know the importance of this zhe tree in the eyes of Dakin Jones. Otherwise, Qin Quge might have to surround the inner and outer 3 floors of this precious tree. This zhe tree is really strange. The fruit it produces can allow ghost creatures to taste the deliciousness of food, and now it can even change the attributes of ordinary buildings. I just plan to build my temporary house, which is also next to the zhe tree. Var. Since it was a temporary building, Qin Quge didn't think about how well it would be built. Fazhu Island is still developing, and some more perfect buildings will definitely be built in the future. The current temporary housing is only used to shelter from wind and rain. But since it is used to shelter from wind and rain, the overall quality should not be too rough. At least it has to be able to keep out the wind and rain. Of course, Qin Quge searched for blueprints about simple wooden houses or stone houses in the trading center. Unfortunately, he didn't find it. Maybe even if some people have it, they won't sell it easily. After all, unlike a chicken coop, many people don't have access to it. If it is a simple house, no one wants to sleep in the wild every day. There is a room to lie down, isn't it fragrant? However, for his own sake, he still yelled twice in the communication area. Purchase any building drawings, the price is negotiable, private chat with those who have the goods. It was just around noon at this time, and most people were preparing for lunch, or taking a short break. In the absence of any entertainment matters, wandering around the communication center during the break naturally became the only pleasure for many people. As for the entire one-horned manatee area, there were not many well-known people with some reputations, except for those who were on the event participation ranking list. However, Qin Quge is far ahead in every aspect. Qin Quge is so bubbling. Immediately, a bunch of people echoed. However, what they care about is obviously not what Qin Quge wants. After all, most survivors are still poor. Poor thing, I ate my last meal and didn't finish my next meal. I caught a lobster and almost pinched my finger off. The boss has already started to build a house. There are indeed differences in the world of people. Choosing to build a house means to settle down, which means that the boss now has enough supplies, or has found an island with sufficient supplies. No matter what the possibility is, if it is just luck, the boss is the boss. Dude, don't be envious. It's not necessarily true. The gluttonous boss may just want to collect these resources in advance. Then you are wrong. The boss collected so many silt and soil materials before, it can't be for filling the pit. The boss obviously has a clear plan and arrangement, and is ready to enter the next stage. Are you sure? If you are close to the big brother, go and have a look. Maybe you can hug the big brother's thigh directly. MD, this shitty place is crazy. I've already gone to 4 islands, I don't have any resources, and there's no one of my kind. Where is everyone? It's okay to come and chat with someone face to face. That means you're unlucky. You have to manually adhere, but the two of us are already together, and many things are much easier for the two of us. Together? Let's congratulate the 2B. Seeing the heartless appearance of these survivors, Qin Quge sighed. But think about it. I'm afraid only those who can live without worrying about food and drink have the intention to chat and fart in the communication area. Those who haven't even found food and drink are probably still struggling right now. Looking at the hundreds of private messages that popped up, there was no transaction. Qin Quge quit the communication center, thinking about DIY. I have seen many videos of Mr. Beatty. A simple temporary shelter shouldn't be too difficult to build. Moreover, the resources he has now are much more than those 2 real bosses. For walls, build them directly with boulders. Big stones can be synthesized to synthesize ordinary stones into large stones of 1 cubic meter. Requires 50 stone blocks. Ordinary stones, Qin Quge has many. And the price of ordinary stones in the trading center is also very low now. If it is only used to build a small house, Qin Quge is still completely sufficient in terms of materials. Each boulder block is the size of a cubic. The 2 piles add up to a height of 2 meters. Surround a rectangle, and add a roof to live in is no problem at all. Moreover, these boulders are heavy enough to withstand ordinary ups and downs is not a problem at all. The only thing to worry about is that if it rains heavily, there may be water seepage. Use mud and sea sand as adhesives between boulders, and paste a layer. Every boulder is very heavy, Qin Quge must not be able to carry it by himself. Systematic help is available. It saves a lot of trouble to use the function of personal space retractable. According to current needs, 6*7, that is, 42 square meters is enough for Qin Quge to use. For some comfort. Qin Quge also used the devouring tentacles to dig a large enough pit, and laid a layer of boulders underneath. In this way, the foundation and the floor are all there. The roof is a little more troublesome. He thought for a long time between planks and logs, and he still chose to use logs as beams, lay standard planks obliquely, and cover them with a layer of coconut leaves. It's just that he thought very well. But if you really do it, it's a trouble. The four walls are easy to handle. But the roof above is really not a simple matter. The wooden beams need to be reinforced, and the reinforcement has to be further processed with an axe and handsaw. There is no handsaw, only an axe. Qin Quge barely managed it. In the end, the two ends of the wooden beam were clamped with boulders. Then, at intervals of 1 meter, standard wooden planks are slanted on wooden beams as purlins. Then lay wooden boards on top, one layer on top of the other, as shingles. Good Zhao. Since there are no nails, Qin Quge does not know how to structure. This roof is barely enough. After covering with coconut leaves, it looks decent. Even if there is wind and rain, I can sleep well. Just such a room. Qin Quge was busy from noon to midnight in a daze. Tired. Fortunately, he not only has a simple house. It even unlocked a new ability. System prompt: knowing how to make and use tools is a sign of human evolution. And you are rewalking the path your ancestors walked. Mastering construction is an important skill for survival and survival. Congratulations, you have already begun to master this ability. System prompt: you have mastered the basic construction skills and acquired the ability Construction 1. System prompt: hard work and persistence. Hard work and struggle will gradually strengthen your body, continue to exercise your strength, and continue to use your brain. Strength +1, mental power +1. Chapter 71. As soon as the small broken house was built, Qin Quge got in. Because the main material is boulders, it will definitely not collapse. That is to say, there are some gaps on both sides of the roof, which are quite large. Qin Quge had no choice but to tie some wooden planks with plant fibers to block it. Without nails, it can only make do. Perhaps this aspect can be improved when the construction ability is improved and the falcon technology is obtained. But don't think that the structure of falcon Mao is one buckle and one buckle, there are many ways in it. Lying in the small broken house, Qin Quge is quite happy. He never thought that one day he would build himself a house. Although the house is still a bit dilapidated and has no decorations, he built it by himself after all. The sense of accomplishment is one aspect. Satisfaction is another aspect. The rest is tired. Working is really tiring. But because of the gains, this exhaustion has become a valuable effort. One-room cabins of poor overall quality, average buildings, can be used for rest and storage. Due to environmental factors, resting in this building can obtain sufficient energy recovery. 833 Due to environmental factors, some of the materials stored in the building have a very small chance of increasing in quality. Another environmental factor. Qin Quge was no longer surprised. The special reward for naming it is simply a treasure. When the Withered Bone Warrior returns, Qin Quge plans to let the Withered Bone Warrior guard the Gesha 24 hours a day. And now, he's really going to sleep. Fighting those aberrations on the Flying Dutchman wasn't quite as tiring. Closing his eyes, within 2 minutes, Qin Quge fell into a calm dream. Waking up early the next morning, Qin Quge only felt refreshed all over his body. This is just a night on the plank. If you change to a serious bed, then you still have to be full of vitality. Qin Quge himself is not sure that it is the reason for the attribute bonus of the small broken house, or psychological factors. But it is very comfortable. And when I move my body, I feel that my strength has improved a lot. There is obviously wind when swinging a fist. He glanced at his attributes, made a toothbrush, for himself with the branches of the zhe tree, and cleaned his hygiene with the charcoal in the campfire. Qin Quge, a yellow-skinned human from Earth. Tier 2 living body. Strength 10, Dexterity 9, Constitution 11, Spiritual Power 14. 10 grids for personal space. Own 1 unique island and explore 2 new islands. Ability. Swimming LV1 walking in the sea, galloping in the deep ocean. IV1 can slightly reduce physical exertion. Cooking LV1 use various materials to cook, the only food in this world can't live up to it. IVL slightly improves food quality. Sailing LV1 the world is so big, full of so many unknowns, but it can help you to steer the boat more stably. Building LV1 knowing how to make and use tools is a sign of human evolution, and let human creations spread all over the world. An additional new skill brings 2 points of growth to his attributes. There are 3 unknown skills or reading. Qin Quge guessed what the 3 skills might be while brushing his teeth. Observation, detection, stealth, close combat. If you want to unlock these skills as soon as possible, you obviously have to do some related things. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, Qin Quge went straight to the chicken coop. For breakfast he plans to eat 2 boiled eggs and a glass of honey and fruit juice. The FK is: none of the 2 little hens laid eggs. 75% chance of failure. Could it be that luck has run out? When I looked into the chicken coop, I found that 2 hens were holding an egg and were hatching. Emotions are all in the egg. If a hen lays eggs, it will not lay eggs again. This was Qin Quge's mistake. The 2 eggs should not be placed separately, just 1 hen holding eggs. But now, if both hens are incubating eggs, naturally no new eggs will be produced. Qin Quge glanced at the remaining CK. The corner of his mouth curled up. Then it seems useless if you want it, why don't you stew some chicken soup? The devouring tentacles opened its mouth wide, and directly swallowed the big CK next to it that couldn't even crow. It's not that Qin Quge didn't think about swallowing 2 chickens with the devouring tentacles yesterday, to see what would happen. But the consumption before yesterday was very high, the trading currency was gone, and the hen was very expensive, and he was not willing to exchange other materials for chickens, so he didn't use the amount of chickens for devouring. Thinking about waiting for the chicken to lay eggs, the egg to lay the chicken to lay the egg to lay the chicken, and increase the number of chickens before devouring them. After seeing the 2 hens hatching eggs, Qin Quge thought that the rooster should be useless for the time being, so he should taste the chicken first to improve the food. Hungry. Swallow an ordinary big rooster, Fei Theo will get a wild feather chicken. Just after the reminder here, the devoured rooster was transformed and emerged from the ground. Compared with the original big rooster, this feather chicken is much more amazing. Suddenly, there is an illusion of a peacock. The red crown is like fire, the wings are colorful. It's really gorgeous in appearance. Feather chicken, exotic pheasant. Second order life form. Feather chickens have flying skills that ordinary chickens can never master, and can fly long distances. Rumor has it that it is a descendant of a different kind of fire peacock, which can be born from the ashes of fire. Strength 6, Dexterity 8, Constitution 8, Spirit 3. Ability. Spread your wings and fly. Fixed skills, feathers to fly against the wind, soaring into the sky, can rise into the sky, spread your wings and fly. Excellent breeds with special skills, placed in the chicken coop, can improve various attributes in the chicken coop. If Tun didn't know, Ri Tun was really startled. I didn't expect a big rooster to have such a transformation effect. However, obviously not every chicken is treated like this. After devouring the big rooster, the devouring item unlocks the part about the chicken. Swallow 100 chickens to get a pheasant colony. Eat any single chicken, there is a 5% chance to get a chicken with a higher grade, and there is a 95% chance to accumulate directly into the qualitative change item of swallowing 100 chickens. The latter accumulation option can be cancelled and converted to direct access to decomposition resources. In other words, it was Qin Quge's good luck to turn into a feathered chicken just now. He checked the properties of the chicken coop with this feathered chicken. Seeing this, he was also very happy. Where is this feathered chicken? This is simply the king of chickens. Chapter 72. This quill chicken is simply excellent chicken baba. Because of its existence, the attributes of the entire chicken coop have been greatly improved. Even in order to live up to the arrival of this feathered chicken, Qin Quge had to prepare a few more chicken wives for it. The price of 120 transaction coins for a hen is really not high in the past. But now, Qin Quge doesn't have many resources available for exchange. Such as gold nuggets and blue crystals are definitely not willing to give up. As for crab shells and crab claw shells, many people probably don't have much interest in them. The leftovers are honeycomb honey and top quality sea crab meat. He still wants to keep them for himself. Then all that can be used for trading is the box of nuts, plus a lot of fresh water. 240 liters of water are credited to the solar water purifier, which is also a loss, every day. In order to hold water, Qin Quge specially made 2 more wooden tanks. Half of this water needs to be prepared for flower fields. The flowers and plants in the flower fields are not like coconut trees or mulberry trees, they can take root directly deep into the ground to absorb water. Faju Island is too small, and there are not many places with good soil quality, so he must save some water to water the flower fields. This is why Qin Quge wanted to dig a pond on the island. Put the pond near the flower field, and the work of watering every day can be put down. The price of fresh water was stable, and Qin Quge freed up 80 liters, which directly filled the breeding ceiling of the chicken coop. In order to vigorously develop the chicken industry, he even built an additional chicken coop. Small chicken coop, 2-stage heterogeneous and common poultry polyculture. At present, there is 1 feathered chicken and 9 hens. In the case of sufficient food, every day, each hen has a 75% chance to lay an egg. Every egg placed in the coop has a 2% chance of hatching every day, and the chance increases day by day. If it fails to hatch after 15 days, the egg is broken. Due to special environmental factors, the chicken coop currently has a 0.1% chance that a heterogeneous egg will appear every day. Due to the influence of high-quality feather chicken breeds, the chicken house currently has a 30% chance that each hen will produce 1 feather egg every day. Due to the influence of the pedigree of the feather chicken, the hen house currently has a 1% chance that the collared eggs hatched will be born to the owner of the song collared chicken. Due to the influence of environmental factors and the mixed lineage of the feather chicken, the chicken coop currently has a 0.001% chance that the hatched feather eggs will give birth to a fire peacock. Qin Quge's investment is not for eating eggs. The purpose now is purely for the 0.001% chance. What kind of fire peacock is like, Qin Quge doesn't know. But feather chickens are all tier 2. Then the fire peacock with such a small chance must be the best of the best. The so-called pheasant can turn into a phoenix, which is probably what it means. Clean up the chicken coop, build flower field fences, and mend the broken house. The day is gone. Edward didn't believe it yet. I don't know if they caught up with the fleeing Flying Dutchman. Another day passed. Still no news from Edward and the others. But the chicken coop has a good harvest. 6 feather chicken eggs. The eggs of these feather chickens are larger than ordinary eggs. Slightly brown in color. There is a trace of texture on the egg shell. Lingyu chicken eggs, it has more nutrients than ordinary eggs, but only a little more nutrients, really only a little bit. There is no comparison of the number of 180 eggs, the extra substances are almost negligible. In addition, the eggs of field chickens are more difficult to hatch. Under the right conditions, each egg has a 15% chance of hatching. The hatching success rate of feather chicken eggs is only 15%, which is 5% lower than that of ordinary eggs. Placed in the chicken coop, the hatching probability increased by only 1% every day. By the 15th day, there is only a 30% chance of hatching. the probability of being a villain is greatly increased. Considering that the feathered chicken is quite big, and it is of the second order, this probability seems to be acceptable. Of the 6 eggs harvested, Qin Quge kept 2, and put the rest in a new chicken coop, caught a hen to hatch. If there are 6 eggs every day, even if only a small half of them can hatch, soon, a flock of chickens will also form on Fashu Island. At the current stage, there are only a handful of chickens who can move like Qin Quge and raise 10 chickens. Even if chickens are not picky eaters, grass seeds and vegetable leaves can be fed. But every day you have to prepare. How many people can have a flower field like Qin Quge, and can produce many small insects every day? Chicken droppings can fertilize flower fields. Complement each other. It has been cultivated, and the taste is slightly worse. However, there are flower fields, as long as the chicken coop is cleaned. As soon as the fragrance of the flowers floats, it is still not a big problem. After eating boiled eggs, Qin Quge discovered something strange. On the east beach of Fashu Island, there are a lot of dead fish and shrimps alive and kicking. Yes, alive and kicking dead fish and dead shrimp. These are certainly not ordinary dead fish and shrimp. They are all ghost creatures. Not many, but not many. At a glance, there must be 40 or 50. The small one is only 1 finger long. The big one was as long as an arm. Seems to be some hangover from Deacon Jones' invocation that day. 0. At that time, in addition to the prayer ceremony at Deacon Jones' feet, the Flying Dutchman also exuded a great ghostly atmosphere. These fish and shrimps should have been infected by the nether chi at that time, turning from living creatures into nether creatures. They are all level 1 ghost creatures, not dangerous. What's more, it is a sea creature itself, and it still has the characteristics of a sea creature when it becomes a ghost creature. But the question is, why do these ghost fish and shrimp jump to his Fashu Island? To find out, Qin Quge didn't deal with the dead fish and shrimp immediately. Instead, watch where they are bouncing around. Soon, he found the reason why these ghost fish and shrimp came ashore. They were heading in the direction of the Je tree. Qin Quge didn't know why, that's because he didn't know that Deacon Jones called the Je tree the tree of life. And after these ghost fish and shrimps lose their vitality and become ghost creatures, what they lack is vitality. Just like the advancement of ghostly creatures needs to be carried out by killing living creatures. These ghost fish and shrimps will naturally choose the dead trees that are as bright as the sun in their field of vision and exude vigorous vitality. And under the sea, there are still many ghost fishes that have the ability to prey, hunting and absorbing vitality. This is another aspect of the ghost ship incident. Even without Deacon Jones' prayers, these nether infections can happen elsewhere too. The harm and pollution of the ghost ship incident to this world has just begun. Chapter 73. It seems that the netherworld's influence on this world will last for a long time, and it will even become an integral part of this world. Nether creatures, even the lowest level fish, shrimp, and crabs, are more competitive than ordinary fish, shrimp, and crabs. Who made these ghost creatures themselves dead? Their very existence is the greatest challenge to nature. And the impact of their birth on this world is still uncertain for a while. Pollution of the environment. Invasion of the biological chain. Even the strongest existence in this world is a challenge. Once certain rules are broken, it is not impossible to form a netherworld disaster. Perhaps Hades, the god of the underworld, is very willing to see this scene happen. But this is definitely not what Qin Quge wants to see. The infected environment will affect his eating at 660 in the future. Those infected fish, shrimp, and crabs can't be put into the pot. Carrion is something that no living person can eat. If you think about it carefully, it is an incredible thing, and it has a great causal relationship with all groups of survivors. However, considering that if the survivors develop rapidly and gain a firm foothold as the fourth plague, those ghost creatures may just be the experience of the survivors under the knife. Pulling all those ghost fish and shrimp into the mouth of the devouring tentacles, Qin Quge exchanged for a few pieces of carrion, and unlocked 2 new devouring weekly variables. Swallow 11 nether sea fish, 3 nether lobsters, 2 nether hermit crabs, get rotten meat *4. Accumulatively devour 10 different types of ghost creatures, you can get a low-level ghost creature refresh point, and 6 kinds have been accumulated so far. Accumulatively devour 100 ghost creatures, you can get a ghost pearl. Materials such as rotten meat are prepared for Governor 800. In the future, if Governor 800 has anything to trade, rotten meat can be used as an equivalent material. Anyway, rotten meat is a product of decay, and there is no shelf life. As for the effect of the nether orb, we have to wait until we get it to know. And that ghost creature refresh point? If it is the same as the sea crab refresh point, Fashu Island will have an extra point for killing monsters and upgrading. It is a good engulfing qualitative change. When Ziobai comes back, let him go into the sea and take care of the ghost creatures in the surrounding environment, don't really pollute the ecological chain around Fashu Island. Just as he was talking about the Bone Warrior, Qin Quge saw a ghost ship coming from the east. Not this Saint Mary. Just through the telescope, Qin Quge found that something was wrong with the Saint Mary. Although the Saint Mary was hit by a few shells by the Flying Dutchman before, and was stranded on Fashu Island once, it did not affect the navigation of the hull. However, even half of the mainmast of the current Saint Mary is broken, and the figure of the ship is nowhere to be seen. If it weren't for the Flying Dutchman that seemed to have no power behind it, Qin Quge thought that the Saint Mary suffered a big defeat. Could it be that you have suffered a strong counterattack? When this Saint Mary approached, Qin Quge was sure that the matter was more serious than he thought. Originally there were more than 20 to nearly 30 crew members on this Saint Mary. There were only 7 or 8 crew members on the deck of the returned Saint Mary. Even Edward himself looked embarrassed. Even the Bone Warlord is missing an arm. Your Majesty Doughty, we have encountered a strong enemy. Survivors in the entire survival world have only come for a few days, and the Fourth Order Edward and others should be rampant. Unless you meet someone like Qin Quge who cheats. But they don't look like they're joking now. Even if it's a joke, the Withered Bones Warlord will not participate. The only explanation is that they are encountering the enemy. Still a formidable enemy. When and where? Qin Quge frowned. Edward got off the Saint Mary, his chest seemed to be pierced by something, leaving a pure circular hole. If he wasn't a skeleton, this blow would have killed him. About 100 nautical miles away from here, there is a group of murlocs. Murloc? Mermaid? When you first entered the survival world, the unbelievable mermaid mentioned in the reminder. After Edward sat down, Qin Quge found out that there was something interesting about it after a long question. The pursuit of the Saint Mary went very smoothly at the beginning. Because of the death of Dakin Jones, the Flying Dutchman had to run for his life. Although there was still some combat power on board the Flying Dutchman. But with the blessings of Edward and Bone Warlord, the 2 4th-level blessings, those ghost crew members are not enough to be afraid of. The only trouble is that even in a semi-sunk state, the Flying Dutchman still has a strong sailing speed. This Saint Mary chased for about 10 hours before blocking the Flying Dutchman in the bay of a large island. With no way out, the Flying Dutchman fought desperately. In the end, more than 20 crew members were slaughtered, and the rest surrendered. Edward seized control of the Flying Dutchman in one fell swoop. Originally he thought that Dakin Jones' heart was not on board. To his surprise, the heart was locked in a black box in the captain's cabin. The excited Edward is just about to return to the voyage. An accident happened. A large group of murlocs suddenly surged out from that large island, more than 300 in number, overwhelming them, and directly attacked them. This group of murlocs not only know how to use long-range attacks such as bows and spears. There are more than a dozen murloc shamans. Another debuff such as Thunder Totem and Slow Totem. Another shamanic attack. But these murlocs are more flexible than fish in sea water. Hitting Edward is a sad reminder. I'm afraid that even if Deacon Jones is alive, he may not be able to confront him head-on. The Murlocs who had won the battle steadily did not kill them all in the end. Instead, put Edward ETAL. However, before releasing Edward, they collected a lot of supplies from the 2 ghost ships. With more than 10 crew members. One arm of the Bone Warlord was removed. Also took the heart of Deacon Jones with 1.2. That Murloc shaman actually said that heart is a good material for casting spells. Without that heart, the Flying Dutchman is useless. Then why did you take off Xiaobai's arm? A Murloc warrior said that its bones are so hard that they can be used as weapons. My day. Qin Quge rubbed the center of his eyebrows, feeling a headache. What kind of thing is this shit? Are those Murlocs a little arrogant? Forget it, you need to rest on my island for a few days. There are too many Murlocs, and I can't do anything for a while. Just wait. As for the Flying Dutchman, it's meaningless to you without a heart, and I took it. Since the power source of the heart is missing, it is better to let the devouring tentacles swallow it. Anyway, it's a boat, maybe there will be extra gains if you swallow it. Chapter 74. For Qin Quge's proposal, Edward at this moment has no intention of rejecting it at all. This incident is too hurt. The entire St. Mary plus himself, there are only 9 crew members left. Not counting the Flying Dutchman, among all the remaining ghost ships, the St. Mary has lost its competitiveness. Once other ghost ships know the current situation of the St. Mary, they will probably kill them directly. This is the most basic law of the Netherworld. Law of the jungle. On the way back from the Fishman Island, Edward was already worried. Fortunately, Qin Quge allowed him to recuperate in Fashu Island. Otherwise, Edward really didn't know what to do, or where to go. Although it is not a problem to want to develop some new crew members, for example, the Governor 800 was recruited as a crew member by another ghost ship. As long as the living people, or even just dead human corpses, are infected with the ghostly air of the St. Mary, a new kind of ghostly skeleton can be born. But the problem is that although these new crew members have expanded their manpower, but their combat power is simply not enough to deal with the attack of the same ghost ship. It is estimated that the duties of some crew members are not clear. 04 It takes time to develop a group of new and qualified crew members. This kind of time doesn't make much sense to the Nether clan who can live for a long time, but it is another concept in this world. Edward had to worry about these things too. But Qin Quge didn't care about the misery shown by Edward's soul fire. As the St. Mary docked, the Flying Dutchman was also pulled to the shore. Compared with the St. Mary's, the Flying Dutchman is obviously more ferocious. The hull is 36 meters long, much longer than the St. Mary's. The gloomy atmosphere permeating the boat made it even more forbidden for strangers to enter. Sadly, Deacon Jones' heart has been taken away. It's like a car without the car key, you can only watch it. And, since Deacon Jones' heart is absent, there is no way to control this ghost ship. No one knows when the swallowed Deacon Jones will be resurrected. After all, as long as that heart is still there, Deacon Jones will not die. Then, it's better to let the devouring tentacles swallow the ship while it's in hand. With this idea in mind, Qin Quge asked Edward to help and pulled the Flying Dutchman to the shore. Qin Quge did not intend to hide this devouring from Edward. In fact, there is no need to hide it. The previous 2 times, Edward saw what he could see and what he should see. From Edward's point of view, those 2 tentacles may be some kind of extraordinary power of Qin Quge. Edward doesn't intend to understand, nor does he want to understand. As long as those tentacles don't devour him, Edward. There are great benefits in cooperating with this human being. It's just that there were some accidents in the process of this cooperation. What's more, he still needs Qin Quge's protection now. The fact that his crew was damaged cannot be concealed, the Nether clan has its own way to know these things. At that time, he will have to rely on the power of Qin Quge to resist the attacks of other ghost ships. So, when Edward saw that thick tentacle coming out of the ground, then, like a giant python, it began to coil around, and when it swallowed the Flying Dutchman into its bottomless mouth. Apart from growing that skeleton mouth, he didn't show any more. On the way back, he had already arranged for his men to move all the valuable materials on the Flying Dutchman to the St. Mary. Although not much, it can be regarded as making up for some losses. There are not enough men on their own ships. The Dutchman that Edward wanted to fly didn't make much sense either. Until seeing that the entire Flying Dutchman bottomed out and was swallowed without even a scum. Edward shivered involuntarily. He didn't know it was out of some fear. Or because of some fear in my heart. But he saw Qin Quge standing beside him smiling all over his face. At least this powerful human being is in a good mood now, maybe I can ask him to help and see if I can deal with those murlocs. The shame this time is completely unbearable. Thinking to himself, Edward began to consider the timing of speaking this idea. And Qin Quge next to him was of course happy. Swallowing up the entire Flying Dutchman, he got a reward beyond his imagination. Swallow a lot of ghost power, get ghost beads *99. The overall evaluation of devouring exceeds the 5th level, and the legendary ghost ship Flying Dutchman is getting rewards and settlement. Obtain the blueprints for the production of the Flying Dutchman, and unlock the 2 evolution directions of the Flying Dutchman. Obtain the secret method of making the core of the ghost ship. Acquire the qualitative change Devour item of Cursed Evil Spirit Crew. Obtain the cultivation book of the sea beast Leviathan Whale. Obtain the wreckage of the Flying Dutchman, which can be placed in the offshore area of Faju Island to form a legendary shipwreck, legendary refresh point. Any one of these rewards can make Qin Quge happy. Especially the last one. Shipwreck Ruins, legendary refresh point. Qin Quge gained a lot from a sea crab refresh point. This refresh point with a legendary prefix does not allow Qin Quge to explode directly. He immediately placed the shipwreck on the southwest side of Faju Island, 200 meters away, which is the reef area formed by swallowing stones before. The entire shipwreck is almost the wreck of the Flying Dutchman. Settled in the reef area, it is simply flawless. The figurehead of the Flying Dutchman was poked out from the bottom of the sea, and there was even half a pirate flag on one of the masts. After it was installed, a thin black mist appeared in the whole area. The entire southwestern side of Faju Island is filled with a strange and terrifying atmosphere. Edward next to him turned his head and saw the newly appeared shipwreck ruins, and the whole skeleton was covered with one piece. He felt the strong power of the netherworld from it. But this power of the netherworld has a different feeling from the power of the netherworld that he is familiar with. It's like drinking only mineral water all the time, and suddenly one day you take a sip of pure water. Seems the same. But I can feel something is wrong. For a moment, he didn't know how to describe this feeling. In fact, the ghost power emanating from the shipwreck ruins in front of him is very different from the ghost power mastered by Edward. One belongs to the underworld and is the vitality of the underworld creatures. And the other, that is, this piece of shipwreck, belongs to, and only belongs to, Qin Quge. This is the site of Qin Quge. Even if Hades, the god of the underworld, comes in person, this area is still controlled by Qin Quge. Chapter 75. The total area of the shipwreck is more than 400 pi. It not only covers the reef area in the southwest of Faju Island. Some of the wreckage of the Flying Dutchman reached a distance of 70 to 80 meters from the shore of Faju Island. If you hadn't seen the appearance of this shipwreck with your own eyes, Edward probably really thought it was here that the Flying Dutchman sank. He was both terrified and uneasy looking at the excited Qin Quge next to him, fearing more and more of the power Qin Quge possesses. This person, this human being is probably not a demigod, no, maybe it is a human god. Just stuck for some reason, here it is. Any of the means he displayed is extraordinary and miraculous. Only thinking this way can explain why he is so powerful. How did Qin Quge know what Edward was thinking? He is looking at the property of the wreck, and having fun. Shipwreck, legendary refresh point. The maximum number of creatures that can be refreshed in this relic, 42. Types that can be refreshed: Ghost Skeleton, Ghost Crew, Deep Sea Hybrid, Leviathan Whale, Refresh rate, 1/5/day. Creature class probability, 70% probability to refresh a team of 5 Ghost Skeletons, 10% probability to refresh 3 Evil Spirit crew members, 8% probability to refresh 1 Deep Sea Hybrid, 5% probability to refresh 2 Deep Sea Hybrids, 5% probability to refresh. There is a 1% probability to refresh a Leviathan Cub, a 1% probability to refresh a Leviathan Whale, a 0.5% probability to refresh an unknown existence, and a 0.1% probability to refresh 10 unknown existences. Upgrade needed: Heart of Dakin Jones. The entire shipwreck ruins are a spawn point. It is still a much higher monster spawn point than the sea crab refresh point. A giant sea crab boss at the sea crab refresh point made Qin Quge a lot of money. If this shipwreck remains can be produced stably, the harvest of resources must be much more than the refreshing points of sea crabs. However, there is one thing: Qin Quge is very strange. The same is devoured. Giant bees and feather chickens give colonies. The sea crab and the Flying Dutchman gave refresh points. There seems to be some difference here. At first, Qin Quge thought it might be related to aggressiveness. The Flying Dutchman is an enemy, and after being swallowed, it will naturally appear in the form of spawning monsters. But sea crabs are not. The sea crab is a neutral property. If you don't provoke it, it will not attack actively. And giant bee is an attribute. This is directly ruled out. Therefore, Qin Quge can only suspect that the final result has something to do with his personal judgment. In his opinion, the giant bee is beneficial to Fazhu Island, and the feather chicken is also helpful to the development of Fazhu Island. Sea crabs and ghost creatures are different. These are the objects that are rewarded after the battle. Refresh daily to maximize benefits. If it is like this, in the future, Qin Quge will have to make a choice when choosing the object to devour. Obviously, if it is a community, it is managed by Qin Quge. For example, the giant bee colony. Even if Qin Quge dug up the old nest of the giant bee now, the giant bee will not attack Qin Quge, because the giant bee colony, like the entire Fazhu Island, belongs to Qin Quge personally. The two refresh points are different. The refreshed creatures are not controlled by Qin Quge. If you want to gain something, you have to fight. In addition, the colony can continue to develop itself. As long as the giant bee has a suitable environment and food, it can continue to grow the colony and form a larger giant bee colony. But the sea crab and the Flying Dutchman lost the possibility of further development. They will only provide a stable refresh service for Fazhu Island. This is still easy to distinguish. Edward, there may be some of your kind here tonight. Maybe you can try to communicate with them. Your crew has lost a lot. Maybe you can make some supplements. Qin Quge tactfully explained to Edward what the shipwreck ruins would refresh tonight. However, even the creatures refreshed at the refresh point, will they also have certain communication skills, and can even be persuaded, and then assigned to their own subordinates? Sea crabs are not considered. But the shipwreck ruins refreshed are all ghost creatures. Why not take Edward as an experiment? Anyway, Edward is at the 4th level. Even if the communication is not smooth, there will be no danger in a fight. When Edward heard what Qin Quge said, he really thought that there would be a family of ghosts coming to the island. Do you know any other members of the Nether family? Ah? No, I don't know each other. It may be an enemy, or it may be passing by. This is for you to communicate. If you are not interested, then I will kill them all. Qin Quge waved his hand. I can't talk too deeply about this matter with Edward. Talking too much is easy to give away. He changed the subject. Why don't you take a break? You've been working all day and night, and you're probably quite tired. Go and sit in my newly built hut. I just got some eggs and fresh chicken. Why don't you roast a chicken? Edward was immediately intrigued. No matter how hard life is, you should eat or have to eat. What is the meaning of living? Eat. Eat all kinds of delicious food and enjoy all kinds of delicacies. What else can I do? Make money? What is making money for? Not for eating. He keeps working hard and tempering constantly, thinking of upgrading to the 5th level. Isn't it just to reminisce about the enjoyment he once enjoyed? It's just that, as opposed to chicken. Edward seemed more interested in the wild boar chained next to a huge golden treasure chest over there. It was the first time that even Edward had seen such a big wild boar. Perhaps the 4th order ghost creatures have extremely strong perception ability. He could feel a seductive smell emanating from the wild boar. But Qin Quge didn't open his mouth, and he didn't dare to ask Qin Quge to kill the pig. Interestingly, however, ever since Edward and the others came back, especially the Bone Warlord returned to Fashu Island, they began to patrol around according to Qin Quge's good song order. The fighting pig just lay there motionless. The instinct of the beast tells it that these skeletons cannot be provoked. Will die. Although, it was doomed to come to Fashu Island. Some wooden furniture has been arranged by Qin Quge in the stone house. They are all the simplest production synthesis unlocked by the production platform itself. Wooden table, wooden chair, wooden bed board. Regardless of household appliances, it is only when there is something like a home. Unfortunately, there is no condiment. The chicken is a rooster bought from a trading center. There are sellers who handle it specially, and you can cook it directly when you buy it. However, there are very few condiments on the market. There is only a small amount of sea salt, and a red wild fruit, which is said to be a substitute for chili. But grilled chicken does not need chili. However, Edward took the initiative to stand up. Well, Your Excellency Doughty, just wait here for a while, I will come as soon as I go. Chapter 76. Seeing that Qin Quge has set up a bonfire and is preparing to roast chicken, Edward got up, said something to Qin Quge, and walked out. Of course Qin Quge followed him out. This guy won't come out with more pots and pans. However, Edward greeted his few remaining skeleton crew members and walked straight into the Lord of the Sea. After about 20 minutes, they came back dripping wet. However, unlike leaving empty-handed, they came back with many things in their arms. Such as kelp, and some corals. But the remaining Qin Quge couldn't be sure what it was. Your Excellency gluttonous, these seafood may make the food more delicious. Edward is very excited. In the past 2 days, only cooking can make him happy from the bottom of his heart. But Qin Quge looked dazed. He also knows how to make kelp, a marine plant. Things like coral can't be used to make soup. But Edward had already put their gains in front of Qin Quge. System prompt, get kelp *7. System prompt, get sea fungus *5. System prompt, obtain crystal coral *2. There are quite a lot of things, and there are many seashells. Use wooden basins to store some seafood that you know how to eat. 130. Qin Quge was having a hard time holding a few crystalline corals. He has heard that coral can be eaten. But how to eat is a problem. Your Majesty Doughty, after this coral is ground into powder, it has a spicy taste and can be used as pepper. This dark red stone is actually seabed mineral salt, it should be used as salt. There is also this a tube-shaped plant that can be used as a herb. Edward's nagging solved the problem that Qin Quge had nowhere to attack. With these ingredients, it's okay to roast the chicken, and make a chicken soup. However, soup needs a pot. Qin Quge had to dig out the pots and pans that Edward had brought before, found a suitable size, washed them, and then put them on the campfire. Put the whole chicken into the pot, add a small amount of crystal coral, sea herbs. Put in the right amount of water, pour a glass of rum. Bring to a boil, skim off the froth. Turn down the heat, well, remove half the wood for the campfire, and continue to simmer for half an hour. Then put the cut kelp and sea fungus in. Simmer for a few minutes. A pot of fragrant chicken soup is complete. Salt mine. Whether that thing can be eaten is still a matter of debate, not every kind of salt can be eaten. Edward, who was waiting next to him, was already ready to go, and it took him more than an hour to cook the chicken soup. But Qin Quge didn't speak, he didn't dare to move. Qin Quge took a sip by himself. The spicy chicken soup is a bit weird. However, the conditions are limited, so we can only make do with it. He filled a bowl for himself, broke off 2 chicken legs. The rest was pushed to Edward. I haven't finished eating a chicken leg here yet. Edward has already eaten half the pot. Tell me about the appearance of those murlocs. Qin Quge muttered as he gnawed on the chicken leg. Is the upper body human-shaped and the lower body fish-shaped? Or is it the other way around? For these murlocs, Qin Quge is still very curious. Is there any connection between these murlocs and the unbelievable mermaid that the system reminded at the very beginning? No, no, no. Edward took a big mouthful of chicken soup and replied, the one we encountered is not what you said. How should I put it? It's like a fish with limbs. You can also say it has a fish head. Monster. What? Qin Quge sketched in his mind the appearance of a fish growing limbs, and couldn't help shivering. Obviously, this is completely different from the mermaid family he imagined. Even in the legend, the men in the mermaids are extremely ugly. But it can't be a fish with limbs. Edward seemed to have seen Qin Quge's thoughts. Well, do you want to make sure they belong to that race? Qin Quge nodded. But what he cares about is not these murlocs. Even whether Dakin Jones' heart can be brought back is not in Qin Quge's thinking. The ruins of the shipwreck are enough for him to use. He cares more about mermaids. Obviously, a mermaid that can make the system care about it must be a very special existence. Edward took another sip of chicken soup, and said his guess. Actually, you just wanted to ask if the mermaid we encountered was a mermaid, right? I have sailed in the sea for hundreds of years, and I have encountered many alien races, such as sirens, banshees. They will attract sailors with beautiful and seductive singing in the sea, and their singing is so powerful that it is difficult for the Nether clan to resist. Once they are introduced into the sea, they are almost fatal. Many people think that sirens or mermaids are actually not the case. Sirens are human heads and bird bodies with the ability to transform. It seems that it is rare to find a person who can say a few more words. Once he opened his mouth, he was a little eloquent. The sirens are actually a group. Qin Quge has read the legend of the siren, but what he knows is that in Greek mythology, including the siren, there are many half-human, half-demon creatures who are the descendants of the gods. And Zeus, king of the gods, was a walking stallion. This is not an adjective, people really turned into horses to hook up with girls. Plus Edward mentioned Hades, the god of the underworld. Qin Quge doubts that Edward's world is a world descended from Greek mythology. Then their world should be very interesting. In theory, there should be a bunch of artifacts. If Edward can travel between the two worlds, then Qin Quge can earn more supplies along the way. It can't be said that sirens are a group of people. It should be said that sirens are the title of a kind of sea monster. Just like I call you Your Excellency, it is a kind of respect. But mermaids exist, and they are indeed very beautiful, otherwise the sirens will not turn into mermaids to lure the sailors. So, there were mermaids in your world. Have you ever seen them? Qin Quge came alive. Even the sirens use mermaids as templates for transfiguration. How beautiful are these mermaids who even complain about the system? But Edward shook his head. Unfortunately, I haven't seen it. I just heard about it. But I know that the captain of a ghost ship has seen it. Moreover, this time he also came to this world. Who? The Cotton Jack, the captain is Jack Sparrow. However, this guy is a very selfish guy. If he wants to get some information from him, I'm afraid he will be extorted severely. Moreover, this St. Mary's current ship, it looks like, once those guys know about it, maybe they will take action against me. Qin Quge frowned slightly. Cotton Jack? I seem to have heard this word somewhere. Chapter 77. According to the known information about this ghost ship incident, there are 37 ghost ships that have arrived in the sea area of the one-horned manatee. After hearing Edward say that the captain of the ghost ship Cotton Jack may have found some information about the mermaid, he did have some impressions of this Cotton Jack. But I just can't remember it for a while. However, sorting out the memory with the method of elimination a little bit, information about the Cotton Jack also popped up. First of all, the sources of information about the nether ship that Qin Quge can access are not many. Except for Edward and the Governor 800 who has been ghostly and skeletonized. There is only the most complicated and superficial information, the communication center. But the clearinghouse is almost all bullshit. Therefore, it is very likely that the Governor mentioned the Cotton Jack by accident when he was chatting with him before 800. Maybe the ghost ship Governor 800 boarded was the Cotton Jack. Just contact the Governor 800 for a little bit. But Qin Quge did not seek the Governor 800. Mermaids are in no hurry. There is still an island of murlocs to deal with. What's more, the development of Fashu Island has not yet been completed. There are still a lot of little things to do. For example, the defensive wall of Fashu Island. Knowing the great value of the Zhe tree, Qin Quge planned to build a thick inner wall with a height of 3 to 5 meters around the Zhe tree to protect the Zhe tree. The resources are enough. Devouring the entire coconut island has provided him with a lot of basic materials, including 40,000 to 50,000 stones. As for the manpower, there are Edward's crew members. It's all free labor, no need for nothing. The two finished a pot of chicken soup. Edward went back to his St. Mary first. Or they were driven back by Qin Quge. Qin Quge said to clean up the house. Of course, Edward also had to pack up his own St. Mary's. Although the two ships, including the Flying Dutchman, were robbed of a lot by those murlocs. However, the remaining materials of the two ships were pooled together, and Edward could not say that he was losing money, but he still made a small profit. After all, the Flying Dutchman was much stronger than the St. Mary in the original world, and the supplies on board were naturally more and scarcer. For example, ghost beads, which can only be condensed in places where strong ghost power spreads. Edward found more than a dozen of them from the Flying Dutchman. The nether orb can be understood as the crystallization condensed by the power of the nether, equivalent to those vitality obtained by Qin Quge before. For ghost creatures, ghost orbs can not only heal their own damage, but can even improve some combat power. If the number is enough, it is not impossible to advance by taking nether beads. However, the conditions for producing nether orbs are very strict. If not for the discovery of more than 10 of them from the Flying Dutchman, Edward would never have thought that he would be able to obtain such a fortune one day. However, if he knew that Qin Quge had exactly 100 of them in his pocket, he might be jumping. Even, Qin Quge has some better props, such as the Blessing Crystal *1 of Hades, the god of the underworld. The Blessing Crystal of Hades, special item. A crystal of the power of the underworld that contains divine power, with the blessing power of Hades, the god of the underworld. When used by ghost creatures, there is a very small chance to directly upgrade to the first level, there is a certain chance to awaken a skill, there is a partial chance to alienate an organ, and there is a great chance to improve some attributes. It can be used for equipment production and props synthesis. Note that this item is extremely corrosive to creatures, and its use may attract the attention of Hades, the god of the underworld. Please use it with care. See Goddess Calypso's Cursed Crystal, Special Items. A divine crystal containing negative divine power, with a powerful curse from the goddess of the sea, Calypso. All life forms can be used, but the effect of this crystal is negative. There is a great chance that it will cause the curse of the user's body to change, and there is a certain chance that the attribute will drop sharply. There is a small chance of becoming a child of the curse due to the influence of the curse. It can be used for equipment production and props synthesis. Note, use may attract the attention of Calypso, the goddess of the sea, please use with caution. These two items should be the top 3 items with the most exaggerated attributes among the items Qin Quge has obtained so far. In addition to the scroll of 1,000 miles of frozen. The effect of using these two crystals is too outrageous. With the word divinity, it really does not belong to ordinary products. Exaggerated odds are on the one hand. Hades, the god of darkness, gave all good effects. And it seems that Calypso, the goddess of the sea who belongs to the god of light, gave all the bad effects. Even if there is a chance of becoming a cursed child in the effect of using the cursed crystal of Calypso, the goddess of the sea. But the ghost knows what this son of the curse means. Even if this is a good result. But who dares to fight such a low probability? Decrease attributes, reduce life force level, body mutation. Anyway, Qin Quge didn't dare to use it. The crystallization of the curse of the sea goddess Calypso, this thing is simply a big pit. On the contrary, the blessing crystal of Hades, the god of the underworld, is a good and somewhat outrageous prop for ghost creatures. But Qin Quge hasn't figured out how to use it yet. He definitely won't give it to Edward. Although that guy treats him diligently, well-behaved and respectful now. But Qin Quge knows that once that guy is stronger than him, or knows that Qin Quge is an heirs, he will attack Qin Quge immediately. This is the instinct of ghost creatures. Law of the jungle. For such a guy, you have to keep pressing until he gets used to it. It is enough to give him some favors once in a while, such as giving him some food. Of course, he won't give the Governor 800 either. Although Governor 800 has a pretty good relationship with him, they are just a cooperative relationship. Unless Governor 800 can come up with some treasures to exchange with him. But now there are a few people who can produce such a good thing in their hands. Qin Quge pondered whether to use it directly on Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai went out this time, and even broke an arm. Take care of your servants. However, for the skeleton, the lack of an arm is not a big problem, as long as the power of the netherworld is sufficient, this arm can completely recover by itself. And Qin Quge still has 100 ghost beads in his hand. These nether-type supplies can only be used on Xiao Bai. On the other hand, when the Flying Dutchman was devoured, Qin Quge was debating whether to give Edward the sea goddess figurehead and the ghostly ship lantern that were rewarded. He doesn't want to build ships at the moment. Although there are blueprints, but the demand for materials is too much. Although standard wooden planks can be purchased in the trading center, standard wooden planks can only meet the minimum material standards. The black ironwood and dead oak mentioned in the drawings. Qin Quge has never even heard of it. And these are the best materials for making the Flying Dutchman. Chapter 78. The production blueprint of the Flying Dutchman, the production blueprint of the legendary ship. Main keel, standard wood *18,000, minimum requirement, black ironwood *21,000, standard requirement. Mast, standard wood 300, minimum requirement, dead oak 333, standard requirement. Hull, standard wood *32,000, minimum requirement, ghost wood *44,444, standard requirement. Eft. Metal demand. Evolvable direction. Doomsday crafty ship, requires a specific ghost ship core. Undead guide, requires specific divine blessings. Although I have mastered the blueprints for the Flying Dutchman. However, a Flying Dutchman consumes too much supplies. Even if only standard wood boards are used as materials, the number has reached more than 50,000. This is not counting the demand for metals, cloth, ropes, and the like in 930. It is impossible to gather these materials in a short time. Even searching in the trading center is a troublesome thing. What's more, even if it is built, Qin Quge can't go sailing alone. This is not driving, just step on the accelerator and go. He really wanted a ship, and that wasn't easy. Just kill Edward. The St. Mary's was there. Although the St. Mary is not as good as the Flying Dutchman. But it's also a famous ghost ship, isn't it? As long as it is opened, it will be far ahead of the entire team of survivors. Use the Flying Dutchman to make blueprints. Qin Quge moved the statue of the goddess of the sea in the reward to the shore. Of course, he definitely didn't do it himself. He borrowed 2 skeleton crew members from Edward, together with the one-armed Xiaobai, to move the almost 1-ton figure of the ship's figure away. The figure of the ship looks very old. The outline of the whole has been blurred. It can only be seen roughly that it is the posture of a goddess with bumps and convexities. Long hair, fish tail. In other words, it looks a bit like a mermaid. However, this is not a mermaid. The tail symbolizes the ocean. This is Calypso, the goddess of the sea. Sea goddess ship figure, special ship accessories. Placed on the bow of the ship, it can add goddess blessings to the ship and enhance some ship attributes. The specific effect is related to the ship. Qin Quge doubts whether this thing is one of the evolutionary roots of the Flying Dutchman, the needs of the undead guide. However, there is no detailed description in the drawings, and it is not known what special changes will happen to the Flying Dutchman after it evolves the undead guide. And the ghost ship lantern obtained with the figurehead of the goddess of the sea is an interesting prop. Ghost ship lights, special ship accessories. It can be placed on a boat or used alone. The use of ships allows ships to obtain the characteristics of ghost ships, and then they can sail in special environments. And it has the function of attracting the approach of ghosts and ghosts. Used alone, it will become a special equipment, gain the vision of the ghost, and be able to observe creatures such as ghosts and spirits in abnormal states. Some other attributes could not be unlocked. Although this boat lamp, like a kerosene lamp, is not big, it burns with a faint blue flame after being lit. Holding it in your hand, the vision of the whole person will change accordingly. The world seems to have entered a cold tone all of a sudden. Like Xiaobai. Those skeleton crew members changed a little in Qin Quge's eyes. The fire of their souls will be the more prominent color. It seems that it is specially used to target ghost creatures. This thing is useless for the time being. Qin Quge put the figurehead and the lantern together in the southwest corner of Fashu Island. That is, next to the ruins of the shipwreck. In this way, after the shipwreck ruins are refreshed, those wild monsters that have been refreshed will be attracted by the light of the lantern and walk directly ashore. It was quite convenient for Qin Quge to devour it directly. The remaining rewards include the blueprint of the God of Prayer ritual table, incomplete, the cultivation book of the sea beast Leviathan whale. These are things that don't work right now. Qin Quge is not very interested in Hades. Naturally, a prayer platform will not be built on Fashu Island. In case some god of the underworld is attracted, Qin Quge is not sure about the effect of devouring tentacles on the god. That's asking for trouble. And to raise a sea monster. With that resource, he might as well fatten up Xiaobai. What's more, it is something that can be obtained by devouring, so why keep it? As long as there are sea monsters in this endless sea, Qin Quge will be able to swallow them sooner or later. As long as it can be devoured, it can be obtained in disguise. But Qin Quge was very curious about the metamorphic devour item of the unlocked Curse Ghost Crew. Swallow 3 ghost creatures of level 2 or above, can transform into a cursed ghost crew member. Although the crew members of Curse evil spirits look ugly and hideous, they all possess the abilities of crew members. In other words, if the Flying Dutchman is produced in the future, some cursed ghost crew members can be qualitatively changed to serve as crew members. Finally, there is the command saber swallowed from Dakin Jones' hand. Cursed corrupt commander's knife, golden equipment. The saber of the captain of the Flying Dutchman, Dakin Jones, has been corroded by his dark power for a long time, and this saber has a very strong curse attribute. When attacking, there is a 10% chance to directly cut off weapons below the purple quality, there is a 5% chance to cause corrosion damage. There is a 2% chance of curse attack, a 0.1% chance of death siphon. With special skills, flashing. You can use the power of the underworld to flicker freely within a range of 10 meters. Qin Quge's first golden weapon. Although he can't use it, even Xiaobai can't use it. After all, Xiaobai has his own bone ruler. But this weapon is really a good weapon. Not to mention a bunch of chance attribute attacks, there is also a 10% chance to directly cut off weapons below the purple quality. Not counting the flickering skill that comes with it. Simply cutting off the attribute is enough to make a bunch of people crave for it. If Qin Quge puts this weapon on the market, some survivors would rather become Nether Clan and hold this weapon. The question is, how much should a weapon like this cost? Even a water arrow supernatural serum can be sold for tens of thousands of trading coins, it is still a system mall. These 1.7 sabers with flashing skills probably cost 7 figures, right? But even if it's worth the price, Qin Quge could not be sold either. Who can get it out? Even if it is sold to the system. Qin Quge took so much money, but he couldn't buy anything, everyone had nothing to buy. The materials in the trading market are too shallow. You can't get millions of silt blocks to feed the devouring tentacles. It doesn't make much sense. Although Fazhu Island needs to expand, there is no need to expand so blindly. Therefore, this knife can only be placed in the box to collect ashes for the time being. Pack up the reward materials this time. Qin Quge just planned to go on board the St. Mary. The system prompt sounded. System prompt, special event in the sea area of the one-horned manatee, a different journey in the underworld, the ghost ship strikes, the first stage is over. Chapter 79. System prompt, the special event in the sea area of the one-horned manatee, the underworld is different, the ghost ship is coming, the first stage has ended. According to statistics, a total of 13,862 human survivors personally participated in this event, 112,158 human survivors indirectly participated in this event, and 4,399 human survivors died in this event. All human survivors who personally participated in the event will receive a lunch, choose 3 out of 10 large bowls of dishes, and a bowl of rice, with optional flavors. All human survivors who indirectly participated in this incident will receive 5 barrels of boxed instant noodles. Rewards received by survivors on the event participation ranking list are settled separately. Congratulations to all human beings who survived this incident. But this is not the end, aliens from the underworld have invaded this world, and have even taken root here. They will work with you to rob this world of resources, and most of them are stronger than you, and have strong aggressive intentions. So, human beings, keep working hard, only the strong can survive. System Prompt 04, the second stage of the special event in the sea area of the one-horned manatee, the underworld has begun. Underworld, peace and war. Event content: more than 30 underworld strongholds in the one-horned manatee sea area are gradually being completed. Once they officially settle down, the death of the underworld will begin to envelope this world. For the living, it is a deadly threat. Whether it is to sign a peace contract and coexist here, or to destroy them with war, they need to be strong. Peace or war? It's up to you to decide. To survive or to perish is your choice. Event end conditions: 160% of all humans in the one-horned manatee sea area sign a peace treaty with the Nether clan. 2. Destroy 60% of the Nether strongholds in the one-horned manatee sea area. 1. Event participants: all human survivors in the one-horned manatee sea area. Attention, this incident is extremely dangerous and will affect the future of the entire one-horned manatee sea area. There are many prompts in the system. Qin Quge looked very carefully. Although I disdain this public reward. However, Qin Quge was still very concerned about the follow-up results of the ghost ship incident. even if he destroyed the Flying Dutchman and dragged the Saint Mary to Fashu Island. But there are still more than 30 ghost ships swaying in the whole sea area of the one-horned manatee. That means that there will be at least 30 strongholds of the Nether clan in this world. Talk about peaceful coexistence? Non-existent. This is not a game between two countries. It's a confrontation between two races. The key point is that the Nether clan uses almost all the living as food. They need the vitality of the living. Edward eats just for fun. To put it more extreme, this is the relationship between wolves and sheep. Will you live in peace with your food? Unless all human beings are strong enough to fight against the Nether clan. Otherwise, there will only be war between the two. People with good intentions have only a dead end. As the system prompts, survival of the strong. Qin Quge is not afraid that these Nether clans will gradually expand. What worries him is that these guys pollute the world. Just like Dakin Jones' prayer ceremony, the pollution of the environment is crazy. Even the living fish in the sea are polluted into ghostly creatures. Once you let them expand, the resources available to humans will gradually disappear. And this also makes it impossible for human beings to coexist with the Nether clan. Everyone, there is only war. Qin Quge opened the communication center and posted this sentence. Before Qin Quge sent this message, people in the communication area were complaining about the system giving too few rewards to the public. Damn, I've been so busy, I've changed 5 times instant noodles. Come on, I can participate in the event. The event ranks 2999. It's just a meal and a bag of wutong rice. I envy those who have instant noodles. I don't have any. Ranking 1327, 1 meal, plus 5 cartons of milk. It's a good thing I didn't focus on that. After Qin Quge's message was sent out, the topic turned back, but the content was also very messy. Boss, are you going to do it with them? Hey, only big bosses are qualified to speak. We weak chickens just want to have enough food every day. Boss Gluttony has always occupied the #1 event participation ranking, he should have a lot of rewards. Envy. Boss, tell me what you got. Let us open our eyes too. That's right, that's right. Did you give some top quality equipment so that the boss has enough combat power to fight those ghost creatures? Boss, give me the coordinates. We will meet you in the past. Then we will distribute some equipment to us. That is, you have won so many rewards, give us some. Qin Quge squinted his eyes. These people are quite interesting, and they want to share something every now and then. It looked like he was about to be kidnapped morally. Where did they get the idea that Qin Quge is a guy with a heart overflowing with Mary? Pull it down. If not for the many people who helped him before, he wouldn't bother reminding him here. Qin Quge just wanted to close the communication area. But I saw a guy with the ID of Human Destiny Community #2 sent him a message. This ID seems to have been changed. Qin Quge didn't even know that the ID of the communication area could be changed. It should be that the other party got some props. Boss Gluttonous, ignore those guys. The rewards you get will definitely help you continue to gain an advantage, please continue to maintain this advantage. Humanity needs your strength. In such a living environment, we must be led by a strong person, so that we can truly stand in this world. We have contacted some people, built this group, and are gathering in one place. In addition to having more people, it is easier for 767 to survive, and it is also easier to collect resources, help each other better, and even develop the previous technology system. We have accumulated some resources. If you need anything, you can always find us. We have currently customized 2 meeting points, and the coordinates will be sent to you later. These 2 meeting points are each located on a large island. I believe that if things go well, they can become 2 human strongholds. If you are close, you can come and have a look. We will not take the initiative to ask you for any supplies, but we are willing to prepare all kinds of supplies for you. As I said before, we can only survive if the strong protect us. I look forward to your continued strength, community of shared future for mankind, yours respectfully. These few words made Qin Quge stunned for a long time. It appears that these people are serious. They really hoped that Qin Quge would become their guardian. Qin Quge did not reject this. He hates those guys who want to benefit from opening their mouths and shutting up, but he likes these thoughtful people very much. In fact, they have good eyesight. In this world, no one is likely to be able to stop Qin Quge's rise. However, Qin Quge will not directly ask for other people's things. Always taking advantage of others would make Qin Quge a little embarrassed. The previous tens of thousands of sand and soil materials were of great help. What's more, Fazhu Island no longer needs ordinary sediment materials. On the contrary, it is possible to establish a further transaction relationship with them. Thought about it? Qin Quge replied a few words to this person. Chapter 80. Thank you very much for the silt blocks you provided before, which helped me a lot. I don't need these resources anymore. My own development is very good. If you need help, you can find me. People respect me 1 foot, and I respect others 1 foot. People destroy me a drop, I win 3 fights. Qin Quge is a very down-to-earth person. He doesn't care what other people think of him. Wouldn't it be very tiring for a person to live with his hands tied everywhere in his life? For those who have expressed their kindness to themselves, Qin Quge does not mind returning some favors. Therefore, he told those in the community of human destiny what he knew about the Nether clan and the weaknesses of some Nether creatures. Including the abilities that the Nether clan can use, and the pollution of the environment by the power of the Nether, there is no concealment. Although this information is not difficult to obtain, it is not easy to obtain. After that, Qin Quge wrote down the 2 coordinate points given by number 2, and closed the communication section. Outside the small stone house, it was raining. Drizzling, not big. If it rains on a large scale, it should be able to solve the water problem of many people. Ever since he came to this survival world, Qin Quge still cares about the climate of this ghost place. After all, no one knows how long they will stay in this ghost place. Or even stay forever. Vast seas, many islands. Although the vegetation seen so far is mixed, most of them are tropical or subtropical plants. So, is it possible to guess that the one-horned manatee area is in such an environment? Generally speaking, according to the normal situation of Blue Star, the tropical or subtropical environment has no obvious boundaries of 4 seasons, high temperature throughout the year, and the temperature fluctuation is small. There are only relatively hot seasons and cool seasons, or rainy seasons and dry seasons. And what Qin Quge feels now is indeed the case. Even if it is raining lightly, the surrounding temperature did not drop significantly. 18. This ghost place cannot be viewed under normal circumstances at all. There is no underworld, ghost skeletons, or sea monsters in Blue Star. Maybe a catastrophe will occur in the entire sea area due to a sudden change. How can a survival game make people feel comfortable? It seems to be Ying and Qin Quge's guess. Haven't looked at the rewards for the participation leaderboard of the first stage of the ghost ship event. The system popped up again. Ding! The special environmental event in the sea area of the one-horned manatee has opened. The nightmare has come true, the rainstorm is coming. Event content: due to unknown reasons, the one-horned manatee sea area will usher in a rare period of heavy rain, and the intense precipitation will last for a long time, affecting all areas. It will even cause terrain changes in some areas. For ordinary survivors, this is not a good thing. But for some beings, it will be a feast. So, human survivors, be careful, be cautious, and continue to live. Event time: unknown. Event participants: all the one-horned manatee sea area life forms. Participation content: the emergence of this heavy rain period is worth pondering. This is obviously not a normal situation, and it must be because of something that caused the formation of the heavy rain. All survivors can obtain event rewards by exploring the factors behind this event during this period. Maybe this incident can bring you unimaginable benefits, but as long as there are benefits, it means great risks. If you don't have the corresponding awareness, you can also retreat to your own hiding island and continue to live on. Attention, if the incident is in depth, the danger is extremely high. The weak ones, it is the best reminder to you. In addition, after negotiation, the system has made some adjustments. The system store will be cancelled within the system, and materials will not be sold externally. The rain started to get bigger almost as soon as the system's prompt ended. And getting bigger. It took almost a blink of an eye to change from light rain to heavy rain. Then the pouring continued. The whole world seems to have turned into a world of rain in an instant. Visibility is directly reduced to within 2 meters. This small dilapidated house built by Qin Quge has been greatly tested. Big raindrops hit the roof with a loud bang. The 4 corners of the house and some poorly spliced places began to seep water. Fortunately, when Qin Quge built this small dilapidated house, he cleverly replaced the ground with big stones. Although there are some water leaks, the leaked water will pass through the gaps between the big rocks and sink to a lower place. In other words, the small house is a bit broken, but it still looks a little bit, and it leaks rain, but there is no water accumulation. There is no need to get wet. However, Qin Quge soon realized that the torrential rain had too much impact on his life. When I went outside, the rain was so heavy that I couldn't even open my eyes. I don't have any equipment like umbrellas and raincoats. Even if there is, it doesn't seem to be of much use. The rain was really heavy. Even the zhe trees were knocked off many branches and leaves, and the fruit fell all over the ground. Qin Quge had to arrange for Xiaobai to take back all the things he put outside. The chicken house is better, even though the chickens are not willing to come out to look for food in the flower fields, but he can feed them anyway. Although, as long as the heavy rain keeps falling, he has to go to the chicken coop every day to feed. It's okay to say that it's just a walk. The giant bee at the other end of Qfazhu Island is more troublesome. It's raining so hard they can't fly at all. If it rains all the time, the flower fields will be ruined. And the giant bees will lose their food source, so Qin Quge can't give them sea crab meat. Maid, don't let me know what's going on with this heavy rain, it's nothing to cause trouble. In order to prevent the heavy rain from affecting the hive of the giant bees, Qin Quge had no choice but to temporarily build a small awning for the hive with wooden planks. However, this can only temporarily resist the first antibody. If this torrential rain, by Zhao Qian, lasts forever, I'm afraid he can only drink plain water every day. Your Majesty Doughty, something is wrong with this rain. Around the afternoon, Edward brought an iron product like a stove from the St. Mary. Originally, Qin Quge was wondering if this place is tropical or subtropical, and the temperature doesn't change much. This is a slap in the face. After several hours of heavy rain, the whole world seems to have no place to dry. The temperature also dropped 7 or 8 degrees directly. It's not a problem to have a bonfire lit all the time. Although consumption is not too fast. But it will always run out. The price of wooden planks in the trading market has doubled directly. It's not right, what do you think? Qin Quge put the stove brought by Edward in a slightly dry area of the stone house. Unexpectedly, this stove turned out to be a prop approved by the system. The magic stove that doesn't extinguish. Chapter 81. The magic stove that never goes out, purple quality, furniture decoration equipment, magic props. A magic stove built by a sage in the Middle Ages, which can be powered by any energy crystal. The thermos cannot be extinguished when it is powered by energy crystals. A warm environment with a temperature of 18 degrees will be constantly provided until the energy of energy crystallization is exhausted. The room using this heater will have a special ability, remedial rehabilitation in a recuperation environment, you will get a milder healing effect and continue to recover from some injuries and diseases. If there are multiple sick organisms in the same environment, the energy consumption will be greatly increased. Edward turned on the heater respectfully, and put in a small black pearl-like ball slightly larger than a fingernail. Qin Quge's eyes lit up. He has these things, and many more. I didn't remember how to use it. So it can be used as an energy supply material. Netherworld Pearl. Where did you get this thing? Ah. Edward was stunned for a moment, and then replied, it was found on the way to bring the Flying Dutchman back, and there are some 657 other supplies, I haven't had time to tell you yet. Apparently, Edward thought that Qin Quge was questioning him, so he quickly organized his words carefully. Qin Quge shook his head, it's okay, this is the part you deserve. What you are asking about is the bead you put in just now, where you came from. Edward breathed a sigh of relief, you are asking about ghost beads. I already have some, and I found some on the Flying Dutchman. These beads are scarce, and there are very few in our world. Generally, there are more in the underworld, which is the crystallization of the power of the netherworld. You also know that the power of the netherworld is almost equal to the vitality of our family, and this kind of beads are extremely valuable in our world. This guy was cautious, he didn't say that his nether orbs were all found on the Flying Dutchman, because he was afraid that Qin Quge would ask for them. Moreover, even if Qin Quge opened his mouth, he said that he already had some, so he didn't have to take out all of them, and he could keep more for himself. I just don't know what expression he would have if he knew that Qin Quge had 100 of them in his pocket. Well, it means, you, Eve, usually eat this kind of meatballs. As for the nether orb, the system did not give a very detailed introduction. But Edward is clearly aware of the role of the nether orb. Qin Quge itself does not lack these things, but I just want to know a little more. Edward hesitated for a moment, very few people will take it directly. Because it is too scarce and there are few ways to obtain it, the effect of taking the medicine will not be obvious, unless the vitality level is low. Otherwise, it will take precautions against some special situations on your body. Your withered bone servant, his arm can be repaired directly with the ghost power of the ghost beads. 2 to 3 are almost the same, here I. Before he finished speaking, Qin Quge waved his hand. From this guy's voice, it's not like Qin Quge couldn't find the meaning of his reluctance. There is still a cooperative relationship with him. Qin Quge doesn't want to push Edward too hard. He has 100 ghost beads in his pocket, there is no need to deduct them from Edward. No, I have another way. Keep the things you found on the Flying Dutchman. By the way, since you said that the rain is not right this time, what do you think? Qin Quge was worrying that he had nowhere to go to deal with the heavy rainstorm, and perhaps he could get some clues from Edward. This guy has sailed on the sea for hundreds of years. Although he mainly focused on plundering and other things, the various environmental factors he encountered should be outrageous, and he has experienced all kinds of strong winds and waves. Maybe there are really some opinions. Edward pulled up a chair and sat opposite Qin Quge. And the magic heater was also activated, perhaps powered by the nether orb, and the flame inside was shining with a strange purple-green color. Don't talk about the gods who can easily change the rules of the world. In our world, there are some powerful creatures whose existence also has certain power. Their appearance will be accompanied by various visions, such as violent storms, or drought and waterlogging, etc. This Saint Mary once encountered a two-headed sea dragon, and wherever it went, it rolled up huge waves as high as 17 or 18 meters. There is a big demon in the underworld, and his area is hundreds of miles away. It will be deserted. However, these legendary creatures generally only affect a certain range. Even the gods, except for the level of the main god, cannot affect a wide area. After all, there is an upper limit to power. If this heavy rain is really caused by the existence of a legendary creature, maybe you can go and see. You don't have to worry about wind and rain when you take my Saint Mary, but this Saint Mary is a ship after all. A ghost ship, the environment inside may not be very comfortable. Edward's proposal is very good. According to him, if some kind of legendary creature really affects the weather, as long as you walk around within a certain range, you will definitely come across it. He didn't dare to travel alone. On the one hand, he was afraid of being encountered by other ghost ships, and the Saint Mary would be swallowed by then. On the other hand, he was afraid that he would not be able to defeat some legendary creatures. With Qin Quge following, no matter which problem it is, Qin Quge resists. But Edward didn't know some things. First of all, Qin Quge itself is very weak, not as good as his skeleton crew. Secondly, the scope of this wind and rain is not just an area. It's the entire one-horned manatee sea area. How big is the entire one-horned manatee sea area? God knows. 37 nether ships wandered here for 3 days alone, and hundreds of thousands of people had contact with them. These hundreds of thousands of people are probably only a small part of the entire survival group, representing almost hundreds of thousands of small islands. If these small islands are spread out, how big is the area? In other words, the sea area of the one-horned manatee is too big. Want to find possible legendary creatures in this sea area? It's better to find a way to trouble those murlocs. The point is, this is only a possibility. Qin Quge narrowed his eyes. He felt that this possibility was very high. Or, an incomparably powerful legendary creature came to the one-horned manatee sea area, whose power was so powerful that it directly affected the weather in the entire one-horned manatee sea area. Or, a group of legendary creatures invaded the one-horned manatee sea area, just like the ghost ship incident, but this time they were all powerful individuals. Chapter 82. It's not easy. Staring at the fire in the stove, Qin Quge slowly groped his fingertips. Regardless of whether there are legendary creatures or not, this event is a very difficult one. If it is indeed the influence of the legendary creature, if you want to solve this incident, you must either fight and kill these legendary creatures, or drive them away. It should not be possible to reason with legendary creatures. The more powerful an existence is, the more unreasonable it is, because only things that cannot be solved with strength will be reasoned, isn't it? And to participate in this event, no, you must participate in this event, you must not only find these legendary creatures, but also find a way to lure these legendary creatures to Fashu Island, so that you can gain an advantage. This matter is much more difficult than luring the Flying Dutchman over. Qin Quge hopes that this is just a guess. The heavy rain in the one-horned manatee sea was not caused by the legendary creature, but for another reason. Perhaps in this case, this incident can be easily intervened. Edward sat quietly on the side, not talking. During Qin Quge's silence, he carefully scanned everything around him with the corner of his eyes. He didn't dare to observe too directly, because Qin Quge's various magical powers made him deeply afraid, and he was afraid that his small actions would make the other party feel unhappy. A stereotype has been formed in his mind, that is, Qin Quge is a legendary strong man, although his body seems to be a little fragile, but he must possess indescribable power. If he offends this human being, his fate may be like the Flying Dutchman, the same, become ruins, and then be swallowed up. In just a few days, the small island at the beginning has developed into what it is now. This is something Edward has never encountered before. If the human in front of him told Edward that he was a demigod one day, Edward would not be surprised at all. Suddenly, Edward noticed that Qin Quge's eyes were on him. He was startled, thinking that Qin Quge had discovered his actions. But he heard Qin Quge say something that shocked him to the extreme. "Edward, what would happen if I affected the weather in the entire region?" "Hey? Influence the weather? You mean to change this heavy rainstorm?" "Well, what can I say?" Qin Quge frowned. He thought of a somewhat risky operation. Thousands of miles frozen. Alchemy frozen 1,000 miles, one-time super large mythical alchemy. After use, it will center on the caster and create an extreme climate environment that is frozen for thousands of miles. Note that this alchemy will completely change the climate and environment for thousands of miles, and directly affect all ecological circles. The active influence is 24 hours, and the residual influence varies with the region. Please use with caution. Since Qin Quge obtained this scroll, he has kept it in a golden treasure chest under Fashu Island. Since it is a mythical alchemy, it should be able to have an impact on this heavy rainstorm. With a radius of 1,000 miles, even if it cannot cover the entire one-horned manatee sea area, it is enough to produce a huge butterfly effect. The ice will spread out, and the sudden drop in temperature can produce further changes. If it is a legendary creature, since it can cause heavy rain, it must be a water-loving creature. And the vast majority of creatures near water should not like the cold environment. Frozen thousands of miles away, maybe it can directly kill parasites. Therefore, he raised his doubts. Edward was a little confused. Such a torrential rain, if you want to change it, you can change it, at least you have to have legendary power. Sure enough, the human in front of him is a strong and terrifying guy. He even has the ability to change the weather. What else can he not do? With a mutter in his heart, Edward told what he knew. If you really want to change the environment and weather again on the basis of the heavy rain, there will be many possibilities. But no matter what the possibility is, it will directly cause the existence behind the heavy rain. If it is a legendary creature, maybe it will come to the door. Are you really going to do this? Qin Quge immediately became interested when he heard what Edward said. He wished that the other party would come to his door. Wouldn't it be convenient to devour tentacled bookwork? But if you really use frozen 1,000 miles, then the impact will be great. Now it's just that there is more water and it's a little colder. If you use frozen 1,000 miles, then it is not a problem of being a little colder. I am afraid that a large number of survivors will be frozen to death. In the following time, the animals and plants on Devour Island will also die due to the sudden drop in temperature. There will be a landslide decline in supplies. A bunch of people will probably greet Qin Quge well. Even if Qin Quge doesn't care about it, doing so will also have an impact on his future life. This is just a plan. It's the last option. The event of heavy rain has just begun. Waiting a few more days is no problem for Qin Quge. There are plenty of supplies on Fashu Island, and Edward's skeleton crew are working as tool workers. The heavy rain doesn't affect him too much. Wait a few days and see if anyone can find Sue. Then, make plans. Just asking, it's still early, so wait a little longer. You just happened to be here. Deacon Jones performed a prayer ceremony before, which had some impact on the surroundings of my island, causing many ghost fish and shrimps to appear in the sea. Help me to clean it up. By the way, see if there are any large seafood on the seabed around, and have a seafood barbecue at night. On a rainy day, drink a glass of good wine and have a barbecue, it should be very pleasant. Although rainy days are annoying. But work still has to be done. It didn't matter to Edward, as long as he had a meal in the evening, he was free as long as he was free. Barbecue? Well, it should be much more delicious than the previous sea crab meat. Don't worry, it's just some small fish and shrimp. I'll just let the crew below go. Let's all go, and I will go together. The ingredients for the evening need to be prepared. Get some scallops, which are much more delicious than fish and shrimp when grilled. As for eating, Edward, a skeleton who has been floating in the sea for hundreds of years, has no experience like Qin Quge. It was because he lacked condiments on hand, otherwise he would have been living in a small shabby house every day. He wants to go to sea, except that he really intends to catch some seafood to improve the taste. Another reason is that he intends to raise the level of several skills. Swimming, boating, and cooking upgrades need to be used to improve the progress bar. taking advantage of the heavy rain. Anyway, it is better to temper yourself. The improvement of skills will act on attributes. Only when the attributes are strong can one go further. Chapter 83. It was raining heavily, and it was impossible to tell whether it was day or night. There is not much difference between the two. Perhaps the only thing that can provide a little resolution is that it will be slightly brighter during the day. But it's only a little bit brighter. Going out and being drenched by heavy rain is basically discrediting. As of today, the survival game has been going on for several days. Many people collected some supplies, and the food should be enough for a few days. As for the drink, if you don't pay attention to it and your physical fitness is good, you can just go out and open your mouth. Originally, most survivors didn't really hate such rainy days. Because having enough fresh water can make you feel more comfortable. As long as you work hard, with the help of the production platform, there is no problem in building a small house to accommodate you. And with wood, there is a bonfire 747. If the temperature does not change much, it is not a big problem. As for troubles such as humidity caused by heavy rain, it depends on each person's ability. But the system closed the system store, which was simply a backstab for many survivors. Not everyone is lucky enough to encounter islands with plenty of supplies. Wild fruits, fruit trees, wild animals, and even coastal and offshore material sites all depend on luck. The unlucky African chieftains only found some wood islands and stone islands even after visiting 3 or 4 islands, and there was not even a single seaweed in the surrounding sea. Fortunately, in the previous few days, they could exchange the collected materials for food or water by trading them out. Even if you are unlucky, you can exchange some mud and sea sand for a dozen or 20 trading coins, and buy the simplest food and water in the system store. Even in the next few days, no one needs silt blocks, and they can be thrown directly to the system store. It is not a problem to barely fill the stomach every day. Can survive. It's just that the system store is closed. Many people don't even have basic income. Some common materials in my hand could not be sold, and the price of food and water on the trading market suddenly doubled. I can last a day or two. But as time goes by, all that's left is to fight. However, under the heavy rain, even a small boat could not go out. Expecting to swim across under such heavy rain is almost tantamount to courting death. No way. Many people have to suspect that this is the system forcing players to take risks. Force the survivors to go further, expand the search range, and fight in the sea. Otherwise, is it really waiting to die? Because of the torrential rain, many people no longer have the mind to bubble up in the communication forum, and the chat information is much less. On the contrary, the trading section changes frequently several times. Many people began to buy and sell food. It is foreseeable that the period of heavy rain will cause the food resources of all people to be tense. If you can hoard some food at this time, you can make a lot of money. This also affected the transaction of a large number of materials. There has been a certain increase in all kinds of materials. Less than a day after the heavy rain, some people began to scold profiteers who speculate on food prices in the communication forum. It's just that there is a hammer for shouting. It seems that no one can stop the madness of the market. At this time, Qin Quge was soaking in the sea. His small boat can't be rowed at all. The boat is small, just pour out the water in it, it will be filled immediately. It is a bit troublesome to practice the skills of driving a boat. I had no choice but to raise my swimming level first. Because I don't know the time, and I was tired anyway, Qin Quge went to rest in the small stone house, sleep. When you are full of energy, go to sea again. After tossing back and forth for about a day, swimming skills have finally been raised to the second level. System prompt: you are used to swimming in the water, and you have basically mastered the basic swimming skills. The water area of 3 to 500 meters is just a simple entertainment for you swimming 4142. System prompt: your strength has been consolidated, and your endurance has been further improved. Strength +1, Constitution +2. Just as Qin Quge guessed, with the hint of swimming skills, the personal attributes have been strengthened again. If you work harder, you can upgrade the existing skills to the second level, and each attribute can increase by more than 5 points, at least. Then, in terms of basic attributes, it is almost on par with most monsters. Cooperate with equipment and props to fight to a higher level. Moreover, the Qin Quge soaked in the water is not without other gains. He was soaking in the water, and Edward and the skeleton crew naturally had to follow. With their actions, the low-level ghost creatures in the surrounding sea area have been cleaned up a lot. I also caught a lot of seafood. It's just that it's not big, so it doesn't need to be broken down. After swimming was upgraded to the second level, Qin Quge went ashore, and he planned to go back and upgrade his cooking to a higher level. The collected food materials are enough, but you can try the shellfish soup obtained before. In this weather, leaning in a small room and drinking a bowl of hot soup is still very easy to satisfy one's heart. But who knew, the two skeleton crew members on the St. Mary suddenly crawled out of the sea, and Qin Quge was startled. But he also immediately realized that something was wrong. The fighting power of these ghost creatures is still good, plus the attribute of immortality. Unless you encounter a powerful existence, don't panic at all. Immediately afterwards, another skeleton crew member jumped out. Edward followed closely behind. Qin Quge just wanted to ask. The sea suddenly exploded. Tentacles as thick as a bucket burst out of the water and hit it directly. FK. Qin Quge was almost smashed in the face. It was Xiaobai who felt the danger, cut in an instant, and pushed him away. And Xiaobai himself was knocked to the ground by a section of the tentacle. Pushed to the side, Qin Quge wiped the rainwater off his face, only then did he see clearly that it was the tentacles of a sticky octopus full of suckers. Small sea monster giant octopus. Although he was knocked to the ground, Xiaobai didn't suffer any injuries. After all, it is Tier 4, and Dakin Jones, who can compete against Tier 5, would be 1.9 if he was injured by a tentacle. Instead, Edward cursed. You are amazing at the bottom of the sea, but I'm still afraid of you when I go back to shore. Apparently Edward and the others provoked this guy at the bottom of the sea, and they were kicked out all the way. As he spoke, Edward clenched his two-handed sword and slashed at the huge tentacle. Reaching out his hand to signal Xiaobai not to participate, Qin Quge also wanted to see how capable this guy Edward is. This guy didn't perform very well in the battle against Dakin Jones before, and he was almost out of the main battle. And Qin Quge didn't see the battle with the Murlocs. Qin Quge wondered if he didn't make a move on purpose and wanted to preserve his strength. This is a good time to see how he fights. Chapter 84. This guy Edward is a senior 4th rank. Even the Bone Warrior who has just entered the 4th level can fight against Dakin Jones. If it was said that Edward's combat power was not high, Qin Quge would not believe it. Maybe he really can't beat Dakin Jones, but his fighting power must not be underestimated. And it is true. Under the heavy rain, as soon as Edward entered the fighting state, the momentum of the entire skeleton changed. Even though Qin Quge's vision was affected by the rain and he couldn't see very clearly, he could still observe a black air radiating from Edward's body. The half-height two-handed sword seemed to be imbued with extraordinary power. When the sword was swung, the energy fluctuations even scattered a piece of rainwater, creating a small clean space. With the power of a sword, the bucket-thick tentacles were chopped to pieces, leaving only a layer of flesh still attached. These are the tentacles of sea monsters, not fish on the chopping board. The flesh of this tentacle is probably more resistant than iron armor. It can be seen how high Edward's power is. He was kicked out of the water only because he lacked a lot of combat power in the water. However, at the same time, more tentacles protruded from the sea, rolling towards Edward from more than D4 angles. Through the shadows created by these tentacles in the rain, Qin Quge roughly judged the size of this small sea monster. Although the word small is used, it is only used to distinguish it from large sea monsters. This small sea monster is probably as big as a 3-story building. It also means that this will be a big harvest of meat materials. Under the command of Qin Quge, the bone warrior will move. Because the broken arm has not been repaired by Qin Quge, and it will not heal itself in a short time, the withered bone warrior did not use her own double bone ruler, but took the cursed decayed command that broke out from Dakin Jones' long knife. After a few breaths, he returned to Qin Quge's side, but he completely cut off the tentacles that Edward chopped off just now, and brought them back. Qin Quge pushed the bone warrior back a bit, leaving a large enough fighting environment for Edward. And he himself studied the 2-meter-long tentacle. Even though it has been severed, the tentacle is still twisting. There are many ferocious small mouths with barbs inside the huge bowl-like sucker. 2 more glances are enough to make the hairs stand on end. Qin Quge took out his civil and military knife and cut it. As he thought, the octopus's palps are really tough, the outer skin is like leather. His civil and martial swords were produced by the system anyway, and they were sharp enough, so it was a bit difficult to cut them. Add a layer of viscous liquid. Even if he cut a piece of meat, it was really hard for him to eat Qin Quge. Don't they all say that it can be eaten raw? That's the bottom line. Sure enough, not everything is bigger the better. Food like octopus is smaller, so the meat is tender. But the resistance is over, and it's a pity to throw it away. With such a large foot whisker, 10 pots might not be able to cook it all. Originally, this thing could be decomposed to directly produce standard octopus meat. But after Qin Quge thought about it, he asked Xiaobai to cut it into pieces with a commanding long knife. Withered bone warrior's sword skills are good. The 2-meter-long sea monster's whiskers were sliced into 2 mm thick pieces. Thin slice, looks quite attractive. Maybe dip it in some spicy sauce, it will have a good taste. Qin Quge opened the communication section, the corner of his mouth curled up. Sell high-quality octopus fillets, the quantity is not large, each person is limited to 1 piece, and each piece is only charged a symbolic price of 1 standard board. Those who are interested can buy it in the trading area by themselves. Note: this piece of meat is not ordinary octopus meat, but from sea monsters. Please consider carefully before buying. I will not be responsible for any consequences after eating. The trading area of the system is still very convenient, allowing both parties to set up various conditions. After Qin Quge put all the sea monster's whiskers on the table, he set the price and set that each person can only buy once, and then began to wait for the result. Although the sea monster's foot whisker slices were cut into very thin slices, their diameter was 70 to 80 centimeters, which was much larger than a bowl of rice. Even though the zugzhou meat slices are tough and chewy compared to beef tendons. After cleaning, whether it is eaten raw or cooked, it can also fill the stomach. Maybe a little bit of digestive trouble, but maybe it's good. This is the meat of a real sea monster. And Qin Quge et al. Also have this information. Perhaps, this kind of heterogeneous meat can bring some special benefits to survivors. At the beginning, Qin Quge was also worried that other people would have concerns about the sea monster's meat. But in half a minute, more than half of it was bought. In the communication section. Boss Gluttony is really awesome, and he's not like those profiteers who inflate the price of food so high. If you can't sell it in such a heavy rain, you don't have to worry about it being damp and moldy, and it will rot in your hands. Fulai, the meat of the sea monster. With the help of the boss, I have a taste of it. Thanks to the limited purchase, I only managed to grab a piece. However, this meat is so chewy, it can be used as chewing gum. It's too much to talk about chewing gum, at most it's a bit harder to chew than gluten. This shows that this thing is genuine. The sea monster is above the boss level. Just looking at the size of this piece of meat, it's not hard to imagine the sea monster. How big is it? It's just a gluttonous boss, but if it's us, who will eat who now? By the way, is this stuff really edible? Picture. Although the picture is also a piece of meat, it has a tooth-like thing. Appears to be an object in an octopus sucker. This thing is said to be a tooth, and its function is more like a barb. When the sucker sucks the food, the barb 387 will hook it firmly. However, for monsters like sea monsters, even if the tentacles really opened their mouths, it didn't seem impossible. It's not fair, why do you have one more tooth than us at the same price? The focus of attention upstairs is really unique. I don't think it's a problem. Since it's a sea monster, this tooth-shaped thing may be used as a material for making. Brother, you made a lot of money. If you don't want it, please forward it to me with the meat. After you say that, I think what you said is very reasonable. This size can only be made into a pendant. Then I earn more. I have 3 teeth on this piece of meat. No, those of you who bought meat, how does it taste? You can't really chew it like chewing gum. How to say, it has a fishy smell, maybe it should be eaten with some sauce. I'm going to make a soup later, I have salt, it should be better than eating it raw. Looking at the information on the communication board, Qin Quge pondered that he had to wait a little longer. It shouldn't be a big problem to eat this piece of sea monster meat, at most it's just a few people with indigestion. He mainly wants to see if there will be other changes in anyone, such as attribute enhancement. Even the meat of the giant sea crab boss can improve attributes. Then, does this larger octopus also have such attributes? Chapter 85. There was no direct choice to disassemble the sea monster's whiskers. Qin Quge also had other intentions. However, almost all the output of decomposed ingredients is less than the total weight. 500 catties of sea crabs may yield only 200 catties of meat. Even if the weight of the hard shell is excluded, the loss inside is still very large. If you can directly slice it manually, and you can also get top quality ingredients with increased attributes. In the future, Qin Quge doesn't plan to use the decomposition ability, or use the decomposition ability as little as possible. Although the materials produced by yourself will not be recognized by the system, so they cannot be stacked and placed in personal space, but this is only a small impact. Qin Quge doesn't really need to put all the ingredients into his personal space. What's more, he can't use so many ingredients by himself, so it's better to put them in the trading market and buy some necessary materials. On the beach, Edward's battle with the small sea monster was already at a fever pitch. In less than a few minutes, 3 more beards were left on the ground. In the shadow of the rain, the few skeleton crew members didn't dare to approach at all. They only had the 2nd level and looked like they couldn't reach the 3rd level. They couldn't bear the slap of the sea monster. In the sea before, 2 unlucky skeleton crew members were dismantled. The sea monster seems to know the weakness of these ghost creatures, or because it has a certain extraordinary ability. When dismantling the 2 skeleton crew members, they also crushed their soul fire. Edward also didn't want his remaining crew members to be reduced, so he worked desperately and kept the remaining crew members away from the combat area. His 2-handed sword was danced like a tiger, and constantly stimulated the power of the netherworld in his body to attack this small sea monster. With Edward's fighting power, there is not much danger. After cutting off part of the sea monster's beards, the sea monster finally got out of the sea, revealing its entire body. The enlarged head alone has a diameter of 7 or 8 meters. The 2 eyes that are bigger than a millstone seem to be locked on Edward. As soon as he leaned out of his body, he arched up, and sprayed a jet of black water jet quickly and swiftly at Edward. Even Qin Quge could hear the sound of this water column through the sound of rain. However, Edward's body was shaken, he raised his figure, and jumped on the spot, avoiding the water column. However, the jet of water sprayed out by the sea monster continued, just like an opened blazing faucet, and continued to shoot at Edward in the air. Edward's reaction was simply too flexible. He used the power of the netherworld to spew out a horizontal translation almost by a hair, and then dodged in the air, and then hit the ground with extremely fast falling force. Before that, with a few steps to run up, he suddenly pounced on the sea monster's body. This series of actions obviously made the octopus sea monster feel confused. This is completely different from the situation in the sea. However, before the octopus sea monster could figure it out, a cold light flashed across Edward's two-handed sword and pierced into one of the sea monster's big eyes. Flows of blue blood flow out. Seemingly suffering from pain, the octopus sea monster waving its tentacles crazily. It realized that it had encountered a strong enemy, and the sprayed water column turned black. He plunged his head into the water, trying to escape while the ink was smudged into the blackness. But, Edward Qin let it go? He lost 2 crew members inexplicably. He couldn't deal with those murlocs before. And make this octopus sea monster go away? Leave it to me. Edward was holding the two-handed sword with both hands, and let out a loud shout. The power of the netherworld transformed into a sword shape with billowing flames, and slashed down directly. The sea seems to be split open. The octopus sea monster was directly broken into 2 halves. Qin Quge in the small stone house frowned. Perhaps it was due to the improvement of his personal attributes, or because he had too much contact with ghost creatures recently. He clearly noticed that Edward's ghost power was too strong at that moment. Can beat him? Patting Xiaobai's bones, Qin Quge murmured. The fire of the soul in the bone warlord's eye frame rose for a while. It seemed that she was looking forward to the battle with Edward. The previous battle with Dakin Jones did not tell the winner, and the battle with the Murloc was considered lost, but the Withered Bones warlord was not affected by it. Just like a born warrior, the bone warrior will always maintain a strong desire to fight. Qin Quge sniffled and said to Withered Bones, "No hurry, if there is a chance, I will arrange a one-on-one battle for you. When the time comes, you must win. Don't let me down." After a while, Edward came to the small stone house. Qin Quge was still sitting on his chair. Seeing Edward enter the door, he pushed a cup of warm water soaked in mulberry fruit to the front. Looking at Edward's soul fire, the power of the netherworld should be consumed a little sluggish. In front of Qin Quge, he knocked a nether bead. The effect of this thing is also like life. In an instant, Edward's soul fire returned to its normal state. Asterisk is that sea monster solved. Well, it has been slaughtered, and the body is on the coast. Very powerful. When you confronted Dakin Jones before, it seemed that you had some reservations. Qin Quge is not used to this guy. It should be tapped or it should be tapped. And this guy is indeed suspected of hiding his strength. Qin Quge just wanted to let Edward know not to be blind. Although Edward's expression didn't change much. But there was still a thud in my heart. Careless. Just now, due to the accidental loss of the crew, some people were on fire, and now they have reacted. Cough, Your Majesty Doughty, you're overthinking. At that time, I was fighting 7 or 8 enemies of the Flying Dutchman alone. Although I was at the 4th level, my combat power was limited. What's more, with you at the time, Dakin Jones was just an appetizer in your eyes. If you were there, I would be useful. Edward thought about it, and immediately photographed Qin Quge's stable. Although Qin Quge saw it through and said it out, he didn't talk too much about this issue. Just a little bit of knocking is enough, and Edward still has to leave some ground. Well, let's drag that sea monster over and deal with it a little bit, and see if there is any piece of meat that can be served as a drink or dish. It's raining, and I'm afraid I can only eat seafood in the near future. Okay, I'm going to have fun now. Edward nodded, drank the glass of warm water in one gulp, turned and went out. Still muttering in my heart, this human boss seems to be easy to deal with. But behind him, Qin Quge squinted his eyes. Although the two expressed harmony, they were both thinking about how to make better use of each other. This is somewhat tacit, and they all understand the relationship between each other. As long as the cooperation is still there, this tacit will continue to be maintained. Chapter 86. although called a small sea monster. But this sea monster is quite big. After being cut in half by Edward's blow, divided into two parts, 1/3 and 2/3. Both parts were dragged outside the small stone house at the request of Qin Quge. Pile there, like a mountain of meat. From time to time, some blue liquid and black liquid flowed out. Part octopus blood, part ink. Qin Quge didn't rush to deal with it. Instead, I opened the communication section first, and looked at other people's chapter on sea monster octopus meat. While waiting for Edward, most of the survivors who purchased sea monster slices had already started. Although I don't know the time, it's basically time to eat. Seafood is hard to keep. Plus the freshness of sea monsters. After eating, there are not a few people who comment on the communication section. I don't know if the gluttonous boss is still watching. The meat of this sea monster is really unpalatable. It's hard to bite, and it's full of toughness. In terms of taste, chewing gum is already a good evaluation. Then my feelings are completely different from yours. The man upstairs has never eaten roasted beef gluten, which shows that you don't know how to use ingredients. This thing should be eaten roasted. It's a pity, no cumin, just sprinkle some pepper powder. If you can add a bottle of beer, it will be a perfect 900 rainy night. +1, I also cut it into small pieces and baked it. Made, it's really delicious. Big gluttonous, please sell some more. Judging by the size of this thing, the big guy must only sell a small part. The price is a bit higher, it is acceptable. After all, this meat belongs to sea monsters, and it is much cheaper than those profiteers. Made, what you said reminds me of those profiteers in the trading market. With a lot of resources obtained at the beginning, the price of food in the entire trading market has been raised so high. Don't let me find these profiteers. If you find it, you must tie it to a big rock and sink it into the sea. Can't we boycott some of these bastards? Even if they don't buy these high-priced food, they also have a headache. Just hold on, hold back, they won't be able to take it in a few days, it's raining, and food is hard to store, yes. At that time, we have to obediently lower the price. But the problem is, there are always sand sculptures to buy. Hey, what can I do? It's not the one who wants to eat. If there is no food, you will starve to death. You can't expect to wait for the gluttonous boss to come out to give benefits every day, right? Speaking of which, relying on the gluttonous boss is only a small sum people can grab it. Unite, everyone agree on a reasonable price, crush those profiteers to death. Offer a price of 66 trading coins to buy the sea monster meat sold by the gluttonous boss just now. How much is there and how much will be charged? The people above are discussing the chaotic price in the market. Suddenly a guy popped up and immediately blew up the topic. FK, I just said that we need to control the price. Well, the boss sells meat on a standard wooden board, and you actually charge 66 transaction coins. Are you out of your mind? Go the other way, brother, with money and brains. There is a problem with everyone's focus. They are not stupid. 66 trading coins collect sea monster meat. It is not because we have discovered some information that we have not noticed. Is there something special about this sea monster meat? Maybe it's the entrustment of the gluttonous boss. I guess this is done to increase the price of sea monster meat. If I were the group leader, I would propose a group chat upstairs. Does the gluttonous boss need to play such a low-level routine? Let me say that the boss is not short of such resources. I saw it, the idea of this slanderous gluttonous boss is called driving a sports car to hang a kid. Remember you, I will beat you every time I see you in the future. Qin Quge narrowed his eyes. It seems that his character is pretty good in the eyes of other survivors. Most people are helping Qin Quge speak for him. But it's true, he has distributed benefits here a few times. Although it is not a good thing, it may be a life-saving material for other people. After thinking about it, he sent a message out. There is indeed some sea monster meat. Let's do this. I will get 5,000 pieces of sea monster meat and put them on the trading market later. The price is the same, and each person is limited to 2 pieces. But I'm curious who wants to buy sea monster meat for 66 trading coins. Strange meat friend, is there any reason? If you need a lot, you can chat with me privately. I thought, that guy would talk privately about himself. In the end, he directly posted the reason on the public channel. It was a stone that stirred up waves. I didn't expect to attract the gluttonous boss. Then I won't hide it. I occasionally got a spiritual skill, which can obtain some attributes of some materials. Don't look at the sea monster meat sold by the gluttonous boss. 1 piece, but each piece has a probability of 0.001%. After eating, you will get a water-type skill. Everyone. Skills? Even if the probability is pitifully low, what if it hits you that time? The entire communication board suddenly fell silent. Then it exploded. Damn, it's true. Can you gain skills by eating this thing? Nima, I still feel strange, I didn't buy it. I regret it. In that case, will the boss still sell it? 66 trading coins, so calculated, it seems that it is not very expensive, but it is a bit cheap. Is there any brother who just ate and gained skills? Come out and make a fuss. I can't hide it, I am the European emperor who is so arrogant in your eyes. I have obtained a water splashing skill. Envious. Dog thief, it's not like a horse to eat me. The communication section was quite happy for a while. Qin Quge blinked, and couldn't tell whether the guy was telling the truth or joking for a while. Eating the meat of this sea monster, is there a chance to get water skills? Although the probability is low. But Qin Quge has a lot of meat. The doorway was piled up like a mountain of meat. This is simply too much to eat. According to the previous results of decomposing the sea crab boss, logically speaking, decomposing this sea monster will definitely obtain some top quality meat, and even better quality ingredients. That is to say, there must be a certain part of the meat of the whole sea monster that is good, and Qin Quge only needs to keep that part of the meat. Good things must be kept for yourself. As for these Zugzhou meat slices, which have a probability of only 1 in 10,000, it is not a problem to share some. I can't finish it anyway. On the contrary, such behavior will greatly strengthen his Qin Quge's reputation among other survivors. After thinking about it, Qin Quge reposted his sale notice on the communication section. The original sale price of sea monster meat remains unchanged, but the quantity is changed from 5,000 pieces to 10,000 pieces. Each person is limited to 2 pieces. I hope everyone can acquire skills. Apart from strengthening his reputation among other survivors, Qin Quge has another reason for doing this. That is, I hope that other members of the same race can become stronger. The whole sea area of the one-horned manatee is too big, and events like this heavy rainstorm will certainly not be rare in the future. If you want to solve the impact of the incident on yourself, you have to move together. It is difficult for the weak to act. Only when you become strong, you can enter. Qin Quge is not afraid that someone will really rise because of this, because he will only become stronger. Chapter 87. This small sea monster octopus is 7 or 8 meters long with each foot alone. According to Qin Quge, each piece of meat should be cut at 2 mm and 3 mm. Counting it down, there are tens of thousands of pieces to say the least. It also makes the bone warrior a little tired. However, the withered bones warlord is a variant of the nether skull. This repetitive mechanical movement is not much of a challenge. Even she can work directly in the heavy rain without any impact. High strength, high agility, let the work of the dry bone warrior be called a speed. The promised 10,000 pieces of sea monster meat took less than an hour. Qin Quge also directly posted these meat slices to the trading center. The price is still a standard plank. The survivors in the communication forum naturally cheered. Although the probability of obtaining water skills is very small. But who hasn't expected it yet? Don't they all go there just in case? As for Qin Quge himself, Lu? Do not. Not bad at all. Originally, during the heavy rain, the prices of various materials in the trading center increased. After the temperature drops, the demand for bonfires increases greatly. Because the standard wood plank is the main material for making campfires, the price has also increased a lot. The heavy rain may affect the collection of materials for many people. The 10,000 pieces of meat were sold, and the exchange for 10,000 standard wooden boards was considered to have recovered a lot of costs for Qin Quge. What's more, it brings a lot of prestige among other survivors. This was helpful for Qin Quge to recruit Icelanders to work after he built a town on Fashu Island. It can also allow him to establish prestige among survivors. After doing this, Qin Quge did not continue to observe other people eating sea monster meat in the communication center. There are a lot of meat slices sent out this time, some people should take the opportunity to do something. Such as adding money to purchase, reselling, etc. He didn't care about these people tossing, but waited for the result. It is estimated that there will be some changes by the next morning at most. Not much sleepiness, looking at the idle skeleton warrior, and Edward standing beside him waiting for Qin Quge's arrangement, Qin Quge began to direct them to deal with the remaining sea monster meat. The remaining octopus sea monster's feet were cut into thick slices, and after laying the floor with standard wooden boards, it was placed on top. Although the temporary wooden canopy built has leaks, it can only make do with it. If it is said that the sea monster's feet have a 0.01% chance of gaining skills after eating, Qin Quge placed higher probability expectations on the remaining piece of meat of the sea monster's body. This lump of meat is the head of the octopus sea monster. Its volume is almost larger than that of a two-story building with a single room. Like a giant flesh-colored jelly. Although it was split in half by Edward, there is still a lot of blue blood. After being washed by heavy rain, it was quite clean. Of the two halves, the smaller one has a big poked eye. The eyes are as big as a wash basin. Qin Quge asked Ziobai to dig it out. He contacted the person who revealed in the communication forum that the sea monster meat has hidden attributes. That is, the guy who accidentally got a psychic skill that can analyze and obtain the properties of materials. Mr. Lantern with long legs. This guy's ID is quite interesting. The gluttonous boss himself. Well, I want you to help me analyze the properties of other parts of the sea monster. I can pay you a certain fee. I don't know if it will work. Qin Quge didn't play tricks with him, and directly expressed his intention. Big brother, you are welcome, but I can only use the skill if I have access to the real thing. Moreover, this skill is only effective for some materials that are not decomposed by the system and have not been marked by the system. If the system can directly give information, analytical skills give the same result. Okay. Make an offer. No, if you can find me, it's giving me face. If you don't worry, you can trade the materials you want to analyze to me. After I analyze them, I will trade them back to you. If you want to pay some money, you might as well give me some more meat. Then you start a deal. As he said that, Qin Quge gave the broken sea monster eye, a piece of sea monster's body meat, a piece of tender meat from the sea monster's body, a glass of blue blood of the sea monster, and a glass of black ink of the sea monster to Mr. Lantern traded over. Boss really trusts me. Wait a moment, I'll take a look. After Mr. Lantern finished speaking, there was no movement. Qin Quge is not afraid of being cheated. These are just a small part of the giant sea monster. After more than 10 minutes, Mr. La Deng gave the results of the properties of these things. Small sea monster's eyeball, residual eating it can increase mental power by 1, there is a 2% chance to promote the evolution of the user's eyes, and there is a 0.2% chance to obtain perfect vision. Only the first time it is consumed is effective, multiple consumptions will not trigger the second chance. The blood of the small octopus sea monster, eat it to gain constitution +1, and there is a 0.01% chance that the eater will acquire the attribute of a blue-blooded person. Only the first time it is consumed is effective, and multiple consumptions will not trigger the second chance. The ink of the small octopus sea monster, after eating, there is a 1% chance that the eater will acquire inkjet skills. Only the first time it is consumed is effective, multiple consumptions will not trigger the second time. Rate: extreme small octopus sea monster meat. High-quality ingredients often only need the simplest cooking to show the deliciousness of the food. Intersecting with the tenacity of the feet, the sea monster meat is more tender and more delicious. After eating, there is a 0.1% chance that the eater can acquire a water-related skill. After acquiring the skill, continuing to eat will not trigger the second time. Top small octopus sea monster meat, purple quality, top ingredients, can give the eater a unique delicious experience. Even if eaten raw, it can make people have endless aftertaste. After eating, attribute bonuses can be obtained, and multiple consumptions have effects, but the effects will gradually decrease. The specific attribute bonus is related to the eater. When eating, there is a certain chance to acquire chameleon skills, and there is a 1% chance for the eater to acquire a water-related skill. After acquiring the skill, continuing to eat will not trigger the second time. The properties of each sea monster meat that Mr. Pulling gave back to Qin Quge made Qin Quge click his tongue. Even the piece of top sea monster meat he used as a material would weigh several hundred catties. There are even more top-quality sea monster meat. Fortunately, he did not choose to let the system be decomposed directly. Otherwise, you will lose a lot. I'm afraid that nearly 100 catties of top-level sea monster meat will be swallowed by the system. This octopus sea monster that popped up by accident is full of treasures. It's gone. Qin Quge muttered. But I saw that Mr. La Deng traded all the parts he sent for identification. This guy seems to be okay. If the character is not good enough, not only will they not tell Qin Quge such detailed attributes, but they may even swallow the materials directly. I'll give you 2 pieces of top-quality sea monster meat, thank you. There are so many top-level sea monster meats that you can't finish them, otherwise it's just a favor. I'm afraid I'll have to look for him again in the future. Wow, the boss is mighty, such a good ingredient, then I will accept it. If there is anything else to be appraised by the boss in the future, it will be a matter of one sentence. Added friends with Mr. Lantern, Qin Quge closed the communication section. Cut myself a thick slice of top-quality Kraken meat. Even if he is not very hungry, he still wants to have a bite. Chapter 88. Currently, the only containers Qin Quge can take out to store liquids are wooden vats, 51, or larger wooden vats, 501. Both of these are open, and the lid is not considered a sealed container. With such a heavy rain, there is no way to use these 2 containers to hold supplies. However, the crafting platform provides a wooden wine barrel, 301, that needs to add an extra block of iron to the crafting materials. Since it is called a wine barrel, it is quite good in terms of airtightness. The blue blood and ink for holding up massive octopus krakens is handy. Using the digging ability of the devouring tentacles, an area was dug under Fashu Island, or even under the small stone house, as a cellar, and these wine barrels filled with liquid materials were put in. Even the space and storage environment requirements all solved together. 107 is just a simple collection. The blue blood of the octopus sea monster has collected 6 barrels. The black ink reached 8 barrels. Because Fashu Island is not very big, and it is near the sea, the underground seepage is still very serious. Therefore, Qin Quge dug the cellar not very big, and surrounded it with big stones. After the 14 barrels of liquid materials were stuffed in, it was also full. Edward still needs to help with the handling. Edward is no stranger to Qin Quge's miraculous methods. As long as it is by Qin Quge's side, it seems possible that something will happen. Of course, the sudden addition of a cellar would not give Edward any extra thoughts. His mind is full of negative emotions now, and he just wants to eat something to comfort himself. After all, this octopus sea monster cost him another 2 crew members. This Saint Mary, which has not many people, is even worse. Although Qin Quge was very greedy, he was not in a hurry to eat. After the ink sac of the octopus sea monster was processed, Qin Quge directly disassembled the smaller part of the octopus sea monster, which was divided into 2 halves. As he thought, the decomposition of the system was indeed deducted, or it could be said that the handling fee was directly charged. System prompt: obtain top quality small octopus sea monster meat *120. System prompt: obtain top level small octopus sea monster meat *18. Overall, the decomposition of the system has about 30% loss. As far as this is concerned, it is better not to use the help of the system for some scarce materials. Therefore, the other 2/3 of the octopus sea monster's body is still handed over to the future of the Bone War. Her knife skills are quite good, even if the meat is several meters thick, it is not very troublesome to cut it with a golden saber. Qin Quge chose a piece of tender meat closer to the core area and returned to the small stone house. For ingredients like octopus, the best way to eat it is of course grilling or teppanyaki. Barbecue, Qin Quge has tried it. He is going to order a plate of octopus now. Iron plates can be synthesized directly with iron ore, which is a shape change of the material. Although there is a little consumption, it can be ignored. What's more, this thing is used as a pot, and the consumption will be consumed. Unfortunately, Qin Quge has no oil on hand. I had no choice but to go to the trading center to buy a piece of very fat wild pork. Expensive is a bit expensive. But to understand the gluttony, this little consumption is worth the money. The flame of the bonfire is turned to the maximum. After the iron plate is heated, the fat pork is directly brushed on it. Sizzle. The oil and water in the fatty pork were immediately fried out. At this time, don't be in a hurry to put the top octopus slices on it. Wait a moment. Wait until you can smell the strong scent of lard. Only then are the top quality octopus fillets with staggered cuts placed on them. The sound of psitsiza makes people salivate. After one side of the top quality octopus fillet is fried until golden brown, turn it over and sprinkle some crystal coral powder. After closing the pot, squeeze a little juice of gesha fruit. Just smelling it, it is fragrant. Qin Quge cut off a piece with a civil and martial knife, blew it, and put it in his mouth. Different from the tenacious zhugshu meat slices. This top quality octopus fillet is a purple quality ingredient. The tenderness is irresistible. After sprinkling coral, the spicy taste is very close to chili powder and pepper. The sweetness of zhe tree fruit pushes the experience of taste buds to the extreme. Another sip of century-old rum. More than just a cool word. After eating, Qin Quge remembered Edward standing next to him. This guy has regained his physical body, and he really has a look on his face. Anyway, he was a customer, so Qin Quge had no choice but to make a piece for him. However, he couldn't see this guy gobbling it up. Opened the communication section smoothly. But I just happened to see a crazy plan initiated by number 2, a community with a shared future for mankind. For the better survival of all human survivors, put an end to and crowd out the behavior of profiteers with evil intentions. Starting today, the United Store of the Community of Human Destiny is officially open for business. All survivors will be able to purchase various products from us at the price standard of the original system store. Food. At present, our store has a large amount of food reserves, and all survivors are welcome to come and buy. In addition, the Community of Human Destiny issued a hunting order for the following people who maliciously hoarded supplies and raised the prices of food and other resources after the heavy rain event started. Any survivor who can provide information to help arrest these profiteers, all can get rewards from our community of shared future for mankind. The IDs of these profiteers are: drive Martha to the clubhouse, reach the sky in one step, the poor are hypocritical, KDDF, ORF. Finally, the community of shared future for mankind welcomes all human survivors to join. These few words caused an uproar in the communication forum. All kinds of grievances caused by the closure of the system store and the fluctuation of market material prices were immediately detonated. Many people are responding to the proposal of the community of human destiny number 2. Yes, you should give these profiteers a little color. Mate, these people are inhuman. A standard piece of meat is sold for 50 trading coins, and the profiteer will die. It's just that this 2.2 ghost place is too big, otherwise, if you find these profiteers, you should tie a big stone and sink them into the sea. However, not everyone is resisting profiteers. Some people did offer their own views. The rules and regulations of the human society have long since come to this survival world with us, and it is impossible to rely on the rules of the human world. Human nature is evil, and the law of the jungle preys on the strong. This is the natural rule. People have capital, with the ability to monopolize the market, is not afraid of your resistance. Resistance comes, resistance goes, and in the end it is not a compromise. A temporary organization is useless. How many supplies can you have in that store? Don't give up to those profiteers and buy all your supplies, and then the price hasn't dropped. We finally returned. Can't believe the high price of food. 10. Then you can't not buy it. Chapter 89. To be honest, the community of shared future for mankind number 2 and those guys who stand on the same front as it are indeed a group of people with ideals. As far as what they are doing at present, it is really not based on personal interests. They are likely to be a group of guys with idealism, even romantic idealism. But the question is how many people can really support them in action. Just relying on the mouth is useless. This is a very real question. Not so nice to say. Most people are dissatisfied, just think why the landlord is not me. That's all. If people like number 2 can really persevere and gain a group of solid fans, they may still go a long way. But if they don't do it well, or if they make a wrong move, they may be sent away by the people they want to help, or even get backstabbed. What about Dongguo and the wolf, the farmer and the snake, Hao Jian and the old lady, 04? Such stories are not uncommon. Human nature, it cannot be said that nature is inherently evil, at least it is difficult to fathom. What's more, this survival world is directed at life and death. Who will stand in line with their own life and death? Number 2, how many ingredients do you have in reserve? Qin Quge pondered for a while, and contacted number 2 on his own initiative. Soon, Ermi wrote a reply. Number 1 stronghold has gathered more than 200 people, and number 2 stronghold has fewer people. Excluding the short-term internal consumption of the stronghold, the food supplies that can be used as stores to sell are about 13,000 standard food, and the limit is 20,000. No. The material reserve is definitely not enough to deal with this plan, but someone has to stand up, isn't it? Qin Quge pondered for a moment. Is it too urgent? No, we also have a backup plan. We don't expect to directly defeat those profiteers with such a brutal countermeasure. Of course, it would be best if we can really achieve the desired result. But if not, there are countermeasures. You don't have to worry about us. From the conversation on the second, Qin Quge felt that they really didn't consider winning or losing a game. It seems that they have other plans of their own. Maybe there is an expert behind them. That's good. If there is anything you need from me, you can tell me. This really has it. I don't know how much sea monster meat you have harvested this time. We estimate that you should have more than 20,000 yuan in reserve. We hope that we can buy some of it directly from you. It doesn't take much after all, we really can't afford to pay too much for such good ingredients. Qin Quge hasn't finished processing the exact amount. If it's just calculated by means of meat slices, 20,000 yuan must be a conservative estimate. The octopus sea monster alone has more than this number of legs left, so it is not a problem to sell some to the community with a shared future for mankind. How much do you want? 5,000 pieces of meat, but we can only pay you 5,000 standard planks, 5,000 stones, plus a small amount of iron ore. Number 2 made his offer. This offer is reasonable. Even a little higher. Although Zulu meat slices have the hidden attribute of acquiring skills after eating. But the probability is too small, this is not the best sea monster meat or the top sea monster meat. In terms of price alone, it exceeds Qin Quge's requirements. I will directly trade you 2 sea monsters' feet, each of which is 7 or 8 meters long, and only charge you 5,000 standard planks and 5,000 stones. If you want iron ore, you can keep it for yourself, your development has just started, need more resources than me. That's really a big thank you. Somewhere in the One-Horn Manatee Sea area, on a large island with an area of more than 10 square kilometers, more than a dozen wooden houses are being built in a patchwork manner. Even though it is raining heavily, the people here are still full of energy. These wooden houses are much more impressive than those in Qin Quge. In one of the wooden houses that has been built, number 2 is describing the communication with Qin Quge to another person. Number 2 is a middle-aged man with a calm appearance. But the one who was listening to No 2's report was a woman with glasses, and she was much younger than number 2. It wasn't until the transaction with Qin Quge was completed, and more than a dozen pieces of severed octopus sea monster's feet were sent over and piled up in a pile, that the woman breathed a sigh of relief. Uncle Li, this glutton. I'm afraid it's much more powerful than we calculated. Judging from the size of these beards, if we encounter this sea monster, even if we use that weapon, I'm afraid it won't be easy either. Then, should I communicate with him more and bring us closer to him? Of course, not only that, it's best to tie him to our boat. However, I'm afraid it's difficult to tie him up with such a person. You can adapt accordingly. By the way, according to the previous plan, ask him about long-term material transactions, right? And also, deal with these sea monsters' feet, don't use decomposition, only artificial. Then share it with our people, let everyone acquire some skills as soon as possible, and strengthen our overall strength. As the woman spoke, she flicked her glasses. I'm looking forward to meeting this glutton. He must be an interesting person. Interesting. Qin Quge narrowed his eyes. After completing the transaction with number 2, number 2 proposed a new cooperation method. They hope that Qin Quge will reach a further agreement with them. In the future, when Qin Quge wants to sell certain ingredients or other materials in the trading center, he can inform them in advance, and they will get the right to buy first. Moreover, they guarantee that more than 70% of all purchased materials will be sold on the trading market, and the price proposed by Qin Quge will be maintained, and the price will never be raised indiscriminately. In other words, they want to be Qin Quge's agents. Of course Qin Quge understood their thoughts. After all, the things he brought out are more or less rare items. If they can be sold exclusively, it can greatly increase the prestige of the entire community of shared future for mankind, and its store will become an exclusive agent. For them, the benefits will be much greater. Even if the confrontation with the profiteers fails this time, it will have a place in the entire trading market because of Qin Quge's support. All system fees are provided by us. In addition to normal transaction fees, we will also give you a certain amount of dividends from our store on a regular basis. You will also become the honorary commander of our community of shared future for mankind. What do you think? This guy really wants to bind himself to them. Qin Quge smacked his lips. He doesn't object to No 2's operation, after all, it's just a transaction. But he didn't really want to be tied to someone's warship. After all, he could always have his own real warship, the Flying Dutchman. As far as the people behind number 2 are concerned, it's not enough for Qin Quge to take it seriously. Because, they are not strong enough. Chapter 90. If there is anything I want to sell in the future, if I think of it, I will say hello to you in advance. As for the matter of the honorary commander, let's forget it. I like to be alone for the time being. However, I hope you can get stronger, keep working hard. After saying some polite words, Qin Quge politely rejected No 2's proposal. Although, Qin Quge admires the ideas of people like Number 2. But admiration is admiration. No 2's strength is indeed not enough to make Qin Quge take it seriously. When you can help, you can help. But if he wanted to tie Qin Quge to their boat, that was out of Qin Quge's consideration. After closing the communication section, Qin Quge took a short rest and continued to deal with the rest of the octopus sea monster. Even if it is traded to the community with a shared future for mankind, there are still many remaining parts. Xiaobai is diligent and conscientious. According to what Qin Quge explained before, he processed a lot of meat. The intact sea monster eye was also dug out. It may be a separate part, and it is complete. This piece is directly recognized by the system, and its properties are much better than that of the damaged eye. Small sea monster's eyeball, purple quality, consumption can increase mental power +2, there is a 5% chance to promote the evolution of the user's eyes, there is a 1% chance to obtain perfect vision, there is a 0.1% chance to acquire skills related to eyes. Only the first time it is consumed is effective, multiple consumptions will not trigger the second chance. The crystal film part of this thing is transparent and clear, similar to jelly, but the lower part is dark, which is really not a delicacy that people want to eat. But in order to acquire skills related to eyes, Qin Quge had to try. Qin Quge didn't say he couldn't take it anymore after eating the top quality sea monster meat. As a foodie, there is never a problem that I can't eat. Mostly, I'll take a break before eating. Mainly it's about the eyes. Qin Quge still hopes that he can acquire a visual skill. After all, the known human eyes have some design defects. The following parts contain more popular science and can be skipped. If the human eye is regarded as a camera, then the retina is like the photosensitive film in the camera, which is responsible for photosensitive imaging. When we look at something, the image of the object falls on the retina through the refractive system, and then transmits the image information we see to the brain through the nervous system. Therefore, the retina is the basis of our vision. Our retina is roughly composed of 3 layers of cells, namely photoreceptor cells, bipolar cells, and ganglion cells. Photoreceptor cells convert light signals into electrical signals. Bipolar cells sort and process these electrical signals. Finally, ganglion cells transmit these sorted electrical signals to the brain to form the final image. Knowing the function of the cells in the 3 layers of the retina, we should be able to infer their location in the eyeball. Theoretically, the photoreceptor cells should be on the most recumbent side, one to receive the incoming light signal from the outside world. The ganglion cells are responsible for the final step of transmitting electrical signals to the brain, and should be located in the innermost part of the eye. But the actual situation of our human eyes is just the opposite, the meaning of photoreceptor cells and ganglion cells is completely reversed. Just imagine the design with ganglion cells outside and photoreceptor cells inside. When light enters the pupil, it first passes through ganglion cells and binuclear cells before reaching the photoreceptor cells. Then these cells that block in front of the photoreceptor structure will reflect or refract light, which will reduce the quality of photoreceptor cell imaging. This is like putting a translucent film on the front of the film of the camera. Not only that, because the ganglion cells are located in the direction in which light enters. Therefore, the nerve fibers it sends out must gather into a bundle, pass through the eyeball and then circle to the brain. But here, the photoreceptor cells have no place to stay, they have to form a node. So this leads to an area of our retina that is not sensitive to light, thus forming a blind spot. And, even the retina itself is installed backwards. This also results in the loose contact between the retina and the eyeball wall only by the top of the photoreceptor cells and the pigment cell layer, so it is easy to fall off. A blow to the head, or degeneration of the eyeball with age can cause retinal detachment. What's more exaggerated is that high myopia may appear if you roll your eyes a few more times. To sum up, human eyes, no, it should be that almost all vertebrate eyes adopt the flip chip method, and there are also some defects. These defects themselves will not cause much trouble in the real world. As long as we pay attention not to overuse our eyes and protect our eyes well, they will not cause retinal detachment, fundus hemorrhage, and other problems. The impact on us is almost non-existent. But in the world of survival, in this world where there are various extraordinary powers, as one becomes stronger and more powerful, such details will be magnified. Any number of defects can cause great danger. And having the opportunity to get a certain aspect of optimization, of course it's good. For example, if human eyes can be made like octopuses, it will bring many advantages to itself. You know, the eyes of the octopus are said to come from the god's hand. Their retinas are properly installed, and their neural structures are also directly connected to the brain, without penetrating the retina, and then looping back to the brain. This kind of eye structure not only makes the octopus have no visual blind spots, but also the retina will not fall off easily, and it also has faster visual feedback. Even in the low-light environment of the seabed at a depth of 1,000 meters, octopuses are still good, have strong eyesight. Or, like a falcon, get a better macula and lens to optimize and make up for defects. Minister Qin Quge doesn't care about the evolution of his eyes, or the perfection of his eyes. Humans have millions of years of evolutionary history, even if some organs are not the best, they are already the most suitable. Therefore, what he wants more is to acquire a vision skill. After letting his stomach rest for half an hour, Qin Quge moved his mouth to suck the liquid from the sea monster's eyes. With a very strong salty taste. Not very good taste. Maybe cook it. As a purple quality ingredient, the eyes are still a lot worse than the top quality sea monster meat. System prompt: congratulations, by eating the eyeballs of small sea monsters, you have acquired a special skill, Eye of Life. Chapter 91. With such a big sea monster eye, when Qin Quge ate a third of it, he only felt a heat rising from his stomach. Then it passed through the spine, went up all the way, drilled into the head, and then spread to the eyes. The heat made Qin Quge feel like his eyes were going to burn. It took several minutes for the burning sensation to subside. If he could see his own eyes, Qin Quge would be surprised to find that his pupils were shining with a green light representing vitality. Eye of Life, elementary special skill, possesses the power to look directly at life. It can give the owner the ability to analyze and obtain the life-related attributes of the living body, and even imitate the manifestation of the vitality of some living bodies, so as to obtain the exact same vitality expression. Looking at the description of this skill, Qin Quge couldn't react for a while. He knows every word in it. But after being put together, it always seems to be a little strange. What are attributes related to life? And what does it mean to imitate the manifestation of life force? He subconsciously looked at Edward next to him. The strange thing is that at this moment, Qin Quge saw many traces of black energy wandering in Edward's body, even the soul fire in his skeleton head seemed to be able to directly peep into the whole picture. Some information was pouring into Qin Quge's head at the same time. Edward Maris, a skeleton man of the nether world. Tier 4 life form. Strength 45, Dexterity 33, Constitution 52, Mental Power 21. Ability: Swimming LV8, Sailing V7, Undead Creature LV4, Bone Strengthening LV4, Gathering Spirits and Cutting. These seem to be personal attributes of Edward. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible to be known by outsiders. But Qin Quge saw it, although not comprehensive, but also saw a lot of key information. For example, Edward's basic attributes are actually not much different from that of Bone Warlord. Theoretically speaking, there is a gap between the fighting power of Dry Bones Battle, Eve, and Edward, but not far behind. And, that's not all. With the determination of this breath, another set of information begins to build. The life force form of the fourth order nether system skeleton family has been scanned, and the number 1 sample has been recorded, and the life force form of the number 1 sample can be simulated at any time. At the primary level of the Eye of Life, it can maintain this form of vitality for 15 minutes. After trying to simulate, Qin Quge found that his vision became strange. The world gradually turns from colorful to dark, and a large number of colors begin to fade away, leaving only some cool tones, and more gray and black. Senses such as smell and touch are dissipating. But some of the rest of the senses are strengthened, such as insight into the surrounding living things. The dozen or so chickens on the other side of the chicken coop can be clearly noticed even in the chicken coop. This is the feeling of the nether family. And not far from Qin Quge, Edward suddenly got a shock. He clearly felt that the vitality of Qin Quge was fading, and he transformed into the form of the nether clan that he was more familiar with. What's even more weird is that from the current Qin Quge, he felt an aura that made him feel very awkward. What's going on here? Before Edward understood, the strange changes that happened to Qin Quge quickly faded away. Fast, as if nothing happened. After recovering from the simulated form, Qin Quge was amazed. It seems to have acquired an incredible skill. The basic ability of the Eye of Life is very similar to attribute analysis. It allows him to directly see part of the target's attributes, and observe the opponent's vitality form. And the strongest point of this skill is that it can simulate the observed form of vitality. It is almost like directly transforming into the opponent's race in a short period of time, and gaining corresponding advantages and some abilities. Of course, this is Qin Quge's current understanding. So, if simulating the nether family feels like this, how about simulating other forms of life force? For example, the form of life force of sea monsters, can they gallop across the sea in a short period of time? What about the murlocs that Edward and the others encountered before the simulation? How about imitating gods? Hades, the god of the underworld, exists. Since you can see it and analyze it, can you manipulate it? He has the blueprint for making the prayer table, maybe he can call the god of the underworld to this world. As long as you see Hades, the god of Hades, you can detect and record the form of life force of Hades. Thus, simulating the power of the gods. Even if the imitation of the vitality of the gods requires a higher skill level, or can only be simulated for a very short time. But even if it is only a few seconds, that is the power of the gods. This might be a trump card. However, it is better not to do this kind of simulation often. Stretching out his hand to look at his arm, Qin Quge shook his head. Ideals are beautiful, but reality is difficult. Just now simulating Edward's vitality form, although he felt the power of the nether clan, it also made him a little dazed. This feeling is very close to the illusion of Zhuangzhou's dream of a butterfly. That is to say, he was too immersed in this feeling, so that he couldn't recall it. It's just a few seconds. After a long time, it's hard to say that it won't affect me. In this way, this skill is a bit like a double-edged sword. If you don't use it well, you may hurt yourself. Chapter 92. Having acquired the ability of the Eye of Life, Qin Quge may have been out of curiosity, and recorded the form of the life force of the Withered Bones warlord. The primary Eye of Life can record 3 samples in total. Interestingly, when recording Xiaobai's life form, Qin Quge obtained information that he could simulate her life form for 16 minutes, 1 minute longer than Edward. It seems that the length of the simulation is related to the opponent's combat effectiveness. It's a pity that the octopus sea monster has been completely cooled, otherwise it could occupy a sample grid. However, feeling that the sample grid is also empty, Qin Quge recorded the form of vitality of the feather chicken in the chicken coop. And the vitality form of the imitation feather chicken was several hours longer. It's time to be bored, maybe you can experience the joy of chicken. Qin Quge complained to himself, but laughed out of nowhere. Only Edward standing over there was worried. The more powerful Dakin Jones before was swallowed up. Edward was somewhat worried that one day he would be swallowed too. It is really the weirdness revealed everywhere in Qin Quge. A human being actually showed the aura of the Nether clan. How can this not make Edward think too much? He pondered, this might be Qin Quge gaining some of Dakin Jones' power after devouring him. 2. What if one day I fail to satisfy this powerful human being? Just as he was thinking about it, suddenly, the auras of two strong Nether clans emerged again. Edward shivered, but found that the aura that appeared this time came from the southwest of Fashu Island. At the same time, Qin Quge also felt this breath. Originally, he didn't have such ability. Perhaps it was because of some hidden ability improvement when simulating Edward's vitality form just now, or a deeper understanding of the Nether clan. The wild monsters have been refreshed at the shipwreck ruins. Not only the ruins of the shipwreck, but also a different species of sea crab appeared at the sea crab refresh point. However, the alien sea crabs can be left untouched, and the food resources, because the octopus sea monster makes Qin Quge suddenly abundant and somewhat overloaded. The sea crabs spawned by the sea crab refresh point recently can actually be kept, which can be regarded as raising. But the wild monsters refreshed at the shipwreck ruins cannot be kept. Edward, didn't I tell you before that some people from the Nether clan will come tonight? It should be. Go and have a look. Qin Quge greeted Edward, asking him to lead the battle in front. He also wanted to see if Edward could recruit the refreshed Nether clan into his subordinates. That's a good thing, if you can. First of all, Fashu Island will become bigger and bigger, and the place will need some defensive force. It is not good for Xiaobai to toss back and forth alone. You have to find time for Xiaobai to take a rest. Although skeletons don't seem to have this need to rest. Then, Qin Quge planned to build a ship, and the first choice was naturally the Flying Dutchman. Even if the materials were insufficient, he could swallow Edward's St. Mary directly, or build an ordinary brig. Then, Qin Quge needs more combat power, and the priority is to have crew skills. It's a pity that the ghosts swallowed by the devouring tentacles may not necessarily be transformed into subordinates with crew skills. But among the wild monsters refreshed in the shipwreck ruins, there are some evil spirit crew members. If Edward can recruit these wild monsters as a member of the same race, then Qin Quge is also possible. In this way, qualified crew members and combat effectiveness will be available. So, it doesn't hurt to let Edward give it a try. Fortunately, this time the line was cleared. It happened to be the lowest level wild monster refreshed in the shipwreck ruins. A team of 5 ghost skeletons. These ghost skeletons are all around the 2nd level, and only one is the 3rd level, which belongs to the captain of the team. Although Edward was curious about how these ghost skeletons arrived in this world, he didn't ask directly, but went up to say hello. However, the sailor knives in the hands of the 5 ghost skeletons directly besieged Edward. Qin Quge sighed from behind. It seems that the possibility of recruiting these wild monsters is very small. Edward was stunned for a moment, but he still avoided the attacks of several nether skeletons swiftly. The level difference is too large, these wild monsters cannot cause substantial damage to Edward. Qin Quge planned to swallow these ghost skeletons directly with the devouring tentacles. However, Edward continued to try to communicate while avoiding the attacks of these ghostly skeletons. 0. But it didn't have any effect. Qin Quge saw some reasons through the eyes of life. Incomplete. Although these refreshed nether skeletons are also of the Nether clan, the fire of the soul in its head falters. The eye of life didn't even count these wild monsters as a complete entity. Its soul core lacks too many things. Unless there is a strong ability to make these ghost skeleton wild monsters complete. Otherwise, it can only be a wild monster that will fight and kill when it sees foreign objects. Qin Quge waved his hand, and the devouring tentacles were immediately dispatched. With just one face-to-face encounter, 2 nether skeletons were directly devoured. Edward sighed. He seemed to understand something. Sadly, he retreated to Qin Quge's side. Swallow a mass-produced ghost skull and get broken soul fragments. *1. Swallow a mass-produced ghost skull and get broken soul fragments. *1. Broken soul fragments. Every 5 broken soul fragments are combined into one intact soul fragment. The soul shards turned out to be a kind of entity, crystal clear like gems, but the broken soul shards were smaller, only the size of a fingernail, with obvious signs of fragmentation. Exactly 5 and 7 could be synthesized. Chapter 93. The perfect soul fragment synthesized from 5 broken soul fragments is a pure round crystal. But still not very big, like a glass ball. However, although the soul fragment is not big, Qin Quge can feel the power conceived in it while holding it in his hand. Intact soul fragments, the crystallization of a part of the soul of a living body, which cannot completely replace the entire soul of a living body. It can be used as the core drive of some magical creations, and can also be synthesized into higher-level soul fragments. If you have a special method, you can take it directly to increase your own mental power. This thing is crystal clear, which makes people a little fond of it. At 733 Hua next to him was not surprised by the attack of the devouring tentacles. After all, he had seen it several times, but he was stunned by the soul fragments Qin Quge held in his hand. "You, how did you get such a thing?" When Qin Quge heard what Edward said, he became interested. "Oh! Have you seen this? I have seen that this thing is even more scarce than nether beads. However, the reason for the scarcity is not because it is rare, but because it is difficult to make." Making. Yes, these are soul fragments. There are almost no natural individuals. Generally, some powerful beings use their own power to deprive them from other living bodies. Many magicians or great sages will use these soul fragments as magic puppets, the core materials of elemental giants. However, there are also some strong people who are more self-contained who will directly choose to eat these soul fragments to enhance their own strength. Edward's explanation is consistent with the description given by the system. But the system did not explain how to consume these soul fragments. So Qin Quge asked about Edward. "Eat? How do the strong in the netherworld eat these soul fragments? Do many people eat them? How about you?" No, not all the strong will choose to eat soul fragments. Only very small guys who believe in more evil gods will do so. Even we will abandon those guys. Because they have already sunk in the among them. Oh why? This thing can indeed bring people strength, but after all, it is deprived from other living bodies, and most of them are plundered from the weak. Because it is difficult for the weak to resist, and it is easy to be deprived of their soul by these guys. But the soul is the most mysterious existence, and only a small part of the gods can see the mystery of the soul. For example, the oldest and greatest god of death, Jaeger. Even if he is a follower of Hades, the god of the underworld, Qin Quge still saw Edward's piety when he mentioned Jaeger, the god of death. This piety surpassed the belief itself and was pure. An unreserved respect. Then, Edward continued, in other words, there are many mysterious factors in the soul. Eating the soul, even if it is just a fragment, is trying to reach the deep level of the soul, and it is a way to analyze the power of the soul. Therefore, it has suffered the curse of some gods. It is said that once the soul is eaten, it will be addicted to the power of the soul, unable to extricate itself, and go round and round until it completely loses itself and then falls into destruction. This is the curse from the gods. What else? If that's the case, why do those guys still eat soul fragments? This is just a rumor. The gods are high above, how could they come down in person to talk about these things? Besides, in our world, although there are not many soul eaters, there are quite a few. Even some great sages' ordinary soul shards will also be eaten occasionally. Isn't this contradicting what you just said? Many people don't believe in the curse of the gods. After all, under normal circumstances, even human beings will occasionally eat some soul fragments. For example, those chickens in your chicken coop, after being slaughtered, have more meat. More or less there will be a little bit of soul fragments that are almost negligible. If this is to be cursed, shouldn't all living beings be cursed? Edward sighed, seeming sad that he couldn't keep tasting the food. So, for this reason, some other guys who have studied the soul a little bit put forward another possibility. It is that the soul is mixed with a living body's own emotions, 6 desires, and even memories. If you eat too much, the emotions and memories contained in the soul fragments will affect him. The more he eats, the more these emotions and memories will become. There are too many to deal with. Then, his spirit begins to break down, his memory becomes disordered, and he loses himself. Of course it was inevitable, and it fell into destruction. Qin Quge nodded. Just imagine what it would be like if you had dozens or hundreds of memories and emotions that didn't belong to you in your mind. 10,000 times scarier than schizophrenia. After all, multiple personalities will appear alternately and will not come out all at once. That is to say, it's okay to eat some once in a while. I don't know about that. You are much stronger than me. You don't know, and I just heard about it. However, how did you get this soul crystal? It is so perfect and integrated. The quality should be very good. Hi. 1.7. Occasionally, if you like it, it's okay to give it to you. No, 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 I don't want it. The real strength is the strength that is honed by oneself. The strength that is obtained by relying on external objects will eventually lead to confusion and loss. Qin Quge didn't expect Edward to refuse, and he actually said such a reasonable sentence. Strength, does relying on external objects really count? If eating the soul is not good, what about eating other things? The best sea monster meat, the best sea crab meat, the best royal jelly. In this world, not only the soul can strengthen people. Lost? It might be a wonderful thing to get lost in delicious food. Chapter 94. When I was still at the second level, discussing some myths and legends with Edward seemed a bit out of class. However, this also let Qin Quge know a lot about the nether world. Having made an appointment with Edward to come over for tea early tomorrow, Qin Quge played with the soul crystal and returned to the small stone house. Sitting in his chair, he fell into deep thought. The nether skeleton devoured this time only gave soul fragments. It seems that the wild monsters spawned at the devouring refresh point will not have a big qualitative change. The idea of increasing the defensive strength of Fashu Island by devouring wild monsters at the refresh point can be crossed out. If you want to continue to develop and grow Fashu Island, it may become more and more troublesome to rely only on the surrounding resources. Coconut Island has been devoured. The nearest island is only Flower Island. What about after expanding Fashu Island to Hawawa Island? The new islands on the periphery of 04 will be farther and farther away. We can't continue to expand Fashu Island in the current way. Then, if you want to continue to develop, there are only two ways. 1. Develop your own sea power. Build the Flying Dutchman, or even multiple Flying Dutchmen. Invest a lot of resources and win resources in the form of expeditions. 2nd, let Fashu Island itself move. The first one doesn't seem to be difficult, but it lacks a lot of materials. It's okay to say wood. Qin Quge currently has more than 20,000 standard planks, and the rest can be obtained slowly through purchases. But other materials are difficult to obtain, such as plant fibers, ropes, iron blocks, etc. It may take a while to gather the materials for a Flying Dutchman. This is just the lowest level of material requirements for making a Flying Dutchman. What kind of black iron wood, dead oak, let alone Qin Quge, there is not one in the entire trading center. And, there are crew requirements. This piece can only be tried after the follow-up shipwreck relics are refreshed. But there are still many troubles. In this way, it seems that you can try to go the second way. That is to make Fashu Island itself move. This seems to be a more convenient, more direct, and cruder solution. As long as Fashu Island moves as a whole, all problems will be solved. But the question is how to make Fashu Island move. Qin Quge fumbled with his fingers, but had two thoughts. First of all, of course, put hope on the qualitative change item of engulfment. Fashu Island's devouring ability is absolutely against the sky. Maybe there is one that can bring Fashu Island the ability to move, which requires Qin Quge to try more to unlock more devouring abilities. And, since the ability to devour tentacles can be unlocked by devouring the number, it will definitely be able to upgrade the second time, the third time. Naturally, some more powerful qualitative changes will be unlocked. Another idea is on the sea monster. The octopus sea monster this time is only a small sea monster. Qin Quge did not use the devouring tentacles. If the octopus sea monster is swallowed by the devouring tentacles this time, it may get good things. That, devouring large sea monsters. In this way, searching for the surrounding sea monsters became the next step. The skeletal crew on this St. Mary wasn't strong enough. The ones used as bait were of course Edward and Bone Warlord. If Fashu Island really moves, isn't this a moving fortress? No, it's a moving killer. It won't work when any ship comes, and it will just overturn it for you. Grinning, Qin Quge slept quite happily this time. The heavy rain did not affect his sleep quality at all, and he is also a person who is easy to be at ease. And at this time another place. On a certain unknown island in the one-horned manatee sea, two men were looking desperate. In the gloom, two huge light sources are swaying in mid-air where they are. Those are two huge, staggering eyes. However, the creature with such huge eyes did not seem to notice the two people below. It moved its mountain-like body, and at the same time it smashed the island into pieces. It continued to disappear into the darkness. Until the past few minutes. One of the men popped a head out of the sea. But the other never appeared. The man was struggling to hold on to a few planks, floating on the dark sea, desperate. Perhaps he never found a new island and could only drift to his death on this boundless sea. But before that, he opened the communication area of the system and wrote out what happened to him. Super large sea monster. This seems to be one of the causes of heavy rain proposed by Edward and Qin Quge. 910. And, it has appeared. On the participation ranking list of the heavy rain event in the communication area, there was finally the first ID, I want to become a man of light. The next morning, Qin Quge opened his eyes. His biological clock is on time. But Edward was obviously earlier than him, and was already waiting outside the small stone house. Qin Quge called him in, but saw that the rain outside seemed to be getting heavier. This rain won't fall enough to flood the island. If it is really a powerful legendary creature, it is really possible. There is a legend in our world that the world will eventually be swallowed by a big snake. Maybe there is some kind of powerful legendary creature that can drown the entire world. If there is any big snake that dares to swallow the world, it is not certain who will eat it. Qin Quge smacked his lips, and brushed his teeth with a toothbrush made by himself. Edward was scared to death by Qin Quge's confused words. He must be joking. Ha. The seventh change is completed, 1 centimeter is kept. Chapter 95. There are no washing utensils. These days, Qin Quge uses the branches of zhe tree with some charcoal dust. It may not be as good as toothbrush and toothpaste, but the effect is still good. Edward, who was standing at the door of the small stone house, was quite curious about Qin Quge's behavior. He had never seen such a thing as a toothbrush, so he naturally took a few more glances at Qin Quge's washing method, and bared his withered and yellow teeth. This guy may have been born as a human being with a high status when he was alive, but the progress of their world back then was not as good as that of the Western Middle Ages. Even aristocrats, although their lives are rich, do not care about some aspects, and their hygiene is even worse. The amazing thing is that although the world they live in is another world, just like the West, there has also been a terrible plague, that is, the Black Death. The cause of this disease is directly related to hygiene. Because of religious reasons, people in that world refused to take a bath for a long time, and some beliefs even believed that the dirtier they were, the closer they were to gods. In addition, the gods of that world are real, and this concept is even more extreme. Not only do they refuse to take a bath, but they only take a bath at the most important time in their lives, such as birth, marriage, and death. For convenience, they use perfume to cover up the gradually strong smell on their bodies, which also makes perfume an extremely popular item. What's more, this world that seems to have some connection with Western history also has some disgusting habits of Westerners. They defecate at will, and even pour excrement and urine directly from upstairs. The habit may be to keep out the golden rain from the sky. Streets, alleyways, even palaces and squares are full of dirt, so high heels came into being. In such an environment, rats, fleas and other organisms are overgrown. How can the spread of diseases be avoided? If the Black Death laid the foundation for the Western public health system in Qin Quge's world. The strange thing is that in Edward's world, the Black Death not only failed to advance their scientific health, but gave birth to an evil god of the dark side, and this god was also a subordinate god of Hades, the god of the underworld. Just when Edward was watching Qin Quge wash up, in a certain corner of the one-horned manatee sea area, a hole was opened after the vibration of space. One was wearing a linen robe, a black round cap, and a sharp knife on his face. The guy with the beak-shaped mask appeared, and his image was exactly the same as the beak doctor in the Middle Ages. This thing held a kerosene lamp in one hand and a wooden stick in the other. After looking around, it seemed to have determined a direction, and it actually walked on the sea in a floating posture. After washing, Qin Quge went to the chicken coop to collect the new day's eggs, and sprinkled the chickens with some chopped fruit pulp of the je tree fruit, and added the same chopped diced sea crab meat, and then went to feed himself. 2 poached eggs were fried. With the addition of honey water with tangerine fruit, it is another new day. Of course, I still have to pour Edward a cup of morning tea. This guy came early in the morning and was pretty punctual. Qin Quge fried a piece of ordinary sea monster meat for him without any hassle, and then talked about the business while eating the poached eggs. If the rain continues, I'm afraid there will be serious trouble. I'm trapped on this island now, and I can't move much. Maybe you still have to let your Saint Mary go out for a while. Edward took out a pair of knives and forks from his body, obviously prepared tableware for himself, cut a piece of sea monster meat and put it in his mouth, savoring the joy of dancing with taste buds that he hadn't enjoyed for hundreds of years. He nodded in agreement Qin Quge's request. However, after swallowing the piece of meat in his mouth, he added, "You also know that 2 more crew members were lost yesterday on my Saint Mary, and the manpower is really insufficient. That. Actually, I also want to go out. Turn around. I originally wanted to invite you to go to sea together. But if it is not convenient for you, can you let your skeleton servant accompany me? There is no problem with this, Ziobai will go with you. I will let him listen to your arrangements for the time being when he goes out to sea with you. Asking people to work, I can get a little bit of it myself. Qin Quge is still very kind." Edward was overjoyed, and continued, "There is one more thing you need to agree to." "Hey!" Qin Quge frowned. Usually when a person says that, it's probably not a good thing. "Sure enough," Edward said hesitantly, "the few ghost skeletons you mentioned last night seem to have a big problem. They can't communicate at all, and it is very difficult to recruit the crew of the Saint Mary. And the Mary is really short of manpower. If all the ghosts you meet on your island are in this state, why not recruit some new crew members when I go out this time? But, this maybe hurt some of your kind, Edward didn't finish his words. But Qin Quge certainly knew what this guy meant. Just like Governor 800, Edward's so-called method of recruiting new crew members is nothing more than transforming ordinary people into ghost skeletons. And the Governor's 800 is voluntary. If Edward took the initiative to recruit the crew, the method would not necessarily be gentle, maybe he would kill them directly and transform them with the characteristics of the ghost ship dedicated to Saint Mary in the user's body. It's hard to say what the consequences of this will be. If the survivors brought by Edward to the Saint Mary still have the survival system like Governor 800, and can communicate in the communication forum, it will have some impact on Qin Quge. However, this possibility is not very high. This matter, Qin Quge communicated with Governor 800. Before Edward mentioned the cotton jack who knew about the mermaid, Qin Quge talked with Governor 800 for a long time, and also talked about other things in the middle, including what would happen if the survivors were brought on the ghost ship. Unlike Governor 800 who was invited aboard, those survivors who were forcibly taken onto the ghost ship were either directly killed and then transformed or thrown into the sea as garbage, or they agreed to sign some contracts with the ghost ship, and then were bound by the ghost ship to transform into ghost creatures. There is a slight difference between the two, but not a huge difference. The former will become the permanent crew of the ghost ship and be enslaved by the ghost ship. The latter became the crew of the nether ship with a contracted number of years enslaved by the nether army ship. Even if ghost creatures can live for a long time, the contract that can be as short as nearly 100 years or as long as thousands of years will not let any crew member go easily. The memory of the living will be slowly lost, faded, forgotten, and finally reduced to a pure ghost creature. This is a problem that all 800 governors who take the initiative to become ghost skeletons have. Moreover, these two transformations also have some side effects. If it is transformed after being killed and becomes a new ghost creature, its memory will be directly confused, and the punishment of death is extremely huge even for ghost skeletons. No one knows how long it will take them to recover from this chaotic state. Cotton Jack recently captured more than 20 survivors, half of them were transformed after being killed. The chaotic state after becoming ghost creatures made the captain directly throw them all into the cargo warehouse below the deck, saying that they were going to be closed. 3 to 5 years later, they will be released as crew members. Although the other half were transformed into the Nether clan after signing the contract, the situation seemed to be better, but it was not much better. Some of them simply forgot that they were still survivors, and their memory was severely impaired. The other part is also confused. It is difficult to adapt to the new life. There is a guy who is not bad, but because he wanted to show off in front of the captain of the Cotton Jack, and wanted to gain some benefits, he used the production platform, almost out of nothing, and the captain of the Cotton Jack directly crushed that guy. Guy's soul fire. It is said that the captain was narrow-minded, probably because he was afraid that the new Nether crew members were too talented, and if they became stronger in the future, it would affect his authority, so he was crushed to death. After all, it is the ability of the system, which is still amazing to these guys. Chief Zhou, Qian Zhao, got a lot of information from the old crew. And now that Edward wants to expand the crew of the Saint Mary, it must be these operations. Well, this, you can think about it yourself. However, Xiao Bai won't help you recruit crew members, no problem. Qin Quge gave his own answer. Edward breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that Qin Quge would disagree, so he nodded quickly, of course, don't worry. By the way, I still have some ghost beads in my hand. Why don't you give your servant her severed arm? The bar has recovered. Need not. Qin Quge shook his head for the advantage he could take. It wasn't long before Xiao Bai entered the 4th level, and fighting might be the best way for her to stabilize her state. An injury is naturally the process of this method. There is no need to use foreign objects to assist. Moreover, the broken arm didn't seem to have much effect on Xiao Bai. Thinking about whether to remind other survivors in the communication forum, Edward is about to capture the crew, although the remaining ghost ships may be in a certain area. But I found that the atmosphere in the communication section was not right. Giant sea monsters are responsible for the massive storm event. The sea turtle carrying the island is amazingly powerful and invincible. Sun Yu. Ant. Chapter 96. The communication section in the one-horned manatee sea area has been very chaotic since last night. It is also because a guy with the ID "I want to become a man of light" sent some information about the heavy rain event, and many photos. And becoming the first in the ranking of participation in the heavy rain event makes his words unquestionable. Giant monster, I met a giant monster. This monster was probably the cause of the torrential downpour, and I'm on its back right now. Photo, photo, photo. This guy was quite lucky. On the second day after entering this world, he met another survivor, and then they acted together, explored several islands, collected a lot of resources, and built a small ship. However, the accident happened last night. Because of the heavy rain, he and his companions chose a small island with higher terrain as a temporary residence, and also dug a pit based on the terrain to build a temporary house. Unexpectedly, that huge creature suddenly appeared like this. Just the waves caused by its progress directly flooded the entire island, and then even violently knocked down the small island and sank into the sea. His companion was thus missing, probably dead. But his luck was slightly better, not only escaped his life, but also climbed onto the back of that giant monster. At night, it was already dark, and it was raining heavily, blocking the vision. He could only cling tightly to a piece of the monster's carapace, seeking to survive first. This morning, some survivors helped him with some props, which finally allowed him to get a clear idea of the general appearance of this giant monster. This giant monster is probably nearly a kilometer in size, and the whole is comparable to an island. Its shape is very similar to a giant turtle with a ferocious carapace. The 770 position where this guy who wants to become light should be above the left hind leg of this giant monster. Occasionally you can see the tail of this giant monster, but the tail of this giant monster is as long as snake head, also has big mouth and fangs. Although the photos he took were a little darker, other survivors could barely get a glimpse of their appearance. Also because of these photos, other survivors are guessing what it is. Suanwu. Impurities. Three-legged turtle. There are all kinds of guesses. Some people think it is more likely to be Suanwu. After all, among the four gods and beasts, Suanwu lives in the north. He is a giant spirit combined with a turtle and a snake. He is the god of water and dominates water in the five elements. It seems possible for such a powerful existence to cause a heavy rain that swept across the entire one-horned manatee sea area. The composition of turtles and snakes is also almost the same. However, more people disagree with this guess. Suanwu is indeed the master of water. As the god of water, there is nothing wrong with manipulating heavy rain. But Suanwu is one of the four gods and beasts, it has many symbolic meanings, and it also has the duty of protection. How could it be possible to do such things that affect the world's environment? The four gods and beasts are just myths and legends in our world, and this world is not ours. Maybe anything can happen. What's wrong with the evil Suanwu? Suanwu beast, Shen beast, which world are you in, husband? No, I don't quite understand. Does it make sense for you to discuss what the name of this giant monster is? Once the name is confirmed, there is a way to kill it. Maybe it's like in some Western myths, as long as you know the name of the demon, you can control it. Besides, maybe you have obtained some accurate information about this giant monster, which is also part of the event. Is there a hammer to use on the event rankings? The previous ghost ship incident only gave a few buckets of instant noodles. Be quiet, maybe, this monster is a spinning turtle. Have you seen the classic of mountains and seas? The image of this spinning turtle is very similar to that of Suanwu, and its tail is also a snake. However, the head of the spinning turtle is the head of a bird, that is, the head of a bird. If the brother who wants to become a bumpy man has a way to follow this, crawl forward on the back of the monster and see what the head of this giant monster looks like, and you can determine the result. Shanhai Jing Nan Shan Jing has a saying, the mountain of twisting sun. The strange water flows out, and the east flows into the water of Xianyi. Among them, there are many mysterious fish, which are shaped like turtles and have the head and tail of birds. Its name is Xian the tortoise, whose sound is like a piece of wood, can be used as a bass if you wear it without deafness. It is said that Twisting Yang Mountain is the birthplace of the strange water, and the strange water flows eastward into Xianyi water. There are many turtles in this water, the whole body is black and red, and they look like turtles at first glance, except that they have the head of a bird and the tail of a snake. The sound is like the sound of logging, and its name is Suangi. Wearing the carapace of the tortoise can keep people deaf and gain strong leg strength. If Suanyu is a divine beast, then the tortoise seems to fit the identity of this giant monster very well. As soon as Qin Quge heard it, he immediately became interested. My Fashu Island is derived from the illusions in the classic of mountains and seas. If this giant sea monster is also a monster in Shanhai Jing, it's a fate. If you don't participate, you will always feel that you can't justify it. Where are the coordinates of this giant monster now? However, the one-horned manatee sea area is too vast. It is not so easy to participate. If you are too far away, you can only think about it. Boss Gluttony has finally appeared. If it is really a giant monster of 1,000 meters, I am afraid that only Big Boss Gluttony can solve it. If the heavy rain continues, I will really suffer to death. Number 926733.788699 is heading northwest. Brothers in this direction should be careful. I'm going to try to climb in the direction of the tortoise right now. Maybe you can support some ropes and the like. The rain is too heavy, it is difficult for the turtle to climb on its back. Qin Quge opened the system map, glanced at the coordinates of his, Ifk, Fashu Island, and sighed. Not too far away, but definitely not close either. If the current direction of this giant monster remains unchanged, it is possible to approach Fashu Island one day in the future. But it's only in the direction of Fashu Island. I don't have a rope, and it's far away, so I can't help you for the time being, so be careful. Qin Quge was slightly disappointed. If such a giant monster can be devoured, it might be rewarded with extraordinary rewards. I also found a giant sea monster with coordinates 172,268.799855. It is similar in shape to that one, but much smaller. Have people around this coordinate seen it? Qin Quge was still a little helpless just now that he might not be able to intervene in this incident in a short time, but he saw that several survivors discovered new giant monsters one after another. And, the shape is almost the same, only the size is slightly different. 788,544.762581, there is also here, but it's not big, only a dozen meters in size. Bird's head, it's a bird's head. 522,289.365847, 2. It must have just entered the morning, and many survivors woke up, and Yinjing's report appeared immediately. Many people feel hairy. This isn't the particular event of one giant sea monster, but a herd of sea monsters. There are more than a dozen monsters in the report alone, ranging in size from a dozen meters to nearly 1,000 meters, and the sea monster discovered by the man I want to become light is the largest. In addition, judging from the discoveries of various survivors, all the sea monsters seem to be marching towards one point from all corners of the one-horned manatee sea area. Perhaps it is the very center of the one-horned manatee sea area. Once these giant monsters gather at one point, it is estimated that some big event will be triggered. Ding! The special environmental event in the one-horned manatee sea area has started. The nightmare has come true, and the rainstorm is coming, entering the second stage. Turtles gather together, disasters come. Event content: you seem to have discovered the direct cause of the rare heavy rain in the one-horned manatee sea area. Due to unknown reasons, a large number of spinner turtles are affecting the weather in the entire sea area. Drive or kill these spinning turtles to stop all this, or do you have other ways? Event time: 7 days. Event participants: all the one-horned manatee sea area life forms. Participation content: stop the spin turtles from advancing, any method is fine. All survivors can use their own methods to participate in the event during the event. After the event is over, rewards will be distributed according to the degree of participation of everyone. Additional rewards: 1. Every time you kill a spinning turtle, you will get a blue crystal treasure chest. 2. Every time you drive away a spinning turtle, you will get a sea monster alchemy. 3. If you find the reason for the appearance of the tortoise, you will get a tortoise egg, which must hatch. Attention: if the incident is in depth, the danger is extremely high. The weak ones, it is the best reminder to you. Almost at the same time when the survivors found a large number of spinning turtles, this mission entered the second stage directly. Apparently, after discovering some information about this incident, T has advanced to the stage. However, judging from the mission rewards, the difficulty of this mission may be higher than that of the previous ghost ship incident. The tortoise, which is more than 10 meters long, seems to be doing better. Is it possible for these survivors to handle a giant spinning turtle that is hundreds of meters high or thousands of meters high? But Qin Quge always feels that the reward for driving away the spinning turtle seems to be higher than killing the spinning turtle. Nadan. As soon as this thing sounds, it can be used to increase personal attributes. And, it should be able to increase quite a lot of attributes. It even allows people to advance to a third-order life form. In addition, Qin Quge was still a little puzzled. If the ghost ship collides with these spinner turtles, what will happen? Chapter 97. Since the Nether clan on the Nether ship wanted to settle down in this world, they naturally needed an environment they could adapt to. Even if they can ignore the continuous pouring rain. But sooner or later such a large number of giant sea monsters will push the world horizontally. Even the Nether family can't all live at the bottom of the sea. If humans are unable to fight against these sea monsters for the time being, it's better to let the Nether family take action. Leading the Nether ship to the only way for these spinning turtles, let them bite each other. It is best to hurt both sides, isn't it a good thing? If Qin Quge is holding the mentality of thinking about a good show. Well, several decision makers of the community of shared future for mankind are implementing this as a plan. Currently we have the whereabouts of 4 ghost ships, and there are our people on board one of the ghost ships. If this plan is implemented properly, we can complete 2 events at a time, and the rewards we can get will be very rich. This will help our develop. Number 3, do you have any good ideas? It is not easy to guide the sailing direction of these ghost ships. Well, I'm 40% sure. On the other hand, Qin Quge recorded the coordinates of the found spinning turtle mentioned by the survivors he saw in the communication forum. Then compared with the map of the system, I calculated it. If the coordinate point is calculated in kilometers, his current location, that is, Fazhu Island, should be in the northwest of the entire one-horned manatee sea area. It is almost 2,000 coordinate units away from the nearest spiny turtle. However, based on the known locations of these spinner turtles, Qin Quge found that the positions of these spinner turtles are regular. It seems that they all move from the edge of the one-horned manatee towards the center. Moreover, there is a certain interval between the tortoises at each point, which is very regular. The sea area of the one-horned manatee is divided into 72 pieces by a circular angle. The known locations of spinnerets all seem to occupy one of these. Could it be that there are more than 72 turtles found here? If this is really the case, then this time the matter is not just avoided. No loss, it is the culprit that can cause heavy rain in the entire one-horned manatee sea area. If more than 72 giant sea monsters are really allowed to meet at the central point, it may detonate a monstrous wave that sweeps across the entire sea area of the one-horned manatee. At that time, no one should think about it. This is not something to be done alone. However, at present, the spinning tortoise on my side has not yet appeared, or I may be thinking too much. But I really hope that the spinning tortoise in the area I am in can come. On the one hand, it confirms my guess, on the other hand, you can also try to see what rewards you can get by devouring a spinning turtle. He called the bone warrior, Devour, and arranged a task for him. You go into the sea from here, and start on two sides. The distance is a little bit farther, and you go from the bottom of the sea to the northwest, and the speed is faster. I think, if there is nothing wrong, you will encounter a giant sea monster. I don't care what you do. Leading the sea monster to Fashu Island. Withered Skeleton General nodded, and he was ready to leave. But Edward had a question mark on his face. If it's true. Then what if we haven't met? Are we still going forward? How long will we go forward? I'm not questioning you, just asking a question. At your speed, let's take 10 hours as the standard. If you don't encounter any abnormalities after going forward for 10 hours, it's time to come back. Of course, this trip will still trouble you, 20 ghost beads, no matter whether you discover anything during this trip is yours. The effect of the nether orbs on Qin Quge was not very great, even if they were given to Xiaobai, 100 of them would not be used up for the time being. As a reward for Edward, it was still enough to make Edward excited. As soon as the two skeletons left the small stone house, they galloped out. Maybe Xiaobai has the intention of competing, but the speed is a bit outrageous. Qin Quge sat back on the chair steadily. Xiaobai seems to be more independent. Since Xiaobai advanced to the 4th level, both in terms of combat power and personal will, it seems that there has been a great improvement. Especially in terms of communication, Qin Quge's request can be understood without any explanation at all, and he can execute it unconditionally. And often show strong personal ideas. This is different from the bone servants or ghouls before. If this speed is followed, maybe one day, Xiaobai will recover some of his past memories. But oddly enough, Xiaobai's origin was born out of the devouring tentacles. It stands to reason that even if some memories are recovered, it should be a certain crew member on the Saint Mary. But in fact, Xiaobai's situation is more complicated. From what Qin Quge saw about Xiaobai's attributes, it can be found that Xiaobai's consciousness, or the fire of the soul, should come from a certain powerful warrior, and she is also a female warrior. But what the specific situation is, we can only wait for Xiaobai to change himself, maybe wait until Xiaobai advances to the 5th level. No matter what, Xiaobai will be 100% loyal to Qin Quge. This is the power of swallowing. Waiting is a frustrating thing. Especially this kind of long wait is the most worrying. Qin Quge took out the top quality sea crab meat obtained from killing the giant good crab boss before, intending to take advantage of this time to upgrade his cooking skills to the 2nd level. By the way, make some delicious food for yourself, and pile up the attributes. Superior sea crab meat, very fresh and tender crab essence, which condenses the deliciousness of the giant sea crab boss. It is an extremely rare ingredient. If it can be cooked properly, it will have special effects. The fresh sea crab meat is very tender. After a few days in the personal space, there are some changes, but the overall quality is not bad. Qin Quge took out the royal jelly of the alien giant bee that he was reluctant to use. Heterogeneous giant bee royal jelly, blue quality, top-level nutritional product, with extremely high efficacy. Edible, can increase physical fitness. The quality of this royal jelly is very pure, with a little milky yellow color, like beeswax. Because of the systematic blessing, it forms a block and melts quickly after being placed in the container. A thick, fragrant sweetness followed. Qin Quge started immediately, and wiped the 2 pieces of top-quality sea crab meat with royal jelly. He plans to use royal jelly to taste the sea crab meat. In Japanese cuisine, some crab meat sushi will dip honey water with crab meat. The sweetness will increase the crispness of the crab meat. It can also keep the crab meat fresh and tender. Sea crab meat processed in this way obviously cannot be grilled. Doing so will definitely ruin the taste. Best eaten raw. But Qin Quge doesn't like to eat raw. He put on the flame ring, and after using it a few times towards the door, he probably mastered the rules of using the small fireball magic. Then 2 shots were fired at 2 pieces of top-quality sea crab meat. With 15 points of mental power after wearing the flame ring, it is almost handy for him to cast the small fireball magic. The fireball the size of a volleyball scratched and passed over the top-quality sea crab meat. Hundreds of degrees, or even nearly 1,000 degrees of high-temperature fireball directly burned the 2 pieces of crab meat. The speed of the small fireball is very fast. Therefore, even if the temperature is hundreds of degrees or even nearly 1,000 degrees, it will not make the crab meat burnt. This is just like some dishes will use a flame spray gun for cooking. The 2 fireballs are also to ensure that the temperature can be transmitted to the inside of the crab meat. Then, Qin Quge poured some fruit juice on top. Sprinkle a little bit of crystal coral powder. A simple dish is done. System prompt: food and fire are inseparable partners. The use of fire will give you a deeper understanding of cooking skills, and fire is a symbol of human progress. Congratulations. Picture, cooking 12.c. System prompt: your strength has been consolidated, your skills have been improved, and your spiritual power has been substantially strengthened. Strength +1, Dexterity +1, Mental Power +2.1. System prompt: your mental strength has grown considerably, and you seem to be feeling the awakening of some kind of power. Keep working hard, maybe this will greatly increase your ability to survive. System prompt: obtain the skill Mind Power IV1. At the moment when cooking skills improve, Qin Quge only felt as if something had been opened in his mind. The next moment, it seems that the perception is much sharper. He himself didn't expect that he unexpectedly obtained a skill 6.